the show, he's talking about Veracocha, right? He's being around this bullshit of like the androgynous fish god showing up and being the wisdom reduced. It's such a strange concept. So he's like, oh, Jesus Christ, I'm so far on the limb anyways. I don't know his mind, but maybe he's like, I'll just keep it as like some lost wonder beings who teach civilization. If I get into the fish god, I gotta watch out. But he's the one who kind of pointed me in the direction I want to say, you know? So to your point about the lake, I've read all this stuff, and I think it was off base in some, but like mermaid, literally is virgin of the sea, right? Both he born without a mother. The pyramid text in Egypt, utterance 534, he was androgynous. Oh, I'm sorry, Ephraim's. Her born without a vulva. You know, basically, it's not a real world, is it a housewives of Egypt disc? It's like claiming that she is androgynous, she is a self-fertilizer. All of these beings are described as having, they don't procreate the same way as we do. So see, it's like, oh, you won't remember your femininity. Like, that's how the skeptic would take this whole thing. But I said, my boy Sagan is saying it's worthy of further investigation. And you look at traditions, and I'm not a hyper-diffusionist. I don't think there's contact between all these cultures. How could they envision and come up with so similarly, brother and sister, husband? Let me, if you would indulge me for a second, the idea of the triple god, right? Androgynous Zeus, androgynous Hera, androgynous Hephaestus, the ironworker of the gods, off Mount Olympus because he is so deformed. He is limp, right? So doctors have looked into it, like, was Hephaestus, did he have arsenic poisoning? They're looking for like a worldly. So then we go over to Japan, and the two brother and sister gods throw a bisu. I mean, they cast a bisu out because he's crippled and he's a fish god. And then you go to Egypt, and you have Ptah, and you have Osiris, who always has his legs wrapped and mummified. He cannot walk. Plutarch tells us that he gave birth in a self-fertilizing way to his next incarnation, who was Horus, whose literal name is like fish god of our earth or something like that. I know, I don't want to like go top Rain Man here, but the scope of this, kind of hidden in plain sight aspects of this mystery, I think it demands further investigation. These are the gods who are the genetic engineers who created humans. Because people like down with UAPs, Giorgio says, like, the idea is aliens didn't build the pyramids. Who were the gods? That's what he talks about. But it's like, how do I portray you in the most kind of hurtful and disrespectful manner? You're a moron. You think the alien creatures built the pyramids, blah, 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 blah. Instead of, no, who are the gods? Salim Hassan, considered the greatest Egyptian archaeologist, I should say, in history, wrote in 1949 in the Sphinx that the Egyptian people themselves firmly believed that there was a succession of great gods that ruled for tens of thousands of years, right? So Salim Hassan says that. And Etho, and we use the dynastic classification system starting with Menes around 3100 BC. Academics use that and agree that he's got it right, but the time of the gods and the time of the followers of Horus, which is 13,900 and 11,000 years, are considered mythological. So when I go to Egypt, I hang out with my boy Yusuf Alwan.
Oh yeah, I've heard of him. Yeah, Ben hangs out with him when he goes over there.
He's a super solid dude. You can spread a lot of backsheets around. You get to know people when you travel in Egypt.
His dad apparently worked with Edgar Casey, right?
His dad was the great wisdom keeper, Hakim Alwan, right? So what does he have to say? What do the ancient traditions of Egypt have to say? That there was a time of the gods that was older, that was like 10,000 years older and older, right? Not in the main, so we have, this is a great racist argument there. There are education people who think the pyramids were built in 10,000 BC. Yusuf goes around and he shows.
How is that racist to say the pyramids were built in 10,000 BC?
Because somehow you're saying that the Egyptians couldn't pull it off themselves.
But they were saying they were Egyptians still, just older Egyptians.
Yes, I know.
Right?
This is where it gets.
They were still African people.
But, the Egyptians did incredible things, like that we know of. Like in the Ptolemy times, we know about Karnak, on and on and on. All I'm saying, or anybody who would take an alternative approach, is that the tradition state that the Sphinx, the Great Pyramid Complex, and probably the Assyrian, when they're Abydos, from an earlier time. I think Yusuf would say that too. So that goes to this, and they found all these voids in the Great Pyramid, right? And
yes.
Robert Schock and Thomas Zubecki found a void under the part of the Sphinx. So it's like, I don't know if the freaking pyramid's 25. It's inconclusive in my estimation, but maybe it's 10,000 years old. Who knows?
Right.
Let's get in there and see. Let's do explorations, because if there's something that is datable within the Great Pyramid, it would be contemporaneous with the date, either 2500 BC or 10. And like Robert Schock would say, the weathering pattern on the Sphinx is showing a much earlier antiquity. But that's just one piece of information. You cannot extrapolate and say that proves that Egyptian civilization is 10,000 years old. You need artifacts, carbon dating, in context. So I'm like, I'm always pitching shows at different networks, and I'm like, I dig the idea of excavating under the part of the Sphinx. I like the search for the lost hall records idea. Who knows? I don't have a time machine. Until you think people will dig that, you know what I mean? Like, let's find out once and for all. And then we could banish this realm of pseudo archaeology that it's claimed that there's no basis in this, because a lot of the Atlantis myth is tied into survivors showing up in Egypt. These gods, these bizarre androgens.
Yeah.
That has a lot to do with this, the dating and the Atlantis myth. So let's see. Let's do it.
Yeah. No, Ben was talking to me about Yusuf and how his dad was a really big part of this Casey movement. Or I don't know when Edgar Casey lived. I don't know if it was possible for his dad and Casey to know each other, but he was a part of this big Edgar Casey sort of organization, right? And he was explaining to me that there's a lot more underneath the Sphinx than we know, and a lot that hasn't been excavated, or maybe has, but is being held secret by the Zahi laws.
I was supposed to speak with Zahi and Mark Lerner at the Casey conference 3 years ago, but it's sort of the whole thing is fascinating. I'll give a little background on Casey. I just spoke there again at the ARE. And I love the Casey people. They're not like glassy-eyed zombies. They're really cool. They're empathic. They're all about healing. Anyways, Casey was born in 1877 near Hopkinsville, Kentucky. And he basically would go into this trance-like state, and give health readings for people.
Right. Crazy stuff,
right?
He apparently someone told him to sleep on a book or something. So he literally put the book under his pillow. Apparently slept on top of a book, or the book under his head, and then woke up and knew all the information in the book.
That was actually, I think it was his father was telling him to do a study, so he slept in the book.
Right.
And then he just, every page, he would open the page and know it. John Van Auken is runs the Casey Center there. And he's got all the kinds of stories. I just did a bio on Edgar Casey for Ancient Aliens last season. It actually came out really good. So the moral of the story is that Casey would give these health readings. He would claim to tap in, not him, but just to tap into the Akashic records of all existence. But then he started talking about past lifetimes, Atlantis, ancient Egypt, and in his waking life, he was kind of like a conservative Christian. All he did was read the Bible and stuff. So he was really kind of bummed out. But then he just went with it, and all this, all these readings came out. 14,000 readings, 25 million words, self-documented, the Casey Foundation.
Right.
So Atlantis existed in the North Atlantic, founded in 210,000 BC, talks about 3 cataclysms in 50, 12,000. This timeline of Atlantis, and I just find it interesting because Casey got things wrong. Sure. So he's the perfect for me. Jonas Salk said, intuition points to where the thinking mind should look next, right? And some of the Casey material in Restream, see, like the idea, older or stuff like that. I can imagine was connected to the Casey universe. But in a karmic sense, when you think in these terms, I think of like these beings keep orbiting each other in different lifetimes, right? So you have Zowie Ross, Mark Lerner. They were both by the Casey Foundation. Hawass was Penn. Lerner's education was paid at Chicago, I believe, an archaeological degree. And Lerner wrote parents with Casey people, kind of proved the Casey material through the mythology and mysticism. Against it, and he became a mainstream Egyptologist. They still have, so they were on the other. They played for the team connected to the Casey Foundation,
Right.
And then you have Shock, Robert Shock. You have Hancock, Bavali, all these people that are kind of floating in Atlantis. I'll throw myself in there. Just a little humble brag that I'm connected somehow to the Casey material and the people. I just think it's cool, this kind of karmic orbiting of different beings trying to unravel the story. It's just, it tickles my fancy.
My favorite theory is Chris Dunn's power plant theory. Pyramids. I don't know if you're familiar with him. He wrote the famous book, He's a Power Plant, and then followed it up recently with his new book, The Tesla Connection. And he has this theory that the Great Pyramid was this electron, a solid state electron particle. And that he's the only guy who's like a legitimate engineer who has back engineered the Great Pyramid. Like he's looked through every single cavity and shaft inside the Great Pyramid, and he like built a replica and reverse engineered a way for it to somehow create free energy. And he has this theory, his variation to the theory. So he's evolved his original theory, and his new theory essentially is that the Great Pyramids. The Great Pyramid and the two other pyramids, they sit on the Giza Plateau, which is a seismically active area there. So there's like a lot of seismic activity there, and there has been through history. And he hypothesizes that there was a hydraulic hammer device in the subterranean chamber that would hammer the earth and induce earthquakes, which would essentially bring up electrons through the igneous rock beneath the earth, up through the pyramid, which is built with igneous rock, with the limestone and all the granite. And all those electrons would somehow come through the queen's chamber, and there were shafts that were peripherally outside of the pyramid that they would pour. What was it? It was some sort of acid.
Yeah. Sulfuric acid.
Maybe sulfuric acid. I could be picking that up, but they poured it in those
shafts.
They were like there were pits outside of the pyramid, and those pits fed the shafts that went into the queen's chamber, right? Because he believes that they're connected. That after they sent that rover up those shafts and figured out there was that gate Frank's door there, and they busted through the door. Because the door had these little two electrodes that were coming through. Why would there be little two copper electrodes coming out of that door? That way up in the middle of that shaft in that pyramid that was supposedly a tomb. And he thinks that it fed liquid, that acid into those shafts, and those electrodes were there to like keep the right amount of liquid in those shafts, and that would create this liquid or this hydrogen that would come up through the Queen's chamber, the Grand Gallery, would create some sort of resonant frequency and create some sort of combustion in the King's chamber. And the two shafts that came out of the King's chamber were like masers, right? That somehow created some sort of a field of free energy that he believes powered that civilization that was there during that time.
Yeah, I'm friends with Chris. He did a huge dozen Origins conference in London. And I gotta tell you, funny man, like behind the scenes,
He's hilarious.
Yeah. I love Chris.
Yeah, what a great sense of humor that he has.
Michael Cremo too, Forbidden History. I think that's a book about because people don't know the personalities of some of these guys. I love Chris. I think, it might have been a multi-purpose use, right? I think we all believe it wasn't a tomb. You know? There's no adornment, there's no hieroglyphics. You get into the Howard Weiss 1834 seemingly forged cartouche and stuff like that. He's looking for funding. He's using dynamite. He's a piece of shit, you know.
Right.
So yeah, it's fine. You know what I mean? See, I know Zawi gets a lot of shit, but he pushes back because they've robbed antiquities from Egypt. They portrayed the Egyptian people in really bad ways over time. You know, science has. So I take where he's coming from. I would just say, I think the archaeologists would agree with this. I think world government should lay out about $20 billion a year and do archaeological digs around the world, especially at this point in history, to figure out our past, because there may be clues within the past about like ways to understand our true nature and understand what's going on, you know, in time and space. All those big questions. But my point is, let's excavate under the part of the Sphinx. Let's get into the Great Pyramid as much as possible. Let's excavate all around the Giza Plateau. If you're interested in this, my boy Trevor Grassi and William Brown spoke at the Casey conference. William bought a piece of land near the pyramid, and they do have like a 3-series video set on YouTube. Beneath Gaza, or the underworld of Gaza. For anybody listening who's into the story
Of Giza?
of Giza, yeah. So they're looking for the lost hall records. You know, they're not dogmatic; they're just following, you know, the traditions and stuff like that. So the moral of the story is like, a lot of people don't believe the pyramids are tomb, so let's find out.
Right.
You know?
And it seems like there's a lot of young Egyptologists that are coming up in Egypt that are taking Chris Dunn's stuff seriously and like looking more into it. So it's like sort of like a new guard. I'm like, we should look into this stuff that we don't understand. Like, we're never going to get anywhere if we just keep accepting the narrative.
And totally, and it's part of that cult-like belief system. It's like, this is a belief my idol is going to be. I'm not going to give anything to this. It's even like, you know, I'm a stonemason with engineering experience, and you look at like Gobekli Tepe, Kara Tepe, she probably talked about 12,000-year-old sites. It's not impossible technology, but it's like incredible work that requires like feeding this huge population and skilled masons and all kinds of organization through a civilization or a society of hunter-gatherers. You know, that's where Hancock is like, where was there to transfer technology at the same time? You know, because it springs up everywhere, and the massive scale of it in Turkey now is just like incomprehensible how much of it is. But the skeptics, because they don't want to yield, they don't want to give anything to Hancock. It's just like, yeah, you know, there's some rudimentary stonework. Instead of embracing how tough it is and how like paradigm shifting it is, you know. So I would like more honest, objective evaluation. Like, let's take Hancock. He starts off in the 90s or the late 80s. He has this hypothesis. There's a cataclysm, and there's a lost civilization that's destroyed that goes around the world and teaches the arts of civilization. And lo and behold, we find the evidence for his cataclysm, supported by an international team of scientists called the Young and Dryas Impact Hypothesis.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't considered a mythological and religious idea, we didn't accept it like 20 years ago. If you look at the evidence, it's pretty incontrovertible in my estimation. And then we find a super civilization in Turkey that's 12,000 years old. That was one of the main arguments against Robert Schoch. I am saying the weathering indicates like a 10,000-year-old date for the Great Pyramid. I mean, the Sphinx. He sits with Mark Lohner, and he gets sworn poured upon him. There is no contemporaneous advanced culture or civilization or temple sites around the world that meet a 10,000-year-old date. And then it happens, right? And I don't think the apologies came rolling in. And the same thing with Hancock. It's like, you have an I don't agree with your theory, but you predicted or what came to support your theory has been evidence for a cataclysm and civilization being vastly older, right? You start there. Now, for me to buy what you're selling, I need to see more than just a thought from Plato that may or may not be true. I need to see this evidence and that evidence. But then you start, calling a racist or all this unhinged stuff, then you're losing the audience, right? Then you're like, that's not cool. You know what I mean? And instead of like a scientist, once again, got to be like a cop. Deal with a lot of weirdos. You take a lot of shit, but you get the respect of objectivity. Science is apolitical. We need these dates. This is what we need to see. I just say that, because, people, and the shortcomings of the alternative space. There's no peer review. You got an audience who wants to believe that you can fool and drift off of. There's a lot of flaws. There's not a critical analysis of everybody's theories oftentimes. But there are strengths too. There's intuition. There are a lot of people who are oriented towards metaphysics, because a lot of people get into ancient mysteries because they are interested in spirituality and metaphysics. Like Megan Fox, for instance, she liked my show, so she had me on her show, which is kind of
Megan Fox, the actress.
Yeah, Megan. She did a
really,
Legends of the Lost a couple of years ago. She did a one season show, and the last episode was about the Clovis Barrier and giants and stuff like that. So we were talking, and we became friendly.
Really?
Yeah, she's really cool. She's into Edgar Cayce. She's into metaphysics.
Wow.
So we communicated back and forth. The first thing she said to me is like, I don't want to incarnate again. I don't want to tell stories out of school, but these are like glowing reviews of her as a person, so I'm fiction. So she said, I don't want to incarnate anymore. She said, I'm into the Cayce material, I'm into ancient mysteries, but the rest of the world bores me to tears. And I said, I agree. It's like, what's our real nature? She asked about ayahuasca. I said, you won't incarnate again. Go read Disappearance in the Universe by Gary Renard, right? He's a non-dualist teacher. And it's about the false and temporary nature of the Matrix and our true nature and stuff like that. And it's hardcore and it's radical, because that is what non-dualism is. It's like, you are not a body. You are a field of awareness outside of time and space with no concrete specificity like the false and temporary Matrix. I know it's mind-blowing, but every mystic throughout human history says the same thing. So I said, read the book, Megan. She reads it. I mean, she sucked it up in no time. Disappearance in the Universe by Gary. She gets back to me, and she's like, I'm in the gym the other day, I'm looking in the mirror, and I'm flipping out, and my image is disappearing. And she's like, I understand intellectually everything that's being said, but look, I'm a mother of 3 kids. I'm in the early 30s. What is it in the Matrix when you go back in, you take the blue pill or the red pill? She's like, I'm not ready for this. And I said, I dig that. And I'm not going to push it. I'm just going to say the seed has been planted. We'll probably come back around to this. Because it's like, when you hear the truth, it's like a Zen koan, right? What's the sound of one hand clapping? That's not a question to be answered. It is a question to dissolve the question, the false egoic self. So her appearance is disappearing, right? And that she's having the Zen koan effect. Like, you ever see Jim Carrey talk in a dissociative way about his movie character? Like, he's starting to move towards enlightenment. So he's talking about Jim Carrey, the separate being, as if it's a movie character.
Right.
And my brother and I studied with an enlightened spiritual teacher for 20 years. And you're like, what is that? Liberated from fear in this blissful state. You're like, how the fuck do I get there? And the point is that he encourages almost a dissociative orientation around your movie character. Don't take yourself too seriously. You have karma to play. Your true nature is benevolent anyway. So, if you're really in alignment, you'll do nothing but good deeds anyways. It's only the twisted whispers of the ego that leads you down the wrong path. So Jim Carrey talks about this dissociative, in a dissociative way about his movie character. It's really interesting. And people are like, he's a victim of MK Ultra. It's like, no, he's starting to move towards enlightenment. That's what happens. And these are the lifetimes when you deal with all this trauma, you reflect, you forgive, and then next time you have to show up in the Matrix. Your parents are like mystics or whatever. You've undone so much, and then you flip the switch like Eckhart Tolle, right? Like, he came into this life, power now, I can't fucking focus, but he came into this life ready to be switched on, or switched off, I should say. And that's what the mystics say, that you undo. You keep coming back to the Matrix until you break the cycle of reincarnation, but you undo all that is false about you. And that's the book Megan read. It's just like, you undo.
What's the name of that book?
The Disappearance of the Universe by Gary Renard. But it's not like the Course in Miracles is this kind of new channel non-dualistic teaching, which is interesting. But the Advaita Vedanta, the Vibhu Gita, the Ashtavakra Gita, all these texts throughout history, the teachings of Lao Tzu, Ramana Maharshi, even Jesus in the Nag Hammadi scrolls, the Apocryphon of John, he comes to John and he speaks about the inexpressible one, the field of existence, in completely non-dualistic ways. Go read it. He's like an Eastern mystic, not the Jesus of kind of the evangelical movement. He's been transformed. The Gospel of Thomas, who Elaine Pagels talked about, the shortest passages, if you pass her by, leave everybody alone. Do not try to change anything. Bless, forgive, turn the cheek, while making it real by conflicting judgment. You're experiencing a false and temporary. And you can make whatever you want about the soldier in its time and space. Right? People have different ideas. God made man, so man could become God. These theories of like, oh God, what do you know what it was like to turn his ankle and see a sunset, whatever. You know what I mean? And it's not like a white dude on the throne. God is the field that you are. That's what the mystics say. The point is, I think it's worthwhile pointing to our eternal nature, and then make of it what you want. Because we could talk intellectually about this all day long, but all these teachings and ceremonies are geared towards the experience, the literal visceral experience of what you already are. So when you break through, you're in the zone of the one, you're in the field, all doubt is cast away. You don't even want to describe it. You don't even want to think. It's a realm without thought and time. It's crazy. And it's awe-inspiring and enthralling. So I can talk to you all day, but it's just like, what can you do in your life to get you back to your real nature? And the mystics would say, forgive. Don't do it out of phone goodness. You're already perfect. So I don't want anything out. I don't want anything transactional out of you. I don't want to manipulate you to get an extra hit. I don't want to look for my soulmate Tinder. You know what I mean? I want to treat people for what they are, which is divine. And forgive. What I don't, you'll be a fraud, and a piece of shit, and a hypocrite. And you don't condemn yourself. You're like kind of laughing at the movie character.
Totally.
So I know I went on a long rant there.
Yeah.
But that's where I'm coming from. I think that's
That seems to be the consensus with people who experiment with psychedelics. There's a guy who I had on the show about a year ago named Andrew Gallimore. Have you ever heard of him? Yeah, he's doing this study called DMTX out of Tokyo, where he's putting people on extended state DMT trips. They're essentially trying to map the DMT realm, right? Figure out what's going on and try to build some sort of consensus or some coherence of what people are experiencing when they're on these things like ayahuasca and DMT and what's going on. Because there's a lot of very similar things. It's not just like everyone's having their own unique experience. A lot of people are seeing and reporting the same exact sort of things, like entities and patterns and colors. And he is a neurobiologist, and what he seems to believe is that there's more of a reality there, and what our brain is essentially like a filter, and our brain is here it exists evolutionarily to filter out everything there so that we can only sense what we need to survive and to evolve and to reproduce. And what happens when you're ingesting these substances and integrating with them is you're activating more of your brain so you can experience more of what's already there. Like reality, if we were to have our entire brain engaged and somehow be turned on, it would be something that's so overwhelming for us, we might just dissolve. Maybe we can only handle like a couple hours or 10 minutes of this. But it seems like there's definitely something there. When you hear people talk about their experience with these drugs and tapping into this other realm or whatever it is, they seem to talk about these kind of things.
Absolutely. I've experienced that. A mystic would also say you're not going to experience all your lifetimes at once because you would be overloaded. You have a nervous breakdown, but you can't.
Right.
Well, there's some psychics. There's some artists and grifters out there, but there's some psychics whose game is pretty tight who have a good track record, right? So it's like, what are they doing? Tap into the past and the future. It's because Einstein would say it's a false construct in a false world for whatever purpose. It could be the experience. One of the shamans I've studied with, the ceremony, there's a beauty in forgetting. It's like when you realize, you're in this blissful state of eternity, and like it's incomprehensible, but it's almost kind of a cool game to forget because when you remember what you really are, it's like so awe-inspiring. It's beyond comprehension. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I thought I was this hopeless piece of shit, but I'm this glorious divine being that has to do nothing to be what I already am. Right.
Right.
So I don't know about the nature of that. I'll just say that on a worldly level, it's worth looking into psychedelics. Are they letting us go into other dimensions? Are they showing us our true nature? You have Johns Hopkins just built like a $17 million research facility. End-stage cancer patients are losing the fear of death, right? It's like, this is the shit that we need in our society. We don't want to demonize it. And that's why Hancock, again, he's always like pointing to psychedelics. And it's hard, man. Have you ever done ayahuasca?
Never done ayahuasca, just DMT.
It's like, stop the ride, I want to get off. It's really
tough. No, it seems terrifying.
Terrifying.
You got, like, I imagine, like, I always thought, well, like, from the description I've heard of it, it sounds like you're literally going to hell and facing demons.
Pretty much. The demons are wrong. Well, there's third parties in the room too. That's another strange thing. Like the spirit, like if you do ketamine infusions, which are very helpful for intractable depression.
Sure.
There isn't a third party. There isn't a spirit being there. Ayahuasca, we call it grandmother. It's like this supercomputer intelligence knows exactly what you need. And will kick you in the balls, you know what I mean? Like, I think it's like it or she or whatever is seeing that there's a limited window to get to you, right? Because most people run from these things.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is what you need to see. You want to heal? You got to face this darkness. You got to face the ugliness in your subconscious that hasn't been healed, that's been calcified with trauma and false beliefs and self-hatred. And it's a deep dive. But then then you're like, it's unicorns and rainbows out the other end oftentimes. You're like, oh my God, I feel liberated. I feel a weight. I feel like my soul's come back to me, which is cool. But it takes some sack to get in there and do it. You know what I mean? And it takes it's not a weekend seminar that's going to heal your problems. It's the little changes you take every day. Like you catch yourself. I'm back on Twitter. I'm back on Facebook. I feel I'm worried. I'm filled with fear. I'm filled with survival concerns. I'm filled with emptiness, heartbreak, and depression. And that's fine, man. Everybody, because we're in an unnatural state. And this configuration as a temporary movie character dies eventually, gets sick, and all this crazy. We are plagued with psychological difficulties. So have empathy for people. And there's another thing, people think they're like good online and they're helping and they're educating and they're fixing. And just like the vision I had, it's just like you're just blowing smoke up each other. Nothing good is happening. If you really want to be helpful, well, I was Sue said, look at all that is dark and unhealed within yourself. Ramana Maharshi, the greatest social activist in human history, does nothing compared to the seeker who forgives, who evaluates their own weaknesses and liberates themselves through forgiveness. And I found that, go work at the homeless shelter. You know what I mean? Literally, there's got to be a family in your neighborhood that would be thrilled if you showed up with a freaking bag of groceries every week. Right. Take it, and this isn't a diss, but see when you're a cokehead looking for another hit on social media versus true empathy. Like, look somebody in the eye and do something kind for them. And that's what I'm judging, because I've been in the cokehead zone,
Yeah.
So, and then when I act out of empathy, a couple of buddies of mine called the Hilltown Helpers. We live in the Hilltowns. We're always like shoveling off old ladies' roofs and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like really, some old lady hasn't seen anyone in a while, and you sit down and you talk to her and you're kind to her. And it's just like, let me pay you. And it's like, no, that's not what this is about, And it's those acts of empathy that really have an impact,
Oh, for sure.
When you look back at your life review, you're going to be pissed if you didn't do more, and not more in a fake way, more in like a loving, empathic way. And that's true. You can say that this dude is like, hawking some new age philosophy, but I'm telling you, man, it's you can't even feel it. You don't even have to believe it. When you're truly kind.
Right. Yeah, man. Yeah, you're spot on with that. That are working on are you writing books? Are you working on any new shows?
We got a pitch. I want to give a tip of the hat. If you dig this fish god story, Paul Anthony Wallace is a friend of mine, and he wrote the Eden series. Paul, he's a former archdeacon in the Anglican Church for 32 years. That's one level below bishop. He left the church, and he's writing about how in these ancient documents and ancestral narratives, there are these bizarre, androgynous, and genetic engineers that I talk about that are in the Old Testament. Yahweh has a consort called Asherah. They're androgynes, right? The first Adam in the Bible is androgynous, and then Eve is made, through genetic engineering. That's that parable there. Anyways, he tells us this wonderful story throughout human history. He's half Ghanese, I think he's like half Welsh or English, and he's connected to all the African ancestral tales that tell the same story that I've been sharing about Viracocha and Fushi. It's utterly fascinating. And he's a really solid dude on top of that. I mean, I'm sure you'll have him on at some point. But the Eden series is highly acclaimed. It's like this new version of the ancient astronaut theory almost. But he's brilliant. I can't talk his game out. So anyways, we're kind of collaborating, and we're going to pitch into one of the networks right now as a Search for the Lost Records investigation of the ancient gods that I've talked about here type of show. Go to Edfu, look at the Lost Hall records. And I'm also writing a book of polydactylism in the ancient world. Extra digits, right? 6 fingers, 6 toes.
Yeah.
It's associated with the supernatural, the divine, and giants. The giant of Gath has 6 fingers and 6 toes. In Australia, you have rock art everywhere of giant feet with 6 toes. I was just touring with Hugh in Malta. We go to the Hypogeum in Malta, considered one of the underground temple, once thought to be one of the oldest temples on Earth before they found Göbekli Tepe. They through construction building in like 1906 or something, they broke through to it. You go to room 20, there's an enormous handprint with 6 fingers there. You go out to the American Southwest, there are giant hands and feet with extra digits. You go to North Carolina, there's Judaculla rock. The Cherokee talk about the legend of Judaculla, and there's a 7-fingered handprint. The greatest hero of the Ulster cycle in Ireland, the Tame, the English Iliad, has 7 fingers and 7 toes in the Oxford translation. Just throw in a couple more. You go to Botswana, Matt Singh emerges from the underworld with humans and animals, and there's a giant 6-toed footprint there or engraving there. And then you go to Kiribati, and on the island, there are giant, almost beyond belief, 6-toed footprints that the old man told anthropologist I.G. Turbert in 1949 about. They are attributed to the giants. So the world is littered with giant hands and giant feet associated with these giants that the indigenous people tell us about. So that's another, I know it's, here you go, you see the giant foot in Newspaper Rock. On the left is Chaco Canyon. On the right is Newspaper Rock in Utah. Look at that, And there's this legend about.
Is that picture of that person's feet real? With
yes.
7 toes?
Yes, it's called polydactyly.
I met a woman who said that she was born with an extra finger the other day. She was from Haiti or something.
It's a rare genetic condition.
Yeah.
Some people are born with extra digits.
It's pretty common. It's in the Caribbean islands.
Exactly. But it's associated with giants. It's associated with the supernatural. The sorcerers, exorcists, and temple priests of Samaria were obsessed with polydactylism. The Sumeritsu was a series of 2,800 tetralogical omens, and they talk obsessively about what it means to have 6 fingers born in one hand, 6 on the other. The giant of Gath, once again, has 6 fingers and 6 toes, and there was no genetic condition that associates polydactylism with gigantism. So it's like, I get that if some freakazoid has a bunch of extra digits in ancient culture might say, oh, this dude's a god or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's everywhere associated with literal giant rock art of hands and feet. It's wild in cultures that have the connection. You go up to Baja California, El Carmen Cave,
look at that. Giant footprint of Tangian.
I'll say this. Professor Paul Tasson in Australia, University of Kimberley. A couple of years ago, there was this story that went around the world that like world's oldest ancient narrative found in Australia. This Aboriginal super ancient narrative. It was the Pleiades, it was the serpent, but it was also giant feet with 6 digits, right? So Professor Tasson actually wrote a paper about how he found these examples of giant hands and feet with extra digits, like in all these cultures around the world. And if you look at it, if you go to Marawanga, Professor Tasson, Tacon, giant footprints, 6 toes. If you Google that, you'll get.
What is the conventional explanation for these footprints? Like that one right there on that rock that guy's standing next to, the ping yon one.
It could be that, it's like, well, that's 200 million years ago in granite, so I don't think a giant stepped in it. It could be the indigenous people carved it.
Yeah.
But then it raises its own kind of mystery because, if you could throw up Marawanga, Australia, 6-toed footprints, I know that's a lot. Let's see if we got a picture of that. The moral of the story is the androgyny that I spoke of and the polydactyls are displayed in the iconography of the old cities on Earth. Ayin Ghazal, Jericho, and they just found a 16-fingered statue at Karahan Tepe. Me, Andrew Collins, and Hugh Newton did an episode for Ancient Humans about it, where say what you want, these people revere this trait, right? So the Saybirch is another place that was just unearthed. It's super ancient in Turkey. And the dude's holding up his hand, he has 6 fingers. And the professor who did the excavation, Karul from Istanbul University, said the statues of the humanoids always have extra digits or a strange number of digits, never 5. So the thing I'm talking about is being unearthed in real time at the oldest sites on the planet. Androgyny, polydactylism, make of it what you want. I'm just like, the story has a thread through the oldest iconography in human history. And it continues, like Malta, all these places. Yeah, 6 digits. Once again, I don't know. Marawanga, is it projecting that?
Do you think that these giants were responsible for some of like the megalithic structures around the world?
See, that's the tradition. So like Pizarro and other Spanish explorers, right? They show up at Sacsayhuaman. They show up at the Titicaca and all the ruins there. And the Spanish are like, oh, these are built by demons. They don't know what to make of it. They ask the Inca, they ask Pizarro, and they specifically said they were built by the Huaris, the giants, after before an age of darkness and cataclysm, essentially. So that's what we're told. Because if I say, I don't know if you could build that, like with the tools of the time. That's not a diss against the Aymara, the Inca people. Then I'm right out of the gate, like I'm some racists, But then again, go to Malta, it's the same story. Freaking Sicilian farmers. But the point is that the indigenous people have all these missing identical giants. Stonehenge is the same way. And, the Neolithic Britons, they're going to be pissed at me if I say giants built Stonehenge. It's just like, I don't go round and round with that. But the point is, these traditions are the things that's interesting.
Yeah.
Theorizing, right? So what the fuck does it mean? I don't know. Is it pure fantasy? These people who we attribute having the wherewithal to do these amazing things are telling us these kind of wild stories. So you can't have it both ways. It's like, or at least be open to the idea that there's more going on.
Yeah. What is that one on the bottom with that little hole in the ground? You see that one with the circular carvings in the ground?
That's Pueblo Bonito. That's a cave in Colorado, and that's where the footprints going up the wall are. Yeah, the 6-digit.
This is in Colorado.
That's in Colorado. So go to Palenque, and there's hands and feet all over the iconography there. Go to Peru, go to, so many places are, and it's not just because we know it's a rare genetic condition. It's just not associated with like some gigantism. It's literally associated with the supernatural, the divine, the malevolent, and giants. And to any and I've never analyzed a 10-foot skeleton. I know why skeptics are skeptical about the idea of giants. I just how can all these traditions exist? How can there be giant hands and feet associated? Not just they don't stand alone; they're associated with giants, and the legends are
right.
Excuse me, the Cherokee, Judicaula, North Carolina, Matsing, Botswana, on and on and on. The Australian Aborigines, they have the same stories of malevolent, extra-digited giants like the Native American tribes do in the Southwest. It's I'm not cherry picking and trying to make an argument. I'm just saying, how can it be that there's no story there? I don't know.
Right.
I don't have a time machine, but it's pretty interesting.
I'm just curious. Well, I wonder what the academic consensus is. How do they try to explain it?
I actually, my book is heavily dependent on academic sources. 90% of it is academic excavation reports, academic analysis. Dr. Richard Barnett wrote a paper in 1986 about polydactyls. He says the academic world has given this subject zero attention. And he was right. He's the first one to piece together there's this polydactylism everywhere in the ancient world, right? So there were a lot of academics who took on, Patricia Crown wrote in 2016 about how in Colorado, at Chaco Canyon, the natives revere polydactyls and extra-digits. So there's an article about that. Other Warble and other academics wrote about Palenque and Mesoamerican reverence for polydactyls, and they call it divine polydactyly. So you have different academics in isolated areas talking about it. And I understand the skepticism, but I would like to know, just like we had Professor Todd Dissetel, evolutionary biologist, on for a show. And I love Todd, he's great. And I asked him, how can, what's the anthropological explanation for skull elongation all around the world between cultures that had no contact? It's the most bizarre and specific thing to do. Are they emulating something? What's going on? And he didn't have. He's just I don't know how to explain it. Essentially, and I agree. It's just these levels of specificity by cultures that had no contact. When you have a kid, would you elongate with a baby Timmy's skull? It is so bizarre, so crazy. Goes back at least 10,000 years to China.
Right.
But you have it Choctaw, a bunch of Native American tribes did it. It's fucking crazy, you know what I mean? So that's the kind of stuff where if it is dismissed as garbage or lunacy by the academics or the pseudo-skeptics, back and they feel these ideas aren't getting a fair shake.
Right.
And then they start to believe in conspiracies and it's a real mystery there. I'm not going to jump to conclusions. This is what I need to see to prove the case, but that is very interesting. Common sense would tell diversity and ubiquitous nature is telling you it's worthy of further investigation.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to bridge that gap. It's just take your foot off the brake a little, put your foot on the brake a little, chill out and address this as an interesting puzzle to solve, not a belief system of your ideological end.
Right.
Which is completely different.
Totally, man. Well, Jim, thank you for doing this, man. This has been a fascinating conversation. Super fun to talk to you about this stuff. I love learning about this crap. You are really, I think you guys are really on something. What you guys are doing, teaming up on this work. It's fascinating shit.
That's great, man. It's just being open to these seemingly bizarre ideas is really cool. I think that's why your platform is so popular. It's just people dig it. And I hope, and I appreciate especially being dudes, to give permission to men to talk about difficulties, talk about depression, talk about empathy, shit like that, right? It's really important to embody contradiction, be the best of what a man is. It's not a tough guy getting drunk in a bar and people shit out of someone. It's about empathy and concern And I really, that's the best part of it, that we're in the same zone there. I dig that. I appreciate it.
Thank you, man. And where can people find your work, get in touch with you?
I'm in the witness protection program in fucking Ancient Mysteries. I'm such a loser. I got like the tech skills. I'm pretty sure I can pick up my game. I'm on like Facebook. It's a picture of me and my brother at Roanoke. We're filming the Lost Colony of Roanoke. So I'm like doing this, and my brother get hands in his hand. And I get a couple dead accounts because I got freaking locked out. But I'll say at Hugh's site, megalithomania.uk, there's a Jip VR section of videos. I think that's the best place.
Okay.
And Hugh's always like, if I'm doing tours with Hugh or we're going to do a show or something, he'll post there too. So I talk about all the shit, Edgar Casey, Fish Gods, Metaphysical Secrets of the Ancients. There's all videos there if people dig any of this stuff. Or you can reach out to Facebook and say hi or anything like that. But one day I'll like get a tech assistant or whatever. But it's fine because I just like putting content out there.
Absolutely.
I don't want to push away prosperity, but I don't really want to try to overly monetize any of this. I just think it's cool. It's interesting, and I like that I can interface with both sides of the aisle. Because I got some tight friends who are like skeptics and they're always shitting on me and shitting on Atlantis, busting my balls, but I love them, you know what I mean? And it's not like, it's not confrontational. So thanks for everything.
Yeah, man. I appreciate your time. Again, we got to get you on a flight. So
oh, yeah, that's true.
We'll wrap it up. All right. Goodbye, world. Did you listen to punk rock?
I listened to the Sex Pistols.
Yeah. When I saw you, my initial reaction was like, this is like a kind of a grungy German punk rock dude.
Well, but I mean,
literary punk rock kind of dude.
if you say grunge, I saw actually one of the last concerts of Nirvana in New York, and then I was in a grocery store, like an organic store, and it announced that Kurt Cobain had shot himself. And that day I received a music tape from Berlin with electronic music, and that kind of concluded all this punk rock grunge stuff that's dead, and the new music is electronic music. So that's actually why I moved back from New York, where I was living in 95 to Berlin.
Really? And then you started listening to dubstep in Europe.
I don't know, I just went to clubs in Berlin which were playing techno music, which was new at the time.
I it exploded right around that.
Yeah. I thought it was
like they call it house music, though, right? That's what it was.
Well, no, there's different kinds of electronic music. House is one, techno is another. Then drum and bass came, so it was a big kind of flourishing culture, which at one point stagnated. I think it just stagnated, but I think it's still fascinating. But at the time, it was like new. So
yeah,
I don't know where we're trying to go, but this is.
We're not trying. We're not trying. We're just going.
I'm happy.
Good, me too. Your shirt is amazing. That's the meth that the Nazis were taking on your shirt, right? The Pervitin.
Yeah, I mean, I like the branding, the design. Also, the name is very good. It's a good brand name for methamphetamine, PVT, because it's the word perverse, kind of perverse in it.
Yeah.
Which it is a perverse toxin. It's
the famous saying that everything goes back to the Nazis couldn't be more true. Even the drugs go back to the Nazis.
Well, I mean, somehow it's not surprising because they were really interested in performance enhancement. They were the Nazi movement was a very modern movement. They were applying the newest technology, the newest forms of propaganda, the newest medicine. So they were
on the cutting edge of everything.
That's correct. But they didn't have empathy and they didn't have the right morals. Right. So that can always be a problem. A very efficient system can also go off the rails. You need some kind of, I guess you would call it morals. I mean, it's a term that Nietzsche hated, but what do you do without morals? Then you just become kind of this soulless machine that can go anywhere in a big way too.
Yeah. So you've written 2 books on the history of drug use in the Third Reich, right? You've written the first one, which was Blist, which was all about the amphetamines and the uppers and all the kind of shit that Hitler's doctor was giving him. The second one was Tripped, which was more about the psychedelics and the LSD research they were doing, trying to find truth serums, which is eventually what happened, but the CIA got its hands on in the Cold War. First of all, how did you get into writing, and what made you want to write a book about Hitler doing meth?
Actually, we have to be very precise. What we say, Hitler was actually not into meth. The German army was into meth.
Oh, okay.
They were really methed up.
But he didn't do it?
No, because he thought this is for the foot soldier, just the robot that has to function, because that's what meth does. It just releases neurotransmitters, and you follow orders good. You're kind of, but it's not the drug to use the most complex questions. That you don't do that on meth. So Hitler wasn't using meth. He was using a certain opioid, which is actually the same one that is now being used in America excessively, which is oxycodone, it's called, right? Or Oxycontin. I always confused.
Yeah,
what's the difference between oxycodone and oxycontin?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I think codeine. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think codeine comes from codeine, which is a syrup. Content is just.
I think that has a time release.
Yes, I think so.
So that was Hitler's favorite drug, actually, the opioid, which at the time was a German product called Oikodal, so it was a German product, really crazy, all the drugs that he was taking.
Yeah. Wasn't he mixing it with? Maybe he was speedballing with coke, right?
Yeah, he was doing only for like 2 months and stuff. It wasn't coke. No, it was an opioid.
Usually they go hand in hand with those kind of dudes.
I don't know. I mean, but his doctor, his personal physician, Morel, he was the opioid guy. He always gave him the oxycodone. And a new doctor came in after the bomb attack on July 20th, Operation Valkyrie. A new doctor, an ear specialist, because Hitler's eardrums were blown in the explosion done by the bomb of Stauffenberg. And this ear doctor brought the cocaine, because cocaine was like also an anesthetic against pain. He had pain, so he received the cocaine, but the doctor realized immediately that Hitler loved also the high of the cocaine. And this guy wrote a report that I found in the National Archives in Washington. It's quite funny. Like, he realized immediately that Hitler's like a totally drug. Like, some people really like drugs, take a lot, experiment with it, and Hitler was one of these guys. I mean, and the doctor realized that immediately when Hitler was demanding more and more coke, and then Hitler was happy when the guy left, and Morel came and gave him the opioids, and he was kind of speedballing for a while. But then this other doctor fell out of favor because he was actually trying to get into Morel's role, but he didn't succeed, so he had to leave. So also the cocaine left. So Hitler remained with opioids.
And didn't they get the coke from one of the biggest pharmaceutical companies that's still around today? Was it?
Well, that's Merck.
Yeah.
Merck's cocaine was apparently the best in the world. It was very famous. Peru's annual production of coca leaves was shipped to the Hamburg harbor and then processed by Merck into the finest cocaine in the world.
They still make it.
Not anymore.
I know they use cocaine for like certain surgery.
Yeah, right. Actually, every pharmacy has cocaine. There's eye drops containing cocaine. Yeah, but it's not very small quantities. Back then, cocaine was actually a big hit. It was a very successful product because it was so famous. The meth cocaine, they were a product, and pirates in China that faked the label of their cocaine and put it on different cocaine bottles. None was as good as
they're trying to make a knockoff Coke with the Merck logo. Kind of like they make like fake Nike Jordans.
Yeah, right.
Wow.
Probably get it back home.
So, how did you first become interested in all this stuff and start writing about it?
Well, I grew up in West Germany, and we were West Germany was considered the world championship in dealing with its shitty past. Like always getting educated about it, which I actually thought was good because it would be weird to grow up in Germany and not know about the Holocaust.
Right.
It would be a weird way of dealing with it, but it's also a possible way. Like Japan is not looking at its past like Germany does. Like Germany has an obsession with looking at it.
Right.
So I grew up kind of knowing a lot about fascism and the Third Reich, and it was always there was always like this image created of like a law and order system where like everything was disciplined, and so like it has nothing to do with drugs. You know, the Nazis are too scared to take drugs. Basically, it's not, and no one ever combined this. So a friend of mine then in 2010 found old Pervitin packages in an old East Berlin apartment, which was still there from the 40s. And he took them, and he still could feel the methamphetamine effect. And he told me the story. That's kind of how it started.
Whoa. How many years? This was like 70-something years.
Yeah, that's what they used to mean with like quality coming from Germany. You know? Pharmaceutical company Temmler makes Pervitin in the 40s. And some guy finds it in 2010, uses it, and tells me that it was really quite strong actually. And he's a DJ, so he knows his drugs. He could really evaluate it.
Yeah.
He took 3 in a row because he liked them so much. And he said after the 3rd meth pill from Nazi Germany, he really felt like a strong drug effect.
So
that's what got me researching, you know, because that's pretty interesting. I don't know if they're going to ever evaluate it.
He's DJing at like nightclubs all night long. You got to stay awake. So
yeah,
take some Nazi meth.
Well, I mean, he would take probably meth anyway. So, but so he was interested because if people take meth today, they usually snort lines, right? That's the crystal meth that comes from black labs.
They take, I mean, the most sophisticated version of meth now, which everyone takes, is Adderall. Pretty much every kid in college.
Meth? Or is it? Well, meth is strong as sort of amphetamine, and I've heard that Adderall is methamphetamine, but I'm not sure.
What is the difference between Adderall and meth? Adderall and methamphetamine are both stimulant drugs that belong to the amphetamine class, but they have the distinct differences in the chemical structures. Methamphetamine has an additional methyl group, which makes it more potent and able to cross the blood-brain barrier more quickly. Okay.
Meth is like it's like a Porsche, and amphetamines is like a Volkswagen or something. It's like in comparison.
Right. And the Pervitin was like a Lamborghini, like a golden Lamborghini.
Well, I mean, actually, it was like a Volks pill because it was like a pill for everybody. It wasn't like you take one pill and you go like insane. It was like you go one pill and you have like, you know, you can just drive a bit. Your engine is a bit stronger, let's put it that way, but it's still the same kind of. So it enhances your performance, and that's why it became very popular. You know, it wasn't like now we're drinking
Kratom. This whole entire table is loaded with drugs.
Yeah, right.
Legal drugs mostly.
So it was not so unusual actually to take a pill of meth. Because also at the time they didn't have so many substances at their availability as we have now. You know, it was the late 30s. So when Pervitin came onto the market, people liked it. They talked about it. Everyone would use it. Yeah. So.
And not just soldiers, people in the military, like everyday people, business people were using it. It was a kind of like a common thing for folks.
Yeah, also it wasn't so available or popular to go to like a coffee shop. I mean, there were coffee shops, but not as many as today. And I think especially women would often not go to coffee shops because the cafe häuser, they were male dominated, which they still are in some parts of the world. So it's not so. What do you take? You take methamphetamine. I can understand it. I probably would have taken it back then.
Yeah.
Because also it's beneficial in a dictatorship that's all about functionality to function. And methamphetamine is a good. It's a stimulant that makes you,
It makes you. It doesn't make you think, right? It makes you just kind of like I've done Adderall, and I know the feeling. I hate it.
You kind of can't stop, right?
Right. It kind of kills creativity, and it makes you just want to get more things done and like get more shit checked off the checklist.
Yeah, I don't think, for example, amphetamine is a good drug for writing because you do write a lot, but it lowers your ability to self-criticize yourself because you just feel it too good and do it too fast. And that's not what literature is actually about. You have to be very subtle in each step you take forward. So amphetamine, I'm surprised like some writers can write like stuff on amphetamines, like Philip K. Dick is writing on amphetamines.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
But also On the Road was written on amphetamines by Cura, supposedly in 2 weeks without sleep, which is possible because you can actually write a lot of pages quite quickly.
Wasn't Stephen King also doing loads of coke when he was writing some of his books like Cujo?
I'm not familiar with that. I could imagine.
I'm pretty sure he was. I'm pretty sure he was like drinking like crazy and doing
Freud was developing a lot of his theories on coke.
Yes, Freud, my favorite philosopher.
Sherlock Holmes was created probably on coke, so I can enjoy it. I think Holmes himself used coke to solve his cases.
Really?
But I'm also not a Sherlock Holmes specialist.
Yeah, I mean,
Just a hit list.
some of the most prolific, most famous works in history were done by authors who were bombed on drugs. Like just from the last couple of people we mentioned, right? Like did you, when you were writing this, did you try any of these drugs and try to dive deeper into the literature and understand them better?
Actually, I did because I thought I have to make this experience to write about it.
Yeah, I would do the same thing.
So I was a bit, to be honest, a bit afraid to use crystal meth because I had heard, like I was also introduced to this by mostly American anti-drug propaganda, which says if you take crystal meth, like I was a U.S. high school student in the late 80s, so this was, I think Reagan was the president. So it was like, just say no, and if you take crystal meth once, you will automatically be addicted, like forever.
Right.
That was kind of what I had in mind. It's total bullshit.
Yeah.
But so I asked my grass dealer, at the time marijuana was still illegal in Germany. Can you help me find, like, I just want to have like one sample of crystal meth. I was kind of, and still am a fan of Taxi Driver, one of my favorite movies. And Schrader, when he wrote it, he had a gun in his writing desk in the drawer to be kind of closer to the vibration of his story. So I thought it's good to have like a gram of crystal meth like with me.
Yeah.
And but she said no, I don't want to bring it because she was a weed dealer. Weed and crystal meth, they don't go together. They're totally different animals basically. But she said, I know a guy, he has crystal meth. And then she asked him, and then she brought me one gram. And he brought a Xerox copy of the old heavy tea patent that they made on methamphetamine. The Xerox guy gave it with the grams without knowing that I was researching this book. Yeah. It was like some kind of crystal meth dealer that was like a history buff or free or whatever. I wanted to interested in where it comes from. It's kind of funny. I mean, and I took it also to try it.
This is like, what did you expect it to be like? Usually those two are vastly different.
Well, I know the effects of amphetamines, just like legal amphetamines, but also illegal amphetamines. So I was expecting it to have this effect but stronger, and that's exactly what it is. So the effect of itself can be quite interesting or pleasurable. You know, you're not gonna feel bad on crystal meth, you know, while the high lasts. But the problem for me was once the high receded, I actually felt worse than I had felt before I took it, and that's something I don't like. So it didn't really become my drug basically. I thought this coming down effect is a very bad structure for like a drug, like a drug effect basically, which is different with the psychedelic drug. You have the problematic experience at the beginning when the psychedelic drug starts to kick in, but then once you're stable, it's going to be great, and there's no like hangout afterwards.
Yeah,
I think that feels much healthier.
it does. It does. Yeah, it feels almost psychedelics and mushrooms and LSD. They almost feel like godly, getting closer to God in some way, and cocaine and crystal meth and stimulants almost feel like the devil. It's like you're going to hell.
Yeah,
because it borrows it sucks up all your dopamine. So you feel like dog shit. You're done, and you either need more to keep that thing going, stay on the wagon, or you're gonna dive off head first. So what else did you actually get a hold of any of the pervitin? How do you say it? Pervitin?
no, I've never touched it myself. Just my friend, everything he found. It was actually a couple. They were and still are antique dealers, and they found it, and they took it amongst themselves. Like I spoke to the guy and said, like for 1 month we were taking methamphetamine like every day. It was great. So that pill actually from the company Temla, which is Pervitin, it was probably a good product, you know. It did lead obviously to addiction and problems, but it's in terms of performance enhancement, it's a very good product.
Yeah, seems like it worked. I mean, well, no, I mean in the end it didn't really work. But
it works for a specific task while it happens, but it doesn't work in the long run. It works in the short run, but not in the long run. And the war was in this case a long war. The only chance for the Nazis to win this war was everything becomes blitzkrieg. Every campaign is a quick campaign, like the one against the West.
yeah,
Because that's how long the Pervitin works. It works like for 1-2 months. You can stay awake.
Today's guest is a legendary actor,
man, you know, but then
bodybuilder, tastemaker, really in the world of bodybuilding. He was the governor of California. When you think of the American dream,
that is the new idea. You sprint, you don't go slow. Right. Which is kind of shocking. It's a very modern approach. I mean, it's progressive military approach, I would say. But it only works in certain situations.
I just read a report. I forget who just said, I think Travis Kitchen sent me this report. It was about how the Russians in the Ukraine war are using a certain kind of methamphetamine. Russia is giving their soldiers, they're all jacked on meth.
Yep.
I forget the name of it. It's like a newer version. There was a brand name for it.
Right now in the war?
Yes, right now in the world, the Russians are freaking jacked on meth.
Mooks had to talk to him on the fucking web to fucking get that shit. Bell too for guest email. We have Bell. Give you a award because I'm getting Bell. We should make a Bell. Any freaking Mooks had to talk to him on the fucking web to fucking get that shit. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, Brian the Kid Challenge is on set, so I had to send out the bat signal. We got 2017 Guest of the Year. Theo Vaughn up in the house. Gucci Gang, son. Gucci Gang. Even text Gucci Gang. Good to be out here, dude. It's good to be here, man. This is the gayest little microphone. It feels like it's all up in your little, it feels like a the weakest one-armed black kid is trying to give me a hug. It feels like, dude, look at you like this. So, like, whoa. Somebody feed this boy and then bring him back to the hug ring, you know? Because he ain't ready for fucking real two arms. This dude ain't ready. Hug him with one arm. He's not not ready. You didn't want to sit and run count and see. It's a little too close. Yeah, a little awkward too. Yeah. 2 minutes and 40 years. And they slowly start turning. I can tell that when I first came in here, they're a little more straighter. And then over the years, they just keep tearing into each other. Yeah, that's Brian. So y'all fucking just morph into one idiot. Yeah, Brian wants to be close for every reason. So, yeah, I feel like I'm in business class over there. That's what I feel like the whole time. But thanks for hitting me up, and thanks for having me in. Yeah, I guess the year, man. Yeah, deal. That was exciting, dude. That was exciting. I edged out Chris D'Elia barely. Yeah, his fans are not happy. Probably not, dude. Some age. Were they? You know, yeah. They call him Daddy. Oh, they do? Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. That's gonna end in court. What's been going on, man? The show last night. Yeah, I had a show last night. Yeah, thanks to your voters, man. Thanks to your listeners and the people that voted. That's nice. So much appreciated. You killed it. I had fun coming in here. You did the work. Shoot, last night Tommy's right to cancel, man. Just under the weather. I leave for Portland tomorrow. So sad to get there. I was hoping I'd see you. Yeah, y'all's lineup upstairs was really good. So it looked like you look like you're holding water in the face a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Are you? I'm sure. You on creatine? No, maybe just carbs. You on creatine? We used to have a stepdad. He was in the war, right? And he made my sister get on creatine because she was real lazy, dude. He thought it was going to help with, like, laziness. So she was just lazy and fucking on creatine. And she just get all bloated. Yeah. But it didn't help anything? She said, honestly, dude, my sister's pretty wild. She got strong, huh? She said she felt like her body turned into a waterbed. That's what she said. Because she was, I guess, just holding water. That's holding water. And she would sleep more then. Wow, yeah. So we kind of did the opposite. Just that comfort, yeah. You ever been on that creatine? Oh, yeah, when it first came out, dude. It was a big deal. Oh, man, I'd hide that shit in my ass. Kids were doing anything for it. But when it first came out, creatine was a big deal. I remember the grape flavor. It's not cheap. It's like $40, $50 at least to get jacked. I know. Water jack, they call it. Water jack, yeah. That water's full. Oh, yeah, you could cut somebody and fucking and feed your plants, you know? How'd your set last night at the Comedy Store go? It was okay. I think they had some people from Netflix around, so yeah, I think they're supposed to come out, you know, so I think I had a little bit of nerves up top. Just because, so did your agent or manager were like, yo, tonight at the Comedy Store, Netflix come to see you perform? Yeah. Yeah, and they were supposed to come right before the holidays, and they couldn't, so then they came. Allegedly came last night, but yeah, so I was a little bit nervy up top. You know, and I wish I would have been, but then once I settled in, I was real comfortable. Once you hit the stage, you're good, right? Yeah. No, I think right when I hit the stage, I'm a little nervy. I think my nerves come from the fact that I feel like things are so. Like a lot of executives and stuff are so like not liberal, but just so like one way that you can't even joke. You don't offend them. Yeah, it's like I feel like no matter what, they're gonna see it as offensive, even if it's a lot of what I do is satire. So it just spooks me. However, Dave Chappelle's special that helped. Yeah, you know, like Netflix and let that fly. You should be alright. Yeah, that's true. It's a good point. But then I feel like some comedians are grandfathered into that, where it's like if you're at a certain you're already at a certain status, then you can live right there. And you can say whatever you want. I think you're good, man. I think they would need something like you. You know what I'm saying? You would think too, but I think they also want to just, a lot of they just want to keep putting the moves on and just piss everybody in the rest of America off until people start fighting, So you were just like tense. Sometimes I have to be like, I did this thing for like Gold Globes. Oh yeah, on the red carpet. Yeah, I saw your shoes on your Instagram. But I was a little nervous before that. I'm like, why am I nervous, man? This doesn't make sense. I would be. I was nervous for you, bro. I really was. I was like, damn, dude, this guy's gonna fuck it up. I'm never worried about that. It's just, I don't know. I don't know if it's nerves or sometimes I think people get confused with nerves and excitement. Right. Like I was excited to do the show. Yeah. But then, like I've been thinking about because I my big show in Boston, the Wilbur Theater. I was like, God, I want to fuck that. Why would I fuck it up? Right. I've done this show how many times? Yeah. You have new bits in it, but I've done how many? What? And I've never messed up one. Why would you even plant that seed? It makes zero sense. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, maybe I'm planting some of those seeds myself, I just wish that I could figure out why some things I go into and I do not have nerves, and other things I go into and they do show up.
Because you care about it.
Yeah.
If you want it.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's it.
It should be on there for sure.
Maybe it's because I care about it.
That's usually what happens. That's a good thing, though. I'm sure you did good.
It's true. Yeah, I did good, but I just want to do perfect, you know. But yeah, man, that red carpet. What the heck you guys do?
It was like a panel, so we watched the award show, and then we were the after show. So we'd have like celebrities come. It was just a panel, me and like 3 celebrity experts.
Did you say a lot of stuff? Or you guys got to show? Oh wow, that was pretty big. Were you scared stuff before you talk?
I just have to remind myself, like, don't cut. It's live. This is whatever. Don't cut whatever.
Oh yeah.
But then also they threw a wrench in there, like, oh, you know, your prop cuts are really popular. Oh, cool. If you're going to take a lead on prop cuts, okay, let's do that.
And it's in wing things, man. Sometimes they'll sneak a wild fun fetch into that prop cut, dude.
Or it'll go real slow, and you're like, come on, man. So yeah, that's where it messed me up, because like almost too slow.
Oh yeah, sometimes it's
so I'm like, we'll be right back. 3 red carpet.
Sometimes they get a problem from like one of those mental health facilities somewhere. Somebody have a lot of mental people that are in there. They read slow. They get books that are cheaper. And how you save money is the people that are using them are mentally handicapped. And so then you get this, you gotta stay. They only have that one speed.
Just that one slow. I'm thinking the New Orleans Saints, sure, man.
Yeah, man, they're into it, dude. We got a shot this year. Yeah, I think the coach is on pills. I think he's on Percocets, but why is that? Apparently you can coach an NFL team on themselves.
They kind of run themselves as a head coach. Your old coordinator,
yeah, I can't even imagine. Like, I think Belichick is like a real coach, you know?
Yeah, kind of.
And then after that, I feel like it kind of falls off.
He's a strategist, and then you have the offense coordinator, call actual plays. And then with the head coach, once you get that level, also, once you get that level, it's like go 4th and short, you go for it then.
Yeah. Dude, I almost see, I saw some 2 dudes fucking, I saw 2 homeless dudes. One of them could have been a woman making out yesterday, actually. That was on, what is that, Robinson?
Really?
Yeah.
There's 2 homeless dudes making out?
Could have. I think one of them was a woman, but had kind of short hair.
It's tough to tell.
Yeah, I was going pretty fast. You know,
You just kept on keeping on?
I can genderize a homeless person at about 10 miles per hour. Anything over that,
It's up in the air.
it's anybody's ball game. But yeah, they were making out there. So
Well, you gotta come by where I drink, because there's this box over there, there's like this alleyway, and I saw 2 male bums jacking each other up. Yeah, a little morning wood.
oh yeah.
A little morning hand job.
Dude, when I was growing up, I don't know if I told the story here, but they used to have, they had this rest area, where a lot of men would meet and drug-induced homosexuality would occur, I'm not talking straight up natural homosexuality, I'm talking drug-induced.
Meaning,
You're on drugs and then you're gay.
yeah, it's the only game with that drug.
Yeah. So, because that's a side effect of a lot of drugs. They don't put that on the little bags, that you might meet a buddy, and they just have a chat, like, what's up, with a chat, and so this, they had these dudes that would shoot. A lot of men would meet up on this rest area, do drugs, and then coagulate, Yes, do all kinds of things and stuff. And so sometimes we would sit across, because I lived across, where I lived, it backed up to this river where you could see across to the rest area. The rest area is behind the interstate. So it's a river between me and the interstate. And then between the river and the interstate is the rest area. And so one time we go down there, and there's these dudes, man, these 2 big guys that are shooting potatoes across this river with a potato gun. They have binoculars. Anytime like 2 fellas would get a little too consensual, they fucking fire a tot over at them across this river.
Real freaking haters, man. Little cock blockers.
Oh, yeah,
Don't be cock blockers.
Yeah, we didn't know what they were doing. We're like, what are you guys doing? And like, we're firing these tots over at these boys over there on dope. And so we start looking tots to stop this kid. We start looking through the binoculars. And look, man, I mean, anybody should be able to have sex with anybody they want, 100%, dude. I'll fuck your cousin, bro. But what I'm saying is, I'll fuck your cousin blood. I'll go with blindfolded, dude. All in before the deal. All right. So, whatever, bro. Maybe he's gay, I'm not. But what I'm saying is that it doesn't matter, but these guys were intent on stopping these fellas. But if they just hugged or anything, no Todd. But if they started freaking, if one of them started going, if they started, it was really almost vertical issue once they started getting a little too horizontal. Yeah. Yeah.
Can't tie it up.
And they went on lunch break, and we got to take over me and my buddy finding these tots. Dude, we can only shoot them like in the middle of the river though.
Oh, so then you saw it.
But it was fun. It was kind of like a civil war reenactment a little bit. Yeah, had that vibe, you know.
Kind of.
But anyway, I'm just saying that, yeah, that kind of stuff. That kind of stuff goes on, man. You know, what are we talking about?
You have some friends who dare not the gay guys.
They weren't friends of mine, they were locals. Big difference, man. My buddies would not think they would do that. Well, we did do it on lunch break, but that's just.
You didn't hit them. It's just fucking fire.
You must have saw potato guns. We were in the halftime show. Oh, at college. Really? Yeah, we always happy. We should shoot them across like one apartment complex had a bunch and another apartment complex had a bunch, and then we just shoot them at each other all the time. Louisiana State. And University of Arizona actually as well. But people just launch them, you know, they're like rocket launchers. Yeah. Oh, it's fucking vegetable ISIS out there, dude. If you want to show me one, that's dangerous, man. Dude, I saw a dude pull up one time, just stop, hit a knee, fire off 2 fucking tots. Just like, oh, get back in the car, fucking jet. I don't even know where they went.
Dude, they're fucking hard.
Yeah.
Hit by a potato gun?
No.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
It fucks you up.
He's like somebody's gonna get shot at.
I agree. Chin looks like a bad guy. Chin looks like a bad guy from an 80s movie.
Dog, you gotta know where
Right now,
you do.
He's a leather jacket rolled up.
First day I wear a leather jacket too.
I'm not mad at it, man.
Oh, wow. Yeah, hold on. How do you feel in it? Because I feel different in different types of coats. I always feel the same. Yeah, I wear sweats all the time. I always feel the same.
You feel different?
You seem different out there.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, a little cocky though.
Yeah, he does.
A little cocky in it.
Seems like, damn, who the fuck is that?
Yeah,
You know?
I agree.
Even though I know him.
Yeah, he called it a dream.
Yeah. Did I?
Yeah, he called it a dream.
That fucking yellow dream, huh? It's a Korean dream. Korean dream.
Yellow dream.
I've had the ice cream flavor, dude. Korean dream, bro.
I agree.
The Koreans are full of dreams, man. We saw this Asian guy could have been Korean. He was off a building. When he hit the bottom, dreams came out of him, bro.
My dreams are got some blood.
No, I just mean you could just feel the fucking fragments of ideas and how an imagination fly out of his body.
We're talking about being on podcasts, and you said we're talking about Rogan. I said we were on there for 3 hours. So I said I ain't never talked to anyone for 3 hours.
Yeah, man. Well, John and I didn't know we didn't know each other, you know. And
That's the first time you've had a conversation with him.
I think so, yeah. So I didn't know. I brought some oranges over there, and because somebody said he likes, you know, somebody said he likes fruits and vegetables. So I had some, what are those, tangerines or tangelos? I had a sack of tangelos at the house, you
I'm not
know.
mad at that.
And yeah, I brought them over there.
Soft drinks and Tangelo.
Yeah, brought what I had, you know.
Yeah, but we think about it. When's the last time you talked to someone for 3 hours?
Oh, I've never talked to somebody
Unless you're
my whole life.
a 6-year-old girl on the phone, you're not talking to people on the phone for 3 hours.
Not even in court, not even in a relationship.
Never. That's why podcast is so good.
Yeah.
I can see at the comedy store, we wrap a little bit. I mean, 2 hours. This thing, hour and a half, 2 hours.
Oh, we talk until Brian shows up and fucking ruins the conversation. But yeah, that was the first time, and I never talked to anybody for 3 hours in my whole life, dude. I told him that on the show. I was like, I never talked to anybody.
Why would you talk? I mean,
not even if I was married, dude. If I ever, I think they should have like, you know, word limits on spouses. You know,
like a word,
2,000 words a month,
almost like Twitter.
Yeah.
Like 124 sentences in a day.
Yeah, that's it.
That'd be nice.
Judy's got about 4 sentences left.
Better use his life. Better make it count.
It'll be a quiet spring. Hey guys, come over. Barb already used up all her words.
would leave home without it.
So ridiculous. But that would be, I think in the future we'll have stuff like that. I was thinking yesterday about virtual reality, right? And I was thinking, because to me, one of the biggest problems in America is you have people that just live in different universes, right? Like I would never, like a lot of people where I'm from are gun owners, they want guns and they like guns, and here people are like, no way, no guns. Yeah. So, but I get it. Like, yeah, when you have a gun in fucking Beverly Hills, dude, fuck no, bro. It would weigh you down. It would look weird in your pants, right?
Oh, you're talking about concealing a weapon.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, at home it makes sense.
Right, to have a gun at home, yeah, it's a little different because you're protecting your home.
You'll be over your Walker, Texas Ranger with a gun in your pocket, right? It's always weird to me. People carry guns.
People that carry guns, right? Yeah, it makes me nervous. But even just to have a gun or to see guns around in Beverly Hills would be crazy. But then you go to like, you go to New Orleans and then not to have a gun, not that crazy. To have a gun in your truck, have a gun sitting there, have a gun in your mind. South, right? Yeah, the South, the Midwest.
Like Texas too.
Yeah, Texas love. They really like to have guns.
Yeah, like taking their guns.
Dude, they had a guy. I remember like 15 years ago, they tried to install a fucking rifle into his. He lost an arm doing something.
One of the grandson pitching different coats.
He became a bit crazy because Morel was inventing new medicines. Morel had his own pharmaceutical company, so he was inventing stimulants that you take something from the animal and could be a stimulant. So he was using a lot of animal products basically. I don't know if you could technically call that a vegetarian. He didn't eat.
It wasn't in his diet, but he was blasting it. It was banned.
Yeah, so he's even more. I don't know if he realized this. Technically speaking, I think he's not a vegetarian. So I also covered this, by the way, that he's not a vegetarian. But only through my hope, because I didn't think about it.
That's so weird that they were studying his shit and sending off his shit to labs.
If I would shoot a movie on the third right, what Blitz looks, Blitz is on a movie, it's very strange to me. Because it has a lot of good songs. And one of them would be, shit moving through the front lines and moving all across Germany and being examined by the German scientists. Reports are written, which are now in the archive. Yeah. I mean, it was a big part of it. It's a brown movement. Yeah. The rest type of fascination.
That famous video from the Olympics in 36, where he's gyrating back and forth. What was he on in that video? Do you know?
Well, more. I studied more.
They're making like a RoboCop with just
very extensive.
Dude, he lost him. It was crazy. I think somebody threw something. He tried to catch it with something heavy. And he was already on a raft or something, and it just took his arm off. Like some idiot threw him something real heavy, and he grabbed it and caught it, but then it just kept going. And his arm took his arm off, dude. But he caught it.
He caught it. That's the good point.
But
they were gonna turn that into AK-47 or some shit.
Trying to get a rifle.
God damn.
Even apparently got in touch with the rifle. Smith and Wesson, one of these companies, and tried to get him to install the rifle.
That'd be sick. That'd be sick. Dope. He's super dope. How did your last surgery go? Still rocking it?
I remember somebody threw something at me once, but it knocked me out. I don't remember what it was. Damn. And I remember what else happened, dude. Fell into something that was made out of cement one time, a headstone. We're jumping on different headstones in the graveyard when I was young. Fucking took one to the dome, dude. Yeah, took a 70-year-old right to the dome, boy. And what else happened? But I don't know. But I felt like the devil was trying to choke me out at night because it would get less and worse.
Nothing worse.
So
you say you did or didn't have surgery?
So I went in, and they put you under. I thought you were just going to stop in.
No, you can't just stop in and fix a nose.
And I'm like,
yeah, you need those too.
Yeah, and they went in, dude. They went in there.
Definitely sped it up.
That man got in there, and I was asleep. Which I think's a little fucked up. I'd rather be awake and see who is in there.
You don't want to be awake for that shit.
Maybe we
I want to be, know these people.
It's true. You don't know, get inside your body while you're asleep, dude. It's illegal. It's assault. Yeah. So what I was worried about was, just what would happen. And I went in there. He said it was a mess. They get in there and they shave down parts that are way up in here in the top. You don't see anything. You couldn't notice it. But he said there was a lot of scar tissue in here that they could cut and just stuff like that. But how long ago was that? Dude, I blew a fucking bat ring out of one of my noses one morning, dude. It was a booger that honestly weighed. After the surgery? A gold miner would have fucking turned it in for cash, bro. This thing was huge, gelatinous. Yes. It looked like an embryo for something. After the surgery, you're saying? Yeah. Dude, I had nose surgery and they had to put brackets in my nose. Really? Then they had to use stitches to keep the bracket. My nose all over sorts of places. From a that was the worst. The worst.
Sriracha.
Painkillers, get addiction. Painkillers after the nose surgery. But then they went in. I had these brackets in my nose for weeks and weeks and weeks. And they're like, "Yeah, come here, we gotta take them out." And I was so. They just snip the stitches and pull it, and this thing this big comes out of it. And
Sriracha,
it so
yeah.
glorious. Oh, it felt nice. Yeah.
It's like a spicy pepper from Asia. I don't know if it's from Asia, but it's in a lot of Asian food.
That was damn near close to. It's gonna make you feel a little yeah, it makes you feel,
There you go.
Men might be trying to get to know you. Yeah. What else, man? She just got back from Europe.
Why don't you go live on TikTok?
Amsterdam. I said, you saw the girls there? She almost got her phone taken. The girls. Oh, really? You just can't do that.
Not right now.
My friend took my phone to take a photo of me, in front of the girls. This girl came out,
Correct, because if you are streaming on there on a mobile device, after 1 hour of streaming, you have to do a CAPTCHA. And it's too much work for me to do CAPTCHAs every hour.
Sign or something. I'm not from there. Also, you're a girl. If you were a hooker, do you think you want? Well, maybe it's part of the culture. People love it. I guess that's a way to look at it. And we went to the sex show, and it was the main stars were out. I guess.
I don't know if it's true, but I heard they changed it that anybody can do it now.
And his female cousin in there, this is something your country would hate. But here's what I'm saying is that it was like a lazy Susan, right? And so you get in a little room, they're all around this lazy Susan, and your little room has a window that faces. What's a lazy Susan? A lazy Susan's like a thing that spins around that your grandmother had, you open her drawer. Okay, you go in it. So there's windows all around this lazy Susan. Yeah, there's windows all around this lazy Susan, and you go in and you get your little booth, and you go stand in there and watch through your window to see the lazy Susans. You can see a few other people kind of vaguely who are in their window. You can't see them doing see them, but you can guess that they're probably. And then a little bit in your head, you have an imagination. Yeah, and then what was going on? So I was in there. Oh, it's too. Guy could barely even fuck, dude. It was like he had just won a fuck. He never thought he would win, Just fucking somebody.
Press the plus button.
He wasn't supposed to be fucking, It's like the first couple times, you ever pierce yourself, you don't put it all the way to the first time. You just kind of. That was it. Figure it out on the fly. Oh, yeah. Just working freelance. Man. Girl was not hot, bro. And then I didn't. You have to
Slide left to right or right to left.
Finishes? No, please. Please no, dude. I thought those were the rules, son.
Okay, just one moment. Okay, here's how you do it. On iOS, you go and open your app, and then you press the plus button. You're right. You're right. The person who told me that you didn't need 1,000 people, it must have been wrong, because usually you can just do it from there.
So every French soldier in Germany orders of red wine. Soldier was using 20 milligrams of methamphetamine.
So they're wearing circles now, these French guys. Frenchies are in their tanks.
I mean, just imagine
Grinding their
situation in the tank.
You just have to stay in there until there's a certain amount of time. I think it's 3 before your door open up. So then you're like locked into watching these people fuck, dude. And it's almost, you got heroin, man. You don't watch the game. Was your girl feeling it? I think she was, dude, but she and I had a tough go out there in Europe, man. Just like traveling around, and we had a lot of money, so we were doing it. This was a while ago. Yeah, this is probably about 9 years ago.
The way. And these tank divisions also receive most of the methamphetamine because they have being that fast, it would cut off the British and French war.
I think so. I mean, I think it has something to do with them feeling probably some insecurities, you know. You think it's a cop out? No, because I want to fuck, but I want to do it like twice a week. You know, not every day. Fuck no, dude. I'm not fucking some idiot every day. No, see, but here's the problem. You're talking about the same idiot. What if you had 7 different beautiful? No. The most I would do is fuck 2 hot chicks, or 7 and up, or 8 and up probably now. 8 now? Yeah, because I'm older. I'm not doing that 7 shit anymore. I'm an adult. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, and I mean 7 as in on a scale of 1 to 10. I'm not talking somebody that's 7. I already told you guys about that shit. Yeah, you don't get down with that. Like Terry Crews, nobody should. No, we frown upon that. Terry Crews came out and said he had an addiction to porn. Did he? Yeah. So he's jacking off nonstop. Oh my God, really? Oh, that case of stick. Damn. Cheesing it up, bro. I don't know. Yeah. Sweet old, you don't want the mic like this? Yeah, you do. It's like some bucket, like some black dude that's in a, fucking, he got one arm. Chill out. It's a safe like name, I think. Yeah. Cool. Burn. Burn. How do you say burn? Yeah, like we had a brother in town. Coincidence? That name there, there are 2 kids, the washer and the dryer. That's real. That's real. Well, one of my favorites was, this lady in my town named her kid No Dante. She goes, because I knew he was going to be bad, I was just going to call him Dante. But I knew he was going to be bad, so I called him No Dante. So when I say his name, he already knows. You're not supposed to be doing it. You know what's up. That's so great. Really? No Danny. I would name all my kids that. No Susie. Everything. Back to Terry Crews and the sexual addiction. Is it sexual addiction, or is it the reason it's addiction is because they have so many options because they're celebrities? You know what I'm saying? Well, I think it's easy to judge, but I think when you have that many options, I don't know if it's an addiction. It's a good question. I don't know. What do you guys? It might be a lack of discipline. I don't think it's addiction. You don't think that?
Well, that's
Maybe some small percentage of people have an addiction, but I don't think it's the most people.
Yeah,
I think it could be addiction because it releases like a certain like
Dopamine?
Yeah, so you crave that, and so you think of sex, you see the body, and you constantly want that with the dopamine.
Anti-drug government. And when they took power, some of the first people they threw to concentration camps, and already in 1933, drug using. That's why I want to all about purity and cleanliness. So that was also the image. That was a big part of the image. So.
I was asking you about like how they looked at like the classical Greek symbols.
They could.
Or did they read any of that stuff? Did they translate any of it? Were they taking any ideas from classical civilizations or any other ancient civilizations that you know about that you discovered?
Somebody that's 7 already told you guys about that shit. Yeah, you don't get down with that. Like Terry Crews. Nobody should. No, we frown upon that here at the Fire Institute. Terry Crews came out and said he had an addiction to porn. And said, did he? Yeah. So he's jacking off nonstop. Oh my God, really? Oh, that queso stick. Damn, boy. Cheesing it up. Cheesing it up, bro. Dude, I can't imagine. When I hear that, I'm like, God, I don't know. Because if I was black, I'd jerk off all the time. But he had that sweet dick. That sweet old. Because I'm talking about the mic. You do. It's like somebody. Like some black dude that's was in a fucking, lumberjack accent. He got one arm. From the fucking show. Yeah. Chill out, Bernard. Bernard is a safe black name, I think. Bernie, and then it's kind of cool. Burns. If you like say, yeah, Burns is good. Yeah, it's a good option. Yeah, I like. We had a brother named Coincidence in our town. Yeah, every story best brother name I've ever heard. Coincidence? You ever seen the mom that named her 2 kids LaWasha and LaDryer? That's awesome. That's real. Well, one of my favorites was town named her kid No Dante. She goes, because I knew he was going to be bad, I was just going to call him Dante. But I knew he was going to be bad, so I called him No Dante. So when I say his name, he already knows you're not supposed to be doing it. No. Great. Really. I would. No Susie. Everything. Back to Terry Crews and the sexual addiction. Is it sexual addiction or is it the reason it's addiction is because they have so many options because they're celebrities? You know what I'm saying? Well, I think it's easy to judge, but I think when you have that many options, I don't know if it's an addiction. It's a good question. I don't know. What do you guys think? It might be a lack of discipline. I don't think it's addiction. You don't think that? Maybe some small percentage of people have an addiction, but I don't think it's most people.
I think it could be addiction because it releases like a certain like dopamine. Yeah, so you crave that, and so you think of sex, you see the body, and you constantly want that with the dopamine. So if you correlate it, it's kind of like coffee. Even if you are quitting coffee, you still like the smell of it because it feel like you're like almost drinking it again, like with any addiction.
Oh, I tried to quit coffee, yeah. Or even quitting cigarettes, dude. I'll fuck it. You still smoke too? Oh yeah, I still smoke sometimes. I'm doing good, but I'm not doing great. Probably smoke 2 cigarettes a day. I've been off coffee for. Have you really?
And I know they
forced to. Because I drink so much coffee, my body came back acidic. I keep throwing up. Damn, what is the dark arts when you go in that deep and your body turns acidic? Yeah. Next thing you know, you end up being a fucking one of those Marvel comics, dude. That'd be sick. It was so bad though, man. I just throw up nonstop. Like I haven't been right since. I know. Man, I don't worry about that kind of stuff. I wish sexual addiction was for me, a little bit. But then with drugs and alcohol, you can just buy it and do it. Sex addiction, you gotta be driving around, fucking, creating more semen in your body. There's Tinder though, right? Or you could hire a professional to come to your crib. Yeah, but then look at the money you get too. That's true, huh? Yeah. Postmates. Yeah, dick man. I'm not calling it dick man. Why not, bro? Brings his dick over? Well, I already got my own dick. It depends what you're into, bro. Yeah. No, out into that.
Well, it's dick mate because they're trying to please that dick. You know, it's like dick mate.
Would you fuck a dude that had a beautiful butthole, right? But smallest dick you could barely even see?
Transsexual?
Yeah. Nice hair too.
Dude, some of those transsexuals that get you.
Nice hair and wings tattooed on his back.
Like a stripper?
Like whoever you want.
Man, it's a tough one. Probably pass.
Yeah. You? I don't think I would, man. You know, because I'm still trying to get to heaven. What would you get into, Jen? Chun? Was it Chun? Chin, right? Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that. What did I give it to? I didn't think it was Chun. Like, what are you into sexual? Because you guys get into the dark arts. You guys are into some wild stuff over there.
I'm probably the worst example because
You're pretty passive?
yeah, I don't. It'd be hard to get Jim to go on a date. I'm just not craving it.
Really
complex.
A trans and some chicken wings ain't his thing.
Mine is so super vanilla.
After talking about murdering, hiding bodies, and splitting some cheesecake, he's mad.
Like, what's a wild night tea? Like making a puzzle somewhere in a van? Like, what's really? Like, I'm trying to get a vibe, though, you know?
Good luck, because he's been trying to. We don't have a vibe. We have no idea what he does. Now he has this leather jacket on. He's like a fucking Korean Dexter. I don't know what the fuck's happening.
Yeah, Dan, you're like a fucking math bouncer, you know? You go around with those fucking.
Well, I mean, yeah.
I'm joking, man. That's pretty severe too.
We have no idea what Chin does on the weekends. Chin, what would be a perfect date for you? We got this. Our show's sponsored by eHarmony, for God's sake.
Dude, that would be great to have your listeners describe, like, in 30 seconds what they think Chin's weekend is like. It'd be so fucking funny to hear.
Hilarious. We're gonna get about it.
Because it is really vague, man. You're kind of like that Mona Lisa, dude.
Oh, hey, when
You're like that
we'll
lady
ask
from
him every
Mona
show.
Lisa.
We'll ask him every show. Like, Chin, what'd you do this weekend? I'm like,
Stuff.
So I think that's
all right, cool, man. What'd you do?
At the same time, I think
All right, what'd you? Cheesecake.
All right, well. It's like, that's wild, man. I'm trying to think who I grew up with this boy who
so
had
maybe
this
usually
boy,
maybe some
kid in our town. I'll tell you this, because I lived pretty much in the deaf belt, dude, growing up.
The deaf belt?
They had a lot of deaf by us because they had a couple of hearing impaired schools by us. And so you get a lot of extra deaf in the area, you know? And it's wild when you have a lot of deaf people around because you don't know if somebody's fucked up or if they're deaf. You know, so you're driving by or if they're being rude, you know? So you have to be careful. I remember one time they had a deaf kid that moved in right 2 doors down from us, handsome kid too. Like he could have been Italian, could have been kind of Creole.
Yeah.
But some kids beat him up. They thought he was doing bad magic, you know? He was doing all this stuff with his hands, but
People looked at that.
yeah, because he wasn't
They
making
have
it.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was doing all of this,
Especially
you
in the
know?
world, you gotta be careful of that bad magic shit.
Yeah, because he kept doing all those hand signals, you know? Like no quarters, no doves. They thought he was doing bad magic. And they fucking beat his ass, man.
That's, man.
So that's the kind of stuff that I don't like in the world, man, where people are not trying to be a little more patient with you. Well, yeah, that's people offer shit that everybody else is
What'd
doing.
you say?
You know, it's like Hollywood for the elections and everything. And I'm not a big fan of politics, you know.
Hold on a second.
For like 7 years, we complained about the city, and they never came and got them.
Yeah, but like possums in Germany.
What'd you say? In what? Oh, okay. Is that good? What do you eat? There you go.
And stuff.
Oh, no, big
I like
rings
an
than
ice
that.
possum.
No, this is bigger.
Like what?
I don't know.
Armadillo?
Big, man. A couple times it was something big, dude. It should have been 7 years, dude.
Watch your show.
Literally, at one point, we just had a big stack of bones down at one of our dead.
God damn.
It could have been he was working at the
Watch your
vet,
show.
working with the hospital, throwing stuff out of the dick.
Either way, it ain't right.
It is. And we were called sick. So then you got kids out there throwing fucking bones at each other and just stuff fucked up. You know? like that. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Never give a fuck, dude. There's dead.
Okay, no.
You know, and y'all don't give a fuck. It'll be like, all these politicians are creeps and pedophiles, and then it turns out Hollywood's all creeps and pedophiles. So it's like, this shit's going on. Like, if we can just all try to get a little bit more realistic and honest about what we're doing and accept people have flaws. Yeah. What the fuck, dude? You think people are perfect? No. You know who's perfect? Who is it? Oprah. Yeah, like I said. I don't know, dude. Where's Stedman at? It's fascinating. Next door, shut the fuck up. Was he there? Oh, yeah, he was there. Stedman, a lot of men don't like that. That docile man kept in the distance. Afraid to say stuff, probably. No, it's wrong. Yeah, it was his word limit was up years ago. He ran out years ago. Yeah. His 144 characters ran out a while ago. Do you think politicians, it's all just going to be Hollywood, it's going to be politics now? It's just going to be, because Hollywood to me is more powerful than politics. They can persuade them. Yeah, for sure. I think Hollywood's just a small sample size of what's going on around the nation. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like with the sexual assault, that happens whether you work at Kinko's, whether you work at Starbucks. It's just not Hollywood. And then Seth Meyers, it's fun in some places a little bit of sexual assault. Depends. If it's not, nobody's getting hurt, and it's just kind of fancy. Yeah, all right. It's not crazy. It's not really assault. Maybe sexual. Let me look at a different word. Yeah, maybe, man. Yeah, but Seth Meyers had a good point. Like, we see it where these high-end directors are doing it, or these big heads or executives of networks are doing it. But you gotta remember, on set, there's makeup artists, there's freaking, the grip guys, the cameraman, the boom mic guy. Like, there's a whole staff. They all deal with it too. Like, it's not just these big-time people. Like, it's an ecosystem, and those people you're seeing, that's just a sample, small sample. Yeah, they get crucified for it, rightfully so. It's brand new and it's fresh. I mean, but how do you even like anybody anymore than out here? You have to drive to Riverside to fuck? I won't even jerk off locally. That's where it gets for me. I'm going to the valley of busting out. Oh, dude, yeah, I'm not jerking off in this county. I don't want you arrested either. Fuck, no. I come a little, lands on somebody I don't know. Screwed. Next thing you know, I'm in jail. I think it's a phase. Things do need to change. It's a phase right now. The 20 years are on, white males. It's a phase. White males get pigeoned over too much, dude. Like, to me anyway, it's like we did everything, like I didn't do anything bad, I don't think, Actually, I think if there's been any minority, the Russell Simmons. Russell Simmons. That's my Thai guy was the head of a corporation that got busted. They say he was just busting nuts on everybody. Yeah. Oh yeah. I read his article. Downward dog and just put his dick in the butt. Really? Wow. I made that up. He was doing aggressive shit. My thing is, I'm trying to stay off that internet. I'm trying to stay off that pornography. Are you? Oh man. Why? Because it's influencing. Violent. It can't be if you're Googling the wrong shit. Yeah. You know what bothers me is when I go to porn and it says videos you might like, I'm like, I would not like that. Why are there so many dudes in this thing? Why does that chick have a dick? I did not ask for this. Yeah. Like, what algorithm does YouPorn have where it's like, you might like this, and it's some old granny getting fucked up? Like, in what world do I like this, man? Have you ever had that happen? It'll fuck up your boner, Theo. Oh, yeah, my boner's fucked. It'll fuck the whole vibe up. You get a little downtime yourself. You're in the dark. Videos you might like. I could do something new. Boom, granny. I did not ask for this. Or it's a chick with a dick. Definitely didn't ask for that. I like the old Greek ones. They have like those old kind of Olympic style ones where somebody throws a javelin as a dick on the front, and like some lady will catch it in her pussy for like I haven't seen that 60 yards. I have not seen this one. Yeah, it's very fucking Des Bryant over. It's pretty crazy out there. You ever watch one feel bad for him? I'll tell you exactly what this just happened to me, man. So I battle against trying to jerk off because I'm tired of it. You know what I'm saying? It's getting old. Isn't it? It gets old. And it gets. I like going to the gym, but every goddamn day it gets old. Yeah. Yeah, I used to go to the gym. I quit this year, dude. It's one of the neatest things I've ever done in my life.
Feel good about it?
I used to be an addict, dude. Hiding fucking just putting a little bit of fucking protein powder up my ass. Dude, I was on the suppository. I was on all that.
Damn, trying to jack.
Oh, I'd sprinkle protein in a fucking bandana and tie it around my forehead when I was sweaty.
That's that rock.
I was trying to get it in the fucking straight to the brain. I'm mad at that. I'm saying. Damn, son. All right. Bro, dude. I'll stuff my fucking nose with amino acids and go to sleep. You know what I'm saying, dude?
Word, man. So what happened with your porno? Or you don't want to jack up anymore?
Yeah, I don't want to do it because here's what I started to notice for myself was it got to the point where when I would get off, I didn't even feel joy I didn't feel sexual joy. I felt like I had just filled, like I was just doing something that was a habit.
Yeah.
Does that make any sense?
Almost like brushing your teeth.
Yes. It was like, I'm just doing it. Yes. I'm just doing it because, I just did that habit.
I'll do the same thing with Doritos. Like, why am I eating these? I'm just doing it. You know what I'm saying? Or no, wow, boy, yeah. So I'll eat a bag of Doritos. You'll jack off. But either way, when we both get done, I'm just bored. I don't need to bust nuts right now. I don't need this nacho cheese tortilla in my mouth. You know what I'm saying, dude?
This is where somebody takes a post, Travis, and I have like semen dripping off my hands, and you have nacho cheese.
Yeah, but sometimes I'll eat and drink and I'm bored. And then I'll watch that my 600-pound life. You guys ever seen that shit? You don't watch a lot of TV. Have you seen my 600-pound life?
No, I haven't seen it.
You guys seen it? It's pretty self-explanatory, but people are over 600 pounds and it's their life. And they gotta get their shit together. And some people on there are like 900 pounds, 800 pounds. They're fucking huge.
That's crazy.
But then they'll show their order, and you would think, I see them, they're gonna die any second. And I get hungry from it.
Really?
Yeah, I want what they're having.
Damn.
Yeah, they get pizzas, then they like dip it in the icing. They get Cheetos, they down Coke.
Wow.
And I watch, I'm like, I'm hungry as a motherfucker right now. It's 8 o'clock. I had dinner.
Wow.
But I'm gonna eat.
And are you able to fight off them urges, them late night urges and desires?
If I have something coming up, yeah, like I'm busy now, like I have to be on TV, I have to do comedy, I'll beat it. But I don't have shit going on, I'll Postmates that shit.
Damn. So you do a lot of Postmates, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I feel like they judge me. Like the other day, I got 3 tubs of ice cream when I was sick in my house. He goes, here's your 3 gallons of ice cream, man. Yeah, I was like, you know what, fuck you, bro.
Don't say it so
How about
loud.
that, man? Well, fuck you. I would just give me the bag, who cares what's in it? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man.
Dude, when I was growing up, they had this dude, you could go watch him, not really jerk off, but you could watch him kind of feel himself in his video store. And he was older gentleman. He was older than us, we were children, everybody was. But he was, they had like these wild western doors at this place called Pat's Video. They sold shrimp too, right? So the place was kind of
videos?
Yeah, dude,
Sure sounds like a dream.
Oh, I agree.
You get fucking blood sport and
That's exactly what we got.
You're right, you would,
There
bro.
was only a couple of movies out there. It was all Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Do they have Cyborg?
I don't know what they had. Oh wait, I don't remember what that was.
All right.
That was a little bit before.
Double Impact?
Yeah, they had Double Impact. They had American Ninja Warrior. I mean, they only had like 6 movies. Then outside of that, they had Shrimp. But then in the back, they had these 2 wild western doors.
21 and up?
Oh yeah. And we'd sneak over there sometimes, and they always have this dude in there, Mr. Ernest, who lived in our town, right? And he later on, we learned that he was a mentally handicapped. But he was, yeah. I mean, I don't think he wasn't like dick handicapped. He was just mentally.
Yeah, but wanted to bust nuts and work in the video store.
Yeah, he wasn't working there though. He was.
Oh, he just hung out back there?
He was working for himself.
Oh, this got weird.
Yeah.
Oh, so he just hang out in the 21 and up video.
Yeah, he was saying legally he could be in there. So to him, it was like, oh, I can be in
It
here.
was his Starbucks.
Yeah, it was his Starbucks. But he had a bicycle that had a baby seat on the back, you know, because somebody giving him a woman's bicycle. And back in the day, now you pull your kid in this little carriage and all this shit. He's in a fucking safety cage with these roll bars.
Hell yeah.
Dude, when I was young, he was buckled in with one fucking buckle, maybe in a plastic seat with no fucking sides. No helmet. This is before helmets, dude. Or if you got hit by something, your dad was in a fucking wheelchair forever, you know? Back in the fucking when shit was legitimate. Not these pussy ass dads with a fucking bike helmet on. I would much rather have a dad that's mentally handicapped from an accident locally than and a dad and fucking, and then never see my father in a fucking bike helmet. And you can tell your dad's ass is.
Come get it, Dad.
Oh, there's
My
nothing.
dad put pegs on his bike, and me and my brother would stand on that.
That's
What's up, John?
That's way dangerous.
Put those pegs on. Hell yeah, it's dangerous.
Dude, this girl Chrissy Hunt, my neighborhood, lost her second toe to those fucking standing on that barefoot. That was her issue, and that second toe. And I don't know how you get the second toe. You do something the other ones aren't doing. But
The second toe's longer.
Yeah, oh, that's what it is.
The second toe, if it's kind of like your middle finger. It's always longer than the other one.
That reach.
Yeah, bro. So that second toe, the raptor claw, I can see how she got caught in that spoke there. Is that what happened?
It is.
It ripped it off?
Ripped it off, dude. It was out and about. It pulled it enough anywhere. I guess they couldn't fix it, you know?
At least it's just that, well, that's a bad one to lose. If you want to lose any, you want to lose your pinky.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so.
You can lose on your toe. It's not that big of a deal. It helps with balance. I one time was playing kickball. I was snowboarding. I think I was in 9th grade, 9th or 10th grade. And I was snowboarding. My friend dared me to jump off the lift, like snowboard, like we're fucking triple X. I was like, yeah,
While it was up in the air.
yeah,
Wow.
no doubt. I'll hit that ramp and I'll fucking zoom off. He's like, do it. Well, hell yeah, Vin Diesel said, well, it doesn't work like that in real life. I go off and I just plant into the goddamn ice, and then just like forward up, face first, broke my collarbone. So then I come down the lift in a fucking thing like this, pull me down, and then I get to school later that week. I'm in a sling, and we're playing kickball with Mr. Bubbles. Mr. Bubbles, our gym coach, Mr. Bubbles. Great guy, always in sweats, always had a fat dick on him. Anyways,
Oh, yeah.
so we're in the wrestling room playing kickball, and I can't throw. It's my right hand, so left hand I kind of suck. So I'm just back there dodging like a motherfucker. So everyone's out except for me, and there's balls there, and there's like 3 kids left, and the balls keep coming to me. Now all the balls are my side, but I haven't thrown them. I can't throw. So then the teacher goes like the French, kick it, just kick it, Brendan. I'm like, that's a brilliant fucking idea. I go to kick it, and I'm like, I'm gonna kick the fuck out of this ball. And my big toe, we're barefoot just in the restaurant. I kick as hard as I fucking can, like I'm kicking a game with a field goal. And my big toe hits the mat first, like this, and goes, oh, bro.
Blew up?
Oh, no. Glass goes, oh, I'm down on the ground. Some kid still hit me with the ball. Fuck you, Travis. That was his name, Travis.
It's always
Fuck you,
Travis.
Travis Cook. Anyways, broke my big toe. Go to the doctor. There's not much they can do for it.
Wow.
Like, you just gotta wear some fucking Tevas, put a splint on it, and there's nothing you can do. They put brackets around it. That's a bummer.
Yeah.
More of the story, if you're gonna lose one, you want the pinky toe. That's how I got started on it.
Because you could still meander pretty well on it.
Wasn't great. I was out for a little bit. Shoulder, foot, bad luck.
Yeah, I don't think anything ever wild happened to me, man.
You ready?
They had a dude in our neighborhood that didn't have any arms and always tried to fucking fight people.
My headbutt?
Huh?
You headbutt? Or you kick? Hold up. Because you kick like an ostrich.
Oh, he can fucking kick crazy, dude.
Figures, yeah.
Yeah, and then this other kid in our town, a deaf kid, this fucking deaf kid with a fucking overbite, bro. And that dude would he'd fucking suck the blood out of your neck if he got close enough to you.
Yeah, you gotta be careful though.
But this dude, Clint was his name, like Clint, but with an N in it. This dude had no arms, dude. And he could fucking literally get you on the ground and choke you out with his fucking shoulder.
He would just apply that pressure.
Crazy, bro. I mean, he would just be on 2 legs with that shoulder pointed right at your fucking esophagus.
Get you. Do you ever have any kids with
It was violent around
or
us.
mentally
He had
handicapped?
a driver's license. That was the crazy part. I just remember that.
What, he tried with his eyes?
I don't know what the fuck he was doing, but he had a legal driver's license.
How the fuck did that happen?
No arms, 1 driver's license. Not fair.
Probably wouldn't remember now.
I doubt it. He's probably in prison, dude. I remember
he's tried it a few times in microdose.
he did some bad stuff.
Doesn't feel it.
You can't feel like the
Yeah, you remember that about it. I was gonna say, you ever had any? And I'm not making fun at all or anything like this. We had a kid in Down syndrome
It does something to the brain, right?
in my neighborhood.
Yeah.
Dude, and when I was like 12, he was like 12. He was so strong.
Yeah,
he was so strong. And anytime, even in middle school, elementary school, I felt like they were stronger than the normal kids. I don't know if that's a generalization, but they were really, really strong.
Yeah.
I feel like they mature. Obviously, mentally they're not as mature, but I feel like physically, the people with Down syndrome, and maybe I'm just off, but they were stronger than the rest of them.
Because they get all their
You
strength
catch
at
that
once.
ball and had dad strength. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, definitely, dude. They could coach a team, dude, if they could get the words out, you know, at the age of 6, you know, because they get all their genetics at once. So they get the whole onslaught of genetics at once, and their body's just trying to hold in all this madness.
Yeah,
You know?
I felt like they're like Wolverine, and we're just peasants, man.
Yeah. We had a boy, and this kid, I grew up with him, actually. We used to go drink at the Ramada in our town. And he,
The Ramada
this was in Louisiana, coming to Louisiana. And I've even talked about this on my show. This boy, Derry was his name.
Derry?
Yeah. And he used to put people in that hard scarf. He called it the fucking hard scarf, dude. He had this fucking headlock, bro. And you had to have somebody help you get out of it. You always had to get 2 black kids to help you get
Is
out
that
of it.
good?
Oh, bro, when he put you in that fucking headlock, that hard scarf, boy, it was over, dude. Yeah, I mean, he would kill you. If you didn't get a couple of brothers to come over and help you out of it, he'd fucking kill you.
You ever had a man choke you out with his tits?
But I had that boy Clint choke me out a couple times with his fucking shoulder, and I guess, I don't know if that's a rib or whatever it is, a high rib.
I had a grown man named Ron Waterman choke me out with his tits.
Oh, damn, boy.
Giant man, bring a picture of Ron Waterman for me. Check out the tits.
Let's get Ron Waterman on the,
His name, you know what his fight name was? Mr. H2O. Waterman, his last name was Waterman. So Mr. H2O.
oh, wow.
Check out the tits.
Handsome, too.
He choked me out with his tits, almost broke my nose.
And he's homosexual or no?
No, not at all.
Yeah, I didn't say that wrong.
He's a tough fighter. He's a fucking rough fighter.
Well, there's a couple pictures where he's wearing jeans and a mustache and that.
Yeah, I agree. That's a little shady.
Well, those are gateway signs of homosexuality where I'm from.
I'll give you that. Me too.
But yeah, I would not. You fought him?
No, he's my, especially when I first started, he's one of my main training partners. I was young, man. And we started on the ground, and he took my, it's not even jiu-jitsu, it's just a fucking homosexual move.
Yeah.
He took my head, and had those big packs, those tan packs that were all greased up and sweaty, and just went, yeesh. I almost broke my fucking nose. I started to, go out, and I tapped, I was so embarrassed. Because my friends were all laughing.
Oh, definitely.
He was a monster, one of the strongest guys I've ever felt.
Oh, he looked like he never stopped breastfeeding.
I titty fucked him with my nose.
Oh, damn.
It was so embarrassing. I thought maybe this sport ain't for me after that,
Dude, I would just be so afraid if I could never fight like you guys did, man. I'd just be so afraid I would just honestly defecate on myself, or that I would just immediately break my neck. I got a really lean esophagus too, and I would get choked out. I'm just scared of it, man.
I wonder what Ron's doing.
Do you get more scared if you're fighting a black guy or a white guy, do you feel like?
Nah, I don't care. I don't discriminate.
No, it's not discrimination, but just is there a different, so it's not a choice you're making, but it's like a different fear that comes up.
No, I think because I grew up competing against black, my neighbors predominantly blacks, that's what I'm used to.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If you're fighting a Russian or Croatian, you have your hands full. They're not going to quit.
Russians aren't even.
There's certain guys you can fight white and black, or not Russians aren't white, but you know what I'm saying, like an American white guy, like an American black guy, you're fighting them. Maybe you might see a little quit in them when the going gets rough. You fighting a Russian though, or like an African.
Yeah, they don't quit. Yeah, Russian. I mean, I can't even. Those kids are fucking over there playing with stone dolls, dude. Somebody told me that they had a doll. Yeah, children playing with stone dolls. The doll made out of fucking quickcrete or something. Like those kids are. There's no water. It's fucking crazy, man.
Should we go some current events, Jen?
Sure. He's 52. Is that right? Yeah. Ron Waterman. Wow.
When's the last time he fought? I know he retired a while ago. Did they say that?
I'd let Ron Waterman adopt me. Works with 2008.
Rico Rodriguez. Lost to Dave Herman. Lost to Hodge Gracie. He lost to Mirko Krokop. Krokop son to kick him in the face.
Oh, there's fights right there?
Yeah,
that just happened.
No, those are old. He beat Kevin Redmond.
That was my boy. What about, who's that guy? Fucking
I was able to understand much more.
Really, what you are, bro? I'm trying to think of his name, dude. John Joyner, is that a fighter?
John Jones.
John Jones.
You know what? It sounds like we might be seeing him sooner than we thought.
That's what I'm talking
They're
about.
saying he might have accidentally took the stuff he did, so he might just get a year suspension.
How do you accidentally take? Is it something you accidentally take?
Snorting cocaine, and some shit was laced in there.
Oh, damn. You're already on cocaine, boy.
Cocaine, though.
Hey, look, man.
Hell of a drug.
Yeah, but look, man. I didn't know that other shit was in that cocaine.
Yeah, so they think
That's argument.
the cocaine was laced with some sort of shit, some upper trauma ball or some shit. Diana ball.
Dude, I remember one time we snuck back some fucking Winstraw or something because they only used to have 3 steroids, you know?
What, like Deca, Winstraw, what's the other?
Test 200.
Test 5,000.
Yeah, Test 5,000. Yeah, something like that. Dude, one of my buddies is skull griffin, and that was it. Not even joking. Boy in our town named Gene.
Gene looked like Bobby Big Wheels.
Dude, he came back to school the next year. He had fucking probably 4 extra pounds of skull and sternum on him.
That's it. Nothing else grew.
But we stole a bunch from Cancun one time, and a shampoo bottle brought it back. Right? Fucking still dispersed it. And everybody used it, dude.
The Winstraw.
Oh, bro, you'd be doing chest press and fucking 2 bubbles would just pop out of your fucking chest. I was suspect, man. But it was fun, man. My buddy and I used to do it, man. It was.
I just wanted to be jacked.
Yeah, just when I was so skinny, man. I just felt so.
You want to feel powerful.
I wanted to feel some type of power.
Did it work?
Yeah. Made me feel good. I remember walking through class one time.
Is there any like throwback Thursday pics of you or anything?
Oh, I could probably find some, man. I'll find some.
Send it to me.
Yeah, I will. I'll find some. I'll put some up good.
Were you jacked?
Oh, dude, I was fucking jacked, bro. And I had the fucking best body odor, too. Kind of shit that would bring bitches over, you know?
Really?
Yeah, nothing too hardy, but almost kind of like a fucking, just like a homie kind of soup, bro.
Oh, like a Brad Pitt from Fight Club vibe?
I feel like it was a little more French coming out of me.
Oh, I feel you.
Something a little more like,
A little more ethnic.
yeah, maybe a little more ethnic. Kind of like the potpourri you would see at a black person's house, you know? Like, damn, yeah.
They're gonna surprise you.
Yeah, it's got maybe some rose petals in there, but it's also might have some steakums, you know, a couple of fucking cuts of steakums in there. And I hate steakums too as well, even though they sent me a t-shirt.
Were you like tan and swole?
Yeah, man. I wasn't too tan. I wasn't like, you know, you see those guys on the New Jersey tan. I was just, what was I?
You had like a nice base.
Yeah, I was protected. But I was in Louisiana. You could lay out. You know, you lay out on your car. You park your car on the side of the interstate and lay out.
Wait, do you have abs? You're like shredded up?
I wasn't that shredded, dude. I never really shredded well. You know, my body hides a lot of fucking just extras in it. And so I'd be just kind of thick and awkward, I think. A lot of neck.
A lot of neck. And it was very clear you were on steroids, I'm sure.
I don't know. I was so skinny when I was a kid. I don't even know if it was. Some people could have thought I hit a growth spurt, you know?
Really?
Yeah. But then I don't know. Some of your friends never tell you. Because if I say, you don't know either. But that's a good point. And this was, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. But if I see dudes now that have all those little pimples, I'm like, oh, this dude's
100%. As a 30-year-old, you shouldn't have pimples all over your back and chest.
Yeah. And it was addictive, man. Like, I don't really regret it, but I regret that I didn't probably stop it a little bit sooner, because that was the problem. I got addicted to just feeling good about it. I felt good about myself.
Yeah, you had high self-esteem.
Yeah.
So when you got off, how'd you deal with it? But now you don't work out at all.
Yeah, no, I do yoga now. So this year I just done yoga, but next year maybe, or this year in a couple of months I'll get back in.
Yeah, a little Winstraw, a little yoga.
Oh boy, that's what I'm talking about.
Mix the two worlds.
Oh, bro, that'd be fucking great.
You know, MJ teaches yoga.
Yeah, she told me to come to a class out in Valencia.
Basically, Texas, yeah.
Yeah, I would come up there and stretch in Valencia, man. I'll stretch anywhere along the 4 or 5 of the 5.
You get some current events, Ted?
Sure do. The first one, his own life, though, does he?
Zero.
Dude.
Dexter, man.
Dude, that's the yellow vault. First one is a skit on Jimmy Kimmel about Oprah, but I don't want to give it away, so I'll just play it for you guys real quick.
Some interesting work that you did on this book.
Should the fans be able to see this? Yeah, let's see some of it. Have gathered in Los Angeles last night for the 75th annual Golden Globes, and on hand to receive the Cecil B. DeMille Award was none other than Oprah Winfrey, who delivered a... I gotta watch it, so you can watch it. It's too long. All this night, I've been asking if Oprah will run for president. The E! Network last night was fortunate enough to have celebrity stylist Jason Bolden on the show to put Oprah's remarks into historical context.
It will be because a lot of magnificent women, many of whom are right here in this room tonight.
Wow, that was almost like Oprah's I Have a Dream speech.
I mean, can I tell you?
She was getting how powerful the king vibes all day. My socks, dude. Thanks, brother. Oh, Jimmy Kimmel appearance, not met a dad. Wow, bro, that's awesome, huh? They're making fun of that guy. They're making fun of Jason for saying, comparing to Martin Luther King, the dream speech. Yeah, I mean, maybe so, but who knows how many people it inspires? I don't even know what people get inspired on anymore. No, me neither. Oprah's super powerful, though. Yeah, she's very powerful. That is scary out there, man. But yeah, if she inspires women, man, then that's good, you know. At least you didn't roast me, young kid. It's true, huh? Were you nervous a little bit? Yeah, to be nervous sitting there, huh? Because you've never done that before, had you? Never. Wow. I was before I was doing this breathing that I did in fighting to help me just wake up and calm my nerves. I was doing the breathing. I can tell everyone's like, what the fuck is he doing? I don't like to just be stagnant. I like to get up, do my breaths. I do it before every comedy show, and then I hit the stage. So I was doing the same thing. I think they're like, God, he's super nervous. But I'm sure you're in the right frame of mind before I do this shit. Wow. And then it was all good, man. It was all good. It's just a conversation. I never get too nervous about that stuff. Like, I didn't get nervous about when I was doing the Mayweather McGregor stuff, which is bigger than different bigger. I didn't get nervous for that stuff, just because it's a conversation. Right. Yeah, you just stay in the conversation. You don't try to get too out here what's going on. No. Yeah. And that's where the reps from podcasting helps. Yes. I know when I listen, go back and forth, you're not really getting a loud dead air. Yeah. I probably had, they might do more TV spots like this than me, but I've had my 10,000 hours podcasting. Right. Talking to some pretty smart, intellectual peeps like yourself, Yeah, dude, I was 3.2, baby. I was 3.2 grade point average. GPA in high school? Yeah, I didn't get you anywhere these days. Kids have to have 4.0s, extracurricular activities, and then apps and shit just to get into any college around here. It's so competitive. Yeah, if you're white, bro, you better dye your skin. You know what I'm saying? You better claim that 2% Native American. You find it. You know what I'm saying? Dig up somebody in your backyard and bring their bones. You got 21 and me and lie about it. That's what I'm saying, bro. African in you, something. Dude, find a chemo saga to jerk off out of that Ancestry.com kid. 100%. Send that shit in, boy. My son, he's fucking cashing in Mexican. Oh, he's Mexican, huh? His mom's Mexican as fuck. Dude, get some pictures of him outside, dude. Because he has a nice base already. Get him outside. He gets that red skin. We're going to Stanford. Here we come. Well, you get some pictures of him outside with nothing back behind it. Makes people think like, oh, where's this kid from? Yeah, and then you write that in with the application, with the essay. Yeah. Talking about hard work in the fields. Really know he's rich as fuck. Grew up in fucking Palisades. Damn, boy. Wow. You look like a nice kid. Dude, I want to be adopted. I'll come over there. I'll adopt you. What do you got? What else you got, Chid? I'm going to be at the Brea Improv this weekend. Oh, my bad. No, go ahead. We're still going good, right? You for Brea Improv? I love Brea. One of my favorite spots, man. Yeah, I'm excited about it. You there all weekend? Yeah, Thursday through Sunday, and then I'm in Jacksonville next week. So you're Jacksonville? I haven't been out there. I'm doing Florida at the end of March. Yeah. Florida's good, though. I love Florida, dude. A lot of missing people over there, and I love the missing. And, but they have, but Jacksonville's pretty wild. It's a lot of driving around and getting nowhere no matter where you are. Yeah, I spent some time in Jacksonville. My boy's from there, and I would do his charity all the time up there. And Jacksonville's kind of like, it's the slower region of Florida. Oh, yeah. A lot of bodies in Jacksonville, they haven't found out to do that. Yeah, that's true. And I used to look for bodies when I was young. I won't understand. There's a little bit of older folk there, but not as old if you go to like a Boca Raton area. Yeah. Where there's anti-aging clinics. Literally like Starbucks here. They're everywhere. Yeah, you can get a fucking You can get a latte and a damn reconfiguration right there at the counter.
Oh, you get a latte nose job all day.
Yeah. They'll give you square eyes down there if you want to. You can fuck for money down there. If you got a hard dick and some fucking time to kill, you can go down there and get in hunting whales down there. You can get in on some whales because a lot of ladies with money are going to catch that last fucking 7 inches before they go to heaven or hell. And you can get down there and find some women with money that will leave money in their will.
Yeah, because they have extra cash flow because it's the Florida taxes.
Yeah.
You don't have any state
That's a
taxes.
great point.
So they're looking to spend that cash on young men.
Yeah, that's a good point. Look at him, he's a treat. I can see you getting into something like that. I'm a little too old for that, though. Really? Yeah.
How old do you think Jen is, dude? I told you this before?
I think we talked about this. But I would go probably 28 to 48.
You know what? That's a fair range. He's 40.
Is that really? Yeah. I could see that, man. I could see you being 40 or even 45. Maybe tying your hair a little bit. But,
Do you tie your hair, Jen?
no, I used to.
Oh, really?
What color? Black? Just to make it black, dude.
Your hair is black as your coat, son.
I'm sure I dyed it maybe 5-6 months ago. Yeah, I haven't grown it.
Do you have grays? If not,
Not crazy.
I have some grays. Do you have grays? You have some
I started some on my chin.
I get some. I'll get some
my chin.
grays.
Yeah, it's freaky.
Well, nothing wrong with a little salt and pepper. Now, if you go full Jay Leno, although that's kind of big, you look like the fucking Dragon Queen.
It's all sparse and out of nowhere, so it's weird. This is gonna be a crazy question. I'm not trying to be offensive, but do you feel Asian or not, or do you just feel like a regular person?
That's a fair question.
But you know what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. Like, do you feel like a minority? Like when you
I definitely feel if I'm around like just us here, I definitely do feel like I'm Asian. Wow. So that's actually a good question.
You mean just do it? You mean in studio you feel more Asian around me and Brian than you
I'm
do
around
on the
like a bunch
streets?
because all my friends are pretty much Asian. So when I'm around like just all white people,
Is the conversation different when you're around just them?
I think just because they're my friends, it's different.
But is it different because you guys talk about more stuff that the Asian culture would be into?
I would say this: we are definitely different. There's different things, like little things that we do differently.
Like what?
I don't want to bring up.
The ergot is interesting. There was a guy that you mentioned, I think, in your book, who was like he was the guy who did the most research on ergot.
Well, I know the guy who produced the most LSD, which is Leonard Picard. I don't know if you mean him. But there's also scientists in Switzerland and on the mountains who did a lot of ergot research. It's a very nerdy topic.
Yeah.
Become an ergot expert, but it's quite interesting.
It was an alkaloid that comes from a fungus, right? It grows on it. People were getting stoned off it by accident because, wheat and barley was just infected with it.
I think the Middle Ages was a problem for gut poisoning.
Yeah.
That could lead to mass psychosis and people freaking out. But Paracelsus is always the dosage that makes the poison. So that was the idea of Sanders, who created later LSD to extract the potent alkaloids from ergot and turn that into medicines. So the first medicine in the 20s was a migraine, anti-migraine medicine, anti-headache medicine. Because ergot basically makes you contract your vessels, like your blood vessels.
Oh, really?
So they also made a successful medication that is, I think, still given during birth. That after the birth, it contracts the blood vessels, so bleeding.
Yeah.
The bleeding stops.
That's how a lot of women died, from bleeding out after birth.
So Sanders developed a medicine against that. That was one of the big early hits. So LSD for them was just a freak medicine. They didn't want to develop LSD. It just happened. They just didn't know really what it is.
Right.
They weren't very good in bringing it to the market because they basically sold it to Richard Kuhlman, Nazi scientists, who was looking for a truth drug. So that was the big mistake the CEO did. That's why LSD is not legal at this point.
Right. I always wonder, like, what kind of version of MK Ultra are they working on right now that we'll find out about in 10 years, Who knows? Who knows if they're going to be so interested in drugs that much, other than, like, the guy that I mentioned earlier who's doing the DARPA-funded research on soldiers, trying to make better soldiers with psychedelics.
I think it could improve soldiers with psychedelics. Not for the actual battle situation,
Yeah, because if you're giving up something, like, why are we here? We shouldn't be here. We all need to give each other hugs.
But I mean, if you try to create a powerful army, you need a powerful narrative.
Yeah.
And, so the truthful narrative would be better than like a fictional ideology. So it would make sense actually to make your people aware of who they are and their surroundings. Maybe then they wouldn't be soldiers anymore.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
But maybe, maybe you could create a narrative of an army that makes sense to serve.
Yeah, if you could take the hallucination or the psychoactive element out of it, and just induce the other benefits that you get from it, where the like brain enhancement or focus, vision.
Yeah, I mean, what also happens is, apart from the default mode network receiving less energy, is that for a window of 2 weeks after the psychedelic experience, your so-called neuroplasticity is enhanced.
Oh, yeah.
Your brain is more flexible, moving. It's not like rigid, like always the same thoughts. It's more like, it's reinvent ourselves, look at everything. So, I mean,
like when you're a kid and you're running away with things,
so it seems. It makes sense to me that this is a healthy process, but maybe if your brain is very unstable, then additional instability could cause you problems. So I think everyone is just putting into some. It's just very weird that the US government or any government in the world would kind of put up a chemical wall in our brains and kind of dictate what we can do, what we cannot do. I mean, Kennedy claimed that we would reevaluate this and legalize psychedelics, but I'm somehow very skeptical that that's at least, it would be a very libertarian thing to do also, to remove these kind of regulations, because I think that's what the new administration is all about, removing regulations and disrupting what was here before, and like anti-drug laws, like really old school stuff, they come from the Cold War, like they have no correlation to reality, they're not working, they're not contemporary anymore, so that should be one of the first things that need to be reevaluated.
The drug cartels would lose a lot of business.
They would not be happy. I think it's interesting also. I mean, I would like to. It's said like big corporations will like.
I think
yeah, I think psychedelic is more. I think it's. Come up with get it again. Big companies would lose money, obviously.
Did LSD?
So really for this, it's to videos by she was always low, and she said to Leary that LSD for a very important person, and Leary he would reach with. She got 63. Mary, she's great fun with the White House. So that's proven that they were White House. She's been married to operative before. Yeah. And I wrote
Ray Camp Jr. was arrested and charged with her murder.
I was on vacation.
Wow. Getting it.
I can't take numerous articles on books,
full length biography by
go back to your theory was and I go my favorite Chinese restaurant. I go to the cemetery.
turn on JFK.
Get the fuck out of that the first one. That's it. I try to see some people do this.
Then she gave up.
A school teacher.
he wanted to go.
So really?
He wanted to go. And the state, she was like, no, you can't go. He said he can what? This guy's a big shot.
Grandkid out of the hospital.
Find some more photos of it.
Later on, we would leave early. That's fucking awesome, dude. So,
Kennedy's piece.
we never really took a break from that podcast. We did last Monday and last Wednesday. We took off Monday. We're going to do last night. But I tell you, I ain't fucking doing a podcast when I'm tired. I'm only going to do it later. Jimmy Schumer said she should have a trip.
Well, they trip together.
I was just out of the last
Realized,
night, 5.5 hours. This was late. Sleep by myself.
So his dad.
Right, I can still get the family if I have the family. Vapor on the fucking bed. I had those, I took the inhaler. So I took her the blunt for the refill. And it's dabs. Fuck you.
Rather than
So I took that with me to New York and I sprayed it twice for the times for the plan. And they kept me there and I hit it when I was in New York. I hit it with Ari. I was able to see the tree. Sex for family, all that shit.
And more pellets in
And
politics.
I ran out, so I had to ran out.
That was
I
a
ran
lot
out.
of like all the Russians also children that
And it's
careful children. I think that's
I look at my daughter, hit it.
and arms raised.
Hey, below this
And then it's a fucking crazy. It's weird. It's crazy. Three. So I said, fuck that. So I dosed myself. The main campus. First class. First class. I couldn't even sit together. She'd be flipping back and forth. And I just get the main campus. How tall do you want? I got stay on. Just smoke. I iPod on. With the iPod on. Fuck. In that. My hands. That's the next thing. Not gonna they just play. The rest of us you know what? We have a band of soldiers.
Tristan, how much of an effect used? Besides
You
the
think
massive
those
race.
were you had to
Okay.
really cool, or is it just
Yes, right. Some green light.
Right.
What's
Right.
Just the question of hold on.
Now, or did whatever. Are you still microdosing with your mom? Posture and all time changes. Got me that with that soldier salute.
Well, it was really good for quite a while. I had 2 years when my father, my mother, and then old people I couldn't take care of her anymore by himself, and he stopped giving me my medicine because it's still illegal, and he doesn't want to give it secretly, and doesn't feel like talking to
New Jersey.
the nurse and I think he should try harder because it's always been good for her. Because it seems to be good for her for him. Yeah, he was 18, but I respect his decision. She can't make a decision.
Right.
It's enough.
And they're fucking beautiful.
I think he said so before she went into the Alzheimer gets slowed down through the LSD, but it
But
doesn't
this
get
was the
stopped.
problem. I would take the 1
So
o'clock
that
flight
Alzheimer basically wins over the
New Jersey to Denver, and that's really 3 o'clock, which would get me in there like at 7, and then it would start snowing. I started taking connecting flights from Denver to
Thank you for the
that flight was the kids were here in Denver Airport. Geek was a blow.
How did the Nazis first be
At the fucking
Well,
I was in
Canada,
the
the
bar,
company
just
that made
drinking, fucking doing right in the
very
bathroom. I
clear
kept
from the
putting the
beginning
coke in
when
the
they
car.
advertised
And I kept spending all my money in corners taking the coke out. And I became friends with a guy at the bar, and they started smoking. We got fucking lit at 6 a.m. I'd stay in the airport all night.
it was just like basic common sense and
Right. The men's store, fucking bathroom.
millions of stuff.
dark, you know?
That's fucking heavy.
That's the dark side. Oh my god, that's so harsh, bro. You're just up with your fucking ideas from your fucking holes. What's up, Lisa? I know, numbers. I know out of space. You guys know pretty hot, man. I don't fucking around. My boy joined jiu-jitsu. You guys know 3 months ago. Yeah, it was first tournament. Was there any indication of the just leave one Saturday?
People have to be good, but I think it's so important.
You could have been a fourth player. You could have got disqualified. That's true. I was right now, so I wanted to quit, but I knew if I didn't do it, you, John Bud, and everyone would kill us. See, I understand. I wanted to see you right out there. I was never scared. I mean, like, I got at a wrestling in high school. I never could, but I knew it wasn't going to like physically die or occasionally someone breaks an arm or something. But that's not even it. I've been losing weight for the past couple of years, and it really kicked it into gear that I need to finish losing the weight because I was wrestling because it was a smaller tournament. I'm 228 right now. I'm going against the girl for 290, 280. So it wasn't.
This guy thinks you got all the answers.
Did you smoke first? No, God, can you ask me that, man? I can't imagine that.
I think it really needs
What about me? It was choking me that night and I was stoned out of my mind. I was my chick's laughing. Is it? You can be high and do it.
Now they have like
I try to come up to
really help
yeah. You're on an edible. Breathe heavy.
Were mushrooms anyways? Were mushrooms used in the same way as Nordic culture, or was it mainly narcotics?
Edible takes your mind away. Also, your mind, touch your mind, you're about to have a heart attack.
I have
and your fucking heart's starting to have just listening to you. It's not even true. Sometimes just here, I'll start having a little bit of activation. Take some edibles. Don't have
Thoughts on gravity, anxiety,
but it gives me anxiety. Yeah, it's not good for you.
It's actually my favorite novel.
If you get that good for you, that's time we eat fucking 8,000 milligrams of edible. That's uncomfortable for you. Yeah, an hour of like, Jesus Christ, this is terrible. I'm feeling pretty up right now. I feel pretty happy. Yeah, I don't ever smoke. So I'm pretty high, man. I'm
basically instead of Germany,
yeah, I'm sorry, like
during the war and right after the war, it's been American, special East.
I was young, man. Do you ever miss the weight? Do you ever miss the weight?
They find out first in London, and it always like has sex in places where then the next day the Germans do rockets.
Oh, I worked nice. I worked fucking kids, so
they kind of follow you wherever you can touch at night and then evacuate the area.
I used to watch all day. I would get up large pizza and 12
and then he later goes into Berlin.
6 Diet Cokes.
All kinds of
just great. You're not even worried about it. Just not even worried about it at all. You ever sleep on a fucking like piece of crust or something like you just
sharing information of drugs and
not normally like we used to do this podcast at 6 a.m. and I would work nights. Yeah, we did for like a year for like at 6 a.m.
Oh, was he really?
And I was working nights on a TV show, so I'd go from there to here, and then I would be like, it'd be like 8 in the morning, and I'd be Jack in the Box. And like sometimes I'd just pass out from eating it. Well, no, just from all these things. But then I'll pass out for like I'll be on my couch or something. Because every year, like people's like fucking eating stories. Everybody tells their weight loss story. Like I want to hear. My was just fucking hot chocolate in your fucking cheeks, man. You just feel like you kill something. I used to go. I got 315. That was the highest I ever got. Yeah. At a certain point, I was every night getting 2 packages of Reese sticks and 2 either Swedish fish or gummy bears. And at least sticks. Yeah, those are the best. Are they good? Those are still the best. I can't help. I can't help it. Those are the best. And then I love that Swedish fish or gummy bears. Yeah, and just have them. And I would tell myself I would have the other. I would have 2 of each the next day.
So I eat them all. I miss that. Now I have Nazis' history of drug use and experimentation based on knowledge of practice and transfer operation.
It covers the spread. Yeah, it really fucking was. That's the worst.
What's the best drugs for inducing lucid dreaming or enhancing a creative flow state? AI says that maybe valid
Family's like, we didn't eat a bunch of food, but we ate as much as we had.
Well, AI is pretty bad.
I've had 3 experiences.
Everyone like crazy
Yeah.
hotels. So this
Outside of
is
the
pretty still.
Yeah, a lot of
and all my experiences.
This construction equipment.
Culture,
People
Oh,
love to eat.
modafinil is okay. And it's like, what the hell is modafinil?
Maybe with some alligator shrimp.
It works a little bit like amphetamine, but it's not amphetamine. It's like
Oh, they'll fucking.
When I went to
brain enhancer or performance enhancer. Like the German army, when they were deployed in Afghanistan, they used modafinil in certain combat situations because it makes you more awake, more alert.
Yeah.
It doesn't really have a great script. It's kind of like you said.
No, tofu was good.
It doesn't have an intoxication effect, but it does have a stimulation effect.
I'm starting to finish
And
dessert, appetizer, everything was fucking delicious. So it's a food culture. So
yeah,
you're in great shape to take care of yourself.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine that.
Not as much. I wish the album got a crazy, so I wish that I fucking started. I wish I actually ate more.
Mr.
And
Ola,
like just like you would do,
are
like
you
you just
suggesting
like
that
let us
your
want to
work
learn as we
shifts the blame from Hitler
It's
to
food
us?
myself.
Yes,
Food.
that's exactly what he's saying.
I would give
And
anything to
drugs,
be skinny.
you're not saying drugs
Really?
are
Yeah, I mean, I've never
responsible.
been skinny, so this is
I don't know what.
I didn't think. Oh, well, so your whole life is fucking
no,
built
well,
like
I
different.
mean, it's just.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still allowed 228, so it's not great,
It could be
but
my
it's
angle.
better than 315. Yeah, it looked fat to me, that I just thought, like, man, he's got kind of a unique shape, and he's chill. But then I was like,
what
oh,
historical
it makes me
connections
feel
are there
fat.
between pharmaceutical
I'm feeling
giants
different
today
now,
and
but
Nazis?
it's
Well,
like-
Merck is still
I
around,
would
right?
imagine, well, I'm surprised you're not.
I mean,
Ben Yea's, are you serious? If I lived in New York, you've had Ben Yea's and Trump over this?
companies and they were
I've never even had
Don't
one.
they also
I
make
just
these
see it, and it's like,
There used to be a place in
baby formula too, actually.
Cyclone.
You see a lot of those testers were getting baby formula outside of the French Quarter.
influence from the business side into the government.
No, just a kid, brother.
That's
It's just
the
kid.
leaders that democracy dies when money has too much
It's true,
influence
man.
in the
Couple
political
of assistants out there
process.
getting
That's
it up.
certainly what democracies think they allow,
It's weird to talk about it.
CEOs to
Because I think that,
into their politics.
like, my best eating period,
Crazy.
you know, you start off skinny. God,
I mean, it's a
you know, I had a friend that used to eat a box of fucking cereal.
it makes sense
for
to
breakfast, and
me.
then
You
it
thought
was
that was good.
how the fuck that a gallon of milk in there? How the fuck was it with the cereal?
Was he driving truck?
Money
That's
has
awesome.
decides.
Oh, that's
Oh,
great.
that's big,
And then, you know, I was eating too. I had a great appetite today. I moved to Colorado. They took away the night eating. There's no
What's the
drink.
most surprising discovery?
When I was used to eating, right, open steak sandwich at 2 in the morning with a filled with ham and turkey soup.
I actually didn't think you
Shit,
could
just gonna
go
remember
to
every
Oh,
team.
yes, that's that's real.
Jack actually used the same because it didn't have like
It's like a chicken cutlet. You know what I'm saying? It's like 20 chicken cutlets. There's 20 chicken cutlets. You can flush it up. It'll still be like one leftover chicken cutlet. I mean, a chicken cutlet.
It's nice. I've been lucky all week. My mom's been here for almost a week. And I haven't eaten this good in 4 years. She's cooked breakfast. She hasn't made, we've been thinking on it late. We actually had a couple of days she made breakfast, but it's been like, she made brisket, she made a couple kinds of different kinds of chicken, and it just stacked all my entire fridge. I'll use cobbler. She made an icebox cake. Have you ever had that? All you do is you take a layer of graham crackers, you have to get the cook and serve pudding.
All right, thanks, Patreon.
You have to cook pudding, and you just do layers of pudding and graham cracker. You put it in the fridge and freeze up, and then put some whipped cream on it. Paula's been talking about it for 3 days. She loves it. It's so good.
We used to we used to have this game where you would fill like people's 2 dudes would fill their mouth with sugar, you know, and then
you slap each other in the fucking cheeks. But here's the thing, bro. It's hard to hold a whole bunch of sugar in your mouth. Here's the thing, it's always you get water to your body starts to dry out. So then you basically hold it, the sugar and you dry it out at a certain point. You feel like that's how I
play with me like some,
don't know. Like you was a child.
Okay, like when I was like,
then Hardy, right? Yeah, like 7, 8, 11, 14 even. And this is like 18-year-old shit.
He was a famous UFC fighter. Yeah, and he used to talk about how he used to get in the cage on mushrooms. I can see the future, he said. Like, I can see that. Yeah. So you really do that with you?
I don't know. It was just the whole family was pretty much shirtless. They did different by the girls.
Yeah, but they're getting people Ukrainian soldiers.
I thought, like, damn, she's like a little weird. She's like the most best dude you ever seen, right? We got that club about 11. And then somebody's like, that's a girl, man. She doesn't go to
people at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, I think, to study the use of psychedelics like ibogaine and even suicide on soldiers on the battlefield. On the battlefield, for edge detection.
It's a cheap game, bro. Like, I never was willing to go do something. You feel each other's mouth.
That's what the story you sent me looked like they were saying. I just saw the title. Yeah. But the title seems to have implied that it's trauma. I think part of it's for the trauma and part of it is also trauma, so you can go back to that. Also, a huge part of it is for optimizing battlefield, like soldiers on the battlefield. That's what essentially that story. Yes, that's yes. Maybe it's not that cool. To make them more accurate, like shooting. I mean, that's insane. That's the wrong use of it. I can see LSD. LSD, that's what they shot. MK Ultra, all that stuff, that's what they shot, right? Yeah, I mean, look, the government just weaponized drugs. And just nice to get on studying drugs and figure out a way to do weapons. I mean, that thing, it sounds like it should be an obvious thing for us, and yet I think the problem is that it's an obvious thing for us. Like, that should not be the attitude of humanity as a whole. Like, this idea that it's always a zero-sum game just makes you go away. Otherwise, it's because you're going to get bigger and bigger weapons. You're going to be able to go wham, and you're going to destroy the thing. It's like the attitude of the monkey.
Died in your town. It was so good. Over 200 years ago. I got it.
Yeah, exactly, right? Oh, man. Well, it's great to have you guys here today. Danny Goler, you're back. We had a fantastic episode talking all about the TNT laser experiment you did, and I'm sure we're going to talk more about that today and some of the new stuff you're doing with it. And Zoltan, it's awesome to meet you, brother. And we had a wild conversation last night at dinner. You are like a Renaissance man. You're born in Hungary, correct? Soviet-controlled Hungary. Yes. Double black belt, jiu-jitsu, judo, and you're founder of the band Project Death Punch. Some music. That sounds pretty much it, you know, like you're like check one on life. These are the things that you can do. Yeah. So how did you guys get together? How did you guys meet? We met through a mutual friend who I don't.
So when you felt like so
sure
it was crazy because the tide in Swiss
was like you mentioned in every context, but we met through a mutual friend, and we basically met at the event that Zoltan is now the founder of as well, which is the PGF.
Because there's something happened during football practice.
It's a really beautiful.
Get this friends to give them the tape, especially if it was Spanish. Check out Racial.
I was invited to come help with the event. Just kind of.
We have one Mexican kid that shouldn't come and have any Spanish people. We have one Mexican kid. What do you think about this
kid's name? I was invited to Zoltan's house to shoot some podcast.
We all had science
and I had to stay for another day. Because
actually, it's nice that these hands you can play with until the second bell ring or whatever they get. You know, put it in a cage and everybody.
That evening, we sit down, start talking, and he starts talking about some profound things that always kind of the conversation through the story. Yeah.
And then I remember the shortest version of the story is I asked him some question
And after
about
class,
something that
I
he was
forgot he was
describing
in
in
there. I fell
psychedelic
asleep in a
space.
little pocket, bro. You put
And
your
then he kind
hand,
of threw
right?
me a
After
glance.
class, I just throw my book back
And
up
he
and
goes,
running.
okay. And then he
Next thing
kept
we
on
get to
talking,
fucking
and then
two
asked me another
brothers, right?
question. And then
Get
he goes,
beat
wait a
up pretty
second.
good. And then
And he
one
goes,
fucking killed
what's your
this
name?
hamster that was
I
still
go,
out.
because we didn't really. I go, Daniel.
So I've never had it
And
like.
he looks back at us.
Sometimes I'll think how fucking. I'm not even joking, bro. I'll have dreams, bro. Fucking.
I go, what?
Superman.
He goes, bro, he's following me. I was like,
Yeah.
I was like, first of all, I didn't know my name was Daniel. Second of all, and he's like, bro, I'm like, you know, and then later Zoltan was saying that the reason he looked at me because he knew that the question I asked him, which I wish we would remember what it was, but I asked him something that he knew that only somebody who went really deep into the space would know that kind of stuff, because it's very specific. And then from that moment on, we just literally became best friends. So we were just like two, you know, buttheads just sitting there like talking till 5 a.m. about all kinds of peace. Okay, I said the weekend.
I started a conversation with glasses of somehow people who are in the streets usually find each other. Everyone joke about it. There's no secret society, but this is everybody's underwater. Up your head at them. Who is everybody's powers? You can see them. Actually, we kind of have this network. We all sort of know each other. Eventually, we find each other. And I heard about it. Like, that's what it's and you know, I kept hearing the stories, and I was aware of the laser, and I was aware of the guy who was making the laser for me. So and we all right? And I had sort of a spiritual revelation. People were asking questions, and I was watching it, and I look up and I see like ViralRabbi, everybody threw up in a chair. And this became a lecture, sort of, right? And that's what the guy said. He asked the question. And the reason I looked at him,
like, you know, people riding on guns and fucking
flags.
It's like, dude, these are animals.
I wish I remember that. But there's no way for you to know that.
Like, these fucking
right?
monkeys, like, they planned it, like, it was really, like, it
Hold on
was.
for a second.
One thing I can say that was kind of surprising me is because a lot of people in just in the psychedelic space in general, they have this way of exploring these spaces that is very loose, so to speak. So people go into these spaces and they have their experiences, they exchange notes, but ultimately it's always a very shifting ground that people try to describe to one another, right? So
I mean, I think I know pretty good
come to a
about him.
conclusion about particular things like beings or spaces and things like this. But with Zoltan, it was so obvious that not just that he explored very deeply, but also, I mean, you know, his reputation kind of runs in front of him. So, like, it's not like, so Zoltan, a lot of stories, he has a lot of stories, but at the same time, the execution level is so high. Like, every single thing he touches, I call him like a master pattern recognizer. The martial arts, the music, he was never taught to play guitar. So it's like, he just understands what patterns work. It goes like, he just started, like, what I started telling you, he started building this property he got, and then he was like, well, maybe I'll get into, like, understanding some things about architecture. Pulls one of the most reputable architects in Vegas back from retirement, brings him into the project. The reason I started telling you the story is because we met the guy when he was already finishing the project. He told us, completely unsolicited, he said, Zoltan is the most talented architect he's ever worked with in his life. And I said, what, are you an architect? Zoltan goes, no. I just didn't understand what works. So he gave him ideas that he never thought about. So, like, he has this one in his mind that just understands what works in terms of functionality. And this is why when you start talking about the space, usually it's a conversation between two guys like, dude, go into that space, I did this thing, oh my god, it was crazy, it blew my mind. But it doesn't usually come from someone like Zoltan, who's like, on the other hand, you know, like, has all these responsibilities and serious stuff and all these businesses riding on his shoulders that are making serious decisions. And somehow it works. Zoltan always, if you hang out with Zoltan like just one-on-one, it always looks Like you just hanging out. There's no effort whatsoever. And then I had this moment. I'm just gonna do share this one small anecdote. This moment we were sitting with Aaron, the director of the film. Again, shout out to Aaron Bender. We're at Zoltan's show. We went to see all the events. We're sitting there, and Zoltan was sitting and talking to everybody after the show. Security, other people, like all this stuff happening, right? And Aaron and Zoltan are sitting, and Zoltan's telling the story. And then later, we spoke to Aaron, and he goes like, how does he have time to talk and talk to us? And I go like, I don't know. But I'm like, do you understand that everything around us right now, the arena, the security, everything that's happening right now, this is insane. Like the buses here, everything. Now, obviously, there's other people involved, and they're obviously doing their jobs and everything, but the mind put everything together in a way so it works like this syndicated machine. That's how it's built. So somehow we put it together in a way that now you can just sit and enjoy and not worry about the things. Like I said, he travels with a posse of all black belts and he has a full dojo just so he gets to also train. So he thought of everything. How many black belts do you travel with on your tour?
It's a lot of the same. Like you definitely notice there's a lot of old-fashioned ideas down there. Like people,
you guys just drop them out.
Concepts are slow.
But that's what makes the sound sound right. That's what makes the sound sound. I read something last week. Those guys, the terrible shadows. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes. But it's helpful. So I can't join. That's the case for the last.
This was crazy.
It was like at least one. And also progressive and more. We can afford everybody I would hire.
Is the highest it's ever been. It's like 35%.
You can't expect more than
you like Sleepy Black?
You start because I started when I was a kid and it develops rewiring in mind develops a personality and it doesn't mean that
you get a felony, you have to vote.
It's still the same. Because there are people who say, okay, you have to go on
that's the punishment. So I can't have a fucking gun. I can see not having a gun.
This is happening right now. So you have to accept the inevitable. This is what happened right now. So you have to accept those things and you parallel with life. You have to deal with that. Then second, nobody can jump in. This is not a group effort. It's going to be you and the other guys. So no one's trying to say, so you have to be responsible for everything that happens. So there's a teaching in that. And then as a martial artist, you start to even say that the fight starts or the match starts. And then, you have to figure this out.
There's no
game in life, difficult things are happening and you have to figure it out. To get caught in uncomfortable situations. You have to know when to fight your way out or where to fight another.
So I don't
that's a skill.
Would you do you think you would dress like if you were a politician? You feel like you sometimes think about that, like totally change the game, or like like a white beat or some crazy problem. Like if you were like some other thing, like say if you was a governor or something, would be like I'm more just crazy, or I'm like
intensive. Right? And then something masters, you start to realize that wait a minute, I can also use your emotions against me. Right? And so the uncomfortable situations will be turned into advantages. And it's the same thing in life. That's what crisis is. Like you look at crisis, like we're step by step. This is maybe your moments when it looks like a crisis, what I'm doing is nice. So you start to see that in martial arts, what we do, we develop traits that you can parallel to your career, to your life, because it's the same thing. But most importantly, it becomes a reflex. When you have some kind of adversity, I don't think about the adversity as you need to go to the solution. So it's that element is not there. Like, oh my God, what do we do now? It doesn't happen. It's like the situation happens and then I automatically get to the solution and ultimately go to how do I use this? Whatever it is that's happening.
other you because of the screen becomes ultimate. If you start to live your life that way, it's a game.
Yeah.
The whole thing is a game. It's a chess. So life becomes this chess game.
I like that sad and the reason why it's there.
There's a reason why. And then once you walk on it, once you leave for a while, you walk on the map, you're not scared. Doesn't matter how big the other guy is. He's not
whatever.
I'm not thinking of
Americans that feel, we gotta stop this. Yeah, man, we gotta shut it down. I was saying, but it's not just that. It's the fucking the white dude. It's a special thing. Let's not just blame.
You're looking at
we gotta find out who's in there first. Like one neighbor, we all gotta figure this shit out. Who's here?
it's a problem. They
just said that these people
I look at it like, oh, it's good. Yes. Yesterday when we were sitting you asked no question you asked what do you do? Like, what do you do? And it's a really funny question if you actually get to hang out with them. I've seen this switch. So like yesterday you just experienced like us just talking and changing stories and all that stuff. I saw the switch happen with Zoltan when somebody walked in the room and said something to him.
Just like you did the last time, something
happened.
But it's just,
and you see like this immediate switch in his face.
Crazy what people
he
say.
Just gets up and then I'll be right back.
What happens?
Walks outside,
when they don't do
comes back, and something just happened.
Like I voted the
something
first
he just saw some type of problem, and he never felt that yes. If you just walked outside, you saw something was going on. Somebody has something, you have to like give input, serious input. Comes back out, hey, and you just continue the conversation. Holy shit. So there's this immediate switch of like, oh, we gotta run the different building. Okay. The warrior would kind of like, oh, yeah, I've seen it real time. It's very interesting. It's also why I realized that nothing that he does, at least from my interactions with you so far, is unintentional. So when we just sit there, yeah, that's my free time. I'm going to talk about whatever it's close to my heart that I want to talk about. But he never does the thing that is unintentional. And because of that, when he told me, okay, he recently just decided to come on my podcast, which is not even there. So there was a very intentional decision. It's like, no, I think this is not the first person. Because he never spoke about this publicly ever before. Because there was no reason.
I mean,
and now he felt like
it's chilling there. The chicks,
and I think that also
like 7 chicks, not even that.
It's kind of like a check mark.
Some of the guys,
but also, there's an understanding that something, even if we don't fully understand what it is, none of us, there's something very major that's going on. It needs attention. And that attention needs to be put on in the right way. Not just, like I see a lot of people kind of like in a lot of different communities, from the spiritual communities, the awakening, European communities, disclosure, the rising of AGI, the tech world. All of these things seem to be like types of crescendos that are arriving. And we're all in some relationship to that. The mapping of the human mind, Neuralink, all of these things, right? And it seems like, the truth is that none of us actually knows what the real thing is. My discovery, but I don't think it's coincidence. I don't think it's a coincidence. I think all of this is almost like the universe goes like, hey, pay attention.
Yeah, there's end of track. Yeah, we're this conversation is going to get very meta, for lack of a better term. We're going to talk about a lot of deep philosophical ideas and
but also practical things.
Practical stuff. Yeah. The DMT. I want to get into the DMT laser stuff. But before we do that, I'm really interested in hearing your origin story and where you come from and how you grew up and how you ended up here.
Origin. So, like Adam and Eve. Yes, exactly. So basically, I grew up in Hungary. That was the time. So I grew up in Hungary, and set activists. The communists have this, this idea of separating people into warriors and castes. So they come to kindergarten, which, by the way, we grew up in school when I was 4 years old, 5 years old. This is completely normal. It's always smaller than me. And the kindergarten is like 3-4 miles away, and absolutely cold. all right, kid, don't die. Not wave, don't get lost, and and then see you later. That's it. That was completely lost.
It was pretty
Anyway, so we
nuts,
have
bro.
a pretty different upbringing. Here you go, it's smart. And so we come to the school and they pick out the kids, and they're like, okay, you're good at this, you're going to put you in a special school, you're good at let's say
But I get
practice,
caught up with
and then you go to a school that is specifically sports,
I'm pretty high though. Like if I think, I'm trying to think, like say
math,
somebody like,
science,
say if I wasn't myself and I came up to me,
special school,
okay,
so I had like 2 or 3 math classes. I was going to be a particle scientist. That was everything.
what were we talking about?
Yeah,
no, it's sometimes I wonder that, like,
books about
if I was
cowboys
still
and
watching
Indians,
it,
see that in that tectonic system of the planet, and particle science from that was right there, and then somewhere around when I was 12 years old, I had a
would you like yourself, honestly, if you met yourself, dude,
story.
100%.
I had an out-of-body experience, and okay, kind of didn't understand what happened, but I definitely I didn't look at my own body. But I had the sensation of whatever I wanted to look at, I was just there. And I honestly, that was something weird, and I got up, eventually sit up, I was full of blood with a circle of people around me, and I just grabbed my bicycle and went home. Like mother and stuff, kids bleeding out of my head. She didn't get it in the car. That's it. You can have a sword sticking out of your head, and like, oh, I probably should go to the hospital. But you gotta walk because I'm busy. So that's really much how this works. And so I went to the library and I started to search. And at the time, the Google searching was the password, and you pick up the books and you have footnotes, and you just simply find the So I done that.
And that's the reason why I'm like,
eventually find books about life after that, and eventually find philosophy. So by the time I was
definitely handsome, but if he had any money, you know what I'm saying? Like, we kind of thugged it out with an old dude that many
and
times.
so,
You know?
and I also had issues with science. So I had a moment where I was like 16, I started to battle my professors about theoretical math and
it was a lot of things. It was kind of wild having like a old dad because
issues
all the time you spent with was just like
practical
like
math
a
and
big
surgical math. So I had a conflict there while I'm researching and experiencing.
give me fucking chocolates, right?
Early days wasn't psych, so to speak, but
kept giving me chocolates and my dad like, no more chocolates.
it's a science reading technique because that's connected to what you were
just continue to put chocolates. If they had chocolates around me, I would just continue to put them in me.
I understood very early the question that wow, we have scientists like Higgs and Einstein. This is important. This is very important. They work. Science. I was gonna be a scientist, but ultimately, the most important question, all these things, scientists are serving of the most important question. The most important question: what the hell is going on? What's going on? Why are we here? What is it? Right? So if you look at science, why are we looking for science? And one way that we wanna meet ourselves comfortable. We're inventing the new things to live ourselves less dependent on physical labor. Right? That's one reason for science. But the ultimate reason is like the explanation of what actually happened. And I felt like yoga and these mental sciences are on the same path. This is, I'm trying to answer the question, I live in life, psychedelics. To me, it's the same exact thing, trying to figure out the ultimate question of what the hell is going on. What is this perception? How am I alive? How am I perceiving? Not even how I like, but just the perception of something. And why? And everything. So that's the ultimate question. And so while I was having clashes with certain scientific ideas, I was also very balanced mental sciences and trying to figure this out.
Yeah, man, it was pretty wild. I guess I'm trying to think like more about what it was like. Like I remember like weird shit.
I was very interested in this, and somebody was scientifically curious. I started
I remember like my dad would fucking, he let me drop like tape. As soon as I was tall enough, like 11 years old, I remember being 11 years old, and my dad being like, hey, we can drive, because he couldn't turn his neck, so like, he's like, hey, we can drive, I'll fucking drive, I'll hit like 5-10, I'm basically grocery before 11. So next thing you know, I was driving my dad, and like, I remember we dropped at the post office, they go around the block.
Okay, so as a musician, right, I am
fucking hit like 7 cars with this fucking side of my dad,
I can
like a Delta 88, you know, like just
like
straight up
just
fucking
give a
red
very short
ride,
example.
bro.
You know, I can give you a guitar.
And it was a piece of shit.
I
It
want to
was
make
all
this drum beat a little bit
and I would just go around.
shuffle.
And then one time you look
The
up on the
snare
interstate,
will not come.
I was doing like 70, 80 miles an hour driving to Hammond. It's probably about 30 miles.
Right?
My dad's just fast asleep in the fucking
feeling
passenger
that
side. So those are the fucking good old days.
I love it. Right? Now, take the same guitar. For a drum beat, there's like 1,000. So it's stories we will tell. Let's go to the
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it's not the normal.
or I take the same snare and push it a little bit. Again, it's not really open. And so that snare comes a little bit. I'm giving you anxiety. Right? So imagine if I started just give those patterns and stuff and give you an anxious break.
That's a good point. Right, you know, cops know each other. You got my own shells 30 fucking years in those days, yeah. But
you know, there's the shit that's in music kind of chose you, right? So I was always interested, you know, wanted to be a guitar player, so we could afford it. I got a jigsaw and a coffee table, and then this is all right, and I just made myself my first unplayable but very heavy metal guitar, you know. So you know, you have to make, you know, Eastern philosophy and Eastern life is like what we have and how far we can go with that versus a wish list of what I need to buy. So I made my first guitar. I wanted to do it, I wanted to, you know, I was interested, but I don't have a specific comment that ignited like, oh yeah, that's what it is. And so I started with British punk, you know, I put the voice of the rebellion, you know, communist country, you know, and then eventually switched into heavy metal. And it was a purpose. The purpose was really like it was not, you know, it was not purposeful. It wasn't illegal, but it was time fun. So it was like a little kid, what can you do when 12 years old?
Nobody asked any questions.
Yeah, stereo grandfathers, AP Robbie, kid in the second world war in the backyard. And you got a normal civil revolution.
I feel like kids can't have anything like that. Like all the, I don't know if this is an ambiance.
Heavy metal
I think before some of the technology we have now,
it was
just
also,
made everything.
you know, loaded, so to speak, for me. It was kind of a Western culture scene, and also, if you think about rock music was sort of it was even in the West, it was country, social, you know, social members that did disagree with, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, so for me, it was both interesting again playing with the source code, understanding that which playing with the source code I can easily look at how to do. And I'm just talking about rhythm, you know, now the major and minor scales, minus scales, and seven scales are happy, so I can manipulate how you feel, and I thought it was fascinating. Right? Then understanding how there's a macro involved. These are mathematical correlations, and then beyond that is also geometrical correlations. I see patterns in the guitar versus learning a scale. I see patterns. Right? So I thought that was amazing, and it was a vehicle for development. So I'm like, oh, this is perfect. So I was doing that. Yeah, right? I did visual art. At the same time, so I went to school for that too. And then I went to design degree. And then barreling down and you'll try to understand what's happening. And eventually science started to
Right.
phase pattern in my life. Well, I always going to have the scientific updates. 6 Irish, but it kind of was phased out because I felt like science is loose explanation of a collection of ideas that try to explain it. There's a difference between experience and trying to explain. Because I look at there's 4 kind of people. You know, the reason that I'm going to start that I find it is like, okay, you know what, I'm going to step out and I'm going to start looking at what you talk about, you know, the sizes of the second space. I was being involved in that. There is no reason for anybody. like I needed the attention. And I felt like the world is not ready. But something changed. There is a kind of childhood for the spiritual perspective. For this people growing up spiritually, and the forecast of people. Like there are the flower child. The flower child that the joke around 300 years, right? The modern hippies jumping to the places of thinking. And there's the explorers. The explorers are people who also jump into the center, but with a scientific mind, try to explore that there is something more here, something tangible, something real, because our experiences correlate and can verify that this happened to me, I saw this, I saw this too, so then you can verify each other's experiences, so something is real, right? But there is the observer, scientists who watch this thing, but they want to stay outside. They more of they try to measure and figure out without being part of it. And then there are the civilians. It's just they have no clue that this is happening. Well, yeah, but you know, just it's right? And I feel like that today we arrived to this moment where you know, when there is enough attention on it. And the observer class, the scientists, generally have highly scientists are getting technical on notice and getting more and more attention going on. That's why also the laser comes in. That's why it's tangible things like something's going on. And then figuring out what job is to figure out that's going on, or function or existence, figure out what's going on. I mean, there's this space is opening, even though it takes a substance to get there, but it's verifiable, then cheaper than explore it. And then so, like, to make the full art that I came from doing that coming here, but how far was it to get out of
Do you think we all come from incest?
Yeah, we didn't have passports. We couldn't do it in our countries that are Western countries. We were completely aware of Western culture, but we were just not participating. So we were totally in a state. Life was a risk, but we were performing, and we were just we were not part of it. So while we were completely aware of Western culture, we can aid with the system. Oh my God, that's really cool, and this sucks. Yeah, right. So we wanted to get out of there, but there's a minefield. The actual minefield on the border with trigger happy border control, you can't get out and you don't have investments. And if the system has agreed, then
I don't think I'd ever do incest, man. Even if I think I had people's audience.
They all wanted to get the hell out of it. And in 89, it's
think about that, though,
started
dude.
in the doctors were starting to the first I remember at the moment when I was very young. And watching TV, the one TV channel we had, one TV channel communist propaganda does not work on my TV. And I remember that there was a transportation industry in America that struck. And then, you know, these guys were like, oh my God, you know, the capitalist system is crumbling, the bourgeois is falling. You know, the communism will succeed. That was the propaganda on TV. And they were showing how the Americans were able to do science. I think with a son. Yeah, but I'm not happy. Nobody's shooting me. Nobody's arresting me. I don't disappear. That's how that works. I need to get the hell out of here. Right? And the weirder part, but they didn't understand what I was asking. Right. Because they were so, they were born into the fear-based system. And they were telling me, shut up, you're going to get arrested, you'll disappear.
Yeah, he wants to do some
But
crop
that's
like
fucking
God, yeah,
normal.
fucking
So maybe they were broken, so it's boring and consistent. They never knew anything else. So they were that experiment, fleas in the jar that can jump out. You know, and they can throw that experience. She put fleas in the jar, they were little, and tried to jump out and keep it in the lid. After that, they thought they lid, and they never right. Because they learned that that's the lid. And so, kind of like broken souls that could be like magic. When I was telling people, like, oh, I'm going to America, I'm going to got music on the food, the world, like that was ridiculous.
I don't know, man. I just thought, like, making people laugh, that's the funniest thing. That was the best thing. Like, people were laughing, I was like, what the fuck are we doing?
I never had a doubt.
Doing all this other shit, and then we wait for, and then rarely somebody says something funny and we laugh. Like, why don't we do a little bit of the inverse? You know, like, we do all this sort of shit. The best part of somebody's life. It was pretty funny, man. He was from Nicaragua.
And then you said you spent a lot of time practicing. Yes.
Jesus Christ.
So once I was in America, I came here without speaking. So I could say like, yeah,
Is that true? The Hungarian language is like not connected to
yes. The closest would be like maybe 30 words.
A lot of red tip, a little bit of
50 words. Rooted in the same, you know. Like, so we basically know my coffee was a hard the first week of the second
oh,
week.
they start a kid like a magician.
There's a leader who's our Rabbi. So basically, it's a more trying out of the
Wow, dude, they could do semen into a pond and it would start up at some point, man. They are so. But then I watched that video without
so giving out, you know, so the European language is a lot.
What is that? It's complicated. Yeah, man, I remember. Oh, Puerto Rican, you're talking. They used to say, that's when you guys. Oh, I was talking about the first Mexican kid we had in our town, right? So we had class with the hamsters, right? We like to that, right? The Blackwell's class. We had the hamsters. That was, yeah, I'm just feeding with that same time, right? Now we would get a different pet. We used to play this game where you would, like, so we would lay down and you would put a snake on their back, or a fake snake on their back, right? And you would play guess about a snake on the back, right? And people would literally bet if they did or if they were going to guess. And it's sort of with this game where you, because they had this one rabbit in there that was always falling asleep. It was like almost, you know, like a rabbit narcolepsy kind of is, where he just drifts off because it's a rabbit, they're not doing much, you know. And you would set a rabbit on a pile of money and you try to pull the dollars out from under him. And without waking him up.
So
that was like the biggest thing we used to do in class before class. But the problem with the problem that happened was this Mexican kid moved into the library. And the first thing he ever said in class that they was in science, they also taught you sex ed, right? So the first day, this kid Nick was in there doing the sex ed part, and he stands up and he goes, "Pop that cherry meat." That's what he said. He asked the question, he's trying to get serious. It's gonna be like, pop that cherry. And then he ended up banging some girl like in 6th grade, right? And then she broke up and broke his heart. And he started like rapping. He has like this t-shirt that said Nick the Rapper that he wrote on it with the heart, right? And he was like one hand and it said Nick the Raper on it. The fucking shirt that he wore. And they fucking expelled him. They expelled him. That's racist. I guess it was nice.
So
that seemed like he didn't report that he was a bad smeller or anything. That was asking stupid questions.
Yeah,
last night we were talking about the cherry.
I'm not saying you don't hear that anymore.
Yes.
Never hear that shit.
Cherry. That was you can tell
I never
So if you
still
understand,
you married?
if you understand the way you so it's very similar to the shadows or the pattern.
Dude, I'll tell you this. Buddy of mine, okay, first time my buddy got some trim, right? We were at this dance, and my buddy ended up touching this gal's vagina after the dance. And we all were sitting around this fire at his house later, and so he's like, telling everybody what happened. And my buddy's dad came right and heard it. He kept smelling my buddy's fingers that were standing up by the fire for probably 40 minutes.
So if you
They're fucking nuts.
know that they understand the concept,
You
know that understand the concept, and you know that they're not
and then
going
the
to
same
get
night, bro, I
involved
was sleeping in this guy's room. He had a bunch of pets. Because he loved all kinds of pets.
And
And
if
there was
you
5 of us
read the
sharing a bed,
or
right?
you get any of the teaching, right? It's always that the
Night, bro, I
meaning
can't
of those
sleep, right?
teachings
Because I'm
is
scared of all these
It's almost like
animals, bro. I'm scared of all these
understand what
animals,
people
bro.
don't understand.
And I can't sleep, right? And so
And you read that
I'm just
same thing a
thankful
couple of
this
years
one
from
man
now.
and this dog keeps barking, man.
And that's a
I'm so
really
high
awesome.
that there's this
Right?
dog.
And there are
I'm
so many
just
of these
thankful
teachings
that
that
this
we want
dog
to do.
outside the window
Really
keeps
that we
barking. I'm
might
like, 'cause I'm awake, I can't sleep, right? Although the poor kids are better asleep. And you can just hear these heads up in their cages. And it's like amazing things that are spinning,
So if you
right?
understand how they think and how they
Always
operate,
pets, right?
then
Even though we don't sleep is keeping them awake. Because you got to think, a
that
single
there's
day
a
for a pet,
different
that's got to be like,
motivation.
a fucking
So yeah, so things that when you see face
we don't think about that, So I'm fucking laying in the bed. Thankfully, the dog barks every now and then. It keeps me company, right? Even though it's outside.
And then to me, that was a light tower moment.
My
What
buddy's
I
dad
call a light
walked
tower
out there,
moment is
killed
when
the dog, right?
when you look at
outside
something
the
and
fucking
face
window.
value, this is a political protest.
That's the sleep.
In a political protest,
Same dude
this
that hours
picture
earlier
was one of the
smelling
most
the
faded
man's
pictures.
head, man.
It was
Same
famous
thing.
picture.
And that's what blew my mind about the world. Like, how can one moment a guy be so gentle,
But that's it.
and then 7 hours later be blowing up for him.
And so, so this triggered this,
You have a needle in the woods where it's going to bark him. The woods is out there. He probably hears
the
everything.
picture
They said
was
they can hear
published
everything.
everywhere.
Imagine
It
you're
was a very
6 times something.
well-known picture
You fucking be angry.
because
Your
how
neighbor,
the world
four
related
houses.
to like
I don't know, man. I'm hot.
elements of that.
Says we gotta talk about killing dogs. They gotta bring me down.
Sorry, man. I'm bringing you down.
Right? Just going to the absolute most horrible death
Sicily told me
without
his girlfriend was
lynching. So 63, so Kennedy was president. So the last thing on the time, or 63, so I just
leave a load over there when you go back 2 days later, see if it's clean. That's what it's love.
So this picture,
Wow.
this moment, right? Because of the nature of the picture, because how
Does your mom married to a
shocking
brother or
it
not?
is, right? This became sort of and even if you read Wikipedia, it's probably still to this day that you relate to why this happened on the political level, right? And
Makes you feel like you have a
again,
check.
go back to how
Makes you fucking
Marx
feel
and
good.
how
That's what I
these
miss, bro.
guys actually think and
Give a
everything.
fuck, you gotta go into the house and
That they understand.
Nick the Raper.
Then you know that this is the face value, but there is
first
more.
place you got on stage.
And what I
This
meant by
place
a
called
lifetime
Brian.
moment,
This place called Brian. And down in
this was a perfect vehicle
And then
for
I
the
went to
whole
this thing
world
called
to see.
Semester C, which is like a
This
university,
picture
like
is
a floating
everywhere.
school that
And
goes
some of us,
literally circumnavigating when I was in college.
but some of
And they
us saw
had,
this picture. And my
They had an
question
open mic on there,
my
and
question
they had a senior passenger on our crew that died, right? So they was keeping him freezing, right?
burned to
So I
death
just made
that
some jokes
blink
about,
or not,
like
whatever
different,
power
cold cuts and shit. Like this sandwich tastes like berry, and just vague shit like that. And kids, kids are kind of laughing. And so then I got
that's
up,
incredible.
and like an open mic.
So
thing
some
on
of
there.
us
And
look
got
at it like,
up
oh,
on
I
there.
need to investigate
It
this.
was
I need to
pretty,
get into
it was
meditation,
fun,
Buddhism,
joking
right?
around.
Because I need to understand this is super important, right? So the light tower moment, because I wasn't the only one part of this, a pretty large amount of people saw that. Most of the people saw
Thanks,
the
man. Well, not that one,
but a pretty large amount of people also saw it because I saw it. Hold on for a second, how is this possible?
I never did
There's
that.
a miracle.
This camera was
Right there. A miracle is happening right there.
Actually, back then, we're a deer.
This one came out that says, check it out, yeah. I'm gonna light myself on fire. I'm gonna perform a miracle.
I used to work on this farm in the summertime,
Everybody
right?
would question like,
And this man let me cut the grass with a huge bush hog. So
everybody
one
would
day I'm
have
just
questioned
cut
that
and
this
I
is
backed around and
so
turned
because
around.
it was sort of presented as a political thing. It just kind of went through the system without big questions. But those of us who see the
There
real
you go. You
difference,
killed it.
those of us try.
Probably killed it.
superhuman powers.
Yeah, but I was going to take
This is really how possible. I need to know how. I need to know how to calm my mind and how to put myself in a position that I can breathe. And I can think about it. At the time, Buddhism was kind of getting eradicated, and the knowledge that these guys were, you know, the libraries were burned, and the knowledge that they obtained and put in libraries were being eradicated. So this picture probably recruited more people to Buddhism and to this people. And I don't even like to use the word Buddhism, but more people was recruited for this path than probably anything else they would have done. Right? Because even though there is a small percent of people who saw it as an incredible human feat, right? That's still a huge number because the whole planet is extremely huge. I can try to get a video. I can try to get people
I'm thinking about getting a dog. I've been thinking about it.
and you know, and again, right there, you see something that's humanly should not be possible. Even though should be so right there, this picture should trigger and start your path. But I need to know this. This is absolute control. This is when your mind has full control. And that is the point of meditation. That is the point of the whole path. That you obtain that power, and you have this incredible confidence in your this is mindfulness, right? And the train of thought never stops. So this is the constant, it's always moving. As we can, you play for us, but don't show it on the podcast. This is really it.
You should start a cat town do this for us.
So
They show up and interact.
Or there were a couple of movies.
I thought he did it himself on the original.
He did, yeah. He both did it. I mean, he's doing it, but so, he still
We had a kid in our town, this is no correlation, but that had really bad, like, kind of with Down syndrome.
So, ultimately, the point of meditation, you have this train of thought completely uncomplicated right? And there's this idea of mindfulness. If you
like this week, like his mom, like he was like it was almost Halloween or something.
And I ask you, like, what do you see on the way home? What roles you do? It's just autopilot, right? Right. So that means, like, let's say, simple proof of you were like your half an hour to drive. For half an hour, you were not completely conscious of where you're going. But you're saying, like, this idea popped in your mind. But you just popped in your mind. Something triggered it. You saw something triggered it. And before this idea popped in your mind was doing something else. You're not aware of it. So the ultimate way of existence is that you are all times completely fully aware of what your mind is doing and thinking, and you're in control. Can you be depressed?
There's a bunch of great he's doing great things for some families and kids and wants to do
Can you have crazy thoughts? No, you're in control. And so we are not fully in control of your mind. And so the point of that meditation and what these people achieve is that absolute control. So that picture right there has so
he's exceptional. That guy's got a million hearts.
Yeah, it's so many things. Like you see a man in absolute control of his body. And it seems to be. There's a lot back there.
If you know anything about Steve Simon, he does everything from the heart.
And so someone like saw that of the light. That's why I put the light tower even. Then you see this and you go, I need to understand this. I need to learn this. I need to use that all the time. That will
fucking blood in this town.
and how so you started practicing and learning more about it. You mentioned last night that there's something you can achieve at a certain level you can achieve. practice in this meditation where you can basically like tap into this, for lack of a better term, DMT state automatically, like a medical switch. Yes, it's a, there's so that's yoga is a science, and there's physical elements to call that, the Kundalini, which is the spinal fluid, but so there's an actual physical exercise, but yoga has 7 different types. There's yoga, there's warriors, sports, but it all goes to the same spot. You have a and it's not really to respect, but it's that's basically the way. As you bring it around, it's like, that's technically a voice. Okay. So, if the voice in your head is talking to you, that is bound by it's in a prison of the language. That voice will never say anything to you that's not being already spoken. Because it's using language. And if you're innocent, because everything has to be, so voice will talk to you by language. That's one issue. The other issue that we have to filter and ultimately filter. The ultimate filter is that you have the base operating system is the survival of the individual, then the survival of the species, and so forth. And there is a hierarchy of what's important, right? And so the most important part is the red California, like, hey, give nature rock, right? So there are those things, but and everything else, there's like almost like there's an equalizer, what's important, what's not important. So let's say you sit in an airport with a million people, but you don't hear anything. Now something saying, like, you'll hear it. Right, but you didn't hear the other ear, right? If you bought a new car, you start driving around and you start to know that everybody has a car. Well, the number of this car can change. It just wasn't important. So what it means that your mind actually reads information that is seemingly not important. Right? You perceive it, but it same energy, right? Correct. And yeah, it's just a lot of data. Yeah. It finds it not important. Now, here's the problem. So you have 2 elements. One, the voice that processing everything is an interface, right? So you're prisoner of that language and the boundary of the language. And then there's also a filtration system that you're not even aware of. You don't even know what was the draw fault. And a lot of things happen. You saw it, I should say you didn't see it. You saw it, but you didn't. It's like I know sometimes here, there's never like a race. Are you driving on a daily routine? You're driving from here to there, whatever. And one day you decide to walk the same way. All of a sudden, it's a whole new world. I never saw this building here before. You know what I mean? Now, the question now is that, okay, so I have a filtration system that takes that information. It might have been important, but actually everything that is described to me in my mind is kind of how do I get out? And that is the science. Let's get out of the filter. Let's get ahead of the filter. Yeah. And let's do non-verbal and a way I could prove that I could point at certain things in the field. And if I ask you to tell me what I'm pointing at, right? We literally get the and they fought, they played football, they were so what's going to happen? I don't know how drunk, right? Yes. Okay. You still saw what I pointed out, and you knew what it was, but you didn't have time to do it, right? Because that takes a microsecond. You have to reach in to the library, you have to do your heart rate, right? And what your attention moves faster. So your attention moves faster than your leg possible move. So is it possible to see and perceive things faster than you can from before you leave the room? Yes. And you knew what I was showing.
That's it, man. The South is just like that. Just black and white. Just black and white. That's the crazy thing in our
so, with that, imagine if
that's what I love about maybe like New York and New Jersey. You have so many types of people.
Your language, your mind is speaking to you. The whole idea of the out of
I had a buddy actually. I had a buddy who was like,
Mayweather,
right? Lived out in San Francisco. So I was like, all right, he's like, come out and hang out with me for the weekend. So I got a plane ticket, came out to meet him, right? When I get there, he's like, I'm moving.
mind is trying to go through and not engaging, eventually you achieve that silence and stop. Right? And then the first step of the spiritual realization is the self-realization, that when you have this moment, when you realize that the witness, you're watching it, you're watching it, and then I was something that comment of if I'm watching my mind, then I'm not the mind, and who am I? And that's a very profound moment of one of the major steps in spiritual processes.
Thanks, man. Yeah, pretty excited.
I guess watching my own mind.
But you got some chill place, man. Good family. Good to go. You know, I love all that.
I had you on the show for a reason, Theo. I just don't put fucking right. Just don't want to show anybody like that.
And so these are the things so that's one step. I was ahead of the language, separating yourself from the mind. Yes, and I have other so there are techniques, there are physical techniques, there are mental techniques, the mantras, the songs or mandalas where you complicate pictures, and there's various techniques and tools that people use to achieve this. But you can play piano or fisticuffs. Because you're not thinking, right? You're playing guitar. I'm not thinking like, did I left this stove? And mine is so that's the real meditation. That's kind of the base of meditation. So that's one. Second is that getting ahead of the getting into the mindset of the
because for me to be a better comedy, I have to be a better gentleman to you guys. What makes me, what's going to make me a great fucking comic is the love I give to you young guys. Not like the past, I can't pass on to addiction and chlamydia and bad fucking fungi tongue. When you go learn from me is what I didn't do.
So we are in touch.
The love I give you guys is the better I get as a comedian.
And then
I know this class.
So
those guys that used to fucking hate on me, boom, they're gone.
That's basically the process of meditation. The first step of the process is stopping the language first. Okay, so that's part of it. Because once the language is there, right, then your communication is good. Now you're inside.
I don't go on stage. I go on stage to do my motherfucking acting.
Now you can.
And when I see you back there, you have my utmost respect because you got canceled, faked an injury, done whatever. You go back there, you fucking pictures, give it to Joey, you fucking bang it. I watched you.
You're getting
sculpture.
I'm going to give you a really good example of that because you can make mistakes. Okay, so if I, if everything, I see the view that everything is possible, and when I'm talking about everything is possible, there's a potential. How to make a light bulb work? That potential was the same time. You just didn't have the technology. But how it works. Say, if time travel like this, that exists right now, we don't know how to do it. It doesn't mean that there's no answer to the case of what you do. If you need, regular fusion on room temperature, if it's possible, it's possible right now. We just don't know what to do. And it's the same thing with art. So I'm not inventing anything. Just reaching that what I just read something and I would say this exercise, or like if I give you a draw some drinks on
And all of a sudden, this year,
perfectly.
I learned from instant hate from you guys. I learned from you fucking guys. You guys keep me current. I sit there sometimes fucking, and I'm talking about
everything that
passions, right? Established.
You execute established. All the elements is you execute. I can see that you have full control over the process.
Those people after midnight,
and
I've
so
been there. I fucking been there. It was 12 fucking 45. And everybody went over, now it's 110. You got a 10-15 at ABC.
And
you follow me
what
there,
that
you
is,
are going fuck, but you stay.
It's about you getting
The only
into
way
this
for
flow
me to
state,
become better
making that connection with that potential, the creating of reach, right? And holding of vision, and not painting a Mona Lisa. The most obvious thing is making a sculpture. When you're making a sculpture, if you made a mistake, that piece of stone is gone. You can't move that. Right. Okay, so you have to have a full vision of what you are about to do. Right? And so God is the process, like getting into those flow states when you can create this picture. The reason I'm bringing this example is that's kind of what happens in meditation. Right? That I'm getting to this flow state and I can reach to the ultimate potential. And I'm just giving you the example of how it happens in meditation. I have to hear those instruments in my head to write the song. I have to be able to do that. I have to create that bridge. If I'm making a sculpture, I need to see that sculpture in my head and hold that vision in order to make that. Yeah. So I'm copying what's in my mind. What's in my mind is not mine. Exactly. Right? So I created the bridge. I am making a sculpture. I can't make a mistake because I hit the wrong thing. It's no longer going to be possible to make this sculpture. And so that's the thing that I'm trying to strengthen in meditation. How do I make my connection with the soup of consciousness as solid as possible? Have you ever heard of the book called
He's a writer. He talks about the idea of having a relationship. Right, sit there and sign the fucking list. Every day he basically follows the same protocol whether he feels like it or not. He sits down at his desk at the same time every day and forces himself to write for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever it is. And so sometimes he doesn't want to do it. He forces himself to start fucking writing for the first hour. And then eventually, with no distractions, locked in a room, just pen and paper. Every time I got excited, it was the furthest thing that come out of here. And it was just throb out of my fucking neck. I finally got the balls rolling.
What is it? I think that way that people love that is so the difference, I guess, is that you're very specific. When I'm thinking about the reason I use that to the idea of sculpture, because it's so firm. If I made a mistake as a permanent mistake, not even like drawing, that piece of stone was chipped off of the rock, it's gone. Right? You know? So that demonstrates like how strong your vision has to be. And I can also parallel that to your life, because that's just what I do as an artist. But I do the same thing with my life. So when you talk about that, okay, you do all this, well, that's okay. I wanted to be responsible. I wanted to work for a space industry. I wanted to be a musician. Yes, I am a musician. I wanted to work for a space industry.
But as I got older, I thought about
you can't cross over this.
He was a guitar player for this.
I can explain to you zero G guitar shows. It's like, look, it started with, not to take the big size of there, but for a few years I was a consultant for space industry. I have been in a conversation with and she was on the space station leader before two of us. My band is hanging from the shadow of the phone, the man of the interior, and I had 4 people to be in this phone call because they decided. Everybody looks at me like, why did they want you to install a space? I designed a spacesuit. So I was a designer originally, but I was doing 3D movies and took the short. That's amazing. Started with scientists like engineers looking for somebody to make the vision into 3D animation. So they can feel certain things. That's where it started. Then a friend of mine was looking at flying cars, he was looking at flying motorcycles, which flew in the Smithsonian Museum. Thinking like, hey, can happen engineer work, at least the representation of this And I do have something like that, so I start doing this thing for them. I have how about do this here, do that? So did some modification on that possible. Right, so I'm one of the inventors of the motorcycle, and we got the patents and the school and all that. So that was the origin of this, and then eventually kind of stuck to the field because they needed somebody who has the design and abilities.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that, man.
And the understanding of the engineering, so I'm not going to do something. So that's how kind of got me a team, and then I also design for various just means like if you pick up the phone, you think about how it works, so I have to be able to guide you to create your
I got Boston 17 and 18. Is this one? December.
The color red is
I got lap Boston. Yeah, lap Boston 18 to 19. I should think it is.
so that's sort of
Really?
what the stop sign itself.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
So there's a science of what is learned
And then I got,
and what is, for example,
I got Pittsburgh, January 6th through 8th. Yeah, 8 through 11, 6 through 10th in Pittsburgh. Thanks, and I got a Netflix special. New Orleans, baby, holding down the South. Trying to, man. It was awesome. I never felt so much love in town and all the people I grew up with. That just came out. It just like blew my mind, man. Like it was like
just there. And some of them learn, some of them is inherited.
you have a kid, you
Like for the birds,
these people like which person.
it's not disposable. One time, you can get it at once. So if that was the case, all birds would be dead by chance, right? So somehow the birds know which state not to right? So there's a genetic history. So a good user in the future is designer knows this. What are the things that are natural, genetic history, and what are the things that are society taught, how much of that do you
I knew I was very aware.
So anyway, so I was involved with that. So you have design station. Well, just it's also what's fashion. It's like, but I was involved with a lot of
Watching guys like you just fucking inspires. Like, guys like me, it's like you just say whatever. Like, I'll literally have to see one of your sets. I'm like, God, that's so to get to that spot in your life, you can just be so it's unreal, man. It's cool. It's inspiring. Like, thanks, man. Thanks.
to the bigger field where they work hard. And those people are just constantly splashing the ball and all the time. But this stuff is very fun. So that's the thing you think you're accurate, what you say, that's what everybody sounds like they're to go right. And because you're constantly excited, that's where you believe the boundaries are. Let's write together. But if you learn this form of meditation, what you learn is that every time he tries to get excited, it's like asking you, hey, excite me again. Usually you just tap. When I got here, I was so pissed. And then eventually it quiets enough. And you start seeing further parts of it, which is like more. And it's actually easier to apply it. It's like some form of genius and a lot of different things. Because you all of a sudden see, I didn't realize that's like connected. And you start connecting everything. And essentially the ultimate path, the really start is to stay not excited for basically to the moment that it's the full dissolution of the point. That's the intense.
I'm a Texas person.
That's the how far you can see into the mind.
No, I don't want to go.
Like if you watch human playing computer language,
I'll watch that shit. I'll watch that shit. The only thing I got is I have a Netflix special coming out in February, so check it out. It's called No Offense. And thanks for the plug. Thanks for having me on.
if I can get beyond that, if I can shut down my mind, shut down the chatter, right? And then I also manage to even system filtration, which basically what Travis spaces, what some of these psychedelics do is just jump over that. So, decide that it should you feel that, yeah. So technically a little bit of cheat, but yes, you jump over that. But you end up in the same space where, okay, I'm not bound by the language, and I'm not bound by, by the filter system. So I was suddenly have access to things that still you didn't create it because you just didn't go with the potential, right? You just didn't go with the potential. But you're outside of this regurgitated sort of this and human space. You have existing stuff, you have a space now to bring things over, have original thoughts. I'm doing it in an airport because, just my personal belief that this is an antenna, right? And but let's say you bring it for the first time, like let's say innovation manifest, meaning like we live in the street of the universe that we accepted as a legal property, and by having these puppets, these exoskeletons of meat puppets, I guess I can go in, so I can interact with this specific physical world. I can create things. That's culture exists for someone's idea, and then a non-tangible, just an idea. Energy, but it was not tangible, right? So that was an idea. You could argue about it like what an idea is. What is an idea is energy, but yeah, what is a conscious energy. So that was first, and then somebody through the exoskeleton will physically be operation. The same way that I need this body and an instrument to create but the idea, the melodies and all those things, idea itself, you could argue like what like my personal belief the number of things in the universe and the capacity to control something. Yeah, can you explain? I thought it was fascinating. Last night, even has a money back guarantee of your first bed and to keep through these practices, whether it's meditation or you can basically lift up the lid a little bit and access your consciousness. So if you want to be on these before December 13th, you'll be on these that means you got till so yeah, basically Sunday to order me on these right now and get 20% off your first order on the world. So you'll compartmentalize where you content and you access to certain amount of processing. Right? So processing power is because the general field of consciousness. You can call it phenomena, you can call it God, you can call it whatever, but it's just one giant consciousness. And that's all right? And they send me these beings of certain Armenian fucking souls. So there's capacity to contain or use or channel a certain amount of this Joey or this consciousness. And so basically that was the idea. And you like you are the and then certain meditation techniques or psychology that gives some practice. So now you have to periscope that. And if I was to take my then you are. So somehow it's like you see the mentor. So anyway, my favorite piece more and especially now, I'm saying some of it, you could look through it. So build capacity of 100% money back guarantee. Short textbook, short tech immune, effortless protein, kettlebells, weights, weighted fast. Listen, I can't sit here and tell you all the great products. They got to do me a favor. Go to Holland.com right now and press it. And again, we're talking about something that we are using a language that these words and these concepts will not use more often used. Right? So basically, we're forcing ourselves to these giant circles. There are not really words and concepts for it, right? Yeah. So we're using a very rudimentary tool when we talk about these things. That's why it's amazing that when you go to space and you can talk about this.
It's a pain in the ass to find.
Both describe using language to describe certain things that he saw and had experience, right? And that's the amazing part that
Texas the application, all access pass to the world's best magazines right on your phone.
giving you an 8-bit version of a 356-bit experience, right? So it's like it's a crypto punk of what actually happened, right? So that's generally the issue that when you look at these things that abuse the word and access to that kind of
very best reads plus exclusive content. With full access to top magazines,
but for the lack of
across just every interest, Texas is the one present to open again and again. Do me a favor. Texas offering my listeners a free trial right now. You go to Texas.com/Joe. Even better, give Texas a gift between now and December 31st. Think about it. Unrestricted access to the world's best magazines from back issues, diabetic living, entertainment.
Well, I've never met anybody everybody I ever talked to does a lot of DMT. They're super fucking smart. Right? Well, it's like you guys, but the thing in general with
for you magazine readers, let me tell you what I got for you guys for the holidays, all right? 2 words. Texture.com, right? Texture.com.
The best part of it is the fact
listen, all I know is magazines are failures. You go to People Magazine, it's just got a story in there, and you gotta go through pages in it. Texture cuts out of that. Texas the app that gives you all access fast. Best magazines right on your phone. That way, you get to browse hundreds of magazines and cherry pick the one that interests you the most. The Texture editorial team recommends stories for you daily. Plus, they get rated collections, letting you dive deeper into the topics of interest. Sign up for Texture right now in the mere seconds and gain inside access to the very best reads plus exclusive content with the full access to top magazines. Just about every interest. Texture is the one president will open. Again, let me tell you the magazines you got on Texture, right? You got Bloomberg Market, Bloomberg Business Week, Money Sense, Rolling Stone, 17, Siempre Mujer.
There's only so many
You got Vanity Fair, Overton, the New York Post, today's parents,
so the little with those what I mean is that all these shows, all the little packages they have.
The best thing is Texas offers my listeners a free trial right now.
You sit there, you sit there,
Even better, get Texture as a gift between now and December 31st. Think about it. You'll gain unrestricted access to the world's best magazines.
So that's a
Back issues from one understands today. Order this fantastic gift for your loved one before December 31st. Try Texture for free right now. Texture.com.
That's not a joke. What if? Like, no, we got itch right now. I think it's nice to say, okay, well, then let's stay 5 more seconds. And then eventually that itch goes away. Like it never existed. And that feeling of complete conviction after itch goes away with it. So this sounds like, oh, it's just like an itch. Well, everything's like a free trial. So it's like, oh, no, I gotta call this person right now. Because I don't know, like, you're gonna get upset or all these stories you have, right? Okay. I mean, listen, if it's important and, they need to get in your house to fix something, okay, I get it. Because you're not preventing about it. But usually, those things are not as important as we believe they are. And the point is with the stress that is created in our bodies, because we have to do X or Y, I actually have a much bigger problem than any X or Y. So basically, what you practice is how do you let things go a little bit. Not in terms of how do you not push that goal. If something is pleasant, how do you not get attached to it? Or if something unpleasant happens, how do you not immediately recoil and try to push it away? person like, hey, you can fix it if it's uncomfortable, but you don't just want to freak out about it. It's like, okay, how do I just stay with this? That's really the main practice. Now from that simple practice, you start understanding that really it's the concentric circles, the fractals, like everything. So when you try and get to like a solution to something complicated, under pressure, you can be more or less successful in it, but you will for sure be more successful in it more of the time if you can have a more quiet mind. A mind that is not constantly trying to be million ideas of what's important, what's not important. If you don't quiet that pond, the right ideas find me. It's almost like as obvious as I just get to pick up this stuff versus all these competitions that happen. So I think that ultimately when you're looking at all the practices, meditative practices, and the psychedelics, the live part is just the realization that your immediate space is not everything. And most of the time, you don't have to make as much effort to achieve as you think you do. It's more of just your raw
to match your taste. Club W is the leading grape to glass wine revolution.
Neurosis, there you go. The Hungarian guy. Yeah, I'm Hungarian guy. Neurosis is basically the thing that really convinces you that something's wrong, when in reality, you could have just relaxed and not say anything. So this is actually a perfect example right now, right? So it's making you like basically basically there's something like myopia to a perfect example. Yeah, I just want to say this was super interesting for me. I'm watching you guys talk, and every single thing you guys are saying is so fascinating to me. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I want to say this thing about it, right? And then I was like, okay, but then you just wait a second, and then it was expressed. I was like, oh, okay. But imagine how much this happens in life, right? You just like kind of like, oh, I gotta do this. Well, what was your goal? Your goal was that idea would be expressed. Well, it was just expressed. So don't worry about it. Yeah, just relax. But that is very difficult to do because we always want the self-expression. And we want to, in some way, existence is already implying you there. And if you can be comfortable with not being implied, the degree to which you can be comfortable with not being implied, that's exactly what you
don't forget, next Thursday, San Diego.
Because if you're okay, repeat your result into the background. That's essentially what it is. It doesn't matter. You just kind of float back. No, I mean, given that's a very difficult thing to achieve, you know. But that's really that is the ultimate seed of the ultimate path, where there's really you can enjoy whatever happens, and you can go through very difficult times and but the extra suffering on top of it with all the inner struggle of the mind doesn't actually
never lose anything if you enjoy it. Listen to this show and turn to what's happening now. Get a special discount of 30% off your entire order. That's right, 30% off your entire order. Just go to thetracker.com, thetracker.com, and enter promo code church. That's right. That's thetracker.com, TAGtracker.com, and enter promo code church to get 30% off your entire order. And the show is brought to you by Helix Sleep. Helix Sleep allows you to get a custom mattress online for hundreds of
but that's a great example. Like in a company, there's never, even when they say, they have an upward driven trend, right? But when like the company cannot stand the idea that there's a downwards trend of some sort. Like there's a flux in everything, right? So if over 20 years the company always makes money, but some years it goes a little down. The year that it goes a little down, everybody are losing their minds. Why? You know, like it's just part of a natural flow. Like if the company is constantly losing money, it's just not working. Okay, that's a different story. Yeah. But if you can have, like you said, the myopic nature of it is another perfect way of describing it. It's if you can just relax around the downwards trends, which is literally in everything. You can't escape it in the stock market and in natural processes in your life. In everything. Yeah, and again, it's okay. Exactly. No, and this is why I can say, I'm like, I love it, but it's absolutely true that if we have everything, and yet we still can't enjoy it, what's the point of having everything? Yeah, it's finding that balance. So I think that's what we were talking about.
Get your shit together,
The end of childhood. For the spiritual child before this comment is coming. That's why these conversations, especially exploring these spaces, is coming because what you guys like that book about is this chaos that's happening in this practice. This chaos comes from a very simple place. None of us know what the hell is going on. What is it purpose? Why are we here? What is it we're supposed to do? Yeah. And in that chaos of not knowing what we're supposed to do is where all this happens. Let's do this, let's do that. Like there are obvious things that we, as humans, we try to get away as far as possible as a physical labor. So we build machines and we build that alleviate the necessity. Eventually, going there when the human labor gets or with the elevated AI and the technology and robots will do most of those things. And when that happens, that will be a massive change of this because once human labor is unnecessary, that will crush the political financial system because we're afforded to produce. And so that will completely change how money and finances and everything works and how society works. Also, it will give you the freedom like now you can do whatever the hell you want to do because your physical labor is not necessary. Also, the exploitation of that will have to end because we don't need to see them and harvest those, I don't know, rice crops or whatever they have, or you don't need to do it because robots are moving, right? So that is coming. That is definitely. And but there's the spiritual side of that, but going back to the times where the Greek philosophers from ancient times, they had the time to sit down and think about what the hell is going on, right? And so I think our society is going back to that point where what we do at core is what we talk about. Our solution is what we and a bunch of people who are in this space talking about is like, okay, there are answers in that space, and humanity, the interspecies needs to figure this out. Because again, there's science. Is science important? Yeah, but what science is basically looking for answers for the same question. Why are we here? What's going on? Or if you just think about if science is looking for explanations of things, you expect programs, but that doesn't give you the answer why it exists, right? So if you can scientifically explain how it exists, or scientifically explain the processes in that biology and all that stuff, awesome, yay, right? But still they might answer the obvious question. What the hell is going on? Why are we here? Why? The way that science is done now, I feel like it's basically decided with this one environment that's going to work. Yeah, so the original question was always, what is going on? And then people point about it, religious philosophy, science came along, and it was another way of coming into what's going on. Yeah, but it produced a certain amount of tangible goods through that method that kind of verified it on a different level because it made something that everybody can see regardless of their either secrets, like they just made a camera, make this and that. And it is a very, very strong tool. Oh yeah, but I think where the confusion came that is where of course it is. So like I always say, science, yeah, well, capitalized science would be the grand scheme of things should be enterprising. That's it. It should include
all the inner science, which is like what it's like to be you, what it's like to be society. It has to do with everything that is contained within living existence, including experience and everything else. So contemplative science is part of science, capital S science. And it's only when you start understanding that it's one project, bringing it together to like technical stuff, but also about consciousness. Like, what is actually the connection between consciousness and all the technical stuff and how it works? And what Zoltan was interested was that we just started the Code of Reality Inc., so I guess it's just in its infancy. I asked Zoltan to be on the board of directors, just to kind of help guide the process. He has a lot of experience both in building things, understanding what works. And our only goal is to basically bring as many smart people from all the possibilities together to work on this problem without feeling the pressure, ridiculed, or like we want to create a coherent picture of what it's like to have what we call capital science. So like, an enterprise shouldn't understand that. Well, not institutionalized, more like how do you create a container for people to come together? There's a little thing there. This is not necessarily that. So there are scientists that are doing it in that way, or starting to do it that way. Some of things they're doing that. That's a no thing. They bring interdisciplinary minds onto a project. So like if they have a problem with engineering, they would still bring philosophers or even musicians to think about the problem together, because there's certain understandings from other domains that are much more holistic if you approach it that way. Now, and those are very important things. If you want to create something that will put even bigger emphasis on the fact that, hey, you bring a neuroscientist, a physicist, a really like an experienced psychonaut, work together to understand. Because I keep hearing these, like, people think that somehow domains should be talking to each other. They'll say, like, why are you talking about your experience with DMT from the perspective of physics? What do you mean? Why would like, it's part of whatever's going on. Like, yeah, but that's something that has to do with the mind. Like, wait a second. Is whatever the mind not somehow related to everything else that is physical? And this is super smart people. They keep thinking that there's this confusion that somehow there's this separation because of the domain. No, that's biology. It's not evolution. What are you talking about? Of course it has to do with physics. We just don't understand that connection. So we're going to create a container for people to express themselves in that environment in a way that will build towards a common goal versus just having like a empty kind of interaction online. But sometimes maybe somebody will stumble upon some information somebody else didn't. Right. Think about it. There's also that's the way to do it. I stopped to Roddy because I don't care what that's like. Which one specifically? The DMT experience, the laser, like, well, Gallimore defined science, right? So deductive science, like the deductive method of figuring out what the fuck is going on, right? I don't agree. I think it's just broader. So I think it's just like how wide the ecology is. So right now, if you can't actually put it on a scale and weigh it. Right. But you can science, like the science of the observation content I measure it if I verify processes and see if it's but here's the thing. Is it repeatable? Yes, because we are going, regardless of the method, regardless of what we do, and it is a chemical process, so this is scientific. Something happens, a molecule gets released to your mind, and out of sudden sees something that I can access spaces that otherwise are inaccessible to me. And then another person, and many of us, doing the same thing, and then we can talk about verifiably the same thing. Like you see the same things in that place, right? Even as a scientist, you go up, you guys go hallucinating. It is pretty strange to hallucinate the same things. So it needs to be explored, right? So, what the science look at is that it's science if it's repeatable and verifiable. Well, you can talk about a lot of psychoanalysis and how you draw you the same, let's say, beings that they saw the same places that they saw, right? So it's very foul, we have similar experiences, so that means we absolutely need to explore this, right? Besides, your body generates, right? So you love them.
manufacturing this. Right? So, so now, if I just go from the individual perspective and say, okay, like I'm in the space, and I am seeing structures, incredible structures, like incredible life structure, right? But in order to that is Charles Day for governance. Then, let's say all right, let's go with that. If I am, then clearly my mind is capable of creating such complicated structures that was before how if my mind can imagine on its own, that means I need to step out of the way and let this mind go and create these things in. Or I agree something that is right now. And this is when the scientists drop out. But I can go back to the same place, which I can going to the same places, have family places, and I was like, I mentioned this last year. We talked about 10 minutes. It's cool as hell. I haven't been talking about this, but now a lot of people start to understand the common reference. If 15 years ago I told everyone this, they look at me like you're crazy. We have to have a common reference. Not enough people being in space when they have common references. There's a common library. Even words that we use, people don't really much else. Yeah, everybody knows what you're talking about. Whoever being basic parents, right? But the thing is, like, when you have many people saying the same thing, then say, okay, there's something right? So if that's the case, then these places we go into are more likely to this is the right. And what we fulfill the science we give a question. If we can talk about the same place, so I would describe it to many of us, and in our lives, it's paralyzed, then absolutely so I think it's absolutely necessary. That's why I said there's 4 camps. There's a child, there's a flower child, there's a camp with space, colors, explosions also. There's the scientific minds, the explorers, like us who go into this place and look what's happening. We're going in there, the purpose of the question and then there's the scientists who like to do things and looking from the outside. There are researchers, right? But they're not researching using the molecule. So you cannot have the experience. So that's a difficult, that's the barrier. And there are the other. To be fair, these PhDs is doing math, but I would say they are one facet of a much larger attempt than this, and it shouldn't be limited to the way they're doing it. And I think the main difference to what you said about that is I guess you can't quantify it. That's because you have a wide enough of a sample. So it was repeatable, but not repeatable enough. Right? Now it's repeatable enough because you have more people doing it more often, and they can actually. So you have Dennis on, right? The legendary Dennis McKenna. Whatever is wonderful. I gotta fit in just like everybody else. And here's the thing. What happened to him was particularly interesting because he was the one experiencing this incredible thing that happened to him. And it was also the thing that made him recoil and go a different route to science. And then somehow through science, he acquired this separation factor that I feel that when you train in proper science, it happens because you basically are trained to be less and less fooled by your own inadequacies and thoughts and all that stuff. But it's almost like you're now being convinced that there is a place to your convictions and all the stuff that you're experiencing. And the truth is that everything we do is just conviction of the aggregate. Everything we do, especially, like I would say, especially in neuroscience, is some consensus between
what we can see that the brain is doing at the time that somebody's recording something. Yeah. And then we just collect that data over many individuals. But that's cache value is when somebody's recording something, right? So if you have enough of a sample, and this is where things like code actually come into play, because they're repeatable enough for you to potentially try and actually probe in a way that you would anything else in science. It's not like when you go and see the beam, like, well, describe me the beam. Well, it was a big spider. Wait, was it purple? No, it was black. Interesting. Okay, but you still purple? Yeah. I wonder how many years it will take us to get to any kind of consensus this way, especially because we know that the worst kind of data point on the planet is hearsay by witness, right? So it's like, okay, you have to be able to report directly from the brain, right? But if you have something as concrete as the code, you can potentially do like perturbations to it, see if actually something changes. Now, it might pan out to a different degree and not pan out to other degrees, but that gives you the freedom to actually explore it that way. Now, to be fair, again, specifically with the code, people like Gallimore in a very good way from a scientific standpoint say, well, I do think that with all my expertise in saying that yes, there are hallucinations that should be able to be passed on this perfectly as described. Fair enough, let's explore that proposition. There must be ways. The question should never be like, can you explain it away with science? It should be, okay, is there a counterpoint to what I'm saying? Yes, great. Let's explore how we can discern that, whether it is what we should come up with experiments to make the discernment versus saying, can science explain it in the way that we perceive it currently? Sure, but we should explore how it explains it. And maybe what we should question is certain assumptions that science makes about the world. Because I think at this point it's pretty clear that at least physicalism, as it's perceived in the most naive way,
well, they breed them in nice physical matter and sell tattoos and guinea pigs after
I think that's pretty clear.
Random concert.
So I think it's really interesting that Gallimore said on that video, he was explaining, he was explaining the podcast on this term called objecthood. So it's like this idea of, I see this can, right? And I know it's a can because I've seen this in this can before, right? That's a potato, I've seen this table for a while. But if this is the first time I've seen this can, I'm going to be like, but it's going to freak. I'm not going to know what to think of it because I don't have any sort of frame of reference for this can. Right to know that's real or it's this case. It's a small version of it matters. It wouldn't be the can. It would be a can that is of a completely different gestalt. So you have what's called gestalt. So they're basically frames, right? So you have, this is the way you perceive the world. You can think of this level of quality for each and every one of us as a gestalt. So it's like, okay, it has a quality to it that I recognize, but I never think about it as the word I was looking for. But this can is part of it. It's like, so if another can appears with a different writing, you have to think out, right? Why does it say, these letters, right? Well, what happens in DMD, which is like so interesting for some people, they just know about that. The reason it's so unique is because it's a completely different thing. You've never experienced before if you've never done it before. Right. That would be equivalent to that canvas described. But even in that space, and this is where it gets kind of dicey because on the one hand, Gallimore's point is the reason that DMD is so interesting from a neuroscientific perspective is that it seems to be extremely coherent. And we know the brain is not just receiving on the camera, but it basically does a lot of guesswork according to what everybody knows can happen. So it's projecting from the inside. So if something immediately became quantity that you've never seen before, of a completely different flavor, and it's super coherent, well, that's difficult to explain in neurological terms because the brain is not just a head receiving on the camera. It should have some form of representation. In the case of the code, and this is why it's very unsatisfying because you have to see it really understand it. There's, when you project the laser on the surface, the reason that it's very difficult to postulate that it's somehow the result of the light being on the particular surface that you get away from combined with a very secondary substance. Because whatever you see is not even in the surface. It's like, it's almost like you're now seeing a subspace that is
hovering within our space, and it goes infinitely into the z-axis with extreme coherence, and it doesn't kind of dissipate as you would expect a random pattern to be. It's a completely coherent framework, it's its own gestalt, and it's completely coherent on its own. And your eyes are open on it. So, correct me if I'm wrong, I won't get that. Sure. So when you see stuff, is it typically in 3D space when your eyes are open? Or is most of the stuff you see with your eyes open? You mean in DT in general? Yeah, it depends on you like anything. Yeah, but remember when you saw the console? Yeah, it's a choice. So some of it would be, this is why it's dicey, because some of it would be mapped on as a result of the extreme conditions people have on Earth. And in that way, you might be transforming some things you already see and transforming it into something else. But the claim that there's other things that are not the result of that. They actually exist and become aware of it. So another question is, how do you make that discern? Yeah, which is where the conversation about more objective comes in. Gallagher's correction, to be super fair to what I said on your latest podcast, was that Anil Seth is using the word object not to describe some objective component of what real objects would have. Now, it's not actually what I was saying, but I understand his correction because maybe it's came across as if I was saying that. So I'm not saying this object is a quality that I'm saying what he's talking about. It's somehow an objective component, and this is how we can discern what's real, what's not real. But it is a good enough of a parameter to triangulate what might be more the thing that just exists and we become aware of versus the thing that is like a hallucination, where it's just something your brain saw that is now incorporated into a larger cognitive structure that's making it right. Because for all intents and purposes, the one thing that is constantly existing, what is physical matter? Because at the end of the day, even it's all mind, even if it's idealism, mind is the most fundamental thing. Whatever you think about the world, something is breaking.
Beautiful hair, beautiful face,
and you can't walk through the wall. And actually, that's this when I was out in
yeah, man,
face to face, and I asked him, like, but what is in the context of everything you know, right? How would you define what's out there? Like, what is this physical thing that feels like?
It's a
The
body shop.
multi-billion-dollar question.
Combination detail shop.
That is the question, because even if you do believe that everything is spiritual stuff, ultimately, something is happening that prevents you from going to the wall. Yeah. And that part, there's a root set, and that part is constantly being overlooked by modern neuroscientists. It seems that they're saying, no, but it's all mine. Like, sure. But we have to talk about what is it that gives it this quality of being physical, because there's clearly a difference between that and what there's a reason why it's so difficult to manipulate the physical stuff, and it's so much easier to manipulate the brain stuff, right? There's a lack of malleability there that needs to be talked about. This is why physics has to enter the picture, and you have to combine understanding of physics, because there are abstractions, nobody has ever seen an atom and all of that jazz, sure, that's true. However, these abstractions help us to understand certain functionality that we can make predictions, and it checks out. So like, we can build complicated things because we understand something about these processes. So how do these processes then connect to what we call consciousness? Not just from a philosophical perspective, because what DMT is exactly this margin. It is the event horizon between the physical and the non-physical, because it is so profoundly real and at the same time not physical. So it kind of, like the event horizon is like that's where quantum physics and classical physics meet, because it's such a extreme condition. Extreme conditions allow us to investigate the deeper parts of nature. DMT is an extreme condition that allows us to focus with that question: what is the connection between physical and non-physical? Where your eyes are closed. Hierarchy. I see a dead rat in a corner. Let's have him put in his jacket pocket. That's old school. The next morning, this guy comes in with a bag on his car. sure has the jacket on. That's right. Once I feel, oh my God, he's still in his pocket. What's happening? How you fucking start this car, race to the front back and say, this is fucking rat. And so there's this idea that the idea is that EMP is the reason that's the fuel into like a drink or stuff like that. And so we're talking about the even horizon, and everything, and looking at the dreams and how it is this, right? And the only difference is when it covers out the grip. The only difference is that in this reality that we perceive is that get a baby bird and get your back on the branch. Get your back on the branch. Tomorrow I come back and watch this. So there's some kind of term and the code has that. That's what I meant by the code. It's clear to you there, just by observing it. So now it's very difficult. So the unity, people now hear me all the time, obviously, they're feeling things, right? Yeah, there's many feelings as well, right? That's the easy part. He's going to come up with all kinds of things. What I'm personally interested in, what is it that we can postulate about the world along the lines of what we're talking about here, like that is actionable, repeatable, testable. Most of it will not pan out, just like everything else in science. But my point is squarely fall within the purview of what mainstream science is, and it should stop being this margin because it is the central substance of what is fact. Dude, I remember this. We have to be able to say something concretely about what it is, instead of keep relying on very vague general statements like, well, the brain is a very powerful machine. Okay, well, you said nothing. Because, like, sure, you just said I have a magic wand that can do anything, that means explain nothing. So, like, what is it that magic wand is doing specifically? Does it make A or B or C happen? And how it relates to what we can actually do. What is it? You know, I'm like, they have talking about some ideas, but only to illustrate that there are differences along which we're thinking about this. They might not pan out, but here are propositions. What I'm trying to do is to encourage more smart people to think about this in these terms, in serious terms. I think the holographic principle is exactly correct. And there is a way to have. So the holographic principle is a principle of physics. I think we talked about it last time. But essentially, I want to see if we can map onto what is happening with the laser and us and the universe in terms of a hologram. What is each component in the setup of a hologram? It maps onto what our real world is. Because the holographic principle is one of the most important things in physics. So I think it's exactly which is that we are a holographic projection. I think we're a three-dimensional projection. Sorry, four-dimensional projection. Three-dimensional thing. That would make it hard. But I think that in each hologram, you have source light. They really are. I mean, it's been split by a beam splitter. Each beam goes in separate ways. This one goes to a set of two mirrors. This one goes to a set of two mirrors. And then this one goes to an object. It's a screen. Yep. That screen records the information you put in it after it already passed the object. If the first beam comes from here, it's the mic. From the mic, it goes to a screen. The screen will go to a screen. Just like in a photo. Okay? Now, the difference between a photo and a hologram is that the second beam that was split from the original beam set of mirrors from the side beam, and it meets the first beam here, right before it hits the surface of the stereoscope. Essentially, it measures not just the amplitude, but also the phase shift. And that gives you this ability to basically measure more information about from all directions of whatever hit the mic in this case. It
instead of just hitting the two-dimensional infinite track. Right? So what I think is one proposition of let's think about this problem. We'll see if it checks out. I think that we, our consciousness, whatever it is the reference. This is called the reference light. So I think we are the reference light. Literally, our consciousness is a form of light. It's the reference light. It hits the source light. And where they meet the source light and the reference light, where's the source light? Good question. So that might be the source, God, whatever you want to call it. Okay, if you want to use this, I don't know what the source is. Whatever started it all. Okay, but where they meet at the sheet, which in our case I would say bulk, which is space-time. The sheet that registers it is the substrate of whatever physical matter is, whatever the space-time is. Okay? So where the reference light and the source light meet, that instance, together with the bulk, they create the triangle, they create conscious moment. Conscious moment. It's the information being registered in real time. And I call it the distance of consciousness, but it's the actual consciousness. Now, this sounds super theoretical and very cool. I think there's a way to make this in a way that is testable. Because we can say, okay, this is the reference light, and this, so if we are the reference light, certain things would be true, and other things would not be true. Like, what are they? For example, there would be related to the angle, the perception, specifically with light, so diffraction, that will yield a certain kind of observation. The second we get to the details of it, and will reveal other kinds of observation. So if I make it turn 30 degrees, it will create a certain view of the image, and if I go 50 degrees, it might not be the same. Whereas we have to go into the details of a lot smarter people than myself who actually don't think about that because there's a lot of math involved. But here's an example of how you can think about this specifically. You have to come up with a theoretical framework that would lend itself perfectly for experimentation. And you have to run the tests. We tried for 30 minutes. It didn't work. That must have been wrong. As Feynman famously said, if it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. That's the part that I feel that's missing. You either have people that are so far deep into the experiential side that they simply don't care about experiment. They just want to keep everything being whatever they think it is. And you have the other side, which is the other side, which is form of rigidity, where people just go like, no, it's only what people can verify the external proof. That's another component of it, I agree, but it is not the whole picture. There's certain things that we, as the collectors of data that we are, can experience that at the moment other instruments can't. And that should be taken into account. The complications, I agree, because people have aspirations, ideas, confabulations. We're not a perfect thing. But even though it complicates things, it's the only way to go. Because we're experiencing if we see that we can recruit the right kind of people that are interested in finding out what's true instead of conflict believing whatever it is. So you have to kind of bring it to a central point where you both take into account the hard experiments, but you also take into account our agreements of what we think is going on in that aspect. So let's not do it. But this is just an example. I'm not saying it necessarily pan out, but there are ways to think about these things in concrete ways, and I want to encourage more of that. And I do think that actually explains quite a bit. So, for example, if you look at a hologram from the side, like a regular hologram. Yeah. If you notice, the reason I'm saying we're a four-dimensional hologram, not third-dimensional hologram, is because the hologram, when you look at it, it's actually three-dimensional only in light, because it's a two-dimensional sheet. Third dimension is implied. The fact that it looks like it has depth, right? But there's no actual degree of freedom. If you would be that hologram, you can't actually move it. It's just implied. If you really look at it, then you're going to walk around it. If you would be that hologram, you can't do that. But we can move the dimensions. Which means that we can't possibly. The third one is not implied. The third one is actual, which means so there has to be one more dimension that is implied. The reason we cannot move in time on our own because time is implied. It seems to be there. Let's take a picture. the one from the experience seems to be there, just like the third dimension is implied in a hologram.
Yeah, but my
But
friends,
we have
they
three
were
degrees of
excited.
freedom, so we're a four-dimensional hologram projected on a two-dimensional sheet, which is the bulk, which is space
You know,
time
we're
itself.
getting to live
Now you can say, well, the bulk is actually four-dimensional. I'm saying that
you know, you probably sit
time
next
is
to
actually
your wife,
implied.
your husband,
The bulk is the surface,
or,
so
you
it
know,
is
somebody you might not even
three-dimensional.
fucking.
And again, this actually lends itself to real experimentation. Like, is there ways to curve the surface in a
But
way
yeah,
that
that dude made his son a wooden shirt.
if we do that, then time would appear to move slower or faster, depending on the percentage of it, which we know that actually happens, right? And again, we can move forward, how we can move forward time travel, like that's the well, at least the perception of it is, right? Just like it's like somebody charge you $50 to move 50 minutes in the future, and then he's doing there, it's like, all right, it'll take you 50 minutes to move 50 minutes in time. You have to somehow explain what appears to us to be the case in terms of what we think the larger structure is, which is what the business of physics is, right? It's just that it's constantly omitting the first person experience. And I'm saying you cannot omit it anymore. You have to somehow explain the fact that we're experiencing things a certain way. It's part of existence. And neuroscience will tell you, well, you know, these perceptions, these apparent time changes in your perception, they're just in your perception. Fair enough, but is there a way to test for that? Is it possible that time for you is actually moving slower, just like physically it's moving slower closer to a mass in physics? Is it possible that it's actually, your brain is taking less computational steps? Is it possible that it's actually moving slower because of whatever happens in your mind? No, but I'm claiming there's a way to a certain extent, and it needs to be taken more seriously that way.
That was the first Mexican.
I'm gonna pretend like I understood everything you guys said.
And then you can answer the question.
Probably 11 of us out.
Yeah.
Well, that's an interesting idea, right? The perception
This neighboring town, I don't think, like, live with a family that had, like I got emancipated and live with a different
and that, like, how does the dimension of time specifically relate to?
It's crazy.
I don't know. One thing before you jump away, I just want to say this is important. We just conducted the first official Magnus experiment that for all intents and purposes, I think most likely is actually like I think actually doesn't work. But here's an example of us actually trying something.
Heavy like that.
Something happened there one time, actually with my fiance, weirdly enough. All the subjects, including myself, couldn't see any difference. So the experiment was we put a magnet behind the surface, we check the laser on the surface on the other side, we smoke the EMT, we look at it, and I thought we're going to see some change because of if the magnet is powerful enough in the back. At the surface, so if I just have a sheet of paper, I put a magnet here, so you can't see it from here, right? And then you project the laser to this side, and then I'm smoking the empty and the same code. I thought that if the magnet was powerful enough, I would be able to see something change from this side. They will tell me with the magnet, so I can see the magnet. I could nothing missing. So far for us, however, there was one instance where we had a camera from above that sees both sides at the same time. My fiance, she just kind of jumped in and she just like, we probably can't forget but for the experiment that might be viable, she saw, well, she didn't see, but she, I guess, guessed 5 times in a row with the magnet. Exactly. So that was strange because I didn't see the difference. Okay. So either there's some other component here we don't understand, or she just got super lucky. I don't know. We have to look for the data. But I just want to emphasize this because this is how it should be. This is how people should go about this. They should try whatever it is they think they might work. I don't know why they didn't think of actually putting not that powerful magnet, but they were pretty powerful, like constant magnets. And we should have used more of them, like also on the laser itself to see if anything. We had my good friend Pablo, an engineer, help us create rotating magnets experiment by Persinger. Help us create a device. Who, by the way, was suggested by John Chavez. Shout out to John. Who also, by the way, invested in the film quite a bit. So thank you, John. And basically, the rotating magnets is something we can maybe put the laser in between and rotating the magnets and see if that does a difference. We didn't do that. We're learning. The larger point is, there should be more of that. We should just test this in this way, and if it doesn't pan out, it doesn't pan out. But we're going to keep trying. And I want to encourage more of that. This insistence that where I feel that I mostly depart with the way that Andrew chooses to go about this. Again, I have tremendous respect for him, and we had since then really great conversations. But where I would openly disagree with him is that there's this insistence that he's so crazy that there's no way anytime soon we will ever be able to make sense of it. I'm saying that attitude that you should shoot for. Because if you decided that, of course you're not going to make it. You have people believe that it's possible to actually do certain things. Yeah. And maybe when you get this thing down in other ways, maybe just disagree with the specific way in which I'm doing it. But this is the way I choose to go about it, and I want to encourage more people to do that and not get caught up in what they want to do. If it doesn't work out, say it doesn't work. So we can proceed to the next thing. We can try another thing. So we should all think about it together.
Well, I think one of the things that he said, which struck me, was the little questions that he asked was, what makes this code any more real than anything else that you see, right? Like it's closer to what this is. It appears to what the table is. So it's always the same thing.
It's matter like
no matter who it is.
No, it's as real. I'm claiming it's as real as Jupiter is there.
I'm taking this victim home.
That's what makes it different.
You gotta say I'm a feel.
Right. So like,
I didn't see it. That's the shit.
when you explain that console thing that you saw,
You
explain that sitting in 3D space, that was anchored.
Yeah, it's just existent.
To the floor, you can walk around it and see all around the whole thing out there. So
I see it all the time.
So that would be the equivalent of
sometimes
100% of the time. Every time you're supposed to see the console.
Oh yeah.
Holy shit.
Oh yeah. Did I send you our Laszlo, our VR guy? He's much more than a VR guy, but he's also a VR guy. He created like a fully immersive environment with the representation of the console. And it's really delicious how real it is. Now, this is like Zoltan says, an 8-bit version of the real thing. But it delivers how real that is. But that's just me. The reason the console is much less impactful is because I don't know what to do to make other people see the console. Right? But I can show you the code.
You don't use any sort of external devices like the laser to see the console.
No, it's as real as this. By the way, the console is a small anecdote and unrelated. I'm not going to be that interesting, probably, but the console was doing something when we were shooting that experiment that it never did before. Usually the console opens up and it has a lot of sections all over the place. And only the very small sliver of menus kind of like follow, but the rest of the console still has it. It's almost like the body, right? It has different sections. One of the sections that were physical sections, the one that was always there, came out and started scanning where people were looking at the label. I've never seen that before. Yeah, it was like a plate that came off it and just started doing scanning, like it was interested in what we were doing. I've never seen that before. Again, this is one that's like, trip report. I don't know what you do. It's not people say, hey, can we release the next video of the console because I'm working on it? Like, dude, I need to have some information there that I didn't have the first time, and I don't have that yet. I want to say something new. I don't want to just keep repeating, what I already said. And if I'm not sure, I'm not sure. So we got to do this. So we had this thing before. But here, the idea is actually this move. There was a time that they always beat the rope together. You have an idea what geofence is.
It's clear. No, it's clear. It's the clear stuff.
who thought that scientists? It wasn't that the workers in the field.
Yeah, it's a
It was
little
a scientific so there's a scientific classification of something. It wasn't that. And then there were people who thought, well, I don't think that's the case. And on the side, that was a crazy side. It almost took their lives. Yeah, definitely because of freedom. Right? And you have to be critical
there's
mass
about 30
where
chicks out there that are moving up under some fucking fist queen. You know who you are. You know what I'm saying?
clicks. People start to be interested in this deeper, because there's a critical mass. That's kind of what's happened. That, you know, when Daniel explains that, he's actually approaching from a very scientific mind. You know, scientific mind will get into space and will try to analyze it. And that's the point of these experiments. Is there a scientific way to beyond the anecdotes? Like there's a code, people solve, right? That's an anecdote, and how do you physically prove? But eventually, when you have people to see this code, that's why they're critical, or enough people venture in space. That's why it's the tragic spiritual, but more important, they venture in space, and when anecdotes start to, be analyzed, when it's just simply not, coming from a pragmatic or a spiritual difference.
Some of this mushroom powder is out of this
practically saying that, 10,000 people say that, hey man, I saw, and our experiences are verifiable.
Wake up the next morning.
There's a mass of people that saw it. Then it's not possible to
make sure the expression on her face
it is asking for that.
Might be illegal. But that used to be something I got into town, man. Somebody set me up with a girl, but I didn't know what she was saying.
And the whole idea of basically creating that,
just trying to use
just
like,
just
like regular, just it's almost like playing cool. It's like playing cool. It's like playing the charades, but you fuck at the end. You know, that's what it's like. Take somebody out you don't know, learn something new. Meet a girl, take a girl from Nairobi or from
is it tangible evidence?
Somewhere.
No,
it's interesting because
there are 100 people saw you rob the bank.
We're talking like a group of 5 or 6 guys.
One of those things.
So, by the way, did I tell you that we tried to figure out a way to see the code without
man that lived the circle and just
what?
I can't do that.
So David Carter, the other board member,
something I always wanted to do.
approached me a few months ago with opening line. They don't know me, but I've been following him for a while. And this concerned No, he's incredible. Carter's incredible. So he basically, I guess the best way to describe it is he is large. I would say he's a organizational expert, but I think he's a large scale problem solver. So basically, if you work from everything from government projects, software development, big processes work.
In the Southeast, I don't speak.
And he said, look, about a year ago, I ordered the laser, I saw the code, I never reached out to you, but I started basically talking about it in my circles, because I have a certain reputation, people listen to me. He said when I would go to these conferences, I would
until they had
at
built
the end of
spray out of
whatever
that's
conference we are. I would like whip
it'd
out
always
the
be the
laser
bell
and
would ring, everybody would be back in class, and motherfucker would just keep listening for some
here's the
reason.
thing, I have a certain kind of
I was
reputation.
just holding by his fucking arm across the table.
I was making one more step for them to penetrate. So like instead of me telling him,
And
this
then
is
I would
laser,
leave,
I'm like, no, here's the laser.
You know, they had a
And I would just
first
turn it
winger
on.
I ever messaged
Just a simple
Marcel.
diffraction laser. But I was
I
telling
think
them
the
that
first
I've
winger
tried
ever,
this.
man.
I've seen the code,
This
and
kid named
explained
Brian
where you
St.
would see it.
Pierre,
People
bro.
got so
And
interested because
they put
they
him
are
in
looking
your
for this like
class.
next step of like understanding.
Yeah, he was a white
So
dude.
David recently told me that I haven't seen myself yet, but he is,
he was raised like
there's a certain
kind of like, he was like Mowgli. Like
reputation that he has
spit
of being
on the other side of town,
He said he thinks he figured out a way to see some visibility of the code with these old sensors of Sony cameras. It was like a movie, you know? And if we string a bunch of them together, we will be able to see it. If it's true, that will automatically change the conversation entirely. And there's also a team from Japan that apparently from 2014 was collecting data from light coming from stars. And they discovered that they can actually discern statistically at this point pretty concretely that there's information in there. There's some kind of a code, there's some kind of risk running in there that is not very good. They can actually discern that. Your tendency of your brain just make shapes out of nothing. Your brain is really good at creating so they can discern that this is not it, but it's actually good information of some sort. So all of these things are kind of converging. But I just wanted to mention that because Zoltan keeps referring to the end of childhood. I really think that all of the stuff that I mentioned before, these crescendos that are all rising at the same time. The reason that you have all these like very animated conversation here about God and what are these the disclosure and all of this stuff is because something is happening that is bigger than us, but not in an esoteric sense, but in an actual sense. It's actually happening. And whatever it is, the reason that I guess there's maybe urgency is the wrong word, but maybe more of an attention on this than currently is being allocated to it. That is an important point. We can no longer pretend that it's just a 9 to 5, I go to work, everything is normal. Even the people that think of it more in terms of like, I think they do examples. I've had conversations with people from that. And when I ask the question, have you ever considered what you're going to do the day after the disclosure? There's always silence. Because that's really the important part. Okay, disclosure, now what? Like, what do you think? How do you envision yourself being a moment after? That's exactly it. So, interesting that you said about the lights. When I was in that space, 16, I got a job right away. It's much more than that. And I saw this scientific paper as well. The electromagnetic processes which are much more that processes in our brain. So, is that possible? That they have consciousness? Theoretically, yes. Yeah. That's kind of insane. But we don't have a challenge. If human realizes his work, the first question is, why are they here? What would be that probably the most and it sounds to me that most likely find that answer or get closer to the answer without states, not in the scientific explanation of the process. The process is just a result of the scientific perspective. I was going to ask you, when you're studying stuff, and when you try to help more people become more aware, the only way to study it is to have obviously lots of people or just see a way to substantiate it on the screen, or to send the information directly right from the check. But at the same time, when you're saying this code, like how do you eliminate this confirmation bias that they're isn't that a way that people attack this? Say, people are expecting this. It's not double blind. So there's two separate things. One is the people attacking it, which they will. It's just natural. That's how you make stuff strong. That's fine, right? It's fine. So that's a non-technical field. Like I would say, we can take the pressure. Exactly. The second part of the question is, even Gallimore, you haven't watched the full video yet, but at the end, he says, so you know how he says, which is actually a self-contradicting point, which I think to my response video, which is he says that Priming doesn't have this longevity that people attribute to the code. And yet he himself somehow it doesn't have this longevity. So priming is if I give you a cold drink to hold, if you don't know me and ask you general questions, most people would have more negative kind of things to say about the person. Same thing with the one drink and the other one. Okay. That's priming. Okay. Priming is a certain state that makes certain general occurrences more likely. Priming does not work with specific content, hyper-specific content that I would convince you. If I say, so this is easily testable. If people think it's priming, take a group of people that you know for sure didn't hear about this, right? Sure. And then tell them about elephants. Inject it subliminally, talk to them about it, do all of that. And show them the later. Yes. Okay. If they still tell you they see Japanese letters, can we then agree that this is not it? Right? So that's easily testable. Okay. The other point that people make, which is like, oh, but which by the way I've done. I've told people something else and they came back and said, I didn't say what you did, but I saw these weird things.
Like me, I saw the gears.
The gears used to be yeah, but it's just the way it appears. So, but the other point of like, yeah, but if you make it big enough, I was like, okay, hold on. So you're telling me that you believe that if one guy can say something convincingly, you should then convince the entire Earth that something is there? Well, then I think that's a whole phenomenon all by itself we should study that. Because what are you talking about? If people go to the DMV space all the time, right? How do you know what machine knows? Somebody told you about it. Exactly. So are we saying, oh, we shouldn't talk about machine knows? Because if you're going to keep talking about it, it's going to be confirmational bias, and then how do we know if they're real or not? Well, the only difference here is that I'm claiming that this is actually real, which is already in the zeitgeist, already in the conversation. I think it's the level of emphasis they're giving it that people are uncomfortable with. They're uncomfortable with the amount of certainty I have about it, which I get, but at a certain point you have to admit when you do know what you know. So the reason that I'm saying things with this amount of conviction, the things that I am saying with conviction, again, the only thing I'm saying that I know for sure is that whatever it is, they'll say, why are you calling it code of reality? You know, it's a placeholder. It kind of looks like a second code. Do I know it goes for all the time and everything? Of course not. Here's what I know for sure. Whatever that is, it exists on its own side even when you're not looking. It's a real thing. Or if you want to say, yeah, but everything is mine, okay, even within that frame, whatever it is that you need to say, the external environment, within the perception that everything is mine. Okay, however you want to play the language game. It is an external thing to you as you are perceiving yourself, right? That's a real thing. That's all I'm saying. Why I know this one is absolutely noticeability? Well, there's a certain one process I went through personally over years and years and years before I even spoke about this publicly, where I actually never assumed anything about it. I just allowed it to unfold. I just kind of looked at it for what it is. I didn't really and eventually, with a lot of hammer and insistence from the other space, to say, yo, what else do we show you? And I'm like, wait, so you telling me? They're like, yes, it's what this is. I was like, oh. They're like, thank you. So then eventually you go, okay, I know this is real. I no longer feel the obligation to pretend to think that maybe. I don't think that maybe. I know for sure. Does that mean that everybody has to have this amount of conviction? Of course not. But I don't feel apologetic for the amount of conviction I have, because at a certain point there is such a state of the brain called no. It's a very limited thing. It's a very small portion. I'm not claiming to know the ultimate secret of the universe, but I know I can't walk through the wall. Do I know this? Yes, I know this. Do you know this? Yes. And anybody who insists otherwise is just playing a weird language game, right? You know you can't walk through the wall. Let's not be silly. Okay, I know the code is there as much as I know that I can walk through the wall. So at a certain point, I have every right to have the conviction that I have, and I can defend these convictions. Anybody has the right to criticize my convictions, which is exactly the situation where the move that the other side's next is like, if you just have less conviction, I'll be more comfortable with it. That's not. That's you. That's fine. But we're going to have the conversation with the amount of conversation we're going to have for both ends about it. And the only thing that would substantiate it ultimately is if something comes from it. If something that can actually come to fruition from it. Up until this point, the main criticism was, well, if these things are real things, how come they always so elusive? How come they don't really leave any mark where like really information is? Well, here it is. Here's the thing. Let's start playing with it. And now people push the horizon even further.
Do you get the feeling that maybe this stuff wasn't meant to be studied in science?
Why is it discovered? That's
Maybe it just wasn't meant to be known by everybody. Oh, maybe this thing isn't meant to change humanity. Maybe it's not meant to help humanity mature or evolve. Maybe it's just discover on their own. And it's not. Are you familiar with this study? It's this John Hopkins study that went on. I saw this journalist on Daily House Kitchens cookies over there watching John Hopkins psychedelic study. It's a study in the 90s or early 2000s. With a couple what was the gentleman's name who started that study? The guys that were like the pioneers of psychedelic for a Harvard study. And it was a study where they brought in a bunch of people from different religions, a bunch of different religions. Like they brought in a Jewish person, Christian, people like the heads of all the faiths, right? Who had different religious beliefs. But on psychedelics, they tried to find out what the common theme was behind all of their experiences and how they projected their own religious framework. And they had this hypothesis that this idea is called perennialism. I don't know if you've ever heard of perennialism. Perennialism is this idea that all religions came from one common source. Like they're all drawn from one source, which goes back to like some of the stuff like Brian Moresky talks about, like at least in the mysteries. The Greeks were experiencing this psychedelic, they were going into this DMT state, this psychedelic state, where they were seeing God, right? They were experiencing these things that eventually got translated into different religions, right? For different reasons. Which, religion kind of like Christianity spiraled out of control. And, this thing of today. You gotta respect the game before like it's like the ultimate goal of this was trying to find any common core to all religions and to all human belief at the core of human consciousness, right? But it's like, one time, dude. And I'll tell you how to me, what Travis pointed out great was like, I don't think it really matters that much, right? Like if you're a Christian, or if you're a Buddhist, or if you're a UFO person, or if you're a psychonaut who thinks that, whatever you believe, as long as your belief makes you a better person, more power to you.
I tell you why it doesn't map onto the way I see it. Statistically, because the answer to your question is it possible that it's not meant to be today by everybody. The answer is, of course, you missed your chance. Yeah, sure, you're right. Right. That's a lot of maybe, right? The more reasonable way to proceed, I would say, is to look at how any other big event ever happened. Which is always a correction of the past. The reason that in some domains it might be okay to hold opposing views about different things, but in other domains it isn't. I forget to give that example, but it's a perfect example. The example is, if you think you're in a ship, you go out and you just open the window, crack the window because you want some more air. But you happen to be in the submarine. You get confused. It really matters. No, he thought he was an 80-year-old man. No, forget about the fact that you can't really open it. But let's say you could. The point is, if you don't understand the situation, you might make moves. They can be detrimental. So making the match the territory is a very important endeavor. And just notice that whenever people sail outside of the domain of the current conviction of society, either intellectually or physically, into the ocean, you're gonna fall off the face of the earth. What if just stay here? What if we're gonna we're gonna come to the village? You have to understand. then always the larger environment you're in, it's just the nature of the game. And if then you want to say, well, look, I understand the game has worked this way so far, but maybe this is it. This is the limit. Well, that's an arbitrary.
I put Santana on the iTunes the other way around.
The conversation you were saying about that, what is the and what that is. So there's an extra connection. One is starting with every single religion, right? Is in the realm of their communication. As we talked about earlier, the filters and beyond the filters. And so it's in a box of language, right? So whatever religion that is, the search is the same ultimately. The question is the same. What are we where we came from? Is there our entity that created us, or how does it work? And all that happened in the verbal, because regardless of the religion, they use the language, the Sanskrit, the Hebrew, whatever it is, right? We are operating in the box, and everything that you can talk about is a loose description. So we have to move outside of the box.
But yeah, I just want to at least let everybody know that the pedophile died. That was what people thinking.
And it's an experience. I'm pretty sure the experience is exactly the same with every religion. The split comes from the different culture that language.
He took us to a Marilyn Manson concert, the first concert I did. He was probably about 82, right? We were 14. Bro.
If you go to the experiment part,
he takes us to Manson at 15.
Which is below before the filters.
Me and my buddy Scott, and somebody's like, how old is those kids? And somebody else is like, oh, they're probably 13. And I remember the guy goes, oh, somebody's gonna fuck them.
And then he was talking about the functionality of yes, it is our
dude, and then we were back in the audience, man.
Figure out and
what happened to those 2 kids?
To this positive what are we doing? Why are we doing? Now, you equated to the submarine that you might open a window that you should be opening. Right?
It's savage to say that to some kids.
This could be true that we could rattle it down that are not exactly optimal or even detrimental.
No, I don't know.
But if you just say the statement of pragmatic, absolute pragmatic basis, then the experience of
and the girl told the parents the same thing.
But they already had worked out the same 2-year-old kind of the same. So like
we'll see what happens. What did he dress like? Did he dress like an old man or did he dress like a man?
And the question is going to be the same.
Why does he look like he's dressed like Adrian Bishop?
Right. So that is a fundamental
It was even like an old man with like
everything else is a subset of that. Without the question is what would happen, why it would happen, what is okay. Right. That's it. I think that's part of the human brain's operation. Right? Everything comes from something. Right? We came first from our parents, from our grandparents.
82, yeah.
First one. Is to find a God. I don't think the question is general. I think in any other species, any other species exist in this universe, we have the same question. The same exact question. It doesn't matter if you go to a different solar system in different circumstances. The question will be the same. And it will be asked at the level that you need to be. So for an amygdala, the formula question would be, how can I be more? Oh, this is too hot, I'm going to appreciate it. But the question always drives the process. That's a completely natural thing.
At the end, they just
so to then put arbitrary stop to it because of other things to think this. Because notice that they're also conceptual frameworks. There are also other things that people claim to understand. So it's just a competition between the frames of understanding. So the example with the submarine, well, let's say, what if there's something you're supposed to do right now because it didn't understand it? Is there a clip there? I thought it was just a two-dimensional shape, but it's more than that. So you have to understand that you're on that path, right? And so the answer to most times, like, should you know? Almost in every instance, it's yes. It's always better to know and then do something about it. There are some limited cases that I would say, like, if a video or there's everything down towards us and we have 3 weeks to live, is it better to know? In this limited instance, maybe not, because in 3 weeks we're just going to panic and it's not going to be better. But these cases are much more rare than all the other cases. Like, is it good for us to know how to synthesize polio or to build the atom bomb? Well, it's good for us to know that that's a possibility and then
that is true. You can't control it.
work around it. Because to say we should have never discovered it, that's just postponing the moment in which it will be discovered someday. It's always better to know something and then to do something about it properly. And that's what I'm saying. The attitude of the monkey is pointing to these external things to blame. But it's like, if we can get our act together, then we can stop pointing.
That I can drop a part of it.
Dude, they used to have a buzz.
I can drop a massive part. So, because it makes sense, right? That we should know. But knowing that we shouldn't know is also knowing.
And you put electrocution?
I'm gonna give it back. I'm gonna give you into an actual experience as person in the space.
I gotta fucking be on
I've
stage.
been there hundreds and hundreds of times, and there are different levels. And I'll give you an actual example when
That shit tell that shit lies to you.
non-verbal communication,
Mushrooms lie here. All those
a
symbols
state
lie.
of
Mushrooms,
consciousness
acid,
you
they
just
lie
know,
here. Like, I just gotta go
and
back.
it's independent of time. So, meaning
You get in the car, you
when
start that
you read that
motherfucker, so
space,
you
you
get that
just
second
have
rush.
just some of those songs.
This is
And
telling
sometimes
me
it
shit.
really
It's
takes time. It's not like there's a book of knowledge and it takes time to absorb.
Yeah.
It's just, oh, I
got
understand.
some weed,
And it's
got some record players.
and so there was this moment
That's it. Listen to
where
music, fucking get stoned.
I realized
Put
that
enough weed, so leave enough
we are
to get high. So
in being in that space, and when you reach this
Dude, I'll tell you,
this
the child
idea
molester,
that,
they just simply
you
said
know,
he
that
died. He died
the Buddhists talk about it very,
So you
very
can
at
get the rest of
something like this one.
Well, here's how we knew. Finally,
When
one time we
you
linked
took
up
off my
snakes
hand
with
from the
us,
top, and then
and my buddy
you
was in the
realize like,
kitchen.
oh, there's this
I was in the kitchen.
Oh, good one's
Right.
coming.
and
I was
there's
in
the
the kitchen,
we
and
discussed
my buddy
why
was
are
sitting
you
in the living room with him.
Now,
And I said, I yelled back in the living room, I
there
said, hey,
is
Big
nothing
Rich.
else.
That's what his name was.
And it
I
does
said, do you
take
have
you
any
to
sour
absorb
cream?
that for a second.
And
It's the
my buddy
loneliest
Scott
existence
said,
that
yells
it has
back,
no companion.
no, but
because
you
there
can have
is
some of
nothing
this
else.
sweet cream, right? And then I hear Big Richard sitting next to my
It's
buddy
universal
and
consciousness.
say to him,
Everything is one.
that's what he said, and that's when it all changed in our heads. Like,
And
he's got
it
some
is,
friendly
for
older
a
dude
lack of
behind the
better
steaks and smoking us
words,
out.
it's the absolute
Yeah.
loneliness. Because it has no
Fucking
companion.
mad.
However,
man.
in the second you're
His
compartment,
goose is loose and he's looking to fucking
Like
touch
a
some
pump.
young jump.
You're
Like
sub-conscious,
young fucking
right?
pump in his
Then
head.
you're not in absolute consciousness, you're surrounded by others. Correct. So out of sudden processes,
anyway.
there is noise, there are experiences
I sit
and
here in front of
can
you
exist. Right?
like a
And so I
man
had
that
this
tell you that
perception of
I was in front. I grew up around some
the job
fucked up people.
purposes
Like I
is
didn't
that
know till years
every
later,
possibility
you know, like now how they
can
died
be
in
experienced.
prison.
And it's almost like your
I
function.
grew up around some
And this is
fucked
if you
up
think
people.
of
Like my mom took chances
with
with
some
me
sort
and
of
live on.
some sort
She
of
took big chances. When I was a kid,
an
she told me,
anxiety of
"Like,
human
you
existence.
fuck, anybody
Because
shoot
am I
me
doing
out
my
the
purpose? Yes.
When I was a young
Our
I saw
purpose
the gay
is
guy
to
run, pull the gun.
experience,
I'm
live
not doing this
this life.
brother right
There's
now. Like
no
a
way
man,
out.
like a
You were born into this life and you absolutely have to live it until you're not living, right? There's no way out. That's the process. The process is that you're living out one set of possibilities.
That was that. And then another night there was an
It's
insert
your
with two guys
possibility.
holding
Your
a gun.
possibility and
And I
your
was in there. I must
experience
have been about
is
11.
not going to be
And after that, my
anywhere
mom
near
said,
to
you know what,
anyone
man,
else's. It's
that's
very
it.
unique.
No more of our shit, but it
So
was
this
my
set
world.
of data was
It was
fed
my little
to
fucking world. That little stock
their
office in the back was made.
This
The area was
experience,
made.
yours
Is
was
that you, Lee?
Yes, and religions and follow ours. So this
I'm thinking like it's my emphysema.
the phenomenon of God, whatever you want to call it, experiences all the possibilities, the infinite possibilities, and you are that subject in that experience this God. So whatever it is you do, you're doing your job. You're living your life, you're experiencing and receiving the data. And you do have free will, and you can choose what you're going to experience. You actually do have the power. But the process is you are living your life now.
Like not one time he ate bread, I fucking got some guy's car.
And in that particular moment, I had this understanding of
on the way up just to see
if I'm searching, and if I'm out of the bed searching for that consciousness, searching for God, searching for this thing. If I was meant to understand, meant to know, it would be.
And it's so weird. I've been thinking about this topic because now I have a child.
But it would also
have to watch it, you know. And I'm talking to my sister. And my sister was the sweetest person.
If you were meant to watch, if I meant to watch, here's that's the point. It wouldn't be vulnerable even in principle. Well, but that's the
child. I just want you to know something. Trust
that
nobody.
you can experience that, but immediately the experience is. Don't look for it. Do your job, which is experience life, go live, experience and have that, feed that to the Akashic records or whatever you want to call them. Right? That's, if you understand that, then it takes away some kind of anxiety. Now, it works for me. This experience that you've had, some people call it the void. I've had it.
Honestly, they probably feel like they really need God. They just don't want me to
experience where he was so grateful when he came back with his content. He was like, oh my God, this Straussman also talk about this. It happens to a lot of people. I don't know if he's specific. I think he said he went 5 MEOD and he went to it. Like, yeah, the whiteout or the void. Yeah. So the thing is, to me, I'm hearing this and I've had this, and Zoltan is absolutely right. It is the most gutting feeling you can possibly have. But I always say I think there's still something to be said about the fact that you're experiencing it from some unitary perspective. You're still an ego experiencing the ultimate just loneliness, right? So that's why it's so gutty. But because on the other hand, you have other people that are talking about, like, you know, when you experience that, it's just the biggest bliss, the fullest freedom. But I would say that specifically with the code, not necessarily with this, because with this I am open to interpretation and all of that. There might be a balanced place. I agree with that.
Yeah, that's why I
With the code in particular, something else jumps at me, which is the fact that it is recognizable on the level of the human. Because if this is some kind of a thing that codes for, you know, the function of reality, it could have easily been just the wiggles, just the signals. Why does it appear as a language? As discernible to creatures like us? Right. That is the question that makes me feel that's a breakdown versus and the fact that it wasn't happenstance. It wasn't like a laser was on and I smoked some and I saw something and I was like, what is that? That's not how it happened. I aimed for years, and something was giving me chills. So all of these things together, and it didn't feel like one of these, like, you know, because it did it can discern energy. The energy of whatever that was guiding, it was like it was light. It was like a blissful energy. It wasn't like the other things, right? So in that sense, can it mean that we now have to come and face something that is difficult to face? But that means that it led to that, and that was part of what we need to go through in the next step of evolution. This part of the conversation, whenever I get to it, I'm very careful because I don't really know what Zoltan said. But my strong intuition is that it is unavoidable, and we're going to experience it in different ways either way. Like, we're all going to experience this in some way, this transitional moment. And it is, it's shrouded in so much speculation that I'm not sure that, I think that more words confuse people than do any good. But the most general thing you can say about it is that everybody can feel that something is happening. And either you're a person, you know, some kind of a aboriginal person in somewhere that does zero technology, it's going to communicate to you with as much coherence that it needs to in a way that you understand as to anybody else who's living with a super advanced technology. This might be just our version of how it's trying to express itself.
And I know it sounds super esoteric, but
my fucking band, Hero Junior.
My intuition is that whatever it is, it's not, we don't have to talk about 2050, 2040 singularity. Maybe, but this is not like in 20 years from now. This is now. It's happening. So like, it's no longer a drill. And the degree to which some of us can understand it and help become part of the process they're trying to unfold, which a lot of it is actually letting go. Letting go of the self-control, letting go of what we think we understand. This is a very big practice for me at the moment, because the more I talk about it, the more the weight of certain kinds of responsibilities kind of dawns on me. And then the only thing I can do that keeps me sane is to constantly drop into the space of like feeling what it feels like to be the unit that's talking about this. If I start telling you something, and inside I have this like very strong impulse of like, oh, okay. Everyone has just thought about that. So it was like, maybe not right now. So I'm constantly aware of that. Is it any part in some ideas I have in my psychology and maybe nothing more? Maybe. Completely open to that. But we have to stand somewhere and make something with a certain amount of certainty. We will never get to a place. You surf, right? Yeah. Great. In any activity that has real outcomes in real time, there's certain things that become super clear. You have to have a certain amount of, one of those things is you have to have a certain amount of conviction about your ability to do something to be able to do it. The more you second guess it, so there's way less chances you're going to get the flow or any state in which you're going to see it. How it exactly happened when you were on the wave perfectly, every single muscle of the body maneuver you might not be aware of. But how to drop into that space is the thing you become better and better at the more you do it, right? But notice that there has to be some level of conviction. The more you second guess it, the chances you're going to crash are way higher. And that's with everything. If you want to entertain a scientific idea, you have a certain amount of, you have to have a certain amount of conviction that it might work. I'm not talking about bias. It's like you have to know that there's maybe a cash value there. Okay, you proceed. If you second guess it to a degree where you're not even going to like, well, it can be another thing. You're not going to have enough of a drive to the track. Right? So that's where I'm coming from. I'm going to entertain this frame, see if something comes out of it. I am in full liberty after a certain amount of time to go, you know what? We tried it. They work. Let's go back to the old class. It's a legitimate move. There's no problem with that. And I think what most people don't recognize is that we're always doing that. People are excited. Like, even our current conviction of the scientific zeitgeist. This is also a form of the thing we're agreed upon. That's a good way to do this so far. It's going to take a lot to replace it if we ever get to replace it. Fine. It's beautiful. Just you have to have a certain amount of conviction to go in the face of it, but not even resist it. Just like how do I always say, whatever it is that we're going to find has to also match everything else we already understand. It's not going to replace everything. That's not how it works. So I guess my bottom line is there's a certain fluidity and a certain amount of rigidity that we have to constantly play with that can help us find our place in this unfolding. And I'm fully aware that this kind of thought immediately sounds more like a sage, right? But
that's the crazy part.
I don't
Some
think
people
it has
will be
to
like, that's
I
fucked up,
think we
but
can
to be brave enough
talk about
just
things
let yourself go like that and relax
that may be
like
unfolding that are greater than our current ability to understand in a way that makes sense to us collectively and personally, without constantly asking one another to pay a penalty for describing it in that way or another way. If I'm understanding what you're trying to do, I'm not going to waste energy of trying to correct every single word you say. I feel it. Like, okay, I understand what you're trying to say. And if you're struggling with saying it, I might even help you say it. Right? That should be more of the attitude. And that also holds the seed in all human endeavors. Science, politics, and everything. If we have a little bit more charity towards one another, what do you do?
I know that not. I'm just saying this.
Oh, okay, I get it. And again, it sounds, I'm aware that what I'm saying right now, it sounds like, bro, what are you talking about? You were just talking about science. Now you're talking about some kind of a interaction. It's how if everything in science is done, we have to say, awesome, let's go with it. We don't have to be dicks about it. Like, scientists don't have to be dicks to one another to achieve an accolade. That's part of it. If we didn't work together on something major, wouldn't it be better if we also feel comfortable and safe to do that and we can explore? Like, oh, that didn't pan out, but we don't have to make you feel like shit about it. And I personally don't care because I'm not in that world really, and I have all the love that I need in the world. But I am noticing that it's a big pain point for scientists. I have two physicists who are totally on board to help out, but they said, I have to be consulted. I can't put my name on it. I'm going to lose everything. That's crazy. That's crazy. That was the scientific community and the region that actually. And yeah, we can do the whataboutism all day long. So the conviction of the experience, that's what you're talking about. Like you have an experience and the conviction that I experienced. I'm looking at people where experience is starting to begin. Then, I could jump in there and start questioning, like, well, what is existence? That's whataboutism. How about that? You can, at one point you have to drop anchor. And the anchor is, I had seen Dr. I had experienced this. I got to anchor myself in those about happened to me. And I saw it, and I perceived it. And if it happened to me, I can't care less about 8 billion people saying otherwise. Because everything that was ever invented or discovered, at one point, the person who discovered it or invented it had to respond, and the shoulder was strong enough to carry the weight that nobody has on this planet in this moment. Really be what you're saying or what you invented. Right? It falls on you because you invented it or you saw what you saw. Right? And so the truth is not that themselves. And it's my truth. I saw it. That to me is uncorruptible. Because you can play the whataboutism, but people are you really cool? Is this world really exist? We can play this all the time. At one point, you have to put down the bricks of like, okay, well, I am going through this stuff. I am experiencing this stuff. I feel like I am here. There are processes and logical processes and feelings and ideas that hover inside my head. And I, regardless of, I myself could pull this apart, like perception and what is really happening and are you really there? Is this just a hologram? We can show the whole thing. The truth is not inconsistent, but at one point I gotta drop on anchoring something. Like, I have to have a solid point. Right now, a solid point is like this. I know nobody in this group and nobody outside this group has a fucking idea. And I will be at that bar. There's no person on this planet. Let's do this shit. All right, hold on one second. It's not church. What's happening now? Listen, you're unique. You don't think like anybody. You don't talk like anybody. You don't sleep like anybody. So why is your mattress one size fits all? That I at least know that there are things that are unknown and things that are unknown until now. And then you can logically sleep. We can buy mattresses online, customized for you. For hundreds of dollars instead of thousands. If you follow me, you go to helix.com right now. You answer a few simple questions. But at one point, you still have to drop an answer. So if you have this experience, if you saw that, if that's your conviction, you gotta put that in brick and say, I'm defending this brick. This is my experience. There's nobody alive. Oh, my mattress is horrible. That's fucking bum mattress. And sometimes they say, well, you're spending extra dough. Not just question about pack that in any shape or way. This is my experience. Your universe is your mattress. My experience, I'm sticking to this. I had experience. I'm going to do this. And if you don't do that, there's nothing. There's no starting point. There's nothing that you can possibly do. There has to be something. But the small thing to add to that is that in order for that to be the water, you first have to acquire the ability to have 3 months of your fat ass rolling around a mattress. You did a certain amount of work on yourself. If you don't like trust your experience in a way that not for everybody. It's bad. So that's right. I have that to some degree, you have that to a larger degree, but it's also because you have more of, I guess what you would call external accolades to rest on, to say, I tried things my way, they worked out. So now, whenever I walk in a room and somebody starts yapping business advice at me, I'll let them yap, but I'm like, you do you, I did it my way, look around you, that's what I've achieved, what did you achieve? So that gives you a certain amount of confidence in your conviction. And I have some of that in other domains. Some people, I realize, don't always have that because they are never really dropping an answer ever, or for whatever other reason, and they never really land on something that pans out. So from that perspective, it's very difficult to trust yourself and to trust your conviction. And I do appreciate that because somebody, it was pointed out to me, and one of my daily loves, it was pointed out to me, and I never thought about that. And it has to do with this ability to track what is going on to a degree. And if it pans out enough times where it's almost like checkpoints, you're like, okay, yeah. So, but the second you achieve that, and this is the thing, that it's funny when people think that I kind of like went with the first idea I had and just kind of ran with it. Couldn't be literally the opposite of that. I've experienced this space thousands of times, and so much that I'm like, okay, I think I have a say in what I think each thing there is because I simply visit it so often. So I have some discernment that I trust. Would it be just that thing and also nothing else, like even with the consul, let's say? Would I be speaking about this with that much conviction now? I don't know. I think that it's because it's something came out of it that I can show to people, or at least to a substantial number of people, that basically gave me that check mark of like, something is there, it doesn't matter what you say, until you don't address the exact correct thing that I'm seeing. You can say whatever you want. I don't feel like, have you considered this? I don't need to consider it. I have the direct experience of it. Yeah, that would be the difference there.
I mean, you're talking about that, the patterns in the opening right now, and repeat certain patterns, and we can play this game of like, okay, that's how we make it happen here. The church is what's happening now, and never figure out how to back up. And you just without this is possible. Without the alpha brain. So you can also establish, okay, so this is the truth of this algorithm because you just look at the technology and you do the pattern and you can verify what's happening. Let's say business, it doesn't matter if I'm a snowboard, play guitar, or your business there's a pattern in that all these activities don't all the same essentially there's a pattern, so it doesn't matter what happens in my life, I get excited that because I understand the pattern. And then once you do that in the pattern, it's okay, now we don't have to really get so that I can keep this pattern and what I do, succeed. But I think that's not okay. I reserve the right to be absolutely insane. I can be a schizophrenic person who will be convinced that somebody's sitting over there, right? It doesn't mean that we just call this person $360. The minute he's wrong, we just we don't see what this person sees. It does, and that's what I mean. Like the truth is not by consensus, right? So because we have much less people who see those traits, people that we don't see things that we're not there. We consider it insane. That's not necessarily the case. Right. It's just because we are a major, we're going to say, oh, yeah, he's insane. It doesn't mean you just don't see what this person sees. So, so as reserve the right to be insane. Yeah. But this is what I'm saying that the bottom question, at least at the moment, is what is seems to have this universal plus. Universal democratic thing where it doesn't matter how crazy you are. You try to walk through the wall, you're in doing it. That is an important point. What is that? Why is that way? You know? So ultimately, for me, the encouragement again is to broaden the spectrum of entertainment, without getting lost. It's a fine line. I'm trying to push the ontology just slightly out, saying, hey, the thing that we want to consider seriously is a little bit right outside of what we currently do. And let it just push it out. I think it will solve a lot of problems. That's really all I'm saying. What I want to talk about
Talk about what do you think happened when you got kicked out of the DMT space? Was that the same experience when you experienced this oneness, this conscious loneliness? So it's real. Sure. Yeah. I feel like I don't want more coffee. I feel like it's gonna fly me to the moon. Have you tried yoga before? Yeah. Is it good?
Yeah, it's good.
It's whatever.
It's a gum that supposedly does something, and I don't know. It's like
No.
So here's the thing. I'm already
talking some
Here's the thing. I'm only doing 200 miles an hour. So when I go 201 miles an hour because of the neuro gum, it will not make a difference. Okay. So it would only matter if I was a mentally
into the mic.
a turtle, and So I don't know. It's a percentage game. So yeah, the getting kicked out experience. If you Google this happens to a lot of people actually, right? And so, which also underlines that there is something that happened. This physically happened to me. So I can verify it in my physical, concrete existence or agreed upon existence. This is our agreed upon existence. The second I go into that space, we're no longer in the agreed upon reality because we can't verify those rule sets that then it talks about, like I can't walk to the wall, right? Is now applying to all of us, right? So we have an agreed upon reality, and agreement is that I can't walk through the wall. Now, in a second, I'm in that space, right? The rule set is not yet established. There is a rule set, but we just don't know that rule set yet, so we have a hard time to agree upon the reality of that space. It has a reality. It has a rule set. And there are sometimes something happens that I can verify it, like getting kicked out. Right? So that happened to me that I got kicked out. I can tell you the whole story, why and how that happened, but the physical proof of that is number one, research it, getting kicked out of DMT. And you
see if you can do it.
Hundreds of people will talk about like they got kicked out for various reasons and for various period of time. And what happens once I got kicked out, I couldn't get back in.
My friend got forcibly kicked out of hyperspace.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you're gonna find hundreds and hundreds of these recounts.
Yeah, I've read it probably a bunch. Yeah.
So, but
it's like I would search be like banned from DMT space.
So what's the importance of it? The importance of it that you're gonna find that some hundreds of people will verify the same experience that has happened to them, right? And when it happens to you, you can compare it to the agreed upon reality. And in an agreed upon reality, right, there you go.
The DMT itself was banned.
Right? That's funny.
It was banned from outer space.
That's hilarious. So what's the implication? What's the importance of it? So when you get kicked out of the space and hundreds of people will verify that it happened to them, then we can be discussing that event in our agreed upon reality right here. And the agreement is that they got kicked out, trying to get back, and they cannot. They can smoke as much DMT as they want, and they cannot get back in. Almost like some kind of receptor that is open to access that space is not shut. Door is shut, and no matter how many times you hit that cartridge, you cannot get back in. And so if you're going to read that, you're going to probably find that hundreds and hundreds of people talking about this. So whatever happens in the DMT space, where we don't have an agreement of the rules yet, track down. Right here, you do have an agreement of the rules, right? And the agreement is that you got kicked out, you hit that cartridge, you can't get back in. And every single person will recount the same thing. So something happened that we can all verify. That alone is very interesting because it affects the agreed upon reality that we can talk about. It's with its rules of can't walk to the wall, can't do this, can't do that, can't fly, can't get back into the that's now part of can't get back into the empty space is now part of because it happens right here. Right. So if that's verifiable, and then I say, okay, before you got kicked out, what did you do? What happened? And then you're gonna find similar stories. See what I mean? So
So in some way, this is what I'm talking about. Like, there's going to be a critical mass when we have enough data and enough anecdotes at first, because that's all we got.
Yeah.
Right? Anecdotes at first that are parallel. And eventually, when there is enough of that, then the scientific community has to, mobilize and go like, well, this is too weird. This is too much, too many to ignore. But these stories are the same. So whatever reason, they are the same story. Right? And so for the story where I got picked up, I popped into a space where there was an entity. Generally, my personal experiences are usually, I don't know.
So even if you don't find hundreds of accounts, this is like actually a perfect moment.
Oh, you will, but yeah.
But we can make a prediction, because I can tell you from my daily lives, I do have quite a few, like dozens of people that told me that they had a similar experience. So I bet you that after this episode is released, at this point, you see a bunch of comments, you see people like, oh, that happened to me. It really happens very often to people.
So to tell you what happened, I ventured in this space hundreds of times, right? And I my personal experience actually is, everybody's is different. I don't have many interactions with entities. I have a different cerebral space from that. But I do have, and I did have encounters, non-verbal communications. Some of them are, I could call a miracle because it had physical effects that affected me later in this agreed upon reality. But just to go to this example, I popped into a space where there was an entity. And this entity was startled by me popping into its space, right? And so in a second what happens, usually what happens with these entities, you have this non-verbal breach, like sort of like, I can read your thought, you can read mine, maybe a connected to you. And so I popped in, and I know I startled this creature because it got annoyed with me. So the description that I can give is the feeling of unknown. So what are you doing here? What? And in a second it happened, because I knew that this creature was annoyed, the creature also realized that I know. And it almost felt like it corrected itself. Oh, okay, so we have a breach. So I hear your thoughts, so you have to be here. There was that kind of exchange, right? Now, so the first one was startling, and the second was like, oh, okay, so we are connected. I can hear your thoughts, so that you can hear that. So there's a breach. And this creature was, it's non-verbal, so you just noticed that this was a question. If I paraphrase it, okay, well, you hear what do you know? And I had this very quick process. It's interesting in that space, your mind is like really fast. I start trying to interact. When you look at you would equate this to almost like the drawings that we see. This creature was tall, and tall, a long face. So it's wearing some kind of a robe. When you jump in this space, the reason I'm saying that I'm hesitant of explaining, because I thought of this, but that might be the process of my human interpretation of something, right? So when I say like how something looks like, there is a possibility that there's an entity and I am. It's my mind that draws the feature. If that makes any sense, right? Because we are bound by a features data set that is really difficult to what you've never seen before, can't imagine. It's almost like you can't see. So when I described this was a tall creature, looked like some kind of room. I was in a white space, similar arches as the Colosseum would have. A very, very white, foggy place. And again, when we talk about visuals, I am keenly aware that there's a possibility that it's my own mind is creating a visual, interprets something the way I can interpret. What is absolutely obvious though, that you encounter this energy and there's an exchange. Right? So the exchange is that I am aware that there is a being here. and we have an interaction. That is what that's my trick. That's my angle. That I know that this is happening. This is a question. The visual expression that it is. But for me, the appearance of the art creature,
This show is
I know I
presented
hesitate to
by
say the grayish skin because it's we
The
have an
church what's
idea
happening now
of these.
is brought to you by
Like the typical
ZipRecruiter.
gray alien. Yeah, but
A new year
was
means
kind
a
of like
fresh start for your business, and a great year starts with great
very
making
tall
great
and
hires.
a longer sort of head.
Our listeners can post jobs on ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/church. That's ZipRecruiter.com/church. ZipRecruiter.com/church.
That's something like so. So that's something like I accept that there's a possibility that's my mind's.
Go to Lyft.com. Lyft is where drivers can make up to $35 an hour and getting started is just a tap away. Sign up today at Lyft.com/Joey. Sign up today
And the
to drive
question
for Lyft
was,
at Lyft.com/Joey.
And in my mind, I played that again, immediately. Then it was really quick. But I played that like, well, I can ask all these questions and the answer actually doesn't matter. That was the strangest thing that I came to the conclusion like,
Oh shit,
ask
that
what?
mule motherfucker.
And
It's
what difference it makes
2017.
if I know where
The
I'm
restraining
going.
order.
So I kind of like processed this super quick. And I didn't have a question. I was like,
My nephew Lisa,
I was like, I'm just passing through, right? But when I said passing through, it wasn't like an unconscious response. Like I know that I processed this, that I knew that I like to transfer to the possibilities, what it is I want to know, and I just came to this conclusion like, oh,
I want to see my dick cut off my ass, bro.
and I was like, oh, I'm just passing through that question. And this thing that annoyed me to the point like, boom, I was out. I just that experience stopped completely. The vision stopped. I was out. I was sitting in a meditation chair, sit. And after that, for months, I could not get back in.
What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? Happy New Year to you and yours. I hope this is a happy year for you. I hope you're healthy.
4 months-ish.
Because if you're healthy, you can't get your dick sucked, and you cannot make any babies. You cannot get kids. So, my number one of my favorite people in this fucking city.
In the cycle, I was literally focusing like, I need to get back and need to find out why is the band permanently like I had all these questions. Right? So now I had questions out of the sudden, and I wanted to solve this. How do I get that? Right? So I was super focused on that. That's getting back in and find out if I can, and somehow that my lungs, because of my intention, like that was a very sharp with, and there was the communication comes like, okay, you
Get your tongue rolling for 5 hours that night. I took you to fucking SEAL training.
As a tourist, you can't just pass through. I thought, and it's interesting that that was the answer because this creature got annoyed with me because I did so I was kind of like, well, just passing through. I don't know what. And that was the reason. Exactly. That was the reason. And so the answer was, it wasn't coming from the same being. There are non-Japanese voice, but it's not good. It's just a no. Oh, I got it. And that was basically the idea of the message that you cannot come in here anymore as a tourist. You live here 100%.
Fucking Jews. That's who invented the magician. They
I wonder where it gets from.
Hey, man, you know, the last time I saw Lee was up here squealing on the patio.
I don't know. I just think it's interesting because it's similar to,
when I came in, I thought I heard it. I'm like, this guy was squealing in the microphone.
Because it is this has a feature that we can verify. We can verify because we lined up a few people that had this experience. Right now, right here, and it's not and they didn't say the same thing. Or something similar happened. And so, again, this space that we are talking right now is observed upon relatively rules and it's YouTube.
Drank it.
Right? But we go verify this table is here, the microphone is here, the podcast right now, we can't walk to the wall. Definitely can't walk to the wall. We cleaned it many times. So, so that's our good vulnerability. We clean this every vulnerability, and I think we verify something that happened to them, and this event will be very, very similar. Right? So that's something you can latch onto, like a business extension. It's happened to many people. You talk about it.
You gotta get your bowels hot.
Yeah. And whatever happens within the space, you can't verify it because you have to review it. It's kind of like if you drank something, I can verify it.
You gotta get your bowels hot.
Is there a possibility that you go
It was just shit to be scared. That's how high you get it.
and we're going to share some kind of drink? There are
Podcast started about.
some legends about the Aborigines in Australia that do with these
I guarantee there's a lot of people today walking around
we interact with each other
night
with
back
drinks.
going,
Yeah,
what
could
the
be a
fuck
legend,
happened
could
to
be
Mexico?
but there
We're
is
about to
something
get
like
them
that.
drinks, man.
And
Well, guys,
what if
my asshole
there's
shut
actually
down.
near death experience.
You don't know
Like
real you get it.
studies where people have been in car accidents together and like they saw each other and near death experience. Yeah, so there you go. Now, if somebody says this, you're gonna say, "Oh, you hit your head." 100 people says this, then you go.
Yeah, people always end up getting key, like
This is something we're touching on. I think is very important. John Chavez from Deep Deep Places will get involved with the film.
I
Not
think I would just,
invested in it, but also he
it's a good
asked
question.
us if we
Alcohol was
would
never
be
been
okay
a thing
with
for me. I never cared about
venturing
alcohol.
into some
I just, once
territories
people
like
started
near-death experience
having
or things like
cocaine
this
around, I just
potentially.
kind of like the smell of
we
it, and
can
I'm
be
sitting
presented
there
with
for
a certain amount of
nothing,
it.
nothing.
So what John's really good at is very aware of all the
We used to do
different
like,
kinds of research that
back
exists
in the
out there.
day, some dude came through the
And he
neighborhood.
made me aware of this. I didn't know this. That apparently
I don't know what LSD suppository, some kind of suppository people were doing.
sections of science.
But it was like just doing, putting these like
Some people
they
manifesting
were kind of,
objects, like things that
they
you would
pink,
think
they were
like,
kind of
wow,
reddish
this is
looking
some,
little,
like Twilight Zone
throwing
kind of shit.
rainbow treats up
But
there.
everybody
You
has
know,
real
I mean,
data
up in his
about
face.
these
I
things.
mean, it was,
And for the
it
most
was
part,
doing
it's not
LSD,
being
LSD
ignored.
suppositories. This dude
I
had
have a
about,
friend
I remember he probably had
that I know
about
really
4
well.
years.
He
I don't know where he got him,
open
from
heart
Germany or
surgery.
somewhere, Iceland or something.
And he was
You know,
very,
to us, that was like,
well, kind of
they
like us,
got
like
him
he's
from
very
Saturn. You know, we never even
open-minded,
heard of that. Germany,
straightforward,
you know,
not,
do this.
like
And
necessarily
people were doing acid,
married to
or
believe anything in
whatever it
particular.
was. Doing a
Pretty,
suppository for a
I
while.
would say
So
secular.
I like
in
psychedelics
his
a little bit when I
dispensation.
was younger.
He came back completely
What else,
changed,
dude?
and he
And
said,
then, but
"Dad,
out here, I don't know what happened. I just had a couple of crazy
I was above
nights.
my body.
And then
whole
I was like,
shebang.
I'm going to try something different.
I
Man.
went to visit my
So
mother
I
in
just decided I'm
Ireland.
going to stop
I
partying.
saw her. I know
So
it
now I've
wasn't
got
a
about
vision.
6
I
months
know
I've
I
been
saw
sober.
her.
So
Like, in
the
real
last time I
time.
walked out of here, I went over to the Improv and did a
Like,
set
I
out
want
on
you to do
mushrooms, and they were flicking the lights on the stage.
And it's like because there's a
I
there's
still
a
have it on
level
video,
of
man. I'll put it
realness
out.
to it, I guess.
I'll
I've
put
never
it
had
out
that. I've
there,
never had about the experience,
for your
but I
late
understand
out.
that syndrome.
36,
Of
man.
like
I'm a zone.
the realness
It's
of it
tough
that is
to
so salient to the
Say to
person.
yourself,
I
this
saw
is
a
it.
video
You have
on
those
YouTube
nights, and like we were saying, you
couple months
had
ago
a
where this
spectacular
guy was
night
explaining
in my
how
world. Where I came from, that's a spectacular
Oh
night.
yeah,
Head to the
a
cab,
car accident,
going
right?
for blow.
And he said he saw some sort of
The guy who shot with the chick, he fucked the chick in the cab.
No, he did.
Oh, he fucked her in the cab. Oh, no, this is craziness. Now,
But
what
then
time
later,
did this
he said
night
he went to a mountain.
Dude, so what happened with that night was, let me revamp it for you. So what happened was I went to a party, bro, and I didn't plan on drinking.
No, you were in New York.
I'm in New York City. Yep, I'm in New York City.
And he
Yep, I was
said
doing
that-
comedy. I
he
had a
said,
sublet there. I was just kind of experiencing the city. We talked once or twice when I was there.
I think I've
You know,
heard
and I
you
was
said it was the
enjoying it,
same
man. It was
thing.
good. And then I went to a party one night, and afterwards
Yes,
they
yeah,
were drinking
this is
at
the
the
guy.
party.
It's a 12-minute
And,
video. I didn't watch the whole thing. But
And I just felt uncomfortable, dude. To be honest,
But
man,
it's,
most of my life I
that's
have
because
felt uncomfortable,
the
bro.
reason
I
I
don't
bring
know what
that up
it
is
is.
because
Like,
I had this
a
guy
lot
on
of
here.
environments I
Did
just
this.
feel
He basically won this.
uncomfortable, out of
It's a part
place,
of
out of
his brand.
place.
This
Yeah,
big John
yeah, yeah.
Bigelow.
You feel that ever? Oh,
All the time.
when you ever there's like
Bigelow,
some more times than
related
you
to a friend
I mean,
observed.
like, that's
So
the
what's
weird
it?
times.
Well, friend observed along the lake. I went from total
My
fear,
girlfriend and I were just talking about it
out my
because
head, blast
you see
off
it
to
on New Year's
total
Eve,
calm
yeah.
and empty
but
quiet space.
seeing the shots of Times Square
Okay, so
and seeing the shots of the
Did you have
clubs.
that? Did you have the
maybe I should have done something a little bit more social.
Never had MD, but I definitely know the same.
I would rather.
So I had this guy
I'd rather be
here.
in a
So
box than in a club.
there's this guy named John
that would
Bigelow
feel so
who's been like a
uncomfortable.
part of the
Like
whole.
a New
He's an
Year's Eve like
aerospace
club.
billionaire.
Like that's not me at all.
Yeah,
You don't see it in the club today, so you don't see people getting fucking molested in the background. You know, or at least light a candle so your ladies when you start.
I remember his
He's gonna do it. He's gonna make fun of me. We went away. Then we go to Long Beach. That's why you're talking.
Yeah, he's very into the whole area. He's got a lot of money, and he basically he put up
So anyway,
basically a boundary, like a bunch of money for people who could
took your girl to a fucking wall. No, she took me. She took me.
come up with a theory on near-death experiences and what they were, whatever. And this guy won a prize for it.
Because it was rain. You were gonna sit in someone else's apartment on New Year's Eve down in Long Beach when I have a nicer apartment.
Jeffrey Mishlow. No, not Jeffrey Mishlow. This guy before that.
It's a horror show. I
The guy who
tried.
talks about the
This sounds like the
together. That was
It sounds like the
Jeffrey
Notebook of
Mishlow.
two people on
Yeah, Jeffrey.
This
Yeah.
was something that
So
we
he won a bunch of money for his study on human experiences, and he put like
Friday night,
thousands of
go
people
to a
together.
hotel like normal Americans, right?
He's been studying this for
Wake
life,
up in
and I
the morning,
asked him
get
about
room service,
this
gives
guy
her
who had a
stab,
DMT experience,
take a
and
walk
come
down,
back.
come back, smoke a
And
joint,
he
eat a
thinks
star,
there's
maybe about
absolutely
6,
zero
take it to a nice fucking
between
restaurant,
those
6,
things.
7 o'clock
Oh,
setting.
it's spiritual and
So you're running
DMT.
it by
Between
9:30, you
near-death
take it back to the
experience
apartment, give it straight up.
realm,
Eat 3 more stars, get some
I'm open to it. I'm
That's what
on
he
the
was doing.
been saying this. So this is a conversation we open head back and forth.
So
Yeah, right.
And actually, when I did the film, right, which I never saw them, but
shot myself in the fucking head.
never looked
I
at
go,
them.
this kid can't
But
be
I
this
could move
stupid.
in space.
And then that night I went to dinner.
You know,
I
like
had
I was
to
not
do
banned by
a set,
I wanted to look
last
in the
week.
bush and I just did.
and
And that was not possible.
I had 2
Which was
hours to
far
kill.
away, behind the house. So
I
it was,
said, I told my
it was
buddy,
I never
like,
looked at my body because I
there's
was
no sense of me coming back.
hell was
Yeah,
going on.
I did a set at Penn State.
On
So I had 2
ME5,
hours to kill, so I went to Chico.
you can
That's
have
one of my
like a
favorite
couple of
places.
people that have sort of a
See,
feel
I
of
don't need the
actually
pizza. I don't need none of that
wake
shit.
up.
I get the salad. It's delicious.
And it's funny that it's
Whatever
not a
salad,
frog.
and
And
big
I'm gonna say that
spaghetti,
if you have a reptilian mind, right?
just pasta
Just
with
put a
sauce
reptilian
and
mind,
what
the
cheese.
basic function, your
It's gotta be a
guts,
small serving. It's
operating
old.
system,
I've
how many
been
times you
eating there
blink
for
and all that
fucking
stuff,
years.
right?
Wow. And
And
that's what I eat.
the
I
feedback
maybe
system
3
from your
times a
body.
year, though.
Right?
If I'm
So,
lucky, I got
there's
3
your mind
times
that
to
is-
drive by. I got an hour
Not the
here.
brain,
Yeah,
the
I have
mind
an
that is
audition.
not
I planned it,
created.
okay?
Right?
I got
So
an hour and a half.
your
I might as well go to
thoughts
fucking
and
cheese
your
for
processes.
I get excited. Yeah.
And there's a connection between
I sit next to a guy. I go to the bar and I see the bartender.
those
He's
processes
an
tell
old
you,
guy
if I
from
got
the
it wrong,
improv. We start chit-chatting.
how do you
Things
know?
down for me as a guy from Emerson
Your
College.
subconscious, or call it
And right
reptilian
away, I
mind,
got
or
asked
the
him,
basic
what
protection
do
system
they
for you
teach you
that
over
you're
there?
thinking.
Emerson College.
So
And
these
I don't
three
know,
words
I'm not sure
together.
anymore.
And
I go, I hired him because I thought he
my
was
theory
sharper than I
is
was.
that
But lately he's been
an
I don't know
aerial
what
fight
the fuck is going on.
the frog man.
And that was late.
That was
It's
late.
for
Wow,
life
Long Beach Thursday.
So your
afternoon.
mind gets zero feedback.
I can see, like I said, Friday after all the traffic is
There's
the
no
best.
feedback from the body.
Here's the
And
best
so
one.
it will perceive us you die.
I call him Thursday night.
Because
He
all the
calls, see, we're
sensory
talking.
data that would
And the
otherwise come
conversation,
in
I
just
was
something
like,
like that.
Yeah, we can't be.
And so that's why also the
I go to
experience
the
is things
fucking
like, oh,
hotel with like a fucking elliptical.
like I had that
He's
experience.
going
Like I went to
elliptical.
a
You've been home
just
all
die.
week,
Weird.
and now you go down there for 2
Well,
more fucking nights with
you're
him.
conscious,
To do nothing, to
right?
look at each other and eat
but
cookies
I
and shit.
had
And
this
a stranger's
opposite
apartment. Watch
certainty
really
that
bad
I
TV in a stranger's apartment. This was
like it's
something
an
that I was
opposite
like,
certainty.
I
And
don't
that's the
know.
Nikolai same thing. You
Yeah,
can research
like
it,
a fucking
people
squad.
that
He
people
called me
that
Saturday and
figure out
told
what
me he was
happened.
coming back.
Some people
I
have
wanted
it
to
energy
just
into some
GPS the
people
car
have
to the
it
ocean.
five,
To the
five
San
of you,
Monica Pier and take the
and
car right
the
off the fucking
experience
pier.
that we
So
talk
it
about
gets
this
no
stuff.
better
You're
in your
trying
life.
to like I
He
died.
went away to Long Beach, and
They
every
have this
morning when I
absolute
woke up
certainty
since that,
they did. And
today
I
he was
had that
burgling
absolute
in Long
certainty.
Beach when the guy shot the burglar.
It's just
Shut
game
the
over. It's just
every
today.
day. I
You know,
woke up and
so you're a
that
perfect
morning,
person
all
to
I was
ask like
waiting
you
for
and
praying
people
for it
who's
to be like
different.
Lisa
The guy
Bell, like
was
to see
like,
Lee
because
fucking
my
shot the
impression
head.
also that the
Lee got hit by a car a couple of
feels
blocks
very
away.
different than what experience
They got pulled over for another thing. I don't know what happened. I didn't stop at a red light.
The saddest part is he used to treat himself to a nice night at Chiba at the bar. And now, years later, he's finally got a girl. That wasn't me. That was he was at Chiba that night. He was thinking about
what you experienced when you were 12 years old.
What did I teach you? gonna teach you anything? What the fuck do you have to eat?
Okay, so
This was a
DNT.
we don't have we couldn't fly anywhere. We don't have time, so this is what you chose.
In that space, there's a
But
very
we actually had a good time. The fucking aquariums
process
and Queen Mary are
that I
fucking awesome.
can
You're still in
do
this
that.
spot. But this is what I will.
Like,
I did
I'm
want to talk to
going
you guys
in
about.
and
So,
I know that I'm going here. I'm going there. Like, there's a
Your
complex
feels
process.
like it was the
Like,
weirdest
I gotta
experience of my life.
like,
Not you touching the
any
animals like at the pet zoo in here.
that exist.
Yeah, well, the aquarium, yeah, but I thought you were talking about the apartment for a second. Not at the Airbnb.
Every single
You fucking like that in the room.
everything
There's roaches in the apartment, massage another room.
Perception,
Thank God
altered
there were
perception,
roommates.
but you're looking at the same theater.
Imagine if it was a roommate.
You just look at it from a different point.
No, it was like a horror
What's
show.
important to be imagined.
I live in a fucking world.
It's what it means is when we talk about like, you know, these filter systems. Right? So every single one of those substances changes the filters. What is important? So you look at it this way.
I love it.
DNT is a backstage.
It's a torture chamber.
Like,
That's the worst part.
what's going on in the theater no longer matters. Now you see how these things are moved. And, oh yeah, this guy flying there's a rope that he was, you know. So you see how the thing works, right?
I don't want to be that guy.
And then 5 MU is,
These young
you
guys
know,
coming up.
the,
They know how I
you look
felt.
at the whole
When I was
thing, the
coming
whole
up, I had
existence,
shit
the
to
whole
do.
thing from the
And this
outside,
little
like,
guy that's
like
coming
what if
down.
Ellen was the
I'm putting
backstage
up
press and
spots
see
on
how
making
things
good this
move
week
and
on
very
Thursday.
mechanical,
Someone
somewhere
talking to
digitally,
tomorrow night,
you
do
can say
flappers.
the things
If
are
I can
built
get you
and
to
there are
early
different level
Wednesday,
of
I'll pop
management.
into some
There is
place.
a tour manager,
You
there
know, I got a
is
gig Friday. I'm fucking
everybody has a function, there are various entities with different
bits
functions
together
and
Friday
levels of
night, fucking
consciousness
voice,
and
you know.
power.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden,
It's like
5 MU is the elevator to the box.
it breaks them with that dip a little
We're
bit.
going to the box. We're going all the way. This is the guy. This is the one consciousness under management. But this is the this is the ownership here. This is the boss. I love how you said it's like the satellite. You're looking at everything from a satellite. Right. And so you go to the boss. It's everything that there is.
It's like a triple.
Right. So that's kind of how right. And so on yeah. Right? The experience is very conscious about I know that I have complex processes and I think about things and I move things and I purposely, you know, induce certain things and I have encounters with creatures. Now everybody's experience is different. There was a time when I had and I got from creatures. These are also really good creatures with really power. This was the only time I can wait, that's the thing you can check. Oh, that's a lot. I can walk around.
Sit down and have a fucking beer. Talk to me if you want to do this.
Vehicles and fly jet, you know. But so, you know, this was the only but you know, this experience being there, but this was the only time that I was pushed back. Like a lot of people
we started going out to those discos, I've said it once, I've said it before. My wife asked me to go right home the other day from dinner. We listened to this thing at 54 on Sirius XM. She goes, so you used to go to disco dance. Are you crazy? I was a kid when that shit came out. I go, when I was in high school, I could put my head in 4 times. I went to clubs, I went to studio, I went to studio like 4. There's nothing wrong with the studio on Thursday night. 84, I was going to Club Harry and like twice. I went to like the rooftop 4, 5, 6 times. But I was never a club rapper. Like, I didn't wake up almost every day. I was in the neighborhood with a bartender named Ryan.
Because I had a class of perspective on it. Like, I realized that, you know, okay, engine light was off. Why is it on? I was angry, but it was sort of an external experience. Like, there was an anxiety. Like, I would just do this all day. So I knew that, okay, engine light is off. There's something wrong. I'm angry and anxious. And I am perceiving that in a weird way. I convert that logic. It doesn't affect what I'm doing. It's just there. Because I mean, like, engine light is on, so I'm aware of something. And it was not normal. I just kept day after day for like 3, 4, 5 days. And so, you know, and I tried to get it. Let's clear it and I would clear possible.
1982.
What the hell? That's why I have this smart idea.
I never.
Let's go into the
The
space and
first
let's
time I went
find
to
out.
Vegas, dog,
Let's
I
go,
never watched
let's see the doctor.
I just always felt very insecure.
And I went into this with and
Yeah, that's
this
how
was
I felt.
after I got
And I always had an
after I
excuse
took
in my
that. So
head
this
of
is to
why
me,
I
this
felt
is
insecure.
a reason that I'm
When I
coming in
was
this
younger,
space
it
with
was
consciousness, with
I wasn't good looking enough, and I'm a criminal.
into
These
this
people are nice people.
and this was the
The environment I was
this is
in,
where I
these
laid my
people
brick
don't
when I
want
said this
anything.
happened.
And when I got to a certain age, I was too old.
This happened.
And then
I was sitting there
like,
and
I just feel like
felt
I'm playing
like
out
a
fucking
force
pervert.
field.
Like I remember being 25, I'm seeing like 50-year-old guys,
And
thinking,
there
why
was
is this
these
fucking guy
giant,
here?
tall
This dude's a pervert.
creatures around. I looked up and
It's a sweetheart. I've seen Leah at a
if I
bar.
would
No,
pay
until he's a gentleman.
20
We just go to a bar,
blocks,
watch a football game, and have a bucket of
creatures,
wings.
right? Kind of
He
hovered
wants to yell
over
maybe a little bit. He doesn't want no.
I literally saw that the
He'll
grandson,
pay $3
that was
extra
a
just to, you know what I'm
so
saying?
lack of
this is the
attention,
right section.
ugly
He'll
potato
do good as 3 or
was
50
right here
What's he gonna do?
a
Have
low
only 3?
finger. Like
People
it's
that
almost
try
like
to
a
talk.
mosquito
I
was
never liked going to a place where the
It was
music
like
was
a
loud.
weird thing
That's when
that
you
I
lose Uncle
saw.
Joe.
Yeah.
If I can't talk to you, we were talking that on
I'm lost.
And it started
Yeah, see, that's the same as for me, man. But I would, for some reason, I kept making excuses that made me like
going through my body.
less than, you know. So like, oh, it's my fault that I don't fit in here. Instead of just being like, oh, this isn't my environment, you know.
Now,
It
why
was
is it
very
you feel
viable
it
to
was
me that
your
I felt it.
environment?
I just felt like he said, no, I felt like, you know, like these people were rich, or these people were better than me, or these people, you know, I'm kind of a bit of a miscreant, you know. I grew up on the other side of the tracks, and these people.
Agree that one of the
Like, that's
things
the
that
thing
was
I
happening.
always thought. Because my whole thing
So I
comes
know
from
that
I've always
there
been
is a
chubby,
physical
short,
proof
short.
that no
You're like a
longer
tall,
this
in shape, good
anxiety,
looking dude.
anger was
I
no
look
longer
at
there.
you, I think that
And
there's
so
nothing wrong with his
they
life at all.
grabbed this
Like,
thing,
there's
they
no
took
way
it away,
he's self-conscious
and
about
then-
anything.
And this is the
Well,
difference between five
That's
and
what
one.
I'm wrong, man. I
This
look
way
at you and I
five
think this
is
guy's
that.
fucking
Because I
not
can
at all.
have completely
You know?
conscious, logical
Just
conversation.
a more real environment, a more just calm, just a
50 people, 100 people.
yeah, as long as, yeah, I can go get 10, 50. When it gets to be a little more than that, it's just too much. But when the music's loud and I can't communicate with people, and that's where I start to feel like,
That's
oh,
my
It's not.
That's my
but I
fault.
kept going back. I kept thinking it was something wrong with me, that the environment was okay, but it wasn't, man. And
so
that's what
this
happened
is,
that night. I
it's
went
like,
to this
when
club,
sharks are swimming,
and they had a party for a friend's fashion
goes
line.
around them, and then they grab
And I got in this taxi after this girl gets in with me. I left early
And so
because
that's
I was going
what
to go be
you
in gym.
have a certain
So we're
frequency,
going to
you
be in
put
gym
out a
still
certain
together.
energy.
And this
And
beautiful
there are
girl gets in the
entities that
taxi
will
with me, this Asian
So
girl.
technically it's a parasite.
And she just started talking
So
about the
parasite
night. She said that she had
something
fun at the
pissed you
party,
off,
but
that's
her
it.
boyfriend wasn't in
And
town.
then
Then she goes, her boyfriend's never in town. Then she's like, what happens in taxis stays in taxis, right? That's what she said.
Features
So I'm
that are
thinking,
attracted to them.
fuck yeah, you know, like,
And then it would be
she
a
wants me to make a move on her. So I make a move,
feed on
shut
that,
me
as
down.
long as it's
And I don't know if
once
that's what made me feel weird after that or whatever, but the taxi dropped her off after that. And
but if you're angry today,
it was just me and
tomorrow,
the driver,
and
bro.
after
This dude
tomorrow,
spoke another
it's happened.
language, you know,
Something
something
bothers you, and you
fucking
keep
fancy,
yourself
you know,
in
something
this
like a play soccer, you know, like this dude,
entities,
fucking, you
these
know,
parasites start to
like
become
this dude was
really-
betting on fucking foreign
and they
soccer
don't
games
have
on his
much
phone for sure, you know.
They
And
don't have
he said, I thought he said
a lot of
drugs, dude, and I just said
complex
cocaine. That's what I said.
but enough
Next thing you know,
for
we're
them
in North
to know
Harlem.
that, okay,
He
this
bought
is
some
my food
cocaine
source
for
now,
us.
and I'm here
He
for a
comes back
while,
in
and
the
I'm starting
car,
to be familiar
doing
with this
cocaine.
creature that giving me this food.
And then he's like, I got a
And
gift
so,
for you.
All
I got
we
a
have
gift,
to do
you know, and I
is
thought it was
get
going to
him in
be,
a position where he's,
you know, I grew up in like a troubled area. I thought it was going to be his dick, you
and so
know, like,
bad
you know,
stuff
that's what I was
starts
expecting
happening
anyway.
to you because they don't,
And,
they're not complex creatures, but
And
they
then a hooker,
can
prostitute knocks on the door, you know.
what happens.
This lady gets in, and I think it was a man, honestly, in hindsight.
Right? So
She had
because they can
big
affect your
sunglasses.
mental processes because they
A
now
man's
your
face that was under the
demons are
sunglasses.
attached to you.
Cocktails in your
Right?
display.
When you live
Yeah,
your
a couple
life and
tequilas,
your
dude.
mental
So now
process
we're
is not
partying, bro. Me
completely
and the
unaffected.
driver
So
first
that's
party for about an
basically
hour.
what these
I
creatures
got
are
so
affecting your
high, I
mental
remember
processes
thinking,
enough
where is the
to
driver?
steer
That's
you
all
just a
I
little
know.
bit into the
And
direction
he was sitting
that
next to
you
me
will
doing
be
cocaine.
angry
Yeah,
or
at what point does this
dissatisfied,
become
so
not
that
a
you
taxi
therefore
cab ride? Like,
you
look
will
at the mirror
generate
and
a
Oh my god, the video's going, bro. The video's at about 270, bro. So he's got to fucking be positive because I'm paying for this experience, bro.
Don't get back to
So
this
then, dude, this hooker gets in. She had kind of long hair. huge sunglasses covered about 60% of her face.
And after that,
And the 40% of her face, you could see, to me, looked like a man's face, right? Like, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just, like, if I were on a game show that was like, guess 40% of this person's face, I would have guessed man first, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, look like a man's face, you know? I mean, it looks like a woman that just shaved recently. That's what it looks like, you know? So anyway, we're all getting high together, and the hooker starts making advances towards me in front of the ridiculous. And I got out of the car, man. I felt uncomfortable.
I explain. I don't care what you
I understand.
This
In my
happened to me.
world, I'm thinking,
And it's verified that I get verified with the Harita probability.
no shit, do you feel out of place? I feel out of place. I always felt comfortable. Yeah. Right,
So
that's, I know
those
that
are
neighborhood
those
where you're at, you know, so
you
you
gotta
gotta
drop right
shit.
there. Hey, it happened. Nobody can take
Right,
this.
you know, I don't know where we're at. Oh yeah, it doesn't matter.
And so,
Was it dark? It was a dark neighborhood. That's all that matters. Yeah, you ain't having a good time.
this was just an
It's a dark
example
neighborhood.
of
Part of the night.
entities.
I was raised when I know what I'm back. You know, I know what I'm back. What time is all this? It's about 3:30.
For me, it's rare that I come across entities to me. It's a little
No, I'm in the street. Luigi comes out after me. That's the dude I was partying with. And dude, you know what's crazy is he even one of the lights on the taxi wouldn't go off, and he made like this little paper mache thing and put it over the
giant
light, bro.
structure, and
This
I
dude was,
was aware that there
I
are
mean, I
a
don't think he was homosexual, but this dude was about the most romantic fucking cab driver I've ever spent time with.
these are
Dude.
not my
And dude, it was more romantic in that taxi than it was in your fucking That's the saddest part. So, dude, I get out, he comes out after me. He made me give him $100, right? And I gave him the 100 because I was a little scared at this point.
I just figured
And I'm thinking he's gonna pay the hooker and she'll go.
thousands of them.
But then I look back over there a couple minutes later, a minute later, and they're kissing each other's neck because he spent him 100 for this hooker. And he fucking just got this $100.
That's
Wait, so your taxi driver bullied you into buying you a hooker? No, he owed him money anyway.
first.
But right away, he took the money.
First,
He took the money.
and
So
I
about 5 minutes. Let me give you $20 worth off this one. He
Houston,
took that money and
all
reinvested it
systems
in the
are
next
good. Are we angry?
one.
Are we
And
distracted?
look, I
Are we
respect
cool?
hookers, man.
Am I
Like,
sharp? Am I
you know, I've been
focused?
through some tough nights. Not fucking North
So
Hollywood.
not distracted. If I'm distracted with something,
Well, here's, I respect women that are out there if they got to be out there selling their products. I don't have nothing
And
against
then-
that. I know you don't.
and then I simply
you
can
get into nothing.
find this place and I do that and I
You
just
saying North Harlem? I don't know. But he's telling me
so I can connect this. I told every single if my system check is not coming back clear, there's an engine light on, washer which is missing, whatever freaking is, right? Then I'm safe here and I'm gonna go to this and I just have this
Oh, damn.
every sort of place
A lot of
that I
times those chicks, they don't
if
like
I did
those days.
school, then
It was, you gotta remember,
I
up
mean,
in
those
Harlem in
processes
those
are
days, the
very
Bronx,
silly,
it
but
was
it's rare for me that
open
I
fucking
see
corral. In the 90s, the Russians came. Oh yeah, I never saw it, but I had friends tell me to go to Queens, and there'd be 6-foot Russian blondes with weapon mini skirts, and then you give them 300 just to keep their assholes. They go, banging. Like they took over all the other ones that rifles disappeared. Yeah, all that, you know. But another thing, even when I was, when I got in trouble with my buddy, you know, Dodger, we were going over there, those hookers, yeah, those city rap fighters, you know, that takes a certain nerve.
Yeah, a lot of them work at the Popeyes during the daytime.
No, they don't work. They go to the clinic at daytime. Blood transfusions.
Dude, we used to have this lady Victoria, Miss Victoria in our neighborhood, bro. You could pull up, bro. You could eat her ass for like $40, right? She'd sit in your car window and just basically put her ass in your fucking car window. Like a fucking to-go box, you know? You could, if you had somebody driving, you could even have them drive the block. And she would just sit in there like a little side item, bro. But so this dude Luigi, I give him the 100, he gets back in the car.
helps you.
They're making out. I'm kind of pissed, dude. I
Solve
don't want to bring
problem.
that negative energy back into the car.
The
Right?
form of God.
So I deal with my feelings out in the street for a minute,
So
kind of
once you,
process through that.
this is a very similar space to where
Just
meditation
because I'm
takes
already
you.
really
I just
extremely
feel like
high,
this
man.
is a
I'm under the
fast
influence of
track.
cocaine.
But it's
So
very
it's
similar.
4 a.m.
And
And
you
I
realize
don't know
that
these people that well, and I
the
still need to get
whole
home. And for
this
some
is
reason, at this
about,
point, I feel like Luigi is responsible to get me home, right? So I get back
reinforcing
in the front seat,
and
right? And they're
optimizing
hooking up in the back, a little blow job, like it's getting wild, you know.
your
And I
mental
want to cocaine. You know,
and
so
the
I
witness.
don't want to interrupt
The
him, dude.
witness
So I remember
is
trying
the
to quietly
thing
do
right there,
cocaine in the
but,
front seat, just like
I can especially find
Like-
that that's one space when it's very obvious. Like you have your body,
like the softest
your
little
mind,
inhale you could do.
is all the electrical
Oh,
digital,
yes,
I
was definitely listening hard.
everything that you know about.
I mean, no, I
Israel.
will. Dude,
But there's
it
other
smells
things,
like cologne.
the
Like
witness
when you
that
walk in the
sort of
middle,
drives
oh, you
stuff.
smells
So
like fucking
I would,
heavy
people can
duty
think there's
perfume.
soul, the spirit, or whatever.
Covering up, trying to remember.
But
She
there is
smelled
this
like violence to me in tattoos. She was a tough lady or man. I mean, I thought she was a man.
And then
The face
you
looked like
can
a
be
man's
very,
face to me, but she had big sunglasses. She could have been one of those
aware
taller Vietnamese
of
people that kind of look
differentiation,
black and
right?
white. You know?
Like that the first five that you
So we're in there, and now I'm in the
definitely
car,
think
and
I
I'm
had this
trying to
experience
quietly
of,
do
my
cocaine,
body,
like
and then
just
my
like a
mind was
fucking, just like a,
freaking out, like oh,
like just doing it in like in installments. Like I had a bump on the leg. Why do you think it's funny? They're fucking like because there's something wrong with me where I'll sacrifice other people. Like I just feel like I gotta be considerate. I don't want to interrupt them, dude. I guess I don't know, man. It was fucked up, bro. So they're partying. At one point, I remember turning my head back and just dumping cocaine quietly into the top of my nose. It's like just as quiet as I can be. And a cop goes by, dude. Cop goes by. I get scared. I tell him we jump scared, bro. He don't give a fuck, dude. That's when I realized that he didn't care about me as much as I cared about him, I guess. And he's like, you drive. You drive, and that's when I got in the driver's seat. And I drove, man. I drove us. I drove us about a mile and a half to where I was, dude. And
so when
then
you're
I pulled over because a voice in my head, bro. First, the voice in my head is like, dude, at least you're. It was like, you're out here, bro. You're high. You know, you're doing cocaine.
The body can. But
yeah,
but at least you're making money. You know, I was working. Like I was a cab driver. And that's why, dude, my brain's fucked up. This ain't my cab. You know, I gotta pay for this.
And then
my brain was like, you know, commercial driver's license. That's what got me to pull over, dude. That technicality that if a cop stopped me, that I would have. And I pulled over. I got another taxi, got back to my hotel room, finished doing my cocaine.
So there's that.
And I had to be on OP and Jim Norton that morning.
Reinforce that.
And it's 5:30 now, dude. I took 3 showers in 10 minutes.
So that's
right.
fine.
I have one question.
Yeah.
Did he pay Luigi or did he just kind of get out and get into it?
Yeah. We'd have a little bit of an argument.
And then it's process
I like $100 on the car seat.
But there is very
And
obvious,
you know,
like,
audio.
how everything
I don't even know if he spoke
even
Spanish.
how they structure, right?
I'm just screaming audios.
Moments don't realize
Him in this fucking hooker who had the smallest tits I've ever seen, bro. Look like a man's
the very
chest.
next feeling.
But then I go to OP and Jim, dude, and the other guest for the day is Daryl Strawberry. And I could not even
you
feel my
understand that
face,
every
dude. I
single
couldn't
thing
even
that
think.
exists in human emotion is rooted
And that's when I was like, this is bad look.
existence.
You know, I couldn't even talk. They're asking me
And
questions,
so
dude. No,
negative for jealousy, you feel
I couldn't
everything
feel my
that's
face.
negative
All my thoughts was coming out of my neck.
is
Like I was running on my
connected
neck
to the
thoughts,
fear
dude.
of
I
losing
was fucking thinking with
but
my neck.
ultimately your existence. Ultimately
So fucking
your consciousness.
sat there for
And
3
everything that's
hours,
positive is I exist.
just roasted.
And you
Now I know how
enjoy
you
that
feel kind of lit. I just sat there,
love.
just boiling in my own
always
fucking drug-induced bullshit.
Yeah, and then the whole place
And
is
then I
interesting.
fucking left, bro. And
If
I'm halfway there, halfway on the walk over there, I realized I had on fucking
The one
sweatpants with jeans over them, bro.
cannot be taken away from you. And now you can step
That's like a
knocking
catheter
down
outfit. Like if you might be getting a
Because if I
catheter,
don't
you're gonna just stay
afraid
overnight.
of dying, they're non-existent.
If you
You
don't
know,
want
there's
to
negative
say,
that are
just
just
like, you
a
know,
shadow existence.
just
Can
people
we
like
start
Leah, he's a sweetheart.
and just throw them out?
I wish to God Lee never does a drug.
And then beyond that, also there are processes that
But
have
for some people, some experiences like that experience,
Yeah.
to wake up and I
That's what I
you
meant by it
basically
doesn't matter
woke
if
up
I
on OP and
snowboard.
and you're coming down off the juice. You're not paranoid, but you can't talk either. You're in that
So you start to see
stage.
the patterns.
You're in that stage of fucking
So yeah, there's definitely
why the fucking ladies. It's
horrible.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Obviously, oh, okay,
10,000 times.
I can do this, and,
You know, being
and
in
I
a
can,
cab with a hooker.
you know,
But when
perform,
you said horrible,
you know, miracles, so to speak.
when I was growing up, I had a friend that had a
In the
girlfriend. He was
Odila
about
Barrio district,
7 years old.
you
He's
have to
dead now. God rest his soul.
track of the
But he had a girlfriend dog who was fucking
because
banging.
keep track of the
I saw
miracles
her
means
naked once
something
when I was like
that
18.
you
That shit
wanted
stayed with me.
happens. Somebody
That was
part of
turned for like 6
something,
months.
you know, it
I
happens
go
to
ahead and disappear. I do my
sickness,
thing.
yes,
I go to
weird stuff, right?
Colorado. I do a little time.
And what happens, because we
I'm
don't
back
have
in
a
Jersey
physical
in
explanation,
93.
we don't have a rule set how
And
that
I
happens, or
reconnect
we
with a
just
friend of
simply
mine.
don't understand.
And he goes, what are you doing tonight?
What happens,
What do you want to do? He goes, let's
anything, you
go.
know, your
So
mind
I
can't hold two
meet me
ideas
at
that
18. I got
contradict
this,
each other.
I forget the name of the
It's not
place. It's a
possible for you
popular
to
place
believe and not believe.
for that age group. You know,
This
and
is
I
why I
went
always
there
say,
and I'm about
I don't know
7.
what you do.
Yeah, Tina, telephone. Tina.
But
It's
here's what I'm going to say.
artist
If
cafe,
you're on a
something
fence,
like that.
you don't believe.
Something like very chic.
So my philosophical answer to that is that either you are in,
for a few
if
drinks.
you
That
have
was
that,
at
you're
this
not in.
time on
So
31
either,
years
you know,
old.
it's actually a Buddhist motto.
I'm doing
He walked up
comedy.
to me on the street.
I'm doing comedy already.
A Buddhist monk walks
I
up to me
can't
on the street.
nowhere with it.
He said,
You know what
I
I'm
just
saying?
got
I'm
initiated
knocking
by
on doors
this
and shit.
these
I'm doing
monks
fucking
a month
comedy.
before. It was a
And
weird time
I
in my
hope
life.
I put on
Monks
at the time I'm
in New York
fucking
City,
paid. You know, it's 35
you know, the
a
yellow
gram.
robe tradition.
On 78th Street, 25 if you want it clean.
Like, it's just,
You know what I'm saying? I
because
go
it's
and they get 3 right off the bat.
anyway, so my monk was on
Damn, this shit was glass. But that is
Uh,
aluminum. They give you
I'm like,
glass when you walked in. They sat you down. They go, what do you want to do? You go, I don't know. Let me take some 35.
you know, sometimes yes, sometimes
They
no.
explain it.
You
And
know,
I,
well,
you go there, and then they
you know,
walk you out to the
it's a
door.
yes,
You walk
and
back to
everything
your car,
else.
and the cops
So
are
what I've
waiting
done
for
is
you.
that
And put you
sitting
back
on
on
the fence,
not Amsterdam, but
it's
one of
either
those
yes,
streets
and
under the
everything
bridge.
is absolute, or
And
yeah,
the Lincoln Tunnel back.
so anyway, so that's my opinion. So
Yeah,
it's
sure.
in an instance, in other way, yeah, I just feel like
They just see
you can
pull
move
you over,
between
then they confiscate your
pretty
fucking car.
rapidly.
You have to give it to them because if not, they're going to
They
go.
can
They're
definitely.
going to get
That's
you anyway.
yes,
Right?
but
So
yeah,
don't
because
fuck
this
with
information
them.
is
It was
what
hardcore.
we, so yes, I 100% agree with
I went over there first. That was my automatic first
if
stop of the
you're
night.
not a rigid,
And I had it down to a science in those days. Sometimes I walk over and take the bus back.
but you know, but
Same
beyond that,
difference.
what I meant by holding on to your miracles is that they're not
No,
habits.
I wouldn't do it.
Like,
I do that little
I had a
blast
close
that he
up
gave me,
chapter,
and by the time I got to the
which
bus,
if I told
I'd
you
be
everybody
coming
in this
down
guy's
like a
face,
little bit like
right? But it happened.
But how, Steve was saying that he felt uncomfortable there his first time. Do you remember how you felt the first couple times you went
try
there
to
before
find
you
an explanation,
became old hat?
and if it
Like,
can't,
were you
try to
freaked out, or were you
because
already
it's
at that point?
contradict your
Since my
original
mom had a dry
right?
cleaner in
So what happens with all your miracles when you start thinking about them like 5 years from now, something crazy happened to you, you start to question yourself.
It's in my system.
Did
I had a friend of mine take me over
I
to
color
the
this
city
story?
when I got back in the car.
Maybe I advanced it a little bit, right? You start questioning the miracles. And I think it's important that you write them down.
You know, those first 10 years of my life.
All the synchronicity, all the good stuff, you know, because what that teaches you, what more and more happens, more and more old people accept them. And more old children accept them. Right? Because you're open to that possibility. We noticing that change. Yeah, so what I get out of, I mean, I started with psychology.
You understand me? But I got older,
So obviously, I'm not
watch the fridge. I do the fucking streets. My stepdad shot to do the 148th Street right by the
I never
Santa
touched
Maria Park.
anything
I knew the
until
escape
I
route. I
had
knew
a friend who was a professor, and I
side
had
drive.
he started
I
talking
knew
about
that
that.
situation.
If this person
I
highly
had to go
respected,
go back to Jersey. I
massive
made it
intellectual
in those
giant,
days,
talking
dog.
about this,
I
I
got
need to
a lot
understand
of big
what's
drink.
happening.
I'm not the
That's kind
type
of
of guy I see.
what happened with psychology.
Call you up and go, what are you
And
doing
then,
tonight? No, let's go
so
to the train.
from the get-go, I never went to first base with okay, let's just get
Don't
pumped
even start
out.
your shit
But
tonight.
never,
Gio, come on, bro.
I didn't do
I wouldn't invite you for
it.
a
Was
drink.
always
I'm in charge of my body.
always,
We go, we have one drink,
I
we have
always
two drinks,
have
we have three
exposure.
drinks.
And I'm
Also,
gonna
that
say
chick
that.
used to fuck shows up. And with her friends.
You know what I mean? Like that was always my thing. So that was always my division.
It's not dirty, it's
And
early.
because of that, I
Hey,
came
let's get a
into the
taste. No,
scientific
bro, I got that big audition at ABC.
the
Fuck you,
explorers.
give Theo 10 more
So
minutes.
that means
I'll get the chick to buy another fucking double kamikaze, and he'll be begging me for a blast. And that's
fine patterns.
right there, that breaks me down.
And so that's what I do.
Attention. You know, I gotta
And so if I do this, days.
We gotta do
And
shit
so,
tomorrow.
because my relationship was that, so like,
I wasn't
party.
I would slow it down before fucking audition.
Eventually, I could create these structures like, okay, I see process. Okay, this works. Oh, I can use this, and you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And what happens, what it does, it modifies 100% modifies. Yeah. In fact, I think I'm the same person. Like I would do as far like modify yourself genetically, turn on certain genes and turn off certain genes. I'm pretty sure
It's been
I
done
can.
before.
Right.
The crazy room,
And you know, and then I of course, and I went back to the transcendental meditation and all that stuff as well.
Can't get a job,
Parallel
has
to this, that you know, like go to that space and be a flashlight. Let's see, you
I'll
know,
never forget it. My fucking
everything, all the corners,
ready to quit
leave
mine. I
nothing
said, you know
undone.
what, they're looking for this
Because
guy.
I have to look at everything that ever happened to me, everything that ever
So I
happened
did
to
something I
me
never did a day before I stopped shaving.
embedded when I was a kid. Is the data, did I understand it correctly, first and foremost? And once that's really, is that real? Is it verified? You were taught, like, don't trust your eyes these days, that was not true. So I mean, the dumbest thing, everything that was taught me, I could go through the process and discover that, is it real, or should I discuss? That's the point of it. So I transcend into a different place. Everything that, you know, and it's a bit about in between transcendental meditation and the recapitulation of the Carlos Castellino sort of the man of knowledge. Really? And tribes.
How did she know she must have been grabbed up occasionally?
There is a process.
It was very disrespectful.
So this is the so I went through that, and so the combination of exploring psychedelics and
I hit on an Asian lady recently who was casting director, and she told my man,
processes.
you know, get back home, and he's like, she said you did a pretty good job, but she said you was getting on it the whole time. I don't even remember, it's beautiful though, too.
Let's do it.
Oh, this is in, this was in, out here in Burbank.
Right? Like, let's rebuild the machine, let's build a war machine that's conscious and can do these things, and how I can give you examples like how.
On the west side,
One of them, right? The whole reason is this process. See?
I walked in there one day, I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, what's going on with these casting directors?
Every time I feel like
Probably the same.
Stunning. I didn't mean to hit on her. I was just being a natural man, you know? Like, I can't help it. Like, oh, what's offensive? And I wasn't saying anything like, you know, touching my crotch or anything like that. You know, I was probably just saying, oh, you look nice today or something like that, you know? I can't help it if I got a little fervor in my voice for a woman. You know, that that's a sin out here these days, you know? Well, you want to bust a nut on a lady, you're a fucking, you know, you're a deviant, you know, you're Charles Manson if you want to do that, you know? He's a little pussy, dude. I'll beat that dude's ass.
This is a life insurance.
Let that dude out for 1 minute in a fucking used car lot. I'll beat that
Anything
motherfucker.
can happen in life. And we have this in my language, it's the sense of the stream of life can break and read like a 6 years old guy can understand the sunset. All I saw, stream days, and the little girl playing the violin, now read life insurance. What happened to her? So ever since I'm tuning my guitar, leaning away from the guitar because that thing was in there. I was not aware of this until I'm doing my recapitulations, my transcendental meditation, and as I said, it's a big flash to find all the doctrines that we ever and so I found this. That, oh, that's why you do it. That's why you do that. That's an actual example of what kind of stuff. There's a crazy stuff is in there. Like imagine, you and the personality was formed in the first 6-7 years of your life. By whom? People were saying they didn't want to tell you the truth because you were a kid. Right. So parents were, teachers were all lying to you about stuff because they didn't want to tell you the truth. Right? Like babies come with a bird and stuff in the chimney, whatever the hell they were telling you, right? Wait, what are you trying to do? You have a bird on the way? So there's dumb stuff that was taught to you, and there are irrational fears that were aroused. All that stuff, you become a person, and the personality of yours was constructed in a time when you're not really conscious of it, right? So it's kind of unbeknownst to you who you are. That's the point. Let's go back. Yeah, and I feel like psychedelics are supercharging them. Like I can really look at things like what's going on, who am I? How do I codify this person? Most optimal. The reason that what you're saying right now is that is super important. Because this is actually something that people can find themselves easily. Even in the crazy way, and everything you just said can still be folded into kind of like the psychoanalytical frame. But even in the craziest things, like people don't necessarily have to go into psychedelics because, to be fair, there are worse things than not existing, like suffering forever. So, there are worse things, right? But no, but I fear. But everything that Zoltan did was revolved around a simple attitude, which is, I'm going to find out for myself. And I think that is such an important thing to emphasize. Recently, I told this to Zoltan yesterday. This was told to my friend of mine, and I read it somewhere, so definitely cutting somebody out from the chain of command to actually utter the idea. But it's a cool experiment. His trick was he come away with basically, you sit down in the house before you do something.
And finally, he was in 5th grade for so long that his man was janitor.
Sit down, close your eyes for a second.
That school's still open.
Envision yourself with everything you wear as accurately as possible. Where you're going to be. If it's at the bank, it's not just teller, doing whatever you're doing. It's not going to work out for you. If it's in the store, maybe the cashier, doing the checkout. Whatever it is that you're going to do. Envision yourself there and then say, please deliver me there. Then when you're at that spot, standing in front of the teller in the back,
probably means you at least
you have to close your eyes and say,
like 7 times going through the 5th grade.
So envision yourself on that couch 10 minutes earlier, sitting there, talk to yourself in the past and say, thank you for doing this. So what's interesting is you basically create a photo to communicate to existence. I understand how this works.
Well, that's a better way now with him when everybody pushed forward. I think of it as like, oh, I told you guys that before. The first week, just kept Brian saying, "Yeah, what's our school?" And they never seen it before. And they thought he was mentally handicapped. They put him in. They made him eat the third lunch. The third lunch is a special lunch where those kids are in there. They make some of their own food and they eat it. Make a talent. And he was in there, dude. This because you'd have like kids who really had mental illnesses and everything, all the DS and everything. And then you'd have fucking Brian St. Pierre wearing a Charlotte Hornets pullover, dribbling with an invisible basketball.
The point is that when you start communicating to yourself across time this way, quote unquote,
in the lunch line,
you're starting showing.
They'd never seen it. They thought he was mentally handicapped just because he wanted to, play with the brothers.
The thing that I don't necessarily expect to happen. This is where you start playing with it. This is what I mean by anybody can
have a make some of their own recipes for lunch.
You're supposed to be expanding the amount of miracle or synchronicities that can happen for you. You can test it. So then you go, okay, next time we're at the bank, I'm going to imagine, I'm going to do the same.
Spray it out of his face.
But I'm also going to envision something that might not happen. Like, let's see somebody that if you show up to the bank and somebody has even close something distinctly pink on their head,
see how you do it. Like, I really don't.
Interesting. Thank you for delivering me safely. Also, yes, interesting. And then you start playing with it. Okay, how far can I take it? I'm going to the bank. I'm gonna meet somebody on the way and get some kind of big life change. And you start believing it because you're like, oh, dude, that was crazy.
Yeah.
And now you start playing with it. Try this. Anybody can try this. Testing the matrix. I had this dude on here, Eric Wargo, Time Loop related.
I wish I had the time.
Fascinating. Book he wrote about basically the idea of how time is like a loop. And what he started doing was he started recording his dreams down, and then shit that was happening in his dreams was happening in his future.
Those type of stories.
Right? So like, and he also points out all these tons of history where people had dreams that actually happened. Like they were like jotting down their dreams as things happened. For example, as around big events that there was multiple people who had dreams with
10 days later, it happens
somebody who
again.
spoke about it right before it happened.
And sometimes it's
They watched
sometimes
yeah, that's a thing.
it's crazy.
Also, before 9/11, there was hundreds of people who woke up and had fucking dreams about towers being taken down by airplanes before 9/11.
Be fucking surprised what you bump out into when you're out there. Yeah.
The idea
Especially when I
is
started to do comedy, you'd be surprised.
that the idea is the future predicts the past as well as the other way, around. It's one system. It communicates to itself across all the time back and forth and just one part.
Yeah, right. Or there is no time.
Oh, there is no time, and it's just one point. So, like, if you know, or your future self
one time. You ever tried to do that?
projecting is somehow communicating with your past self,
but that was drug induced.
saying like, "Oh, I'm successful. I've done all these things. I've achieved all these amazing things." You somehow have this intuition that like, I need to become this. This is what like this intuitive thing you can't really describe. That you know is your path.
This kid is here. Everybody's going
right?
for
But what it really is your future self communicating with you. And he has this
and then once you got outside, kids were paying and getting out of the thing.
I'm the slave shit. And I think it's just that the more you have these checkpoints, so like, yeah, that worked. Yeah. Again, in Zoltan's example, it's very pronounced. Yeah. Right. So for you, it's not like he's postulating. He communicate that across time to say, I know that well enough to know just to step into that phase. Is there a world line for a version of Zoltan that didn't get there? Yes. It's the one that didn't postulate this one there. So now that sounds like one of these, parallel universes. Test it, try it. It's not, it costs you nothing to try this, right? And I promise you there's going to be something there that's going to occur. And again, don't fall into any like silly trap of like, well, I wanted to see some silly ad, but somebody, and I went outside, and on the way back home, I saw a pink bubble. That doesn't count. Be fair with your assessments. But the more you're fair with your assessments, and that you're better manifest. It's just that you're better at envisioning things and connecting to them in a way that would actually make it happen. I mean, you pay more attention to it. I gave you just Google the books, Google the Titanic book again up here. So
you could be the number 2 dude.
Well, water.
Been checked 5 years.
See, we talked about a little bit of that. Before, so I was explaining this thing that happened to me recently, where
this place becomes a complete different animal. Yeah, Lindsay Lohan survived.
There's this dude who
kids survived.
Friends.
Some people
got any left?
Yeah, some people don't, man. I told you when I walked in here. Yeah. I'm not. I'm happy about the podcast. I'm happy I get to see Lee.
There's this guy who's my dad.
He makes a living, and I make a living.
I see a guy,
guys like you come on here, and people get to hear you. I like doing stand-up. I'm not going to do this shit if I was doing low. There's no fucking way.
He's on the very far periphery of like people in my life, right? Not somebody I think about every day. I happened to be driving home one day, and a random thought popped in my head about him. Like his voice popped into my head.
Yeah, that was the thing. I was just like, I just know I need to take if this is where I'm kind of ending up once in a while, even once in a while, I just want to get it.
And I was just thinking about like what our interaction was so random.
Seeing Daryl Strawberry was shook because he was 13 years sober. He was like, I mean, this dude was eloquent. He had his life put together. He's a multi-millionaire now. And then he was pushing the documentary 30 for 30, the new one with Doc Gooden.
But Doc Gooden was
couldn't show up because he was sick.
And
I know my life isn't their lives, but it made me think, okay, you just got to what's going on. Because I didn't like to party. I just like to put myself in a crazy situation.
That's what I was thinking about the whole time. Just saying that I don't miss the drugs. I miss the 6 o'clock night. Waking up and some girl gives you a holiday to drive home. Like, what the fuck just happened last night?
I was in Louisville one time. I came out of a show,
you
had a
not
big
be
group in a limousine. They invited me to go to an after party with them, right? I was like, I'm only coming if I'm going. You come
this
really
thing,
crazy.
right? The
And
more
I'm
you
like,
have,
what's
the
that?
more
They had a brother nearby, right?
the
Wearing
more
this Louis Vuitton jacket,
accustomed
dude.
you are to the miracle.
Probably about 60% homeless, right? And they're like, that's your boy.
Once
I
you
didn't even talk to
accomplish
this
a
dude,
bunch of
right? I
impossible
was like,
things,
yeah, that's my boy.
in
Like,
turn,
all right, he can come.
any task
So
is
I
front of
fucking
you, you
walk
know
over
what
here
you're
looking
thinking
right
about,
in the eyes.
which
You
is
know,
the
it's like,
penalty.
what's
You
up,
know
man?
that
It's like, sit with the sit.
oh, I'm gonna do that.
And
I know
I was like, all
that's
right,
what
dude, I told
Danny
these
was
people you're my
referring to me
friend.
at
You
this
ever been in a
conversation.
limousine? He's like,
When
no.
did you know it? I'm like,
I was like, all right, come
idea.
get in with us. Just act like you're my friend,
There's
right?
never a moment in my life when I thought this might not happen.
So we go in the limo, bro. We're in
Not for a
there,
second.
hot chicks, dudes.
I would say that
Cedric kept saying we were friends. That's what he kept saying out loud.
so intent is a really interesting
Not the
thing.
best
Because let's say
actor, bro. Until we get to his house party.
you get up in the morning
Tonight's
and say,
cool
I'm gonna
fucking
get
party,
something,
bro.
right?
I'm downstairs, I'm in the kitchen, somebody's making us a drink, I'm talking to somebody. Fucking 6 minutes later, bro, I hear a fucking somebody scream out your window, bro.
Are you hungry? Yeah, sure, let's go eat.
Somebody comes running
So
down,
that,
they
and
said,
you see the
some
path is
dude
nice.
just stole like 4 purses out of the coat room
As
upstairs
long as you
and
didn't
fucking
forget
jumped out a window.
you left your house for bread.
That would have been me, bro. And there was fucking the Cedric, bro.
The path to success is not
And that
a
was
straight
like, but
line.
and everybody there was like crying and pissed.
Life will
And
not
some
be
girl was like furious because all her Tito Bonds were in there or something. I remember she got pissed. She was a tough girl. She was like one of those people that slide the thing on the ice. She said, curlers? She was a curler. And I was, in my head, I was like, this is the best fucking night ever.
There's more things that you have to do. Every single time you see it,
So just shit like that, where I just love to put life just in precarious situations, man.
You're black out of it. You never get invited to another house party ever.
Oh, I blacked out one time
what happens,
here in
that's just the
Hollywood, and that scared me. I woke up in my own bed and I'm like, oh, God. I wet the bed. I mean, I wet the bed. I was about 30 anyway. So, did you too?
I thought I
was like a teenager. Oh, that's nothing.
Whatever vision I have, whatever I want to do,
and that
I
was a
don't
pretty
have
crazy
the
night.
ultimate question of, yeah, but that's not possible. That's maybe too
I don't know if you're always around there. I guess, yeah.
I don't know. See it. Sight.
People always are.
Focus
It might have been a little bit later. Maybe not 13, but
I don't have
close.
the
Maybe
doubt
10.
process. Yeah.
At
The
least.
reason I don't have the doubt process is because
I'm
since
10
I'm
from
a kid,
13, talking at least.
practicing these tracks. And there's a state of mind.
No, but yeah, I know. I had a huge issue with it. It was terrible. Dude, I used to have that buzz underwear, bro. They put these underwear on you, but the urine would hit them, the buzzer would go off.
I don't know if you know this, but all the participants in the BPA study
This ain't no
college,
joke, bro. So I went to my grandparents. My mother didn't tell me that.
I'm really hoping these are real things, and I just didn't feel like a torture device your parents put on you.
and he is talking about, I think he said all of them,
was a bunch of
experienced an
It was a
incredible
doctor.
uptake.
So we went there. I got the electric pants on.
Even before they started
you know?
the actual test. So like I think it was like a
I'm
month
getting my wrist.
before,
Probably
they also had
buzzer
experienced
underwear for urinators.
crazy
Buzzer underwear for urinators.
during and
And
a few months
so
after
then,
they did all.
but they didn't tell my
When you want
grandfather, right?
something like, I guess, on stage
So
or
we
like,
fucking, he had a small house, bro, a little bitty house.
all of a sudden,
So my
all these
fucking
things are
crotch
much
is
more
just
pronounced.
like he wakes up
At the
in the
same
middle of the
time,
night,
you
dude.
see that you just flow through them. You don't even turn the gas on or anything like that. There's this thing that
I'm
people
not
call
on fire, but I'm
burning
buzzing
magic.
hard, bro.
It's a real thing. It's like
Because
the
I
people
had
that are
apple
burning
juice,
is
man. I pissed big on apple
insane
juice.
how they can
I fucking spray out on the
That
AJ.
way up.
So I'm in there just buzzing, dude. I didn't know.
I think it's because that everybody's kind of into the state.
Yeah.
They just kind of make these things. But again, this is anybody can test
He
this.
didn't know what
You
was
know, look
going
at your
on.
race status. He said,
He
I don't
comes
know
in, he's
why,
scared,
because he
bro.
started kind of late in his life.
How
He said, I don't
In a
know why,
little
but I
bitty
don't
house, you could hear it.
I
I know,
like,
like
I
my
don't
wife in the middle of the night, like
even
twice a
when we
week.
have no money,
I would just
isn't
do
it
2
weird? It's like
drops of you,
something
and it goes on.
when you have this
And,
knowledge that you just
And so my grandfather's in there, right?
right?
And he's all scared and shit.
It,
And
like,
Oh, this would have been terrible when I was a kid.
and he's pushing me with a
dictates
broomstick, dude. He thought I was
your
dead. He didn't know what had happened to me. He thought I
to
was
get there,
possessed or dead.
right? Like
He's
dictates
pushing me
every
with a
movement
broomstick
in
to
your life.
wake me up, and he was worried because he
Like
had one of those
I had
hard
a
makers.
similar feeling when I was
And
young,
he was
which
worried he would get
I think
electrocuted.
is the
He thought
reason
something was happening. He thought
that
the
in
house
my
was
life,
short-circuited.
when I
And the
have
phone
big
company had
goals I
fucked
want
up.
to
They thought the
do,
phone
to
company had
achieve,
fucked up.
I
analogy I use is
So
I
he thinks
always
I'm
go
fucking
into the
just laying
swimming
there
pool
buzzing
for
like
the water,
it's a
and I would
fucking
just
biscuit.
fucking like I would have to make sure or somehow believe that water would fill up before I got in the pool. Where I like I make a big leap,
People I love
right,
laughing.
knowing that
I
it's
love laughing
possible
at shit like this.
that I could land and lose everything, I could miss my mark and lose everything, but I'm like fucking hoping to God that I'm gonna land on solid ground. You know, and I always find a way to land on solid ground. I don't
I was sick the past 2 days.
I always take the risk.
You
burned the boat. Yeah,
Better than that,
right, yeah, better all the bits. But there are the patterns. Look at the patterns. Yeah, the pattern is like let's say we talk about creativity is
some guys
about
I was serving fucking crippled pig pussy down there, bro. And I was eating it by the handful.
I'll go around down that joint. Oh my God, I'm high on those thoughts. I ain't fucking transmission fluid in a couple of these moon things. And I have killed the cookies was the transmission fluid.
And so
getting into that oh my God, I fucking killed those cookies.
I want some cookies, man. Dude, I ate half of a pie cookie one time. I never had one. It was a couple of years ago. I invited this casting director, right, out to a comedy show. So she comes, but the comedy show was the next night. I had the night room. So I felt bad. And she was cute. And I was like, well, at least I'll get her dinner. But she came all this way. I didn't want a video, just so like you said, like a movie, So I was like, dinner was sitting there eating dinner. She ate a pot cookie.
Which that's the
And
side
I got home, and I never had
the
one.
choice
And
I
I
made.
didn't know how we
I was
knew
born
each
into
other.
this world.
It was like a nice restaurant. And I started thinking that this was like my
We don't know.
girlfriend.
Actually, but allegedly, there's a history. Allegedly, it's not a software that was downloaded to me. Like it's not like I just started playing Call of Duty, and all the buildings were there for whatever reason. The programmer put it there. Right? So you can argue that like wasn't really here, but let's say I was born into this world. That means I am impacting this world. Whatever I'm gonna say, dude.
I thought it was a
whatever activities I'm gonna have in this world, I am changing it now. It's forced because I'm here, right? Someone impacted. Right? If I take that side and I accept that, like, okay, that means it also comes with responsibility. Whatever I'm going to do will affect permanently this physical reality, and it will have long-lasting impact. Right? So I'm responsible for the things I will say and do.
This is a horror show. This is one side.
Or
you should have a romantic getaway.
the victim mentality of like, I'm here, and why did this happen to me? Why me? Why me? There's just weird. If you look at people, they follow one side of the story. The victim mentality is, I'm here, all these things are happening to me, and I see why it's easy to take that side, because data is flying.
She's like, no, this is what they do.
So because you're the perceiver, it's easy to take that stance like, I'm here,
It's an industry.
and I'm perceiving all these things, and all these things are happening, and all these things happen to me, and stop my door, and
It's blurry, man. Throw the extra $9 out there and get a fucking.
and the people do this thing, and that's and you pick that side, and so you are now you're a traveler, you are not a traveler, you're a passenger, and there are just people that do this.
It's cool. It's like a bit of ease.
Or you say, I'm here. You guys have to look
I
at me
didn't
now.
know that, but it was cool.
Yeah,
But
I'm
I'd still
here.
rather
I
be
am
overtone.
around. And it sounds like, well, that's the English point of view.
I don't know. Like, even though I know more people
I am
don't
here.
put on sheets.
That's what the
To be
ego I
honest,
am. I'm here. And I am going to
sheets
impact
make you
this world,
nervous.
and I'm going to live
Yeah, I
by
do.
my rules as much as possible. And I do the things I love. And if you are solid in that side,
Ever since I've been
you
with
will
him,
succeed.
I just get on luck. I never had
Because
I
you
never had
also
skin
take
issues. Now I get
responsibility.
styes.
Anything that happens to me, right, is my fault.
Trust me.
Or my achievement. If I was on the wrong place in the wrong time, even now, some sign I missed, something I did, I got myself. I did accidentally upgrade something. I was doing my so I take full responsibility for everything that is in my life. Right? That mentality, that attitude, that will make you successful. It's not a
Oh,
and
face
now,
to the
after
side.
that, this idea of
Oh, face to the side. Jesus Christ, I'll tell you
whatever
something.
face
Face
down.
down. We gotta have like a massage table in my bedroom.
Even though I'm understanding that, I will have to do a million other things.
No, but I just
I'm going for the back.
dude, you're a fucking unreal lady. I figured
So
we were talking about they should have dolls. They should have so many science
you can
dolls.
find it through either meditation or
Indestructible,
spiritual
dude.
processes.
Okay, but it was just
Or
Airbnb
you can
was
shortcut
not.
it because you
I
can
would.
find
It's
it
a
in
hotel.
those spiritual
It was just.
trees,
I get it in the places we want to rent
the
a
two
cabin
together
or
actually
something
really
like that.
powerful. Because one was
We had a full apartment. We had a full apartment.
one very
It was her personal bedroom.
and then
Yes.
you always have
Okay,
these
see, that's
well, this
disgusting.
can be the
Yeah,
reality then.
people banging my
When
bed,
I can
come
check
on,
it
man,
this way.
and shit.
People spread it out.
It
Oh,
wasn't
yeah,
like
we disrespected. We went to we disrespected that.
and this is
Let me tell you something. You
this
just
is
come on there.
verifiably. I wanted to do that.
Lemon, what's that
I
jewelry?
wanted to
What's that
experience
shit
that
you polish wood with? That's
and the more and more you have, the more and more you
old English. When they come back, they gotta sleep with that old DNA and
That's an
DNA
excellent
lurking over your head and shit.
Yeah, old English. That's a liquor.
Well, guys,
It's a
we
malt.
did a 4-hour
That's why we
podcast.
left. It was
No
just-
way.
And then we
Really?
was gonna read. There was gonna be fireworks. We were gonna stay.
Oh my god.
Fireworks.
I think it's a perfect spot to end this. Yeah, I didn't realize this is fucking a mind melt of
It
a
was like if this
conversation.
thing had like somewhere else. We're talking about
Thank you, brother. For that. That was fucking awesome.
pretty much how states
Yeah.
all be.
Um,
It was not
Thank you,
good.
brother. Thank you,
It
brother.
was not good.
Yeah,
But my
yes, of course. Tell people where they can find out the next thing you're doing with the DMT Action
young
Experiment.
and but she knows she
And
activities are very
the
she hasn't made
laser
a lot of
for
money.
reality experiment.
She has
So
a good
you
time.
can always go to the website, go to reality.com. We're in the
Dude, that's
website
fucking-
coming up right
dude,
now.
she had a good
And
time.
then go thoughts on YouTube.
That's what counts. Yeah, of course. We had a great time. We had a great time together.
And
It's just
go to Reality Inc.
That's
is basically going to be
I'm
an official
the-
thing, and we're going to be working to actually, bringing the right kind of minds together.
But,
We have incredible minds coming into the
and do you
space.
try to act not older on your girlfriend? She's younger. That's one thing I've noticed. I'm not that much. I'm like 2
From
years older.
scientists
That's not bad. It's not weird.
people who are like
People should go to the museum.
higher
still.
level thinkers and
It's fun.
software
It's like-
engineers.
Have you
We
been to the
really have
premiere?
incredible people that are coming online,
And
and we're very excited about bringing everybody together and encouraging more entities around us to also do more of the same, more of like investigative processes that are more open-minded, and more also, I guess, open-hearted. So not so much rigid with what they believe is true.
In California.
Including more things. And Zoltan, I mean,
make sure you get the right
Zoltan, I guess you're a famous person.
But
Zoltan, where can people find your
nasty.
we need you to ban some more beers. Where can we, it is a very family-friendly name of Five Finger that actually became from a kung fu movie. But, you know, it's a manifestation of all these. Well, yes and no. I mean, it's, there was an old kung fu movie, Five Fingers of Death. And then remember that the five, what was it, the 5-point exploding heart that made in Kill Bill? Right?
Oh, yeah.
I was literally watching that movie and I'm like, man, that sounds so ridiculous, it should be a bad name. So here we are. Right? So you look at it as a dot com wasn't taken because it was so crazy. Right? So it's both the best and the worst name on the planet. You know, because when you say, you know, when some old lady sitting next to me, right? Some old lady sitting next to me in the airport and asked me, like, oh, you look like a musician. And I'm like, oh, here we go. I have to tell her, you know, so I'm going to preface it with, so,
if I could have Scottie Pippen next to me, bro, I'll do it.
who is
You know?
that?
There's no point not having him in the
Because
ring
otherwise
with
you
you,
get
you
this is
know?
what look. Yes, that's the manifestation of
You gotta bring a knife to a bun fight. You know what I'm saying?
But then he
Oh,
was
you
saying,
gotta
I
throw,
would
dude. I'll
add
take
to
off
that, like,
one of
that's
those in my
exactly
butt,
what
dude.
has to happen. I think you need to achieve a critical
This
mass.
is fine.
That means high achievers and high level thinkers, the intellectual giants need to come together and explore this. There are a lot of people involved.
They put
A
cocaine
lot
in the
of
end
them
of the
are
straw,
already there.
and then they put the other
And most of them will
into
not yet
somebody's
speak
butt.
up. Like I was silent about it for over 2 decades because it just wasn't the time. There was not a, you know, right now we can talk about, you know, encounters with, you know, with extraterrestrials and people know what the things are crazy. But years ago, definitely, I have experiences that had people say that we were this is actually happening, right? Last 10 years ago,
So yeah, I hit a sabbatical, man, but I hit a
and then
sabbatical.
so the psychedelic space was kind of similar. So
But
as
it's chill,
I
I just
said,
feel
we
what I feel, I
that
feel.
space where and
Because
the
I just
childhood
got a lot on my plate right now,
then
and at least each
pull
time I can show
together
up
the
for it.
became
You know, it's like every day I know I can do what's going, what's required of me,
and
you know.
start to
And my mind already tries to beat me up a lot. My mind, you know, the first thing out of the gate, my mind is like, you fag, you know, you sometimes the mind calls me
the same way that you find what
like,
this
Jesus Christ, I guess
like,
I'm already using the N-word,
that are happening,
you know, and it's just like, that stuff's just tantalizing, you know, sometimes.
that we see and
So at least I know each day when I'm sober, it's like, or if I haven't been drinking or partying, then I'm able to get up and like battle my own demons and go at the day head on, you know. And I got enough war stories, and now I'm able to think out my war stories a little bit better. Because sometimes I was too busy making news stories to even think about the old ones. So now I'm able to look through the old and be like, oh, this could be a good story. And I can share the story, so I feel like my stand-up is getting better.
Everything
You know, I've put together a new hour in the past year.
Everything is
I'm ready, man.
This time
I would do Chicago, or I would do here in LA, I think, because I got enough friends that understand me. You know, that might be delusional. Otherwise, I would do Dallas.
I don't think there's a
Dallas, bro, I love those people. They're fucking everything, dude.
I think we gotta go to really push the conversation forward.
Yeah, I worked the Improv, but I worked the one out in
we should definitely
Addison.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I worked
Addison.
That was one of my favorites.
It is a great club, isn't it?
One of my favorite. But the hotel used to be 50 yards away. Now they switched to that area.
The one I stayed at was really close.
You could walk.
I could walk.
How many minutes?
Literally, not even joking, 2.5 minutes, maybe less.
And they put you back in that hotel. They said they took you out of this. I was like, nah.
Oh, they did take you out for a little while. The first time I went, they had me stay at some other place down the street.
Yeah, drive down there or some shit.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Yeah, don't do that.
I've been waiting.
Don't do that shit, man. But yeah, man, that's some other crazy.
John Curiosity's been on the show a few times.
Body slamming a bunch of hookers dressed up like that.
So shout out to John.
Genghis Khan.
Love John. You guys are both in good company, being fellow whistleblowers. You work for the NSA, John with the CIA. And for people out there who are listening to you, why don't you just listen to the show for the first time and maybe may not be aware of who you are? Why don't you just give us like a brief introduction to your background?
Oh, some lady.
Well, no one knew who I was until I became an African American. At the point that the government made me a very public figure, especially in the United States. When I blew the whistle.
Hookers and stuff were never really my deal. My deal was just, I would just want to party and create stories.
So if you want to start there,
I never got into really.
I'm an NSA as a senior executive day one. When I reported to my duty station,
it was nice of him because I think he was trying to be a friend of me, but
that day was my first ever job.
I didn't need
that. We'll talk about the whole,
I was just looking
the whole story on how you blew the whistle on the NSA and how all that came to be. But going back before that, like what made you decide you wanted to be in the NSA in the first place? Long story.
Yeah.
So in my early 20s, I made a choice to volunteer in the military, so I volunteered. It's no draft. Technically, there's still you have to register. So I joined the Air Force in late 1979, right before Christmas.
I think about it, my fucking skin just wants to shake like a screening
tests.
It's the weirdest
one of
thing.
the tests we take is a very special test to see if you qualify for a very special program, which is the crypto-linguistics arena. And they actually make up a language. Crypto-linguistics, and they actually test your propensity or proficiency in being able to pick up a language and the structure. It's made up. It's a made-up language. There's no resemblance other than just basic linguistic structure. Okay. And then they ask you all other questions. I scored high enough to qualify. So that was the first thing. I can still choose to not enter into that program. I also chose to go airborne. I wanted to go airborne, and I wanted to be one of the overseas. So I went through basic training at Lackland Air Force Base, and then I went on to Monterey.
Listen, Miss Victoria, you just drive her ass and you pass her seat to that lady up the side of your car.
And that's why I learned basic
that's basically the what's that food place where you go and you run out to your car and set the thing on the tray on the side? Sonic. So
it was primarily, but with the military. I went to advanced classified training, highly classified training at Goodfellow Air Force Base in San Angelo. So now we're in the spring of 1980. Then a very interesting series of trainings. This is even before I go overseas, which involved survival school. So I was at Fairchild Air Force Base.
I went through surviving. This is the SEER program. It's the whole surviving.
Victoria, I wonder what she's up to now.
It's a whole program in which you learn how to evade, how to survive, how to resist, and how to escape. That's, well, the initials for
16, 18 bucks.
So you had a prisoner of war camp. It had a highly classified component, which is how do you resist when they're psychologically torturing and interrogating.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
This is still super classified stuff, right?
Still super classified. It's probably, of all of the trainings I received in the military, it's the one that stuck with me the most after all these years.
Really?
And we can get back to that later because there were certain things about that training that actually helped me resist the government, deal with the government. Oh, wow. So I was actually using training that the government paid for to train on survival school at SEER in Fairchild, Air Force Base, Eastern Washington. The actual in-field part of survival and evading. And it was, we're talking extremely regular. It's still a training environment, so, you know, they had safety monitors, there was boundaries, but we were out in the woods for quite a few days. During this training, learning how to survive. And then you come back and go through prison and war camp. That was quite something. I actually went through everything you heard about later became a torture program, which they called enhanced interrogation techniques. Yeah. Because they reverse engineered. I went through all of that. I know exactly what I was waterboarded a couple times in a training environment. Feels like you're drowning live. But it was a pretty interesting stress position. Chinese, the one that was the worst with the Chinese water drip. It's the Chinese water drip. They strap you down and they just slowly drip on water onto your forehead. For a while, until the point where you just, you're
and I spent time with my family talking to 3 weeks at home during the year.
And it just goes, you just really get crazy.
And then I go doing an work in town where it's good to be home.
But remember, the constraints were, and they had safety monitors.
You know, I can make you some money even staying in the
It's
city.
extraordinarily real. The other one, was a lot of people freaked out in the box.
Actually, I'm probably doing 60, honestly. I try to take one off though, just to make sure that I'm able to know what I'm doing when I get to the club. You know,
what they do is they bind it down so there's no limit.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. It is too. I fuse the data, I think.
Yeah, I'm going with bang too. Just
I did the box. I did the box. I went to sleep.
Oh, you mean on the road?
I did the box.
Yeah,
Is it really that small?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, twice a month. That's what
Yeah,
I like to
and the
do.
box is interesting design because it's not just a fixed volume. They can actually shrink it. And you cannot move. They can shrink it down to a point where you cannot move.
It's not bad. It's in the trunk of my car.
It threw me in the hole.
I heard that they have, specifically like Guantanamo, so this is what they're doing for the 9/11 prisoners they had, was that they would like put them in a room and play like SpongeBob SquarePants for days on end. And like, or just play like Barney, I Love You, You Love Me for a week straight.
We had a version of that.
I was thinking about it the other day. Mushrooms have shit on them.
It's very high decibel with white smoke.
Oh, yeah, they do.
Plus, you have a bag of
You don't clean nothing up.
Like,
personally,
the purpose of putting you guys through this stuff is to kind of numb you to it. Is that what
not
this
numb you to learn how to resist and learn how to resist and not have them break.
Is to fucking come and go. Have a nice time.
I do not want to talk about how to resist it.
I can talk a bit more about the prisoner of war part, but not the classified training. So you have like what you deal with when they're pounding on you physically and putting you all kinds of weird positions, sleep deprivation, bright lights, loud music, and a whole other things I haven't mentioned yet, a whole range of other. It just goes on for a while.
Yes.
I mean, they're really, in fact, they had a special instructor, and the instructors themselves have to be carefully trained. And because what happens is you start doing the pathological,
instead of enjoying the abuse of people.
I mean, I would say right now, they had instructors who started enjoying it and have to pull them out of the
like 99. Oh,
Stanford, we're talking way dark, extremely dark.
Oh
Oh no, you
I saw him at a diner in
train.
New York not long ago.
This day is speaking of sticky.
Dude, I swear to God,
One
you're
song I
walking
remember
with
was
Sarah
an
Tiana,
E-Pop
you know
song.
her.
It was a work protest song.
And
from-
there's a
from
guy
the
sitting in the
Vietnam
diner by
and they would
himself. It's
just play that
2:30 in the
super
morning.
high
We've been at the comedy clubs and
Plus,
stuff.
they had all kinds of like
And I've
psychological.
never met Angel
They
in
would
my
try
life.
to
I only heard
break
stories
you in
about her.
terms
Right?
of
I've seen
being
a couple
American.
pictures.
And they would bring up
I was like,
literal,
I think
all the
that's
little
Angel's
facts
son. Oh, he's drinking a
about
glass of
all
wine and a
the
shitty diner.
issues that, yeah,
We go in
there's some
there,
dark history
and it was
in
him.
America, and
We sat there and talked to him for
going
a while.
across, you know, the
Tried to fuck
continent
Sarah a little bit,
and pushing all
which
these
I respected.
people out of the
And
way.
then,
slavery.
and then was it.
They would actually tell you the truth about your training about your own country. And I was one way because I was
It was
indoctrination.
cool to see him, man, because I only heard stories.
He
But
works
they
at
had
the
to
Senate.
separate
He's
you from your
he's
own
an
culture,
interesting
your own
fucking
history.
fellow. You know
And
what,
pointing out,
man?
of course, all the
He
worship.
gave me a lot of encouragement early on. You know, I can't lie to you.
Some of which were pretty dark. There's no question.
When I got to meet
There
him,
are aspects of American history that are dark.
it was, I appreciate it.
But we are.
Yeah.
I just,
What was it
that
like
was
getting
too
through
fast for
getting
me.
getting
Even
out
Roger
to get
Roll
over
and
that?
Pretty
Yeah,
challenging.
he used to party hard. That's what
he goes hard.
And what after the Sears thing?
The water survival.
This
The
guy
airport
goes
space
fucking
doesn't exist anymore because of Hurricane
I
Andrew.
go past him.
But I was there
Don't
before
pass
that.
him.
So this is still 1981 now. We're now in 81.
Right.
Yeah. So I went to water survival. That was the funnest one. That one was still strength, but it wasn't psychological. It was learning how to survive if you found yourself
It
having to
smelled
bail
like a
out
size 10,
of
huh?
an airplane.
Right.
So parachute. They would take us out
That
into
shit
this
was
day.
fucking tremendous,
Oh, yeah.
you know.
And
And they run every night.
it's fun. That was a fun part. It was the very last of the train. Some people go the other way. They don't end up with the nice train. They end up with it, and then they go to some the real survival school. But this was water survival, and it was several days.
That's
We were out in the bay,
people
you know, with all the sharks floating around, and they would actually lift you up into a helicopter. Now, for safety, they wouldn't bring you all the way up. But you'd have to learn, being on your ground or air, what it was like to get onto the hoist or what was at the bottom. There's different ways they could extract things. But you also were exposed to the prop lines, the rotor lines, which is pretty huge.
Fucking Michael Jackson.
Out in, and we're talking a couple of miles plus out in the bay, right? So, yeah, on the horizon, you can see the city.
That was 30 goddamn years ago, right?
At what point did you finally deploy somewhere to gather surveillance or intelligence, or what specifically were you doing?
So I showed up at Melbourne Hall in June of 1981. And then my training began. I wasn't fully qualified to listen in. This is intelligence collection, peacetime war response program. That's actually the name of it. There was a number of different missions I flew on, but it was on the RC-135 airframe. But it had different missions depending on how it's modified. They call it rivet joint. That was like the primary main of the platform. But then each mission had its own name.
We could get you out of one of the neighborhoods one night, get you in a little clan outfit.
So we did intelligence collection. And we used to say, we were the vacuum cleaner of the sky. And this is primary analog. The digital world is just beginning. But it already started with computers. And then computer-assisted technology that rapidly came into the fleet.
You can cross over to them. Because you have to be Christian first, we have to learn
all kinds of different signals, not just voice, but all kinds of different signal types. You have to understand and recognize multiple languages.
Like, hey, what are you talking about? This year, man, I want to get this other special. I got my new album that's gonna come out soon.
So listening in, picking up signals, and putting out. Sometimes there were world events where you actually have to send out, some messages that.
And so I'm excited about that.
So very long issue, by the way.
And what else, man? We got a couple of great shows that we're pitching, so I'm excited about that. I wouldn't mind meeting a girl, maybe falling in love, or at least being an honorable boyfriend. I don't know if I've ever been that in my life. I was out there
flying into airspace.
Licking pussy after dark, out there in the streets, and just, just taking the flavors of the universe,
Now you quit drinking.
air routes.
It's
It's not like you're invisible.
It's not that he's a little back.
Oh no, girls want you more now.
As we said, we were alone in an
Oh, I think in a heartbeat. Yeah, I've had more offers these days.
Because you have to
Like,
rely on our ears.
I've just had more offers. I think just because.
Although we had ground.
Because you look like you do. Like, I don't look.
And this is primarily
If I go somewhere, it's like
so international airspace, you're out over the water.
no.
So flying over like ships and stuff.
Well, just over the ocean, but at very high altitude. You're talking, 40,000.
I've never thought I was
wow, that high.
very handsome. If that makes you feel any better.
Oh yeah, no, I had the experience. Extraordinary. I mean, I went kind of look back on it.
But yeah, I think sometimes some of our dreams, outside of that, I want to be a better brother. I want to be a, I want to have a little bit more relationship with a God,
Started, you look out to the horizon, you can start saying, yeah, it looks like it's
yeah, there's things that I want to do, and I want to help other people somehow. I just want to do something, even if it's little, answer the phone when somebody calls and I know they need help. Not that I would be there somewhat, but that I normally wouldn't fucking answer.
You're 36.
Yeah.
This is about the time that you got to
So how long did you do this kind of work?
What's
That was
next?
4 years, and then I was sent to this
Where
month
the
Air
fuck
Force
does
Base
it go? Where is
in
that?
Tucson, Arizona, and I was a mission crew supervisor under an agent that's called electronic worker. So a different application of my
I
training.
don't know for sure. And I'm like, if I fail
Combat
at
support,
this,
certain direct combat support.
I don't have a lot of options.
Combat support. So
I can sell over the
like
phone.
flying into
I can sell
combat
cars and shit.
But if you
I
had to
don't think I
train
can
for
sell.
it, was up or some operation, or you're going to support
So I
what they
gotta
call
make this comedy shit
suppressing
work.
enemy air.
That's
So
how I
fundamentally,
have
you're
it.
protecting fighters,
This was
bombers,
it.
etc., and other
Wow, that's brave, bro.
military assets going in.
That's brave.
Whatever.
I had done everything
When the
else.
decision had to be made at the highest, what you call the national command authority level,
Every
then you were there to
opportunity in the
support.
world.
what kind of combat stuff would you have been in? What years?
I never actually deployed to combat. Like, we did training. Like, we would go to Europe, and we would go up in Nevada. Like, we would support red flag, green flag exercises. We would fly out to Fort Irwin, the National Game Center, and play games. I say play games.
War games?
War games. All kinds of war games. Oh, yeah. And then we actually provided specialized
If you like
support.
it, you fucking stay around, we raise your salary.
They're like,
If you like it, you buy in. It was
war
partners
games.
with these two guys.
Now, there was always in the background the SIOP, the single integrated operating plan. I mean, that was always there. There was always scenarios. What would
It
happen
was
is
the
that
bad
to
deal. I got
a nuclear
great
extreme.
opportunities when I was a young man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And on the RC-135,
Great
we
opportunities.
did
And
have
and come to me, go, listen, let's stick
as
around.
a Holocaust, the nuclear Holocaust mission, which was what's
Stick
left.
around. I want to run this place.
That's interesting. You're the
Yeah.
second person I've ever heard use that term PSYOP.
Yeah, because it's stupid shit. I was a great
Well,
job.
super classified because it was operational, meaning depending on the scenario,
I wouldn't found
military doesn't do
whatever
anything
they
without
wanted
plans.
to do. You know what I'm saying?
Plans always change,
Right.
but you always have, and you're always updating, and you're always playing games, you're always doing some war games, war planning scenarios.
Right. One situation to another.
Yeah.
It seems like you just have to keep.
Yeah, the other time I heard
Yeah,
the
because
term
your life
PSYOP
or your
was John
power
Nichols
has a
in here
plan for you,
explaining
bro.
that
Even if you,
chief
and
of
I'm
staff
not
were
trying to sound like some
highlighting
Christian weirdo or anything like
plan
that.
to drop
I'm just
nukes on
saying
China
that
and Russia with Kennedy
life
as
has a
president.
plan
They
for
wanted
you.
to do
You
it.
just gotta
And they had
fucking,
meetings
if
called
you out
PSYOP
there,
meetings and stuff
get,
like that. Where they're
get your ass eaten.
Bobby
Through
Kennedy
a
was in
car
meetings and
window
stuff
or
like that.
whatever you do.
And they had this
Just
full
know that
all-out
that doesn't
war
define
plan.
you. And that's
they
just a
wanted
little
to do it
speed bump, that's just a little, that's a little
December
thing in your recipe, man.
before
Because, I used to
Russia
marry a guy
ICBM.
for free.
Because I guess they didn't have
He died.
intercontinental ballistics
You
before
know,
that.
I'm
So anyway,
such a fucking.
Plans were not just defensive, they were also offensive. I mean, that's part of what makes it so classified. It wasn't just like what would happen if
We had a great Christmas too.
someone they launched to what you do because you didn't have
It
much
was
time.
like
But then it was first
Tuesday and Wednesday got
So
real.
you
Like, what
had
the
to plan for
fuck
the
you
possibility of a
Damn, you had a tough time after that Christmas.
My back's what?
There's times
my
where
wife's
it came
back
really
was hurt.
close.
I was at the park
Gail
with the baby,
Archer
to be
is one
honest,
of
here, riding a little bike with her and stuff like that, you know.
Exercises
She
where
got
they
back
actually
because I was a fucking blast.
we were
But,
engaged in the
you
first
know,
part.
after that,
This
it's
goes
like,
back
what
to
do you do?
83.
You wait
What
till
was that?
10:45
It's
to
called
go
what?
to the
Naval
store.
Archer.
Well, remember, all exercises of any kind, no matter what it is, will
Yeah,
have
life slows down.
operation, or it just, they'll have the native phonetics, like people, and then there'll be a series of schooling on what it is.
Yeah. You don't need it. You don't feel like
I was fully immersed in the environment.
Like 1983, military exercise conducted by NATO that took place in November 1983 was an annual exercise. It simulated a period of heightened nuclear tension between NATO and the Warsaw Pact, due to concerns that it could have been mistaken for a real attack. Because
those couple of days over Christmas,
it was actually on the Soviet side. I realized it was a national exercise, but it was ultra. So realistic. They were actually preparing,
it was kind of distracting
to defend themselves.
It was just
it's a bit much sometimes.
the fucking book though.
Really, and he was in the command and control. He was an alert officer. He said, "This is an exercise. Stand up." And if it's like what if history, or what if history.
I did do that,
and that's just one example of how close
it's good.
The
But the problem is when you on the road, I lose that. Because the computer on the road just sucks. Fucking
from what I understand, the last time that the president of the U.S. was able to get the president of Russia on the phone,
so I really
just with a phone call, it was not quick. It took days, I think.
And I only focus
So, like,
early in the morning.
if there was just say like a rogue nation, like North Korea, for example, launched a nuke towards us,
it's different when your brain is nice
and we saw it coming, we have that,
no, honestly, bro, I don't like watching women fight, bro. I watch a lot of women street fight,
you have to basically use it or lose it, where you have to empty out our ICBMs, because if there's one coming at us, it's called first.
I do respect it. I think these women are tough and talented.
We have to empty our silos, our ICBM silos, because they're super vulnerable, and we can't risk a nuke hitting them. So if there's one coming at us, we have to empty those. And assuming we know where this is coming from, for example, say we know it's coming from North Korea, we have to blast those out towards North Korea. The problem is this all happens within one Korea. Oh yeah. And those nukes that we launch towards North Korea will have to fly over the North Pole, over Russia, right? And what are the chances we're going to get Russia on the phone in 5-10 minutes to tell them these nukes aren't coming for you, they're going for North Korea or whatever? And that's not going to happen. So Russia's their general, they're going to see all these nukes coming out, they're going to empty their silos. And it's like before you know, within 10 minutes, it's just Armageddon.
That's why they called it that. No one really wanted to do it, right? Especially at the great power level, particularly so in the U.S. Because what could happen?
I watched the replay.
It just wasn't just one
nuclear. Right before it started, I went to the bathroom.
Mushroom popping up. You're talking
Because I
just
was pissed, and I said, you know what?
dozens, hundreds.
Robin's going to win this.
But that was why we had to try that. Because true, the thick sides that we like minute, right, are very vulnerable. Right? Even although my father, who's a working veteran, was chief command, he actually helped develop almost single-handedly the whole plan, the whole fail-safe chrome dome plan, where the B-52s in particular, because they were the intercontinental bombers that carried multiple nuclear weapons. At least they were mobile, but they're basically once you launched, and they would have their particular locations, and it would change depending on world events and all that. Yeah. But if they got the signal, then they would go in. But they knew it was probably a one mission. So you had the other part of the trial, which are the submarines.
Yeah.
So submarines were the ones that were super mobile, but essentially
they had
They had
well, the MERS can be placed on any
that was the difference between
that was developed later. If it's multiple, you have multiple
re-entry, right. So the idea is that the booster, after the booster gets knocked off, the rocket goes up into orbit, and then the three individual warheads,
depending on the type of
re-enter the atmosphere, and they can literally be programmed to go multiple different spots.
And then we started but then you started like a Tomahawk missile, right? Then you started getting cruise missiles, which could be launched from
and the submarines are nuclear powered too. So like in an all-out global thermonuclear war, they would be the last ones to survive.
Yes.
They would be underwater, they have nuclear power, and they would just basically be locked in that tube until they ran out of food and water.
But that could be months.
There was no reason.
potentially more.
I was very
They had that much. In a wartime scenario, they could stay underwater for quite a while.
I was just going to sit back and
So all the like the parameters of all that
and while it was going down, man, they thought
I saw recently, actually, Anna Jameson published it.
I saw it
in the recent book. She published, Steve, I don't know if you still have this screenshot saved.
Yeah.
You might be able to Google it, but she basically published an image of the traffic patterns of all the nuclear submarines throughout from Russia and China. And Russia and China both have literally submarine highways that are coming right off the coast of the east coast of Florida and right off the coast of Southern California.
Some of the routes are known, some of them are loitered, some of them you can remember. What you mean? Think about it.
Yeah.
It seemed like
You don't have
first when she
you
got
don't have to launch from your homeland, right? You can launch
that's the same thing to me.
to the coastline
And she
of the
was all
country.
done from there, like
And then
Roman said, she
you're
took a
talking
couple kicks, which is something out of
maybe a couple
her
of minutes
repertoire.
at best.
And the move
Couple of minutes,
she does,
right off the coast of Miami.
it was greatly,
Because once it
that she
reaches the surface of the water, then yeah,
Yeah, I think maybe
it doesn't
they're
take very
really
long.
it's just a
after that. I mean,
contractual
that's
thing.
part
You
of the
know?
problem.
I have no idea.
Submarines.
I have no interaction with
And
this
there's so
guy.
many.
But
There's
why do
also
you guys
the
think
map showed all the
she sticks
targets,
with
the
that certain
targets,
code
and the priority of all the targets.
whenever you hear
Are terrifying. Because like two of the top 10 targets are right here in Florida, McDill, and then there's another like a strategic command down in Sarasota or something.
I mean, who knows? I don't know.
Short of all-out war on civilians, there's always still the case Cold War even now. There are designated targets that now they'll change, they'll update them. But that's why, you know,
God bless her.
the little that case, the briefcase,
The football, right?
football
A lot of things
is
are being
very
released from the
decades
fight.
now. It always follows the president and the backup
Said
vice
something,
president.
listen, I'm not an expert
There's a special, there's a
in
whole
boxing or MMA that talk about who's a good coach or who's not a good coach.
You don't want an accident, right? So if you decide to make that, I mean, we're talking about
And you know,
incredible
thinking of
decisions.
in the ring, you know, I know
Those
Freddie
dire
Roach is good.
circumstances. It only under those dire circumstances you need
Has
to
been
launch.
champion for 2,000
Whether
years.
it's defend yourself
I know
or go on the
trained
offense.
for
But the offense typically is
must be good
because
because
we don't get worked out first.
I know the
But then
guys
what
down
do you
Uncle John's down there, down in
That's why
Mexico.
that's
They're good. They got John
war.
Jones. They got
The war. I haven't talked about it
and
much.
Carlos Conduit. The list goes on and
Those
on and on.
weapons are just,
I know a lot of camps that are
and
fucking
especially
great.
now,
That's
you'll see.
are
I
going
mean,
to
all
be
you have to
great
look
there.
at
Why
is the
Rhonda,
original
after
atomic
she got
between
knocked
the
out
hydrogen,
by Holly
and then you look at
why did she go
some of the
start
tests
it?
when they still were blowing them,
I mean, she's
either
been
on
busy.
land
She's
or
been,
sea or
she
in the
got
air.
a bunch of
The father
advertising. I
actually
mean, who
did the
knows?
last.
It's a good
was
question.
part
Man. I
of
don't know
the
enough about it.
It was actually
For
it
that,
was
no
a Team
fucking
Christmas
care.
Island restaurant. It was a site.
Look at this show.
With airport.
It's presented
Then
by
of
my
course they were
favorite
trying to
motherfuckers in
ban
the
all that.
world.
But they always actually do
Let me tell you
nuclear.
something about
It was
it.
actually blow
I've
up
been
a
back on
nuclear
the
weapon in the air.
sport
At high altitude.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you people something.
Yep, and he got
Unbelievable.
a radiation
I tried to
poisoning
move. I
back
had
in
force
hospital for a while.
protein
This
share.
is early
Have
60s.
Have you heard
So
of
instead,
I
I
think it
got
was
some
Operation
alpha
Starfish
brain.
Prime?
And
Where
I
they're
got one
blowing
of the
up
club
nukes
bats.
in outer
That's
space.
how I'm rolling for
Yeah,
2007.
They actually had a
I
plan
suggest
to
you do
blow
the
one
same.
up on
Alpha
the
brain. Start with alpha
They
brain.
wanted
Doesn't
to
mean
do
I
the
guarantee you, right?
Like how
If they only
we're
want the
such
product
stupid
back.
monkeys. It's
They
crazy.
think you're not sharp enough
Yeah,
in
stupid monkeys kind of
2017.
reflects
It starts
the
with alpha
dark
brain,
side of the
bitch.
human
Go
condition.
to Earth.com right now and press in.
Because all the one of the things,
CHURCH.
technology
Get 10%
ultimately
off your
used
first order.
at some point, and has been historically
Again, the code is
in war
Church,
combat.
CHURCH. I want to thank
We
my
get
main
in
man,
space,
Robbie
upper atmosphere,
Oliva, for the
here
badass
underwater,
Bruce Lee
under
book
the
he brought
ground,
me.
and a lot of our
fucking
nuclear tests have been just like in Nevada.
You know, I love you,
Nevada,
Jack Will.
there's still places in Nevada that are all
Captain
The
4-3.
biggest struggle with keeping a firearm within reach in your house is, number one, it's got to be in reach when you need it, and two, you got to keep it safe and away from your children if you have it. And keeping it in the closet is just too far away. I remember when I was a kid finding my parents' guns in their closet, and I don't want my kids finding mine. All that changed. The stop box sent me this. This thing is 100% mechanical, and I love not having to fumble around with a keypad or a combination in the dead of night. And the best part is, you don't have to rely on batteries. I keep one under my bed and in my truck, and my favorite part is it's safe for kids. I love how robust, solid, and well-made this thing is, and the best part is when I'm traveling, I don't have to screw around with one of those big parking cases. This just goes right in my check bag, and there's no issue. This is the best solution that I found, and I'm super happy to have Stopbox as a sponsor of the show. Stopbox is made in the USA, keeping jobs in America. Stopbox is also TSA compliant, so you don't need a separate carry case. They also have a wall-mounted version and one for easy access to cars. And for a limited time only, our listeners get a crazy deal. Not only do you get 10% off your entire order when you use my code Danny at StopboxUSA.com, but they are also giving you a buy one, get one free for their Stopbox Pro. That's 10% off and a free Stopbox Pro when you use the code DANNY, DANNY, at StopboxUSA.com. Discover a better way to balance security and readiness with Stopbox.
Because of relativity. Right. John Wayne, I'm pretty sure, and a number of other actors, a lot of the westerns, they would go right through areas that were, completely radiant. And they didn't know it. They didn't realize the effects at the time. Even the regional, in Alamogordo, really, that test, the very first test, people were actually, it turns out, there was really close enough downwind, guess what happened? And then there's, all these cases later of people getting sick.
It's different when you have to throw in a
environment. Trinity.
Yeah. See, you could always turn down the bread.
I think it was
cheeseburger. Yeah. You could always go to fucking
something like that.
You could always, not drink and drive and shit like that.
I mean, there was multiple cases where there was contamination of water and food.
Oh yeah.
And cattle and stuff like that.
It's not clean.
Except for
that's a lot of people just
creating everything you do.
And like now this is the only place in the world to go gamble.
All the alcohol, all the heroin, all the pills.
It used to be limited. It was like a Disney thing, right? You go see the flag up.
Really?
Oh yeah, there's places. I know. You can imagine. Oh yeah,
because there was no emotional connection with
see the little mushroom cloud.
Yeah. There's no emotional connection.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing about the Cold War. I mean, even before the Cold War, after World War II, starting with Operation Paperclip and everything that we did secretly for the military and to innovate with like the science, with just getting these rocket scientists and these other physicists and all these brilliant mathematicians like John von Neumann and all these people that literally were using all of their brain power to figure out how to kill more people and how to develop more instruments of war. And I think it was von Neumann who was the one who calculated, he came up with the exact calculation of how high in the atmosphere fat man and bullshit would be to cause most of the deaths.
You fucking puke on the stage and you're naked on Joe Rogan's podcast weighing into he lost by 2 pounds.
He lost by 2 pounds, but that was under
were necessary to demonstrate what
so I think that Ari has to pay now. Ari has to pay.
Military high command.
Well, Segura was 219 today, and Bart was 221.
See, part of
so
there's a lot of
they both have to be under 227.
I would argue that
so then,
but it was also
then they're both under 227, then Ari has to pay. Wow. What was the price?
That we have this weapon.
No price, just
it was clear already at the end of World War II that so
trying to get under.
It's going to be something other than friends, unfortunately.
And then there's no price. There's already to pay. They won't let them try to burn a menace.
During World War II.
During World War II.
Oh yeah.
I gotta take a trip, man. I gotta slip out here, Jim. I gotta go.
But there is my
stepfather. An episode of my own podcast.
Passed away.
I gotta go ahead.
He was actually
listen, I'm happy you dropped by and opened up the fucking U.S., my friend.
Dude, open that the other way, man.
Man, I'm fucking happy that you can come by. So there's a fire out there and shit.
Fucking burn it down, bro.
What a fucking night tonight, my friend.
That's what's up, dude.
We spent the way to get out of the house and do a fucking podcast. I think last night with those guys, it went well, and if that would go well with you.
You go back and actually look at what they were planning for.
Fucking close.
Let it burn, baby. Trump, baby. Let it burn, dude.
And that's why they started bypassing all the
Sorry, just let it burn.
So we're trapped in here
they were
with no
extraordinary.
bicycle.
It was unbelievable. As good as they were, they just were next level.
We got a chair to barricade ourselves with the
spirit and
we'll be dead in 2 fucking minutes. They possess this place.
for the homeland, and they just
and dug in, like really dug in. You can imagine how
this weekend I'm in town. I'm in Virginia Beach in a couple of weeks at the Funny Bone the last weekend, January 26th through January 24th through the 28th.
Are you writing your sobriety down? Are you writing about your sobriety at all?
I mean, right now I'm just
I'm talking about on stage. I'm not talking about I'm talking about putting in a notebook about you. What do you feel like? What the fuck is different? Why would I go back and drink it?
history and my legacy.
And then guys was like Joe Diaz at 2 a.m.
No, right now I'm working. I didn't have a dad growing up, so I saw like a lot of like emotional issues and stuff from growing up. Just some of that stuff I got to deal with. So I mean, I'm always doing my comedy. I love my comedy. I'm happy to have it. I feel blessed to have this skill and ability, but at the same time, like, I'm dealing with other personal stuff first, you know, because that's what I got to get right. But at the same time, my comedy is feeling better than ever. So, you know, it's all simultaneous as long as I care about myself to keep working at stuff, and everything else will work itself out.
Some people said it was, but they're dropping things, you know, to the partisans, right? Partisans are fighting a guerrilla war against Germany. They got the cut fire.
You know, like we talked about before the show. Listen,
it was going down. He was in man. He just happened to be close enough to the hatch door. And bailed out. Took a swing and a half in the heart to the side of the bill. Lung survivor. All the rest of it. All
like I said, 20 years later, I see so many people.
He was behind the line for 6 months until the British underground.
Yeah.
Which means he was always intended for the British to take control.
Phase
the Germans wanted them. I mean, they wanted their hands on someone.
Real estate now or something like that. But they managed all this.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? This wasn't a dream for me. This was
behind the line for 6 months. He lost 50 pounds.
Yeah.
In 2 years, if I put them extra rolls, I'll
he would never eat yogurt again because the Greek yogurt was super sour. He just always stay away from yogurt. We didn't know this. This is a family secret. We
just to be.
We knew he'd served in
this situation to
World War II, but the family secret. He would always wonder. Anytime we had food in front of us, right?
Yeah.
He'd say, eat everything you plate. We couldn't eat the table until everything was finished.
Outside,
because you never know. You say you never know where your next meal's coming from.
Margaret Chandler, yeah, she's just been sliding through. Everybody else is doing this.
I eventually learned the story.
Much
later. Well, what was happening? He retired much later in life. He was in San Antonio, it was USA Towers. It was not just Towers. It was actually part of the real estate venture. It was owned by a beautiful place. And he would play penny ante poker, you know, with his fellow residents.
No, I've already lived out. I mean, I've already. All my dreams, I feel like I've already had.
That's all you got left to talk about. Now is your memory.
So I feel like I'm fucking just playing around it over, you know, like I've far exceeded my expectations. I've been doing comedy 13 years.
So you did write it. There's a monograph.
13.
Published by military publishing house press called Downing Groups.
Write it out.
Yeah.
Downing Groups was no longer Yugoslavia. It was then. It was what became.
It's done right here.
Very good face down on the Sayed treatment.
You actually got picked up.
I want to get buried over here in Mississippi. I'm already for the graveyard all like that. Yeah, they got a brother that cuts it. My brother cuts the grass. He wears a full suit and he cuts it every Sunday, no matter how hot he is.
So going back to your story,
you
were doing this massive stuff. 81, 85. 81, 85. Lots of little games, stuff like that.
And then you got little hills out there.
How long did that go on for? So the war game stuff in particular. I mean, the war games you did were extremely detailed.
I mean, take 2 in a bed.
So a lot of those as well. But most of our mission overseas, when I was on RC-135 platforms of various types, with different types of equipment and capabilities, that was all real-world reconnaissance. And a lot of depending on where sending reports out, we would actually have to process our information. But if your information in real time in the air was significant enough, we had different types of systems that we would use, different types of thresholds by which you would send out reports, up to and including
just because the war is, you're not going to sell a lot of comedy tickets in New Year's Eve.
Depending on the level, right? You know, if it rose to that level, it had to be on the president's desk.
People only have television sets where they're chilling, dude.
New Orleans,
Miami.
Miami.
Field site. we were part of the other half of the NSA that no one talks about, which is the military side. The NSA/CSS.
She's doing New Orleans. I kept thinking maybe
Cryptologic Service Support.
They have those there.
Well, she does it because she loves it. She all her friends, it's her favorite city. So she goes there every New Year's Eve anyway. So all of her friends go down there. It's always a big party.
We even said ourselves, we worked for Big Brother. Our reports went back through. NSA. So we're the military wing. If I remember, NSA is a military organization. It's headed up by Oldena Freestar now.
Yeah, it was perfect, man. I mean,
underneath.
It was fun, man. She's funny to be around.
Yeah.
She's just.
How old were you then?
She's funny to be around.
Overseas, when I got there, I was 20. I just turned 24 after all the training. Right. I was there for 4 years, came back, did electronic warfare for another 4 years, got out, went to the CIA.
Okay, so you did CIA. What made you want to go to the CIA?
Because it's my background and interest, and it's like, hey, I finished up my first master's when I was in Tucson, in international relations and
between jobs. You're looking at an extra money for your kids' college fund.
I applied
Then you
and
go
went
back
through
to
a
school
very
yourself.
extremely
You think about writing the next American novel.
review process.
I mean, there's got to be something you're seeking an alternative
even more
funding
enhanced background
for a new startup.
investigations.
Listen, this is what we're
You
doing.
had to have a
There's
colleague
other
as a
ride
first
sharing
time
apps out there,
exposed to all
Live
the
Streams,
hooked up
they're
to the
driving
holograph
Yeah.
machine.
It's a flexible
all
way to
kinds
make
of
extra money.
tests after test after test. I was finally offered
All you
a
need is a
position.
car.
I
Lyft
left.
drivers can make up to
I had an
$35
opportunity with
an hour
operations and go
and get
overseas.
started. It's
Basically
just a
undercover.
tap away. You can drive
with
mornings,
different
nights,
covers
weekends.
at NSA,
Just
like
slip in the driver mode
official,
and
non-official.
start making money.
We call them
Plus,
or
Lyft
non.
drivers get tips right from the app.
They wanted
Those
at
apps
one point, they wanted me to be
add up
official.
fast, all right?
Or
And
not
you don't have to wait for days.
right? Yeah, well,
or
then
weeks
I
to
have
get
to be on
paid.
your own. If
You
something
can cash
happens, they're
out
not going to
instantly
like, it's
once
the
you pay
most
$50.
riskiest of all,
Thanks to
right?
Express
They're not going
Pay.
to come stay
It all adds up.
exactly.
Driving with Lyft is super
So
flexible.
I chose not to
It
go
allows you
there.
to keep
I had a
100% of
young
your
family.
tips.
I'd come back
And
and
it's
stay out now.
always
I was
there
like, no,
when you need
I'm
extra
just not
cash.
that young.
Sign up today at
But I did go
lyft.com/Joey.
into their director of
And right
intelligence,
now,
and so I was
Lyft has a
working in
special
what they call
offer
national
for our
intelligence
listeners. You'll get $500
satellite
a new driver
leadership.
bonus after you
Collection
complete 100 rides
So
within
when I
30
was at a
days.
downlink site,
Go to
primary downlink site, which is
lyft.com/Joey today
So
and
going
start
back to
making
when you
extra
decided
money
you want to go to the
and
CIA,
get your
is it an easy process? I mean, I imagine it's way. I imagine
driver
it's
bonus.
more
Who's better
seamless
than
coming
Joey?
from
I got your ass
Oh
out
yeah,
there.
of course.
Pimping,
Yeah, that was their
driving,
background. That was partly why I did reach this, right?
Oh, so they reached out first?
No, I did. But just to give you just a sense of the initial phase of it,
and you're sitting there eating
give you
pizza
an
and you're
address,
giving a fuck about who's the
which was a nondescript
kid's
hotel.
father. I'm worried.
You knock on the door a certain number of times.
Right now, is that
There
what it
was
is? Lee?
basically
Yes, sir.
a
Go to
code. They
lyft.com
opened
right
the door,
now
and that's how it started.
/Joey
That was the first
and
interview.
start making money
Yep.
and get your $500 bonus
Yeah.
right
What
now.
kind of stuff did they ask you?
Joey's getting your
Everything.
fucking
John
job.
alluded to a little bit of the stuff
How
that
bad
he
is
had
your life?
Everything and
Joey's getting your job. It's not
including sexual
guys.
preferences.
Yo,
But,
the
yeah, that's
business
what John
you're
was
looking
saying.
for right people. It's tough to get right people.
Yeah, they get ready with that stuff.
Unbelievable. I mean, it is about as a think of, and of course, you know, I was in the experience later when I was under electronic and physical surveillance and decided that I was, you know, such a threat to my security that we're going to have to charge him during the investigation. I was under all kinds of surveillance.
Right.
But just imagine electron
realize the posting your job license isn't enough to find quality candidates. If you want to find the perfect hire,
any evidence
you
at
need
all.
to post your job
Your
on
entire
the top
all,
job.
no matter who you met, where you worked, what you did, and then they get into your head.
How do they know, Walter? I mean,
They have
what year is
special.
this?
This is 88. I was going. The background investigator was up. They don't even. What's interesting, they don't even start the clearance because they can leverage. Obviously, they leverage I had all kinds of background because I was at one of the highest levels because
Right.
it was sensitive compartment information. That was the baseline. Never mind SAP, SAR, and a lot of compartments later, or even more when I got to NSA as a senior executive. I'm talking just that. So they could leverage that. For them, the psychological
was probably by far. I mean, that was where they really get into it, and they had special permissions. This is similar to what I went through in the classified training. So the classified training, the resistance training, but the highly classified part of it, is they had special permission to violate your privacy, Fourth Amendment. They could. It was basically you're just saying you're consenting to just we can get anything on you. We don't have to have you sign a paper or we're going to go here and go there. It's just anything. And they literally had things that somebody I had forgotten about that would come up.
And what is the means of finding stuff like in the,
they used
in the 80s?
They use
like there's no cell phones, there's no computers, right?
Yeah, but they've got all kinds of access to databases even then. And interviews they have with neighbors and friends and where you lived and what your potential. Remember, the whole thing is about trust and risk. Trust. Yeah. Well, yes. There were some. You have to forget there were still computers back then.
Right. There were computers. Right.
But they were, and most of them were mainframes, right? Mm-hmm. But there were still tons of paper-based records. Still tons. Much more laborious to go through.
Yeah.
And incredibly intrusive. So yeah, they're just drilling down into your life. Mm-hmm. They want to know how trustworthy you are. So they test you.
Yeah.
And the tests were very sophisticated in terms of preferences, and how you thought, and circumstances, but extremely, extremely rigorous.
To you, what was the most?
Never mind. The ones were actually the face-to-face interviews. Yeah. Those were the most dramatic. Really. Well, because in part, there was interviews without the poly, there was interviews with poly.
2017. This podcast is brought to you by
which one, like, to you was like, what the hell?
Those are the ones where they really lifestyle. There's the hardcore, lifestyle, girlfriends, friendships, associations,
and the headquarters protein.
Who you be a part of. I mean, like I said, they just
try to make it
the onion and just keep peeling your life away.
Also, basically, you get home at 6 o'clock. You work off.
So ring by ring.
So you get admitted. They say, "Okay, Tom, you're in, baby."
Yeah. So then I went
officially a spook.
Well, I was an intelligence analyst, all imagery analyst.
Okay.
I could have gone that route, but that's in essence its own CIA. CIA is the time Central Intelligence Agency. But the one you always hear about is the operations. There's several different parts of the CIA.
Right.
The one I was in was Director of Intelligence. So this is the part that's linked to NRO. Plus a second division.
NRO is a funny one.
That was even more secret than NSA.
I know, that's crazy. NRO, a lot of people don't know about NRO.
You know, because it was one of the other agencies. The irony, of course, for me, I mean, I'm jumping ahead a little bit. NSA itself was never part of the National Security Act of 47. It was never legislated by Congress. It was literally created out of thin air by the stroke of Harry S. Truman's pen in 1952 as a secret military agency to collect and analyze and report on foreign intelligence. Which got you, they were given carte blanche.
And when was the NRO created again?
61.
61.
You're talking the Cuban, that period, it's like, oh my God, it became formalized, right?
Right. And NRO.
But it operated in secret under sort of the aegis of CIA. It was its own, but it operated under.
It was like under the umbrella.
Yeah, and it still was, even when I was there.
It's like CIA of the sky.
You could say that, and in essence, it was a subsidiary. You want to use a corporate term, it was a subsidiary of CIA, specializing in national technical needs. That's what was always the phrase that was used. National technical needs typically meant primarily space-borne assets, like satellites. But there are other types of assets. Yeah.
What other types are there?
Well,
like
there's
planes and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, they had. Remember, the original SR-71 was actually a CIA asset.
Right.
U-2 flights, right? Were under, right?
That was all part of NRO.
Well,
those CIA.
Right.
You
just, I mean, this is where it gets. I mean, you get into the weeds with all the different aspects. But NRO primarily was focused on that was national technologies in terms of spaceborne.
Right.
And that's spaceborne across the board.
So you were operating
Vandenberg's part of all that in terms of one, both military and secret.
Yeah.
People forget about Vandenberg.
I've heard a lot of crazy stories about Vandenberg.
Well, Vandenberg has a significant capability, but it was always for secret launch capability primarily. It's not like
Right. I've heard that. So we have that interceptor system to intercept ICBMs, like nuclear rockets that are coming for us, or warheads that are coming for us. And I know that a bunch of, I think we have I think it's 44 interceptor missiles currently in the U.S. and I think most of them are in Alaska, but a couple of them are in Vandenberg. I know Vandenberg has some of those interceptor missiles.
I don't keep up with that. I didn't work in that part of the government.
Right. No, I just this is relevant to the whole nuclear war.
Well, remember, even when I was in survival school, I was just another sort of vignette here in East Bay, where I stayed. So in between some of the courses I was taking at Fairchild Air Force Base, I was in the barracks. This was the barracks that I was in were located right outside where they kept all the nuclear weapons in bunkers behind three roads of barbed wire and dogs and lights and everything else. And then I actually watched what they call the elephant walk.
Oh, really?
My father used to fly B-52s as well. In fact, he was buff. We always called him buff. Big, ugly flying.
Yeah, it's true. The ladies, but when you get low, you can feel the wolves starting to kind of climb around inside it.
And they had the elephant walk. They practiced what would happen if the alert is given, launch. And one after the other, 2 minute intervals going down the runway. Just one after the other. It was quite amazing. I had read about it, heard about it, but I'd never seen the elephant walk. What they call it. Just like that. Exactly.
This is it, the elephant walk?
Elephant walk with B-52.
So these are B-52 bombers?
Those aren't B-52s.
Oh, okay.
No, those are more cargo or cargo. So that's C-130. We're talking 8-inch B-52s, elephant walk. That is a version of an elephant walk, but they're just lined up. We're talking about they're taking off. They come in, take off. Wait 2 minutes, take off.
So NRO gets intelligence of a rocket, of a missile coming at us. That's what they do.
Highly classified early alert systems, which I also work with. When I was at the Pentagon later as an intelligence officer, another part of my career, that was part of the alert center of the Pentagon. There was a specialized system that would do those kind of alerts. Oh, yeah.
Get all the planes in the air, get all the nukes.
It could be that bad, right? We're not just talking like a mission, but they have to practice. You always have to practice. Worst case scenario.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. It was amazing just watching them. They can camp their wheels because they have to take off. What the wind's going sideways the other direction, they can actually turn. The wheels can bicycle the wheels.
Wow.
So like they're going down the runway, but depending on the wind, you would see them turn.
Right.
But the wheels stayed straight.
Their show,
yeah, pretty cool. That's why it's a massive platform.
Yeah. The other thing, the plane the president has to get in the middle of nuclear war is interesting too.
That's I
forget the name of that plane. It's called
and I kept drinking coffee.
It's called the Doomsday plane.
We always call it the Doomsday.
Yeah, and they have like there's a Stratcom command center in that plane for like I think the president, the head of Stratcom.
You wouldn't.
And
it's a highly specialized. It's not the normal Air Force one.
Right. It's got it's got like I think all the windows are blacked out. It's like super protective for nuclear blast. If you survive a nuclear blast,
you need to defend itself. But again, there's all kinds of classified stuff on it. I mean, that's where you sign things are secrets worth keeping. The first to acknowledge that. There's a lot of secrets that aren't worth keeping because they're using the secret system to protect a lot of stuff that we'll get into my whistleblower.
Yes.
And why would the government charge as bad as they did? But the military, including our own, there was equipment still to this day, or modern versions of it, upgrades, that are incredibly sensitive. You would not want that
once a week
to fall into the wrong hands.
So I was like, oh, this is escalating.
We're talking the very leading edge of how you collect, store, analyze, pick up, transmit I'll give you an example without going into all the details, but just to give you a sense of, we had to be able to operate on our own. We had satellite, well, it was early satellite. You gotta remember the whole global position of GPS, right? It was just beginning to emerge. Right. So our primary radio, which is still, by the way, like AM operators, it's all HF. HF, super long distance. So HF was always our, if the primary means of communication, that's how you communicate, because no matter what was going on, even with atmospherics, even in terms of like stratosphere, you could still get a message out and it could be picked up. So there were specialized ground stations all over the world that, even though we had ones that were designated, that could then communicate with you. But we had to know where we were because of shoot down attempts, force down attempts, right? Your task, because of the sense of the missions I flew on. How do you know where you are? And you also have to keep track of where they thought you were that day. So we had a special nav system called the LN20.
Thank God.
Amazing. The accuracy, I am not kidding you, is so accurate. Assuming you put in the correct longs, we're talking way down to within 25 feet accuracy. 25 feet.
And now I gotta tell him I'm just up going to
this
piss,
late 70s, early 80s. Once we knew, assuming there was no failures, there was always, we had no go criteria. Both on the ground, sometimes would happen, even in the air, going to our, what we call the SAC sensitive area, or even in, and then if there were certain types of reactions, there were thresholds at which we would have to report. Okay, I was on a couple of those missions, not pleasant. But the nav system was such that once you had it properly calibrated, it always knew where it was in reference to your base, your hard stand, literally the hard stand on your parking spot.
That's amazing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's fascinating. It's fascinating just to hear stories of like some of the crazy technology that we've been able to develop since the 50s, essentially, and like just to be like, okay, now we're learning about this stuff in 2024, 2025. Like, imagine what we're going to be learning about in 2050.
Here's one. I'll just give you another one. I have any number of these, but I guess people I know I'm going to be here a while with you. Here's just one. So some of the systems I work with run at the CIA involving national satellite technology. Did you know? And this gets back to there's a lot of stuff out there now. The Keyhole program. I'll just mention that. It was super secret. It's still secret, but the fact that there was a Keyhole program is not secret. Okay. So this is when they went digital. There's all kinds of analog. I was part of that because I was part of the transition in the late 80s. So there were still people, analysts I worked with, who had grown up during the early 60s Cuban Missile Crisis. In fact, one of the older hands, he told me, put me under his wings while learning the trade, because I was an imagery analyst. I'm just saying imagery. Okay. We're talking 70s. Incredible, breakthrough in charge coupled with
I can't remember how many times I was out there smoking
digital camera in the sky. Which kept including what he was fucked up on. When it was for the years and years, no one knew how good it was. Because it was a state secret. And I can't even, to this day, reveal. It's like, how fast could the SR-71 go? We used to fly coordinates with the SR-71. We called that particular program name when it was on that mission was Giant Reach. Right? I was on the joint, or Burning Wing was the mission, or I was on the RC-135 other variant, which is a specialized variant. I flew on that one as well, called Combat Sen. But we would fly coordinates with multiple times, sound, right? Way over 2,000 miles an hour. No one, the top speed, you'll see books out there, there's things that come out, but it would never reveal what its true top speed was. But it could cruise it easily 3 times, and then some. Because I never like being high around.
that is the fan.
It was difficult for ground stations to maintain contact even with the Earth because it was moving so crazy. That was an advantage.
Yeah.
Fly super high, 80,000 plus feet.
Yeah, everybody has crazy stories. That's the thing. It's like
And
at
if
some
you need
point
to fly
it's not
really
that
fast,
much
it was
fun.
faster than a bullet.
And also it wasn't that
Oh,
fun
yeah.
at the store. Like it was more
Fast
like,
in the airplane. I
you
used to
know,
watch it. So I used to I had a little moped. I lived right off the west end of the runway at Melbourne. And I had a little moped. It was a 49cc moped. My air crew members would choke around. Oh yeah, here comes Tom and his RC-49. You know, with my big bag, right? And you go around the back of the runway, and the SRs at that time were stationed there. They were rotating, but they were stationed there, had their own special hangar and everything else. And they were just part of the base. But it's so fascinating watching them get ready to take off from the end of the runway because you see the shock diamonds, you know, as they accelerated at speed down the runway.
Steve, can you pull up an image of the SR-71 so you can see it?
But you're seeing like all the fuel dripping out of it right at the end of the runway, just jumping. Because it wasn't until it got to speed when the titanium circuit started to heat up, they would actually seal the tanks. Amazing airplane. Even to this day, remember, this was drawn, we're not analog era. They were using computers to read this, right?
So crazy.
This is Kelly Johnson's notebooks, right?
Yeah.
So you can understand, I was exposed, because this is extremely relevant to it, move out another part of our conversation, the very best of American innovation, ingenuity,
I don't know if it is, but
was creating things like the SR-71.
is it like if you
Wasn't
sat
the
there
edge
and
like really sharp?
young yourself,
I mean, it looks, yeah, look at
this
it.
is my
Just stunning. Even today, I mean, just, it's kind of out of this world almost. Yeah, it's a stunning airplane. Not just one, and any number of technologies.
Weren't they first developing these and testing them out of Area 51?
Yeah, well, we're late.
Yeah. That's when we do a lot of the first test
Yeah, but
crap.
So this is even like radar.
Yeah.
We have. I'll get into that. I have. He passed away a number of years ago. Joseph Lockhart. We'll get to him. December 7th, 1941. I interviewed him. Yeah, it's part of my 240 hours of community service.
Oh, yeah, we talked about that. I heard you talking about
Joseph Lockhart. He was there on the North Shore of Oahu with a newfangled radar, which was super secret because it was an edge. Arthur C. Clarke was part of the radar.
Really?
Oh, yeah. But remember what he said about technology.
Yeah, what did he say again?
Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic.
Right.
So you can imagine, even back in the early 60s, when this started flying, right, even in prototype form, if you happen to see that flying over in the particularly western part of the U.S., what would you think it was? It didn't look like anything that flew exactly.
You know, I just had we were talking to a gentleman in here yesterday about the story. There's a fascinating documentary that I suggest everyone who's interested in this stuff watch. It's called Mirage, and it's a really sad story about this man who lived in New Mexico, right off, within probably a couple miles of one of the big Air Force bases out there. And this guy was obsessed with UFOs. He was all UFO and fun, going to all these meetings and conferences about UFOs all the time, reading all the books. And he started to, and this guy was former Air Force guy, and he started to see every day at the same time, these crazy aircraft shoot up off the ground, and come back down.
Yeah, and then I'm just experimenting every now and then, and then
he started to collect video and photos and make notes of all this stuff, and try to intercept the radio signals and communications that were going on there. And the Air Force caught wind of it, and they sent one of their counter intel guys over to meet up with them, and he let him look through all the photos, listen to all the recordings he had of the radio stuff, and he knew this guy was a big UFO guy. So he goes,
Wow, man, I don't know what this is. You know what? I think
anyway, man, that's it for days.
I think these really
Yeah,
are.
now I feel, I feel whatever. It's almost as fun just
across the street from his house
get that high just
and started beaming shit
it's therapeutic
into his house and this code, like beaming code into his house that he was collecting.
You stay away from me,
And then basically the information they're beaming to him was like, we are an extraterrestrial civilization, our planet ran out of water, and we need to come to Earth, we'll be there in 2 years, and all this stuff. Literally drove this man insane. Ended up in an insane asylum. And I think he ended up I don't know if he committed suicide, but he ended up in a mental institution and like lost his whole life over this stuff. And like they really dedicated it's amazing the amount of resources that the Air Force and NSA were able to dedicate to this one guy just because they could use him as a conduit of disinformation to poison the well on this UFO people that they knew was infiltrated with Soviets, right?
Poison the well is a technique to keep prying eyes from noticing things you don't want them to notice.
Right. So creating this confusing cauldron stew of misinformation, disinformation. There's probably a few little truths in there, right? But you'll never be able to fucking find it. It probably sounds more crazier than the disinformation.
Yeah.
So
that's a layering.
Yeah.
So you always protect, as I learned, right? You always protect the core. You always protect what you really secret, what you don't want anybody to know about. Some legit reason.
It's amazing. And even today, like just to today's day and age, like the level it's got to is like out of control, I think.
I have people right now in my circle, right, family and friends, who basically are shutting down from like involving themselves with any news of any kind because the level of cacophony, the chaos, the disinformation, the what's true, what isn't. I'm gonna go crazy and just just trying to figure it all out. I just don't want to figure it out.
Right.
How can I? This is where discernment. We may talk about this later. Discernment becomes really critical in these kind of environments.
Yeah. Well, it's like not only is all of the perception management out of control, but like we have evidence over the last few years that FBI and CIA have been meddling with social media companies, Twitter files, which John Kariaki talks about a lot. And that combined with the fact that there are more people than ever independently online just talking about stuff and getting their message out there. So there's like more podcasts out there that like there's a fucking zillion podcasts just in the zip code probably.
I get all kinds of invites. Subscribe to some new Patreon or subscribe to right? And Substack. I mean, it's like $50 a year, $60 a year. I don't even remember it as much as I don't.
Right.
And part of this is flooded. The zone gets flooded.
It's flooded. It's absolutely flooded. And one of the downfalls, I think, of social media is that in order for these people, in order for you to get any sort of recognition for the work you're doing, like you're constantly fighting this. Who can be the most sensational? Who can come up with the next end of the world story? You know, the world is falling apart. We're all gonna die. Aliens are invading. Like let's try to keep upping that game. And that combined with all the people that are doing it, then you add in the layer of disinformation to it. It's just like so hard to figure out what's real now.
Yeah,
it's like the amount of work you have to do to do the research to find out how legitimate a story really is absurd. And then like, I talk about this all the time too. I think it's really interesting how you have all these people, like I'm one of them, I'm guilty of it, being one of them. I sit here and I talk about great things, right? I haven't been to these places. I haven't seen the shit first person, like some of the people like you have done, right? Like I'm not going out and filming this stuff and like talking to people on the ground. I'm just getting information from people that have posted stuff that they heard from someone else, that they heard from someone else, that they heard from somebody. You might have been on the ground there,
but you know about the telephone.
Oh yeah.
It's amazing for you as a kid. I mean, just
this is probably
how easy it is
91, 92.
when you pass
And
on
one of those speakers
something,
had
how
drugs
it's so
in it.
completely
Because then
distorted by the time it gets to the other end of the classroom.
Found this in the speakers.
It has, in fact, it often has no bearing on
And
what
it
was
wasn't even
distributed into the
like you
first
think there's
year.
an 82-year-old man doing crack. But he just
Remember in 1938, Orson Welles, War of the Worlds,
hit the speaker or something. They
how
had
many
some
people were
Chinese food in
convinced
there,
that the Martians were invading?
Chinese food and some
And they were calling up neighbors, the
so
newspapers,
been dried
keeping them up
out.
to date because this is this radio. Even though at the beginning of the radio broadcast, he said it was just a story. It was not real. That's 38. Right. Who are they social? That was a social media today. It was radio.
Yeah, it's crazy how it's crazy how much, like, I mean, like, I don't even know, just like the speculation of
the first time they had an
how
Asian come
much
by us, right?
organizations like NSA, CIA are wrapped up in all this stuff, benefiting from it, and like how much more they can get away with because there's so much data, there's so much more.
Most aren't. The guy who played it, there's a bureaucracy.
And so we were
Yeah, see,
fired
the
up.
real
We've
deep
never seen an
state.
Asian. Never seen drawings of them, that was about
It's
it.
an overloaded
And
phrase.
we were like, holy shit, dude, we need
Is
to
the
go
bureaucracy.
and we need to see it.
Some like to call it
So we
administrative
remember we
state,
cut
but it's
grass
really the
with two of my
bureaucracy. The
buddies
everyday
probably for 6
of running,
weeks.
right?
And
It's just people sitting at desks doing their job, and all
it's like
with
probably it's about
real families and
$5 probably to maybe get a
bills
taxi.
and mortgages. And
There's 2
And
million
we
employees
got a
in the
taxi
US.
there. There's just a
It's like
laundromat.
the vast majority of those aren't involved in anything close to what is
and,
alleged.
and then we took a taxi back. And that was
But
it.
having said that,
So I think for a long time I
and
kind of
remember,
had a
part of the problem here is I worked in a
abandonment,
very, very
I
secret
guess that's
world
some
for
sort of form of
umpteen
abandonment.
years.
Right?
It does do something to
Like they
you
lay you down.
in terms of
I don't know if
sort
let
of
me down,
there's
but
that
just did
world
it.
and there's the real world.
I don't know.
And there's
Think about
there's
it.
years
There,
I couldn't
something
say
like
that I did outside of work. The only place I could even talk about it was at work. It does do something to you. But on the other hand, you're also doing things that no one else knows about. I say no one else. That the public at large doesn't know about.
Right.
Only speculate about.
Yeah.
When you have secret agencies and secret organizations, it's very easy to ascribe to them certain activities, certain events. And it can make sense. And you even take logic trees from it.
Right.
But you're also generating a whole bunch of rabbit holes.
Right.
And people get lost in that. You can imagine, I'll just share this, because I have either inside knowledge on this. The kind of phone calls that the main desk, just the operator, the main operator, public operator, let's say, is a team of people. You can only imagine the bizarre at times calls that come in on that line. It's stunning. I can't imagine. Oh no, I've had conversations with people that have had the conversation, right? And it's just they shake their heads because they have a whole protocol how they handle it. There's people that actually allege all kinds of things.
Right.
Or they'll start saying, I've got a chip planted in my head and I'm communicating, or someone's communicating with me, and it's a secret. But I need to share this. In some cases, they definitely want to share it.
Could you see him in the outfit, bro?
Yeah. Evil is fried. On the other hand, it has enormous power. This is where the spiderweb comment. Remember the uncle? With great power comes great responsibility. Well, also, you can commit all kinds of irresponsibility with the power. And too often, with my experience, for all things that are legit, right? What happens when it's turned to other purposes? What happens when you have security to bend law, get around law, violate your privacy, conduct operations in the shadows. Right. See, the shadowland, I call it the shadowland.
Yes. And this is another thing that they do is they work with private organizations and private companies to avoid the accountability. Right? Like we talked about this on the phone, but
I'm not talking about this on recent podcast, but like I just read this fantastic series of articles about the history of Google and how it was funded and incubated by NSA, CIA, and DARPA. Like the tools came from DARPA, but there were CIA innovative folks quite literally visiting Larry Page, or not Larry Page, Sergey Brin at Stanford, him and his professor, through the whole process of developing Google, and they were giving him money through some sort of cutout or whatever. And it's like, that's crazy. That's insane. And if you can have these crazy multinational monopoly organizations that control all the information around the world, like V1 is Google, and then YouTube comes second. And you say, okay, it was created by them, but it's not really connected. Nobody knows that is the case, and it's literally a separate private or a public company, but it's not connected to those agencies.
It's a convenient.
Imagine that they can get away with it. Imagine how much they can freaking control. It's just so crazy. I mean, and learning this stuff blows my mind. You know, like it should have blown my mind after seeing things in the Twitter files.
This goes back decades ago, way before all of the details. It goes back Operation Shamrock, special program, NSA, 1950s. Actually, in the government, still NSA, the precursors to NSA. So one of the how did you send out electronic messages back in the 50s or even earlier? Remember with the invention of the telegraph. One of the things that came about was telex. Well, there was a small set of companies, RCA was one of them, that were responsible, Western Union. Okay, they were responsible for telex. That's what they were doing. This all came out in the 70s. All this came out during the investigation in the 70s. Pike Committee, Church, Bell Labs, the Rockefeller Commission, and others. Right. Secretly sharing extraordinary, supposed to be protected information, but it had intelligence value. So basically, they had a special conduit, which all of those telegrams were being provided en masse to NSA. Internet, spying on Americans. Remember, foreign intelligence. This is domestic. You're not the agency that does domestic. They did under Internet for years. All came out in the 70s. Yeah. So it's not like NSA has always operated lawfully. It's part of the problem when you're secret. It's too convenient. And partner with certain companies. Right. A lot of the partnerships that I'm aware of, the precursor partnerships, this is pre-9/11, they're already in existence. Super secret. There's a special office. They changed the name. They quote unquote protect filthy over the years. There's a special office that deals with corporate partnerships. But it's incredibly sensitive.
But it's quite literally by in the charter. Isn't it illegal for these agencies to be involved in domestic stuff?
It's U.S. It's support national security in the United States. Who's going to argue with that?
Right.
Remember, a lot goes into the imprimatur of national security.
Yeah, I mean, imagine it was a lot easier back in the 50s, 60s,
way easier,
70s,
and they're much smaller
to infiltrate the media.
Oh yeah,
because there's only so many media outlets. But now, like baseball season.
Well, the CIA had a standing program where they would actually have their journalists, and they would see certain things in the media years, way before 9/11.
This is like Project Mockingbird.
Mockingbird is the primary one. Mockingbird was a very Kennedy, right? Yeah, well, yeah, but there was a lot of other programs similar. Where you're using fronts. USA, for example, which is
they're huge and they're big in the news right now.
Well, because it's just convenient. I mean, if you're overseas, Peace Corps, unfortunately, Peace Corps got used. This is where, for all the right reasons, the Peace Corps, right, did exist. But what if they're being used to quote unquote collect intelligence? But what if you're in that country and they find out that you're really a spy, quote unquote, a civilian, but you're operating like a spy, even when you're quote unquote helping the locals? That's a compromise. It's a corruption of the mission.
Yeah.
But it's too tempting. I mean, it's just you get into the whole dynamic of this and the psychology of I've always said this is where it gets into sort of my own, because I was part of that environment. I was part of the normal part of the environment. That's not the sort of the compromise part until later, where it's just it becomes the spying is the world's second oldest profession. That's kind of the joke.
Yeah. What do you make of all this recent stuff coming out about with this controversy with the U.S. aid? And
there's a lot of corruption. I just say it that way.
Yeah,
it doesn't surprise me. And it's, I think, remember the government at large, but particularly the agencies that don't get a whole lot of like direct public attention. You hear about in the news, national security, like USA, Pentagon at large. How do you audit them? How do you audit them? Remember, follow the money. But what if you don't? What if you don't want to follow the money?
Right.
Meaning, you don't want people to follow the money, because if you follow the money, you're going to find out where the money went. And when you find out where the money went, you're going to find out the money went for things that you don't really want the public to know about.
So the story is U.S. aid has been funding stuff all over the world in countries like our ally countries, right? Third world countries, and it's under the guise. I mean, the funny thing about it is it's U.S. aid, but it just stands for something completely different, right? What is U.S. aid?
For international development. That was agency for international development, right? No, I knew. Remember, because of my long government career, I knew people. I had a neighbor that was a senior in the U.S. aid agency.
So, like, the idea is we're giving huge donation. We're building infrastructure and building stuff in these other countries in exchange for us to be able to have a footprint there.
But we did that, as I well know, as I discovered, but I well knew we were doing that with certain, our own corporation. Hey, if you go overseas and have a contract with even an allied government, let's backdoor. Let's just use it to funnel everything back to us.
So the argument for this is like, is it better to not do it and let China and Russia do it?
I've heard that argument. I understand the argument. I understand that. Then just be open about it.
Yeah,
see, that's true.
It doesn't work if you're open about it.
But that's the paradox, isn't it? But then it justifies continuing it because we don't want them to take it over. Now you're in this vicious cycle.
Yeah. And that's the conundrum with this whole thing.
Sure is.
Like, we live in this, kind of take it for granted that we live in like the number one superpower country in the world, and we have everything at our disposal. We can do anything we want with technology and freedom that most countries don't have. And then we want to criticize the government for going so far in certain areas, but like goddamn, if there's some of the stuff they didn't do, and some people can be blind to this stuff. If we didn't do some of this fucked up shit, for lack of a better term, like we wouldn't be where we are. We wouldn't have the luxury of being critical of the government. So I hear that argument a lot, and it's hard for me to navigate sometimes. But so let's get back to your story. You went to the CIA. We left off when you went to the CIA.
I was at the CIA, working in the National Photographic Interpretation Center. And it changed its name. There is now an agency.
Which was part of the NRO, right?
Well, it was the analytics side that took what would come down from national technical meetings, including NRO primarily, and analyze it, report on it. And it could even end up in the president's daily brief. But there was, later on, I was even part of a joint team with the military in the alert center at the Pentagon, working for the J2, where we put together, a morning report. Which would include all sorts. It would include imagery of all types. It would include signals intelligence, which was a huge component, because there's obviously I worked on this for a while. So this overlaps. What is that? Electronic intelligence. So there's a number of different hints. Okay. SIGINT incorporates basically communication intelligence, electronic intelligence. Signals intelligence. But I worked in multiple hints. Got it. So there was a time when I was in the Navy, so this goes now, we're talking 91. So I left the CIA. And the reason is that I had an opportunity to become a contractor doing similar work. It ended up being something completely different. It was a government contractor, getting paid a whole lot more money. I'm in the DC area. Okay. Without even going all the details, it was better at that point, so, with a 40% increase plus in salary and a young family. And you get to keep it there. It's right. You do all of that. Yep. But working as a contractor. Yep. But it was the first time that I actually worked as a contractor. Of course, I worked with contractors even overseas, the highly specialized contractors that help support like E-Systems, right? Greenville, Texas. They were one of the contractors that supported the RC-135 program. Okay. Or Lockheed Martin when I was in electronic warfare. So I ended up applying. I wanted to continue to serve my country. I'm a contractor, but is there a way to do that without going back into the military full time? Because it's clear that I moved on from that. So one way to do that is in the reserves. So I became it was a direct commission program. I had the master's degree, and I had the background. I had the qualifications, and one of the looking doctors, lawyers, intelligence specialists. So I applied, was accepted. I went through their training program, and then I was assigned to the DIA headquarters unit in the Alert Center, in the National Military Joint Intelligence Center at the Pentagon, reporting directly to the J2. DIA was a day-to-day agency that people that don't know what the J2. The J2 is the most senior intelligence officer in the military, in the Pentagon, and they provide the consolidated intelligence to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Okay. So they work within the Joint Chiefs of Staff office. They have different J's. I was in the J2. Okay. But we got feeding with feeds from all over the world. Fascinating. I was there for a number of years. I got to the rank of lieutenant. So I was the railroad tracks on my naval uniform. Feeds, multiple desks, civilian and military. So, for example, the first desk, I'll just give you an example. When you have time to go there, it's kind of like the SIG and Operations Center, the SOC as they call it. They say this is the Pentagon's version of that. But we had multiple agencies there. CIA had its own desk. The State Department had its own desk. The CIA had its own desk. Later, NSA had a desk. I was first assigned to get my technical background to the ELIN desk. Fascinating. It was another aspect of this. Then I was assigned, and I'm like, this is critical to the rest of the story, which is really the heart of what we're going to be talking about because of what led up to it, what happened on 9/11, and then what happened in the aftermath of 9/11. Okay, and then how did I find myself on the front pages of all major newspapers in the country some years later? Right. Well, how did that all happen, right? So I was sitting on the terrorism desk.
That's what they know.
Terrorism desk doing incredibly advanced link analysis.
You know what's almost messed up? It's
link analysis meaning we're doing advanced social analysis to simplify this, right? Without getting the weeds, social network analysis. You're going beyond just raw intelligence. What you're doing is because it's terrorism, which is an idea, right? Right? But where is it embedded? It's embedded in people who decide, you know what? I'm going to commit acts of violence or the equivalent against others, right? Because I have an ideology, I have a beef, I've got a bone. It could be historical, it could be personal, but it's not basically non-state actors. Although states obviously involve themselves. Terrorism they usually help sponsor with proxies and everything else.
I don't know, man.
So I'm going to say on the terrorism desk. Guess what happened in 1993 in Lower Manhattan? People forget about this. They attempted to drop the World Trade Center towers. It went off. People were killed. People were injured. There was a lot of damage. And if they'd been positioned differently, it may have caused way more damage. I'm in the alert center. We're following all of this. I literally issued a report It's a written report. I'm sure it's buried. I'm in the alert center. I'm wearing my uniform, my naval uniform. I'm sitting at the desk. Shortly thereafter, I went to the Middle East North Africa desk. That was interesting as well. Now, on the terrorism desk, which was a unique desk, it was in essence focused on a particular challenge of how do you deal with not-state actors, primarily, or the proxies of state actors.
Right.
They don't wear uniforms all the time. They blend and disappear in the population. They have their own unique ways of communicating, both in terms of language and technology. So I'm sitting at the desk. I get your report. I said, we've been following any number of terrorist groups and individuals, including Al-Qaeda.
And when you're following them, are you working with other agencies to follow them?
Yeah, it's all sorts. I have different phones on my desk. I can call up. Oh yeah, or my colleagues right there in the alert center.
The FBI.
Right there. Okay. Right there. That was the beauty of it. It was a fusion center. It was one of the really the first fusion center. 9/11 triggered all the fusion centers. But we already had that. At least the military, right? According to the J2, but it wasn't just military. You had all the other representing agencies that had anything to do with intelligence, world affairs. Sure. Challenges, period. We even had people dealing with weather. I mean, we're talking, it's a holistic weather, as we would call full spectrum. Yes.
Why were you guys worried about weather?
Yeah, because depending where you were, right? Things happen.
Yeah.
We had the specialized desks that dealt with alerts for nuclear, like certain, or not just nuclear, but certain launches. You're always tracking launches. Right. You're always tracking their signatures. Specialized technology to analyze in real time or near real time what those signatures were,
right.
Where the angle was, what
the Zimmer satellites are huge.
Then there's all kinds of, how do you determine like strength of signals, emanations, emissions of all kinds, right? MASN is a whole other int as well.
What is MASN?
MASN, that's basically the technical, more technical ints in terms of things that, basically anything that provides a signature.
Got it.
Yeah, besides normal signals, besides normal electronics. Yeah.
Like smoke, vapor.
Yeah, we're talking full spectrum. Full spectrum. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's even specialized even within that, right? You get really specific. Yeah, I mean, even in the unit space, you get specialized instruments to measure.
Did you ever work with Sibber's system?
I'm aware of it.
Okay, I didn't know if you ever monitored the Sibber stuff. Okay. Yeah, my understanding of it is there's basically a bunch of them that are traveling around the globe constantly, and there's a constant, essentially with all of the different Sibber satellites constantly rotating the globe, the Earth. Every single square inch of Earth is covered at all times by these Sibber satellites that are recording what's going on at the ground, what's going on in airspace, and all that stuff.
There was partial versions of that when I was there. Remember, there's been an evolution in technology that has advanced that.
Find out when Sibber became.
See, a lot of the early stuff was prototyped or it was in the highly classified military space. That was always one of the covers. Or operating under military as a cover for other agencies.
Okay. So, Sir,
acting for 2 hours.
Sir Dave Steve.
For 3 hours, less than 125 hours.
It started in the 80s.
Yeah.
That's the advanced warning system. And then the boost surveillance and tracking system.
They've had that for a while. That's been evolved. But remember, that for me, my period is the 80s and through the late 90s.
Follow-on early warning system in the early 90s.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, I just remembered what I was trying to, when we were talking about the nuclear stuff. It's a launch on warning. That's the tone they have for watch on the morning. So when they see an ICBM go out, then we have to empty our silos.
Well, it's a shorthand to say that's what you launch when you're warning that there's their head is incoming.
It's like use it or lose it.
Use it or lose it that way and launch them.
Yeah. It's like 2009 when we started literally.
That's after that. Remember, I'm only aware of prototypes. It had nowhere near the coverage. You have to remember, I mean, it's an extraordinary evolution of technology is available. Right. And even the ability to launch on a regular basis. One of the things that Musk can do with SpaceX. I met him, by the way, when he met Elon. It's a whole other story. Really? When did you meet him? 2007. Before the first successful launch of Falcon.
Now, 2007 when you were going through everything, right? You were on your way out.
Not yet.
No, not yet.
No, but you were still
in NSA.
I was still in NSA. I was too cheap in National Defense University at the time.
What was the context of this?
That's a whole nother. I mean, you want to jump around, I can, but
okay, we'll get to it.
I get to it. You might want to make a note. Yes, people always say, "You think Musk? What was you like?" I said, "Yeah,
you heard it, folks. You better keep watching this because we're going to hear a great story about Elon and the deep state."
Yeah, that's a story, all right. You got to remember, he was in his. When I met him, he was in his 30s.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Dude, I sold an ounce one time in my
neighborhood. Full of mojo and just, yeah, he was. It's an interesting story.
Stress, man. It's just stress.
It's fascinating story.
Also, so you mentioned the 1993 bombing of the World Trade Center.
Oh yes, that's great. This is critical to what literally.
And I remember hiding in there.
These split in the time states continue for me for U.S. and the world. Okay. Because without this particular event,
a lot of weird shit happened by us.
So Joseph Lockhart. You'll want me to talk about Joseph Lockhart from Pearl Harbor, December 7, 1941, a day of infamy. That never should have happened either. I can tell you, in terms of the damage. Well, there was a warning. The warning went out. It got rejected.
Why did it get rejected?
It wasn't considered important enough. The duty officer decided, it's not worth reporting. It's not worth setting out the alert.
I noticed a lot of families have to deal with it.
To move airplanes on the failed pointed nose, basically wingtip to move ships out or to alert the crews if actually being an aircraft.
Some families have,
I'm interviewed because of Walker.
Yeah, there's a lot of documentaries out there that speculate that was wrong. That they let that happen as an excuse to enter the war.
Yeah.
I think it's a whole thing here. It's not either or. It's all people want to see. Just people want to go black and white. It's not black and white. It's not. It's not. But Roosevelt was looking for a way. He was already supporting Britain.
Many things can be true.
Yes, many things can be true. They can even be contradictory.
Yep.
Yeah. And yet still. So, 1993.
This is absurd.
I sent out a message. This is one that's going to haunt me for the rest of the year. This is the first one of my life, right? Being within the deep state. I sent a message saying they may have failed to drop the World Trade Center. I said it this way. I'm paraphrasing myself. They may have failed to drop the World Trade Center, but they're coming back. They're coming back. We must warn all the command authorities about what their intent is. They're coming back. This is not a one-time event. This is not a one-off event. And how we've been doing long-term, short-term, mid-term analysis.
So this was the analysis of it.
Yes. Remember, I'm drawing on my entire. This is the thing. People don't realize what it takes to become fully, as knowledgeable in your space. You're basically you're not just an area specialist. In this case, I was sitting in the terrorism desk. I had to know as much as I could know that was possible. We had all kinds of updated topic areas on terrorism, right? What's the latest? And we can iterate, publish it, because it just rotates. I mean, I was only there on weekends. I was a weekend warrior. I was in the reserves. Usually at least once a month. So I was there for 2 full cycles. Sometimes Friday night to Sunday, sometimes from Saturday through Monday. And then I would go to work. And at that time I was working at Booz Allen and Hamilton, a whole other part of my career.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah.
And now we're in high
Oh,
school.
yeah.
They want to buy 10 inch of high school. Right.
So I sent out this report. Now there was it's an internal, but it gets all the way to the J2, which is usually a 1 or 2 star general.
Okay.
He comes down to the alert center, and the alert center itself is 24 hours. We normally run usually by a 06, usually a captain Navy or a colonel Air Force Army, and it rotates, right, depending on who's on shift and working. It can be temporarily filled by a senior like Lieutenant Colonel 05. But flag level, because it's a flag level position, it's usually an 06. Generals begin at 07 and go up to 10. And so he comes down, he literally comes, which is rare. He rarely ever came down, right? So he comes down in the alert center and says, yeah, I saw your report. And this is almost literally what he said out loud. Yeah, who cares? Who cares about some raghead issuing fatwas in the desert sitting under a fig tree? And pause. It's like,
That's not what happens. Guess what?
I was classically trained in intelligence. It's an art and a science. It's not cooking. It has confidence levels. Sometimes you have low confidence, sometimes you have high confidence.
Like legal
We have pretty high confidence statement business. There already been a series of terrorist incidents. You can go back to Reagan, right? Remember Beirut, and we didn't do anything. He just pulled us out. People have argued about why did you do that? Some say it actually emboldened the terrorists. Never mind sort of the larger geopolitical dynamics of history, which in itself gets complicated enough. Right. I remember French military lost their lives too in the there, not just U.S.
Every time I see more family members,
So it was clear the system, I said the system, and this is where you get into people, it wasn't considered. Remember, you gotta remember what year it is. This is critical in context. Context is everything here. Remember, constantly trained, indications of warning. Duty to warn, but indication. You don't want to wait until you're warned. You also want to be in the decision no matter what it is, at a time. And what's the whole focus? To keep people out of harm's way. Not just you, but us, it can be allies, friendly, period. If you know there's an international airliner, like KO007, I'm jumping ahead again, okay, but the same year, I mean, go back 10 years in 1983, which I have inside knowledge on that one. If you know there's an international airliner flying outside of its route, okay, and you know that it's now being perceived as an RC-135, that's how the Russians in the west, the far eastern district, perceived it. They're not going to take it too kindly. They're particularly sensitive to that part of their country. It never should have been shot down. I'm just going to tell you, but that's a what if for me because it got shot down. All those passengers on a 747. This was what year? 1983. KL007. Korean Airlines. Oh, yes. I was stationed at Mildenhall, but we got all the reports. I knew people that worked at the Masawa unit. There was then a secret collection unit way up Wakanai, and said now, way up on the coast. It was the most northern collection, but at the time it was highly super sensitive. I knew people that worked there. And they sent out the, remember I mentioned the credit reporting system, which supposed to fit on the president's desk within 10 minutes. Issued it, got rejected by NSA. Issued it again, got rejected by NSA. Then it's too late. They thought it was an exercise back at headquarters. They didn't trust the. That's why you have the alert system. The field site is supposed to provide for that type of coverage. You didn't just have a responsibility to quote unquote spy, collect intelligence on an adversary. You also had responsibility to the civilian side of the world. This is a civilian airliner. It's not a military airliner at all. But they thought it was an RC-135. Why? Because a Cobra Ball mission, another variant of the RC-135, didn't fly on it, but I certainly people did, happened to be in the area. What were they waiting for? A launch from Kamchatka, because that's typically how the Soviets at the time would launch into the Pacific. Got thousands and thousands of miles, got buoys on this peninsula, but we monitor it with super specialized equipment. Without going over details, they end up going home. They switched the tracks, they call it on the radar, because the radar back over there wasn't that as advanced, and they kept thinking, as they saw this, what they thought was an RC-135, violating the airspace to flew over the peninsula and into the Sea of Outpost, and they said, oh, you better go up and shoot it down. The order was given, and they got shot down. All this was captured. Now, Reagan made a big deal out of it, because it was incredibly embarrassing, because it turns out they shot down a civilian airliner. In the profile, if you're on radar, the profile, even looking at it, even though a 737 is actually quite a bit larger than an RC-135, but it kind of looks the same. People that have an RC-135, they both have 4 engines. It's similar in terms of the angle of the wing. That's what, yep, and that's the, I believe, the combat center. There's different variants, of course. But if you look at that and you compare it to a 747, in profile, from a distance, it's similar. On the radar, a few feet here and there, you can't really tell. Really? They thought it was an RC-135.
This is 747. Yeah. What's the story? There was also, this is probably after you were out of NSA, but there was a story similar where an airline got shot down right off of New York, or maybe they get shot down.
Yeah. OTW-800,
yes.
That is back in the history side of the puzzle that's then smothered. I had a paraphrase church.
I had a fellow, a former FBI agent on the show about a year ago who was there on site cleaning up, like trying to rescue people that were, there was no rescue, but like he was there, like in the recovery process of that. He said it was probably the worst day of his life. I didn't see that. And the official story was what was the official story of that?
Electrical short.
So he said on the podcast, he said his local got shot down.
Many people said, yes. I can't definitively say, but by virtue of how they sealed the whole investigation and a lot of the mystery around what really happened in terms of reporting, it raises some really hard questions that still remain unanswered to this day. I think there was an accident, but I can see, some have argued that variant of the 800, right, there was a flight, that variant of that plane could have been susceptible to, and this gets into static electricity, it could have ignited. You know, there are safety mechanisms. Yeah, machines are imperfect, but there's other things around that in terms of what appears to be some kind of launch coming from the vicinity of the ground that would lead to a possibility that this reminds me of what happened with the Airbus. Remember, right, KL-7, the Airbus, the Iranian Airbus. It took off from the airfield and we shared it with the military. And there is an sense, you go back into history. This is interesting. They thought that it was an F-14 that was coming in at an angle to attack them. Well, there was a ferry flight that they always flew back and forth. There was an Airbus that flew back and forth across the Gulf, and it was on descent. Peace out is a very short flight across the Gulf. Flying 450 miles plus miles an hour. So they fired off a standard, there was a Navy Standard missile, which is basically fired for, you can't really recall it per se. And boom, to our horror, we shot down a civilian airline. Well, it turns out, even though there was an instrument panel that showed it, there was an F-14 squawking on the airbase, but it got mixed up. They in the heat of the battle, and that was, you got to remember the dynamics of that was one of those periods where they were sending out their little boats and like a flea, right? This, in the Vincennes is, Type class cruiser. So, but a whole bunch of schemes elsewhere. And so, but it causes an international incident of major proportions.
Steve just found a great animation of that TWA-800 flight. I guess they somehow, based on the trajectory while it was reading, figured out what the explosion looked like. How go ahead, play it, Steve.
So fucking bad in '93. When I went back to New York and did comedy, guys, I was
so the head of the airplane just came off, got decapitated.
Yep.
in the city.
Wow.
6 lights.
Actually, that's the first time I've seen this. I've never seen the animation.
I imagine these guys are blacked out already, right? They're unconscious.
Oh yeah, it's just the forces, but
right. And then the people that are in the plane.
Well, you're at altitude. That's the other problem. You immediately, we went through special chambers. To learn what would happen if you lost air, or had a blowout or whatever, or you got hit at altitude. You had to cut oxygen almost immediately.
Right.
So you lose consciousness.
Right.
There wasn't enough pressure to keep the oxygen, the air in your lungs. Yeah. Wow.
And I know a lot of stuff, man, with his family.
You saw what happened to the plane that was coming in about 300 feet off. The helicopter they ran into.
Oh, yeah, just recently.
What was the story with that? The commuter jet?
Oh, the private jet.
Was it a private jet? It's Eagle. It's a subsidiary.
I saw two things. I saw one thing that was like a mid-air collision. And another one where a private jet just goes down the highway.
That was apparently something that met a flight. They were actually on their way to the central part of America and then going into Mexico. Someone got flown in for special treatment in the Baltimore Philadelphia area.
But yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't. That one was like wow. It was like a missile. They were talking to incredible and just dropped out of the sky.
Straight down.
Yeah, super angle. Put an 8-foot hole for people on the scene, and they were scattered debris everywhere. Like that was cool. But you saw what I'm saying is how quickly that commuter jet broke up. It got hit. You can see that helicopter. The UH plowing right in the UH-60, which is their kind of the Wiltor's helicopter, goes back to 40, 50 years now.
Can you find a video of it, Steve?
The UH-60?
Yeah.
I'm very familiar with that because so you can see them flying around besides the actions and everything else, but the UH-60 is a Wiltor's. And it's like you know it's there. It's pretty clear. There was no evasive maneuvers. It flew right into it.
All the videos really kind of hard to see.
300 feet because it was like basically just before 9 o'clock on Wednesday. It just flew right into it.
That's all it is.
And it just everybody's dead.
Yeah,
including helicopters. Well, there's been a lot of close calls here, it turns out. A lot because they have all these helicopter routes. You're now, and Reagan has been expanded, thank you, community, because if you're in Congress, you want to get home as quick as possible. It's right there, but it's basically it's in downtown. It's that close. Yeah, and it's just a very congested area.
And this was also near Philadelphia.
No, this is Reagan. This is Reagan. It's on final approach. Yeah,
it's just crazy that this is all happening like right on the heels of all that drone controversy.
Oh, the drone stuff.
I think Trump just came out and said that it was. They said that it was surveillance, some sort of surveillance thing combined with hobbyists.
Yeah. You don't hear about it anymore. You're not hearing about it now. I mean, you don't say the beginning thing. It reminds me of War of the Worlds. People started seeing all kinds of things. People were showing, hey, here's a whole other one. And this got regular blinking lights. It turns out because there's all kinds of there's all kinds of airfields, both public and private, and military in that area.
Right. Everywhere.
People just started. You're talking New York. The New York area, right? The greater New York, New Jersey, right? That's very congested as well.
Yeah.
People are just on regular flight paths, people in and out of airports, saying they're UFOs.
They were definitely conventional drones, but why? Why all of a sudden are all these drones out there and only at night? And then there was a couple stories that came out. One that they were looking for like a rogue group.
I heard that. Plus, there's all kinds of people. There are training exercises, and sometimes with the training exercises in the military or sort of the secret side of government, they do it under the cover of civilian, right? It just makes it more real. You
Sure.
should do that, right? Well, I'll give you an example. We used to fly all kinds of training flights with the Compass Call is a wartime mission. Remember, it was combat support, like wartime, like conflict. We just did routine, go out and jam stuff. We had a special, it was basically an oil bath where you would send the signal, this jamming, right, electronics, into this. It never radiated outside. We had a special, it was basically called a cheese cutter. It never radiated outside of the aircraft. So, but there was a switch, and it was actually because it was a weapon system. It was technically an electronic weapon system. It was controlled by an officer. So I reported in the back of the plane. There was the front end crew. I reported as a mission supervisor to a mission commander.
Really, if you think about it,
An
it's probably
officer.
very.
I was a
Don't sound super
commissioner.
intense.
We had a switch. And the switch was why for it's the oil pump. The oil pump, right? So you had to flip the switch to an on position for any radiation that was electronic, a suppressant is a suppressant version of the electronic signal. Multiple frequencies, depending. You could target it, you could broadband it, you could do very, and you have to flip a switch. Well, we were flying a certain part of the western U.S. and we had special permission because we'll get to this part of the thing with you can't listen in, spy on, collect on Americans, right? Without a warrant. Yeah, not that it matters anymore, but that's part of the Constitution, right? The reason why we're Americans, because we had a revolution, for Christ's sake. We're flying around, right? And of course, that flight flew a lot lower, about 20,000 feet, 15, 20,000 feet. We could go higher, but that was sort of normal operating thing. And that's a prop, turbo prop, 4-engine. Accidentally flipped on the ship and shut down. Good news, rather remote part of the western part of the United States shut down radio stations. Oh my God! People were calling in and saying, "What happened to the radio station?" Right? Oops. Oh man! What plane is this?
All right, so let's jump back to your story and let's get into the good stuff.
The good stuff?
Well, I mean, let's start that trajectory.
All right.
So I think we left off when you were in NSA. It was 1993. That whole terrorist thing.
Navy.
That was Navy.
On the terrorism.
Terrorist. Okay. Cool. And then how did you get from there to NSA?
So I was also a contractor. So as far as it was out in Hamilton and later with a couple of boutique.coms doing management information technology. Okay. So I had become very, very familiar with NSA. And I was actually working on a special program. It's called Jackpot, which was an out-of-the-box program, separately funded, had 5-year funding. It was actually part of Al Gore's reinventing government. No, Al Gore did not invent the internet. That's popular even at the time. It was basically expanded the internet. But under reinventing government, a number of agencies were given special money to take the best of American ingenuity and creativeness in the IT digital space and bring it in NSA. NSA had become very institutionalized. It had become very reliant on its legacy. This gets into, you can remember, it was designed to deal with a very rigid command and control system called Subunion primarily, even though it had a worldwide mission, but that was its primary focus. Okay. Even when I flew overseas, the bulk of the linguists, the crypto-linguists were Russian. Not all of them. And I had to know enough Russian to understand it, which is another part of my job. Yeah. But the primary function, the primary in terms of the set of people that were on that plane were Russian. Okay. Just by virtue of the priority. So, Cold War, I'm sitting on desks that are dealing with emerging threats. but it was being basically ignored and dismissed by those in power.
Next thing you know,
Yeah, you mentioned the general came in and basically a couple racks.
That's right. Yeah. So, but I was working on this part of the jackpot. So we're now bringing in the best because they realized, here's the kicker, the key, but the kicker, they did study after study after study. Some are pretty significant, including the RAND Corporation study. There was others, including stakeholders with the oversight committees. Remember, they were formed late 70s under Carter because of all the scandals that emerged and all the spying and everything, all the Operation Chaos and the field intelligence program with the military spying on Americans, the Operation Minaret, the Point Intel Pro, the FBI. It's like just going crazy, right? It all culminated under the Nixon administration. That's when I grew up. I grew up as a young teenager during that period. So I'm working in this program because the NSA realized I had a problem. How do you deal with all this data? How do you deal with these new non-state actors? How do they work? It's hard to figure them out, let alone follow them. Like I don't use any normal music, like normal, regular music communication.
Just get scared a lot by them.
So part of my job at the time, this is where it got very technical, but it was also on the management side. How do you form organizations? How do you create organizations to deal with this
actions? Like I would hear
digital,
like people
analog to digital. Analog didn't disappear, but now increasingly it's digital. So they just sat there staring at their navel.
My senses got fucked up. One time,
most of it because it would require change. And in a large organization, this is the challenge we're seeing now emerge with Trump 2.0. You're seeing institutionalized, very rigid organizations.
So I remember walking around like this.
I've gotten used to the way they do business. And the way that they do business is business as usual. The last thing you want to do, and some of it's justified in part, especially when they're supporting directly, like Social Security payments, right? Medicare, for example, those built on systems, basically COBOL, which I'm very familiar with, COBOL, Common Oriented Business Language, right? But it's very difficult as an organization to change. Never mind corruption, never mind, right? So, in this space, right, I'm coming in from the outside, and I'm basically saying, and even as a contractor, we weren't looked on very kindly. We were going to organizations and actually do a full scope, basically a full scope. We call it we had ways we did this. Technical examination of the organization in terms of what they were creating, their projects and programs. We also examined the leadership and management structure. And then we create a report. And we invite all the key principals, including basically the entire organization, into like a conference room. A lot of the managers in particular did not, leaders, right, some quite senior, did not appreciate this, right, because they're being exposed, even from within. Even though it's a safe environment, we're still being exposed, right? Just great exception to it. Just to give you an indication of how difficult it is, even when it's for all the right reasons, and when it's actually necessary for the continuance and the sustainment of the mission. Remember, the whole thing, our upbringing was mission, mission, mission. Right. So, bringing in outside expertise, it's ironic because this is what NSA is like, well, and it started in the mid-80s, by the way, we're just going to go buy solutions, spend tons of money. We can't do it. We don't want to do it. So we'll go to corporate America, military industrial complex, or some of the new emerging Silicon Valley companies that we mentioned earlier, like Google, for example. I'm actually responsible. I'll take credit with some embarrassment, responsible for bringing the first Google appliance in NSA, which then got summarily rejected. We'll get to that. Okay. Because of what it found. Right. These were the boxes they would send out to all of those spiders to pick up all the, anything, right? Well, it turns out, even I'll just mention it, I might as well say it now, NSA, even though I had a very high clearance, beyond the high clearance, there were special red zones, special compartmented programs, off limits to very few people. Most people wouldn't have known about that. Some of them for legitimate reasons, why you're protecting very, very, very sensitive sources and methods. Certain operations overseas, certain types of technology you're employing you don't want anybody to know about outside those that are using it. I knew what that was like when I was involved in SAP and STAR in the military. I knew the people who were inside that compartment, with that mission compartment, would know and would have access to the information. Even the commander of our unit would know. You just know that this is how you protect for legitimate reasons. You don't want to compromise, remember, military operations, especially when you're hypersensitive, right? So you found, the clients found, right through what they thought was firewalls, bypass the firewall, cruising right through. It's in essence cataloging all these hypersensitive, hypersensitive programs. Of course, you can imagine the embarrassment if you're NSA leadership, shut it down. Just shut it down.
With penetrating firewalls.
Yes. Inside NSA.
Oh,
we never NSA. Their way, they just kept. It's Rube Goldberg. Remember, it had its own net, old school, right? But there was a point where they didn't argue whether individuals should have access to email. That's how bad it was in the early days. So what they did is they built this very, very complex Rube Goldberg just kept adding and adding on, and it was called the NSA net. It's like internet, but it's inside NSA. Okay. It's all network. Everything's network. Yep. So there was a net. This goes way back. This goes back, right? But it was very difficult post 9/11 to figure out what you had. What's important? What's critical? How do we keep just staggering amounts of data? Right. We're not just talking regular internet. We're talking about the vast volumes of information, data, raw data coming streaming in from all the collection sites, from everywhere. Right. And that's the vast enterprise.
Where was it all being stored?
Various places, right? There's a huge data center out now that had to be developed because what they're running out of room, quote unquote, physical room to even put the servers up, which had, we're talking like a petabyte level. Okay, all the data. So now there's an entire facility which can actually grow even more if it needed to. So there's locations, physical locations, without mentioning where they are, on the campus, they call the NSA larger campus in Fort Meade, where they would have special buildings that are all air chilled, chillers and everything else, fast. Some are underground, some are in special buildings, right? Where they would store all the data, where you would need data being stored in database. So this appliance was in essence to figure out what we have, right? It's part of the network. But of course it does its job really, really well. It just goes out, finds it, and brings it all back. It was an attempt for the right reasons to help facilitate communication, to help provide sharing of information within NSA. But it found things that they didn't want the rest of NSA to know about, which were these special red zone compartmented programs, highly sensitive. Because they thought, the techs thought, oh no, our firewalls are strong enough that it'll never penetrate. We're not talking a physical barrier. We're actually talking firewalls at the software firmware level that would prevent even other parts of NSA to see through it. Right, it would just reject it in the attempt. And it was a Google appliance. It was a Google appliance, but they didn't realize the power of the Google appliance. I did because I was spending all kinds of time in Silicon Valley consulting. I had this Google thing. It was an interesting place. I just happened to be there. That's you say, where's Waldo? Well, I was Waldo, and I work in a super secret world. Then I'm going out into the burgeoning explosion of internet in terms of commercial. And where am I going most of the time? Social.
Absolutely
fascinating. And consulting. I was even allowed to engage with separate, basically consulting efforts, projects when I was there.
And what kind of consulting is
management technology? But I was also part of my entree. I was doing what we were doing inside NSA, but I was even doing it now both ways. So they're getting the benefit of what I was doing inside NSA. They're willing to share this national security, right? Remember, I'm well, not everything, but this wasn't surveillance. We're just talking about. I'm going to different labs. I actually went to Clark, Palo Alto Research Center. Fascinating trip. I went to AT&T Bell Labs. It doesn't exist anymore. Up in New Jersey, phenomenal stuff, right? Leading edge, but all in labs. People don't even realize this extraordinary thing about America in terms of inventing big, because we have this mentality, problem solve it. Why would you? Necessity, the famous phrase, necessity is the mother of invention. Yes. Why not? Why would you stop that from happening? Why would you prevent that from happening?
Get a case of fucking Flanagan.
So,
they get a bottle of Jack and 3 of those liters.
I'm at NSA. I begin, because I'm bringing back, right, new thoughts, and then there's people at NSA that because I had an enterprise responsibility. I'm going through the ends. I even went overseas in a couple of cases. So I'm going to the ends of NSA. To find the very best projects, the very best programs to help those improve themselves at the same time. And that's why we're doing special reviews. In the course of doing all that, just to compress all this to get to 2001, I was finding phenomenal, call it SIGINT skunkworks, like Lockheed Martin skunkworks that built into the SR-71. Phenomenal. Because NSA was in the 90s in particular, they faced a huge challenge. They couldn't just do, we'll just bring everything back, store it, and figure it out later. Bring everything back, store it. Yeah. How do you stuff the ocean dry? Just leave the ocean where it is. Just keep track. And this is how I was taught, even on the RC-135. Essential elements of information, metadata, the critical information, the things that you need to know about. The stuff that's routine, you just keep track of that. It's only when it turns to something other than routine that you care. That's kind of the signal to noise ratio. When it rises above a certain level, you then say you notice it, but you can't notice everything. Right. I can't always look at every straw in the haystack, can I? I need to know though if one of the straws, right, turns. How do I know that? Well, I have to know when it turns. Or it catches on fire. I got to know about that, right? That's part of the indications of warning as well, ultimately in terms of how you provide that to support, which is stated in the preamble of the Constitution, providing for the common defense of the United States. I only just took that to heart. I lived it as well as others did, silent warriors, for years and years. That's how I was taught. It's what I experienced. It's what I provided the American people in secret.
The big thing growing up us was to fucking behind a tree, like out by the lake. Like people had this like one tree.
So NSA kept pushing back, resisting because it meant change. They were so wedded to their legacy systems that they weren't willing to look at something differently. You know the famous quote from Einstein. Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. It's a form of insanity. This is institutional insanity. As I was told at one point after I got to NSA, joined NSA as senior executive, Tom, you should understand, that's not how we do things around here. But this is actually going to improve how we do things around here. That's not how we do things. They just were wedded to how they did things. So, huge resistance. In fact, they tried to shut the program down because it was embarrassing. But I'm bringing back, and then I'm meeting people inside NSA super frustrated because the new director, now it's 1999, Michael B. Hayden, is central to my story, central to my history, central to what then happened with Says, well, he's done a very good job, okay, of faking or and diluting. He's very articulate, and he has a lot of respect still, as a former and CIA director after he was the principal deputy director of the new director of national intelligence. So it's 1999. He said, nope, this is the same thing as encountered in World War II. Manhattan Project. We got to treat this as a Manhattan Project. We have to partner with industry. We need to buy this solution. And it's going to cost a lot of money. You know why? Because it's a really big problem. Why is it a big problem? Because all kinds of data. It's a big data problem. They actually called it that, the big data problem. Here's the funny thing. In the 90s, particularly the latter part of the 90s, NSA historically, for a number of years, had published their 5 top challenge problems. They had more than that. But the 5 top were the priorities. One of them was the big data problem. So you can imagine NSA, in necessity being the motivation, let's go solve it. I met the engineers, met the program and project, and a whole collection analysis, right, and reporting to do exactly that on behalf of the American people. They solved the big data problem, the core of it, prior to 9/11.
That's a child right there.
But NSA, nope, the corporate decision is that people actually got punished for this internally. Punished. We've already made the decision. We're just going to go to and they spent. We're talking the initial version of this transformation, that whole transformation effort, which I was actually a part of. I was in the inside of it. But it became clear all they wanted to do was create a contract vehicle to spend billions and billions and billions of dollars. Now, I already got an insight on that back in the late 80s. Yes. Commercial private, but military, we're talking those who had access and had the proper security clearances or could. We're talking like the SAICs of the world. We're talking about the Booz Allens of the world. We're talking about the IT portions of those companies.
Yes.
Okay? So just to clarify, when you say you had already solved it, you had already solved it by doing it. NSA had already solved it internally. Not by buying it, they already were going to make it. But that was the historical legacy of NSA. We will make, they had contractors going all the way down, but they weren't just going out to industry, just wholesale here. We'll just give you a bunch of money, figure it out. Right? Remember what Eisenhower won the nation about in his farewell address in 1961? The rise of the military in the halls of the rise of the military industrial complex. Now it's a military industrial intelligence complex. Right. If you're a contractor and you have shareholders, guess what you're going to perversely incentivize to do? Why solve the problem? I started seeing it. I was seeing it in the 90s. I was already seeing it on this program. People were like, we're going to buy lines of code. Well, I'm a contractor. Okay. People just joke about it. I'm just going to code Yellow Little Baker today because I can just crank a bunch of lines of code just to get paid more. There's one project that we analyzed. They literally, the government was paying the contractor $8,000 for every line of code. So what did you do? More lines of code. It's not about lines of code. It's about the functions that provide support for the mission, fulfill the mission. Yes, right. Provide for the common defense on behalf of the American people. That's your responsibility, and you have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that the money is spent wisely and that you account for it. Right. So, he decided Trailblazer is the program. Trailblazer. Pre-9/11, 1999, he was on Newsweek magazine front page. He was inviting reporters and whining and dining him at his residence on Fort Meade. I mean, he went political, and he was dazzling the overseers, the oversight committee, because he carried it. He had those 3 stars, right, sitting there in front of him, and he was not a technologist. That's a lesson. Right. He actually used to be a Bulgarian linguist in the military. At one point, he actually headed up the units that I was a part of in the military. Not when I was in, but he goes all the way back. Okay. But he also worked, interesting enough, under in George Bush first. He also had been part of basically the military, the intelligence side of the national security. So He was operating with the players, as it were. That's one reason he was called. He was in Korea. Hey, I was like the director of NSA. Right. So he's going to buy the solution. The original program was just shy of $4 billion. The amount of money that was spent originally on one of the programs, this is one of them. Don't time to go all of them, but there was a number of these really skunk works that were solving these challenge problems that they actually had defined as a challenge problem. This wasn't like we're just going to walk and just play. No, there were labs that they did that too. This was to solve the problem. So a little over $3 million solved it well prior to now. Thin thread. But if you're spending millions, but then you've got this other program that's billions, and you're going to buy it, not make it. Why would what was happening is that people's careers, promotions are being based on how large you grew your organization. How much money did you bring in? How much money did you allow to a contractor? In fact, you became further and further away from the day-to-day of the company. And even the big contractors got all kinds of pass-through fees because they're just giving it to the subsidy. A lot of kids didn't do the real work themselves. Who's doing real work? Oh, it's not about real work. Look, I had already gone to this on an earlier program, one of at the time, the most expensive automated data processing system at NSA, called Restream. Anytime you bring up Restream at NSA, probably not as much now because most of the principals have gone or are dead. It was super embarrassing. At the time, it was incredibly expensive. You're talking 1905, it was awarded, right, for almost 200. We're talking almost $200 million. That's a ton of money for an IT system. They bought a bunch of hardware, right, that had inflated prices, and then it never delivered. They ultimately spent about $250 million on it by the time they were finished. The same core people that were on Minstrel got another bite at the apple. 112, but way bigger. But this was going to catapult NSA because they were under huge pressure. They're falling behind, becoming less relevant. They're going down.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. I
Literally.
appreciate checking in.
Bringing all this data back to make sense of it. Or you're getting to know more and more, and this is sort of a twist here. I'll probably say more and more about less and less. So you come here to myopia, right? They're incredibly narrow, right? Because there's all this stuff that's just like on, as they would say, it's on the cutting room floor in some database, obscure database somewhere. How do I know its value? This was the problem to solve. Now, I was part of that because what I was doing was advanced analysis on the technical side. I was analyzing software and how it was being developed, how it was being designed and developed and deployed. So you're talking soup to nuts. Full, we call it life cycle, okay, including maintenance, operations, and maintenance. Where a lot of the contractors get even more money just because they could just milk it. Exactly. We used to joke about that at Booze, which is milk it. And if we can't get them to milk it, we'll just repackage it and sell it to some other government agency. We'll milk it some more. So I developed using very advanced script technology at the time. Okay, because guess where I did when I was on another contract, when I was before Minstrel, I was in the AI. So this is early. This is just part of my background. I was part of an AI department in this government contract office in the late 1989, summer, fall of 89. Yes. Expert systems, machine learning. Who was developing this? This is GT. It doesn't exist anymore. The GT is trying to be the greatest, one of the largest rural telephone, payphone carriers, right? Rural. But they had a government operation. So I blew the whistle on that program. Long story short, but remember this. I jumped back. But this gives you sort of the grounding of what I was confronted with already as a contractor before I even joined NSA as senior executive. I went to. I'm going into details of how I blew the whistle. That's a story all by itself. But we're talking the 91 time frame. I got kicked off the program. I was a test engineer, customer special, basically special. I had the background, but at the time I was operating, and then later I was actually part of the software engineering team.
And stuff, and I'm telling them about that, and now it's upsetting me.
On the voice processing system, it's supposed to basically catapult an essay into the digital age for the voice processing, which was the space I worked on for years when I was overseas. So,
my whole life, I've made every decision. No one's ever told me anything.
They, in their infinite wisdom,
why to do something.
had issued this contract for this GCE. I blow the whistle.
A lot of them just learning how
NSA itself was getting antsy about it because years ago now it's 6 years in, and where are we going? Where's it delivered? Where's it delivered? So the AI is a journey. No, and this is before that. I just happened to be there. I'm just saying this gives you everything. AI is huge now. That's a whole nother conversation. AI, which I'm also playing with that myself even at home. It's stunning. I mean, but there are risks. There are issues. There's lots of how do you hold AI accountable? What are its ethical obligations? AI, well, not actually. It can be artificial at best, but it's definitely not intelligent. I did a whole talk on this at my opening remarks in Berlin at a conference recently. When I was invited to come to this conference.
It's inspiring also to see some fucking hammers on the stage again, you know.
Here we are. So they actually had an investigation. The general counsel comes out from Mountain View. That was their home office, Mountain View, California. He comes out. He does his own internal investigation. Brings in all of us, a lot of us, to interview. And I looked at him and I said, remember, give my background, right? My background already, just the summary of it.
I'm disappointed. I'm happy for you that you're going to Vegas.
Sitting there in his chair, and I looked at him at one point in his interview, and I said, "Were you under obligation to deliver something that actually worked?" No, we weren't. Contract plus. All we had to do was show best effort. I just stopped. I mean, my jaw just like dropped. He didn't care whether or not the program delivered. All he cared about was the funds get flowed. It didn't matter what was developed. It didn't matter it didn't work. It didn't matter that it was a piece of crap. I'm being polite when I say that. It didn't matter. This was my now dawning realization after having worked with extraordinary people that you'll never hear about in the field when I flew, right? Especially overseas. Dedicated to the mission, not to just lining your pockets. Yeah, I get in American capitalism, yeah, make a profit, right? But now you're talking obscene levels of profit. And then wait a minute, it didn't matter that it was one thing you spend a lot of money and you actually deliver something. It's a whole other thing to spend a whole lot of money and not deliver. And then they would just what they call sunk costs. Dumping more money into the hole, right? So, in February to give you a background, very sensitive now to fraud-based abuse, has already been military, but that's another story. When I was on the Compass Call mission, Big Safari, right? Big Safari is another issuing program. It's sort of the umbrella program. It funds a lot of it, including what I was doing overseas. February 2001, I just moved in a new house where I live, right? In Maryland.
I bet they'll understand, man. I'm thinking anybody will understand.
I was doing really, really well. Okay. I had special projects, contracts. I was working with like the University of California, Riverside. I was still doing all my consulting. It had been expanded. I was now a principal at a boutique.com. This is the late 80, 98, 99, 2000, early aughts. Flying all over. I used to fly the Nerdbird flight. They call it the Nerdbird flight. Dulles, San Jose. A lot of spying on all that plane. What was that about? The Nerdbird, because people were flying back and forth. Tech lobbyists. This is when the sort of growth of tech grows, venture capital, Silicon Valley, venture capital got involved in all of that, right? okay, including up to Sand Hill Road to make the case for smallboutique.coms who were given a bunch of venture capital money, nondescript office, technology level playing field. They had a good-looking secretary sitting up front just so anybody came to the front door, but the building itself was nondescript, office complex. Meanwhile, in the back room, the couple of 3 or 4 or 5 back rooms, depending how much money they got, they had a bunch of code cutters, say that loosely, developing the next killer app. That became the phrase. We got to develop the next killer app. Because people, internet had exploded, okay, and just in the last, especially the web, okay, and browsers, right? And it's like, how do we exploit this? How do we even make it just? It was staggering amounts of money being dumped. And the conferences that I went to, this is the heyday of you go into where they have all the companies, and they all started to outdo each other. Who had the fanciest stand and all the little things you give away, and some got fancy. I mean, it was quite something. It was a world, right? It was quite a world. .com bubble. And I could almost move to San Jose. I almost moved there, but I realized it had become a gambling environment. People were just rolling the dice. Practically on average, only about 1 out of 14 companies ever actually made it, and then they usually get swallowed up by some bigger company. I saw this happen right all in front of me. Right. So I'm sitting in February 2001. NSA was under huge pressure because they weren't solving the problem. Just simple. Huge pressure from stakeholders and other studies, like, you got to do something. Maybe you need to strip the gene pool. Maybe you bring in senior people with outside experience, both government and industry, bring them in the NSA, put them in senior positions, and let them make the necessary changes. I was in St. Louis last week. And I went there the year before. I was part of about a 6-month period, roughly. There was a couple people that been hired in a little sooner, where about a dozen of us were hired in from the outside. I applied. They actually went to careerbuilders.com. Remember monster.com? They tried to do this like high-tech IT would do, or startups. How do you hire people? They realized, and the government, they couldn't go through the normal government cycle because it would just take too long. Right. Way too long. And they had the security clearance on top of it. Right. So they accelerated, compressed it all. I went through, even though it wasn't a position I originally applied for, I went through a multi-month process, but for NSA it was basically 2 months, and I started going up, I kept making the cut. To the point where I made the cut, 2 of us made the cut to the person I ultimately reported to, and I was hired. And I got hired. They accelerated because I already had a clearance. Right? So that only took a couple of months. I started in late August. I had a different color badge. I took the oath, and this is critical. I'm now taking the oath as a senior civilian, Defense Intelligence Senior Executive Service. I'm taking the oath the 5th time in my career to do what? Support, defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I'm taking the oath, not loyalty, not to a person, not to an agency, not to secrets or secrecy, not to corruption, not to cover up. I'm taking the oath. To a piece of paper, to defend the Constitution. The thing that defines who we are as a country, that makes us Americans, with all the amendments. Sometimes I have to get the 12 inch, particularly the first 10 for lunch and for dinner. So if I had this thing, 12 inch. 5th time, I done twice in the Air Force. I had re-upped. Yep. Once in the Navy, once at CIA as an officer there, and then now as a senior executive. In fact, all the jobs I had when I was at NSA over a 6.5-year period, my supervisor was always reporting to the top deck, the civilian head, which was the deputy director, who's then reported to the director, is a military head. Okay. So, first day I reported to my new duty station as a senior executive was 9/11. And this is where life rapidly shifted in short order. A little bit later that morning, and I paused because to this day, and I feel it right now. It's how you're going to see my face, because I'm a
people have murdered.
Thank you.
Deal one. When are you gonna be? What's your dates? What are your plans? These people
Never should have lost their lives.
when you come on.
They never should have.
Ecstatic about you about what's going on in your life.
I literally am haunted the rest of my life with that reality, the what ifs of history.
Oh, good.
I still wake up sometimes sweating over the what
You know
ifs
what?
of
I don't
history.
even know yet, but I'll put them on my website at theovon.com/tour. And I know it's the
I pause
27th
again
through the
because
30th of July.
did I know,
Um,
even though the system was
this Thursday,
blinking
the
red
20th, I'll be
since
at the House of
1998,
Blues
per George Tenet,
in San
CIA,
Diego with Sal Volcano.
they
For
knew
Practical
that
Jokers. And
Al-Qaeda was
then
up to something.
August 10th
Remember
through
93
13th,
when I
I'll be
was
in
sitting
Dallas
there
at the
on the
Addison
parachute
Improv.
down?
Oh, shit.
My favorite club.
Belly
It's not like you
sandals
just know.
across the street.
It's not, remember, we already had Cold Instant, High Bar Towers, a bunch of
That's
those.
the problem. My favorite club, the new manager of me.
But it wasn't a priority.
See eye to eye.
Bush was the new president. Wasn't a priority. Counterterrorism was not even on this, on the list, but it wasn't where it mattered.
I love learning how to cook. And I got my dad hooked on cooking too.
And I went home,
The family plan just for himself. He loves it so
and
much.
That's what he's doing every night.
I remember calling
He
in
cooks it for lunch. He eats it for
very
lunch.
early the next morning.
This
But I
beautiful
was,
is the number one fresh
I sat in front of the TV. I just sat there, just absolutely, it was hard to break away. Just nobody went home. I went home because I was so new. They had crisis teams. Remember, there had been crisis teams. This clearly was going to be something way different.
for ingredients and building.
I remember there were other planes that they had attempted, or one of them we know, in Shanksville, right? Pentagon, right? It would have been way worse if they hadn't hit the part of the Pentagon that had just recently been modernized. And then, of course, the two towers. People don't realize those towers are actually quite susceptible to that type of terrorism attack, right? And it wasn't like there hadn't been attempts to leak out, had been exposed where they're going to hijack airliners, right?
So you'll never, ever get bored.
But 93 sort of had been forgotten, I guess. Remember what they said, remember the general, what he said to me personally, right? I was right there when he said it.
So you can choose which one fits you
So
just like that. And there's
I
no
went
way
home
to
because I
limit
was part of the crisis.
So you only get
I
deliveries
called
when
him
you
later
want.
and said, yeah, you better come in.
Each meal
And then the
comes
next 4
with a
months were a blur,
step-by-step, easy to follow
total blur. It would take hours and hours, if not days, to unwind those next 4 years. But it's critical that I then tell you what I was
You can do
confronted
that,
by.
take a shower,
Because what I was confronted by was the very thing
promises that every
the very thing
and your delivery arrives ready
that I had taken an oath to support and defend.
but don't make it directly.
And yet I was confronted in the secret world with what happens if your own government decides to violate the Constitution willfully
Spicy lamb and
as
beef
an act
noodles.
of commission.
That
Not omission, commission.
with peppercorns and mushrooms, and then they have a seared
I
chicken
mean,
and
all you can
tortilla
ask this
salsa,
rhetorically to any and all of your listeners, right?
chili butter sticks
Right.
with Parmesan
Subscribers.
potatoes and spinach.
All right, listen.
What if you're confronted? You just, as I was, looked the other way.
Free shipping.
So I mean, 4 months later, I didn't become feeling normal again. I was
You're gonna love how it
sitting
feels.
there in a Marriott hotel in New Orleans, celebrating in mid-January with family.
Take advantage of this. You don't want this.
So what happened after 9/11? A whole bunch of meetings were taking place.
Again,
Cheney basically given the national security portfolio by Bush, just kind of ceded that to him.
especially
Plus
you
energy.
know what I'm saying? Why have all that stuff?
They went into like deep emergency mode,
.com/Joey.
right? And there were certain, may have heard of COGS, continuity of government. I used to be a part of that in terms of what happens if, right? Special procedures put in place, and there's already emergency executive orders on the books. Right? So they went into a version of that.
Yeah, can you explain that to people who
So what happens if, it could be extreme natural disaster, it could be war, right? Where the president, as the executive, does have certain, where certain emergency powers are allowed to invoke certain, and there's basically a standing set of executive orders, basically, that, and some are acts, right, that prescribe what you do. And there's basically, there's facilities where government can be assembled, right, go through training for that, right? So he's down in the Situation Room, which is underneath the White House. Cheney, in particular. Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be there. So the Cheney he basically was leading
And of course, they're having these meetings right after 9/11. What else can we do? What else can we do? Are there any other authorities? There's certain executive orders, without getting into the weeds, that allow the government to increase their ability, right, to provide protection for the country. Still has to be in the bounds of the Constitution. You're not allowed, even under emergency circumstances, to basically suspend the Constitution. You're not, right? But there are things where you have some flexibility, and even under FISA, we're going to introduce FISA, under Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, we had annual training to ensure that, because of the scandals in the 70s, to ensure that we did not, without a warrant, right, we couldn't just routinely collect, except under special training circumstances. Sure. And even then, it was highly controlled. Right. You couldn't collect, analyze, etc., because that's sacrosanct. It's the Fourth Amendment. Okay. Right. Super high volume. But you can, and even under FISA, there was provisions to hot pursuit, meaning you could go after somebody, foreign intelligence, U.S. person, U.S. citizen, resident, basically foreign but resident, right? Okay. Legal resident, right? / visitor, but legal. Could be visa, could be green card, or some equivalent, or there's different visas. Okay. Or, interestingly enough, U.S. corporation. That's not just stateside, not just boundaries, but also overseas. Okay. As soon as you want to RC 135, you can just start collecting. Now, we do have a emergency support mission. Very special. If someone's in distress, shipping distress, or in distress, you then could help assist. But that was specifically to help save lives, or rescue shipping rescue. Right. Sure. So, FISA had criminal sanctions. You violated $10,000 fine, 5 years in prison for every incident in which you violate the Fourth Amendment rights of a U.S. person. Criminal, the 18, U.S. 18, right? That's the criminal code. I pause because this is where I was. Shortly after 9/11, I discovered that they were taking the vast power of NSA, extraordinary power in which they essentially carte blanche to do just about anything they came to collect. So now use that vast power. In addition to overseas, use that vast power. Remember, they had failed. Remember, that's why Pearl Harbor, what happened is so critical. The whole thing, this whole mass security stuff was set up after a daily World II, but you need another surprise attack. Here not only was, I say surprise, we weren't, failed to keep 3,000 people. We did not keep them out of harm's way. That's our fundamental, right? We failed to be the workforce management leadership and environment. They just do not accept, right? Workforce, there's I can tell you the horror stories are always doing the workforce. It's not supposed to have on our watch. We are the watchers. We're the protectors of the nation electronically. We failed. I mean, they're asking what you can imagine. The Congress is now asking what the heck happened. Now, I will be the first to acknowledge it was a systemic failure. And there's a lot of reasons for that. But NSA had a critical part of it in terms of what they should have known, could have known, about even the mess of their IT, the database, and everything else that I didn't know. I'm finding out that they're now turning the vast years of NSA in partnership with certain corporations for access and retrieval on the U.S. U.S. is always blacked out in allies, right? You didn't just routine spy and defense, quote unquote. You just sort of this is September. September 11th. So in the 2 weeks after 9/11, I'm finding out that the secrets have been made the deepest of secrecy, super high touch. Right. We're going to essentially suspend the Fourth Amendment. We will bypass FISA. There's special procedures. You can put one pen out part of the affidavit process. You go up to the secret court, which is housed in the Department of Justice, to provide an affidavit. You said you need a warrant. Yes. The secret judges direct on rotation appointed by the chief justice. Bypass the secret judge. Bypass FISA. They didn't even know about it in early days, early years. They didn't even know about it. Bypass it. So, you talk about what do I do? I'm saying, wait a minute. I took a note to still defend the Constitution. Now my government is suspending that part of the Constitution. Because under the imprimatur of national security, it's necessary. I began to blow the whistle within September. The Union Channel had NSA. That's where I started. I'll send the council. Stop there. So I don't expect to send the lady. Okay. I'll send the council. I want a phone call with them. This is early October. How much problem did you put in before you started to blow the whistle? A lot, but it was all super compressed. Because remember, I had a full-time job. I was reading communication. How do you keep people informed as you're coming in? Round the clock, people burning out. Can't get people burning out. You know, things prices most for so long. So you about a week or two, and then you just start getting fried. People have heart attacks, people are blocking, people are sleeping with cars out in the parking lot. Because they realize, oh my God, you can imagine people still, but still staying close. Yeah. And so they're doubling down, but they're burning themselves out. Right. And I was in all the leadership meetings, right? The only ones I weren't in were the ones that were my supervisor, who was the number 2 person, the signals intelligence director. She would have special meetings with the very top guest, right? Or the much smaller. I was part of sort of the 40, but then there was sort of like the 7 or 10.
And by the way, sorry to just clarify, who specifically was making the orders to enter that, or who specifically telling you or instructing you that now we're going to start bypassing before FISA?
So this is where I find moment two.
Okay.
True moment three. I always aware that they're shifting equipment, buying equipment from like the AT&Ts of the world, and put them on U.S. networks to quote unquote consume. It just sucked up all kinds of data. Okay. Just raw data. No constraints. No matters. Okay? Bulk collection is what they called it.
I'm going to give you 20% off the best to throw up this underwear and socks.
But it starting with
free shipping and 100% money back guarantee. That's MeUndies.com/Joey. MeUndies.com/Joey. Listen, the holidays are coming. You want to look good. You want to go to grandma's with nice clean underwear on. Go to MeUndies.com right now /Joey and get 20% off.
Then I started poking around. I was making trouble already. Good trouble.
Blue Apron. Choose from a variety of new recipes each week.
Early on, I was already being tagged. I was even higher, and I was being tagged.
Recipes are not repeated within a year.
What do you do? So I could figure out the general counsel. Now, it turns out because this program is so secret,
delivery service
it was in its own
compartment. You follow me?
The name of the program
because cooking
was its
together
own compartment, which is inside what they call exceptionally controlled information, ECI, which is way beyond even SCI. But it had its own compartment. Its own compartment was the name of the program. This program name in itself is classified.
You never said it.
Oh no, I can say it now. Back then, people said it. Way under their breath. It was called Stellar Wind. Oh, okay. We called it colloquially between us cosmic fart.
You're gonna feel good because it tastes good. It's delicious. The best thing is you get to cook in front of your family.
Okay, so Stellar Wind, interesting name, but there's a whole office that handles program project. You're very famous. The name itself, right? The program in itself, the program is rare because the program itself is being used to cover. This program is so secret. It turns out more secret than secure SCI. Yeah, sensitive compartment information. Now there's handling caveats with the basic compartments. Right. How do you distribute, right? There's classified, secret, top secret, standard. But then there's the SCI world and above. Okay,
got it.
and it just gets hyper, just super secret. The more there's Q-level, what we call old stuff, Q-level clearance, which was for like nuclear stuff. Okay. My mom is a secretary in Barksdale, where she met my dad because he was, in the Strategic Air Command back in the mid-50s. Had a Q clearance because she was the secretary for one of the senior officers. Holy shit! Because she's looking at stuff that's quite sensitive, right? Yes, even though she was an administrative assistant, right? Right. Okay, I got it.
Wow.
So,
just a couple of weeks before they start sucking up calls and emails from from everybody.
They thought, they didn't know there was another attack. I understand why they did what they did. I understand. I get that. And I remember under a short term, you're allowed to go after threats without a warrant, but you still have to go seek it shortly thereafter. It's all prescribed in FISA. But they just they didn't say, we don't have time for that. Forget it. Don't have time for it. Just bypass it. Right. They just wanted the data. Now, why? I'm incredibly alarmed at the developments within just a couple of weeks. Okay. First week in October, turns out it's also, I didn't know it at the time, was officially when the President's surveillance program went into effect. It's called the PSP under Bush. PSP, President Surveillance Program. Okay. Umbrella program authorized by the president. The primary umbrella program at NSA, which became the executive agent, right, for the program was Stellar Wind. That was the umbrella program itself, encompassing a number of other sub-programs. Got it. There was one council that I'm aware of, based on my understanding even to this day. There was one particular lawyer who often in council. He was actually part of a larger NPR. Actually, I was just interviewed for that. Myself, Diane York, Bill Binney, Kirby,
Not my guy friend over here.
I'm on the phone. I said, what are we doing? We're violating the Fourth Amendment. FISA there's a whole set of internal NSA. Nothing is done without you have to have authorities, right? And it goes all the way down to just like individual procedures, standing procedures. NSA had refined over the years based on the FISA. FISA has been updated 5 times since 1978. Wow, you realize that. So they have special procedures for handling FISA because now you're spying on a U.S. person. Sometimes without a warrant initially, but the normal procedure was you have to get the warrant right up front.
Yeah, because everybody on the average knows
so
250 fucking people.
I said, what are we doing?
That's why in business you have to be nice to everybody. Wow. Everybody knows 250
conditions apply.
At least not 250. Right.
Conditions
You've
apply.
been in contact with 250 people. If you die by the age of 50,
we just
your classmates, high school mates, college mates, people at your job over 25, 30 fucking
I said, wait a minute.
That's the average.
The attorney inside the Office of General Counsel who happened to be read into the program.
Oh, thank you, Steve, for providing for my third grade.
You want to sell, you got to have some
Situations that
sell.
law enforcement to
Some generations, let's say yourself up in vacuums and you're serious about it.
exigent circumstances apply. We have to go outside the box.
Because you go by
Yes.
and leave son buys you
Right there.
His wife, you know.
Yeah. Now, hot pursuit,
Fifth generation.
that is allowed. Hot pursuit was allowed under FISA for a short period of time.
Oh, okay. You do everything.
It wasn't, exigent, but there was a legal standard built into FISA, Fourth Amendment compliant, but you temporarily, because the immediacy of it, you could actually
especially
go
out
after
there. And she learned to dance, and I remember this is wild, but she learned to dance in
a U.S.
it was like a trailer, right? She was like a,
what if they were
exotic lady
intending
with a trailer, but
what
the
if it was
stage
that
wasn't
it
very
was
high,
okay.
and the stage was too high in the trailer.
That's one reason it was there. That was actually in the FISA. All that was bypassed.
Dance at the same
Bypass
time.
means to be permanent.
So if you were over like 5'4",
Warrantless. Basically,
you
a
had to
general
like
warrant, which is actually
and
unconstitutional.
look sexy, and that's hard to
Now,
do.
some would say,
About that.
people
I've never
even
had to
then
think
say,
about
Tom,
that
you
because I'd be fine
understand.
in the trail. Yeah, you figure that, bro. Oh, you'd be a
Decision.
fucking
Shut up. Be
dessert
quiet.
dancer, bro.
Things will take care of themselves. This is a crisis. Sometimes you have to do things differently.
He would take the
I kept talking so back to the conversation with the attorney. I said, well, then why don't we go to Congress? Congress legislature.
At least 8.
Well, I mean, now
It's
you see
every
some
15
people know
minutes. There's only so many people in the
Congress
building.
is getting this whole thing about the executive override or things
to see me. They like
that's another
dessert.
conversation. Legislature. If
She's
the
probably
law
out there
of
for
the
I guess
land
about 8 years.
and FISA, which applies in this case,
No,
is
she
no
was
longer
started there.
sufficient.
She went into buildings that were
You
reserved.
had Patriot Act a couple months later, actually late
She
October,
could stretch out, you know.
which another component
They
begin legalizing what was basically legalizing. They did through acts, which is ex post facto, which is itself ex post
Well,
facto
the
law,
crazy part was,
which is
honestly,
itself that's unconstitutional. You can't pass a
so I
law
would see dudes
to in
sometimes
essence
looking at me like
legalize
weird,
what
like
you were doing
around that
or
when I was at
conducting.
lunch and shit.
Even
You know?
executive action
Like, do I know
that
you?
was unlawful or unconstitutional, particularly if it's unconstitutional. But remember, FISA ultimately falls under the Fourth Amendment. Okay? It is a statute
So I
in law.
guess that it
Right? It's
would
criminal
have looked
sanctions
like
if you violate it.
It might have not been so
Didn't
wild
matter
to me.
anymore. All
But
this
you know
didn't
what,
matter. I
dude?
was
She
told
didn't have,
point document.
you know, she was
Another
missing some
conversation.
elements growing up.
You
And,
know, dustbins
you
in
know,
history.
I respect
We're
I
living in
respect
different
anyone
times
that's out
now.
there in those type of environments because it's a
Different
hard
times. We're just
environment.
going to be different.
You
We're
know,
just going to take the thing
because
that
otherwise, if you're
makes
not
us
doing
American,
that,
the
what
thing
are you
define
doing
the
then?
foundational law of the
If you're
land.
at that doorstep where you
Go to
are,
Congress. I'm talking to the attorney.
know,
Go to Congress.
where you're looking for an
Change the
occupation,
law.
but if you're not doing
Because
that, you're probably up
what
to
we
some
want
dark
to do,
art.
they would say no.
You
In
know?
that moment, right as you said it, hair standing up on the back of my neck. Because I realized in that moment of truth, it didn't matter what law was. It didn't matter. We're not going to even bother. If they were so worried that if they went to Congress would say no, because they wanted to get away with it. They wanted to do this anyway. It didn't matter.
I've been over there.
Like law doesn't matter in this regard,
we go there.
which is to me central, even why we have the United States of America. I would argue that the First and Fourth Amendment, because of all the abuses of the colonies,
I don't know if they're what their long-term
colonial
business
America,
model was,
because of the
I'll
severe
say that, but
abuses that rose to such a crescendo and got to such a fever pitch, so we ended up having a violent American Revolution that cast off King George III and all of his officers who would literally show up at people's homes with a piece of paper and say, I can take your effects, your papers, and you can use with just the piece of paper, a general warrant. That's why we have a Fourth Amendment, which Louis Brandeis later, one of my all-time favorite Supreme Court justices, said it's a right to privacy. It's phenomenal paper.
No, it's not very.
It's what defines us as Americans, right? This is free speech, get in, remember, okay, First Amendment. Those are two things. Without the, that's really the basis for what needs to be American. He's saying, wow, we're going to suspend all that too permanently. Like, it's like permanent now. This is not even temporary. We're not even going to go back. We're not even going to. We're not even what's the phrase? Even show even face value. We're not even going to pretend. We're not even going to pretend. Because
you're not that intelligent. To anyone else, any of your colleagues that felt the same way you did,
thin thread people in particular. Here's why. Again, without getting all the details, thin thread had already solved the big data problem, also protect the privacy of
she was abused. She had like this violent kind of black.
They could go through vast amounts of data, leave all the ocean where it was, leave the sand on the beach, don't touch it, just see what changes. It protected U.S. persons. It encrypted. It also provided basically 2 levels of suspicion. We could go further, right? But they decided they would not allow thread to be employed even after 9/11. I begged them. We have the program. Nope. We're not going to. It didn't matter. There were solutions. The fight after 9/11. Wouldn't you think, because of the failure, you want to put the best you had? Even if you hadn't used it before? Wouldn't you think you want to put the best you had in the fight?
I think it was just.
You've got to protect more people from getting placed in the wrong.
I think they had one of those
What is the ultimate motive for this? Just about it. Why? Yeah, because they were so. This is just psychology. We need to make it. We need to make that's part of it. But we need to make it. He would say, "Hey, General, we just need to make Americans feel safe again." That's not in the Constitution to make Americans feel safe. And it's not like we're pansies and we have to be afraid. But it was actually, you have to do the reverse psychology thing. It was, they failed, they have to project it. Their way was, oh my God, even Jesus argued, oh, if we had all this technology for 9/11, 9/11 wouldn't happen. They actually had the technology side of 9/11. He's in denial about what NSA.
Not only did they have the technology, they had the intel.
Yes, had that too. Oh, I've gotten that story, which is a punchline for me when it comes to thin thread. Right. What do we do? This is a moment of truth for me. I was already incredibly alarmed. I'm already gone to the most senior people at that time. I've already gone to the Office of General Counsel. I've already confronted the director of signals intelligence.
Right, the right percentages. 2 out of 10 if you make an educated guess.
As I got off the phone with that attorney, I said, I cannot remain silent. If I remain silent, I am complicit in the subversion of the Constitution. I took an oath to support and defend. It takes my entire military career, government career. I'm not going to let the government violate the Constitution. You can have both. This thing about it's black or white, liberty or security. You actually can have both at the same time and compromise neither. There's that famous Benjamin Franklin quote. So both. They paired, and even Hayden himself made it drew that line. He always
what exactly the government trade free and security.
A little bit. Those who seek a little will lose both. Basically, both. Yeah, a little liberty and security is always empty. There's a larger quarter.
Right.
How empty it is.
In that moment, I knew I could remain silent, but I knew by not remaining silent, I put myself at extraordinary risk. I'm a senior executive. I've taken the oath. I have a fundamental responsibility.
But you decided to go about doing it
all through channels, through
the correct legal way.
Yes. So, I'm going to accelerate this because it's really, because then how was I punished, right? And this is where life literally was turned upside down for me. Because even then, I was being tagged as a troublemaker. So I decided to blow the whistle. I went to Inspector General. I then went secretly, which was allowed under the Intelligence Community Whistleblower Protection Act, the actual act of Congress. Right? I could go, at the time, modified it later, I could go directly to the Intelligence Committee oversight, both HIPSI and SISI. I'm just without expanding it. I could go to them to share my concerns in private. Now there's a risk that I could be exposed. It turns out every channel that I went to, all the official channels were exposure channels. So I'm disclosing, but I'm being exposed at the same time. You could argue in part the intelligence communities were already co-opted, owned by the intelligence community in large part. Right, but behold, remember, there was secret, right? I go to a secret chamber, even in the capital, right?
It's like staying in comedy for a certain period of time. It's like there's a certain day.
Proper secret.
I was subpoenaed, equivalent of being subpoenaed. Prima facie testimony, evidence, material evidence, testimony for 2 9/11 congressional investigations. One was Saxon Canvas, he had been a recent foreign homeland security, provide all kinds of information to them, which was basically the precursor to the joint 9/11 joint inquiry. Both.
Okay. You want to fucking suck? That's 2,000 for this fucking piece of ass.
All that is suppressed.
Look at me.
No one to this day can find my testimony or the highly classified information I gave them.
Smell my asshole and
I didn't keep it at home. I didn't secret it away. I didn't hide it somewhere in a basket or in a pumpkin. I'm laughing about it now. Okay, but
if you pay
that spring, fall, summer, it was people think I was interviewed by the 9/11 Commission. I know why I wasn't, because they didn't want me on the record. But no one can find. In fact, I was told later that what I provided in the joint 9/11 inquiry was so classified it shouldn't be the classified report. What does that tell you? they covered up. They helped cover up the NSA. NSA had a lot of. Now it's some of the stuff you said.
That's what it is.
Not the classified stuff, right? But they were at the heart of the failure. There gets into great detail because I'm about to see just what happened. So I was able. I couldn't put any of these programs, any of the ones I was telling you about, a bunch of others weren't allowed to go operational. Because they were continuing to spend the impact. Oh no, I'm sitting in a meeting and my supervisor, the director of the Signals Intelligence Directorate, says 9/11 is a gift, and it says we're going to get all the money we want and then some. That's simply what happened. Congress is opening up. They opened up the coffers and just started pumping even more billions. Who said 9/11? My supervisor, the Signals Intelligence Directorate, it became now this haunting quote. Sitting right next to her, where she says 9/11, gift to innocent. I was in a meeting. People were so. We were going around together because this part I led the communications part of my communications team. Going around the workforce because people, they need to be held. They need to be restored justice to really take it hard. I encouraged her to go around, not just to console, but to be seen and explain what are we going to do. And she's sitting in this meeting, this one particular meeting, saying, I'm just sitting there like, where she says 9/11,
you see this shit all over?
Because they're all models,
right? And it's like escorts, basically. It's like high-end escorts.
It's not about the money. And you already sold the corporate
but it's not set up like escorts. It's like, $400, you go to dinner with this girl. $200, you guys go to dinner. And everything else is kind of whatever you do is your business, right? But it's kind of known that, sex is an option, on the table for, both sides of the party.
I was anonymous because I was still working. They were all retired, including Diane Rohr, who was the staffer on the Prosecution Secretary. She had a primary NSA account.
I don't know if I feel like it should be illegal or not. But I think it's weird that women are protesting
give her heads up on what the heck was going on in NSA early on. After 9/11. Remember, then I was with formal, right, with investigators. In fact, under 9/11, they were so hyper about. See, NSA when it put child markings along with them, they wanted to know exactly what I was going to share. The investigators, to their credit, said no. So, but I was spirited down to basically a secret. It was a nondescript government building where I was then interviewed in this building. I was interviewed like NSA or what's going because that's what was happening. I was accused that because it was exposing a lot of embarrassing details about how the entire industry had prevent. And there was all Congress said, how do we stop this again? How do we prevent another 9/11? That was the big how do we prevent another 9/11? So I was part of this meeting, Inspector General went on for a while. I was the primary source. Thousands of pages, corruption, the fraud, the billions in waste, the thin thread versus trailblazer, thin thread versus stellar wind, which was obviously super classified. At that time, it was for several years, it turns out, right? That went on for a while. I was flagged and tagged left and right. All kinds of retaliation finally started occurring. I started getting shifted. That's how I ended up at the National Defense University, out of sight, out of mind. We accelerate November 2005. I make a fateful decision. And by the way, the site right now is about the furthest and longest I've ever publicly said how all these things are. There's a lot more behind what I say in terms of details and fascinating dynamics, right? I've never really gone this far, right? Because most interviews don't last very long. Right? So here it is, November 2005. I decided I had one last chance to make my case to the new director of NSA, Pete Alexander, who actually was much more technologically savvy. He did not take kindly to my form of whistle. I sent him a letter. caused quite a stir. But the last thing, Trailblazer, they had decided Trailblazer, he got basically got canceled in 2006. But he was convinced that he could do it better. And there was a follow-on program called Turbulence, or the two programs. Yeah, two programs. See, this is the pickup for me. Just on a kind of a weird masculine level. We had the team at NSA. The team in NSA had already been fully demonstrated. Okay? But low T is what they focused on. Right. As much as they projected high T, I've never said this before, it is low T for sure. Look, if you take on and you solve a problem, you know, that has its own reward. It's not about spending money. You want to make sure you create and deploy systems that actually provide for the common defense. Yep. So he didn't like it. Shortly thereafter, middle of December, this above the fold newspaper, New York Times, and Eric Cloud, James Rising, publishes for the first time the exposure of this warrantless wiretapping program that existed just after 9/11.
That also offered to him, and then
there was a huge scramble in the entire intelligence community, but we didn't say. When Apple actually looked at public statements, you go on the internet, you'll see public statements from Cheney and Bush and a bunch of others about, oh my gosh, they just blew one of the most secret programs, it was one of the most secret programs
for a long
in
time.
history.
Jay's a great guy.
So why year did this come out? This is December 2005. Still out there. The article itself. And there's updates to it.
When it snowed, nice houses around there.
2013, way later.
Jets doing this and that.
Okay.
You know.
Remember, I've been following all the developments internally. The program is rapidly metastasizing.
She's got a
Even
boyfriend,
before it got out in public.
but he comes in once a month.
Remember,
or
I'm
something
going
like
to
that.
channels. I'm spending lots of time in front of investigators, sharing with them what I know.
Right. And everything with each other's bodies.
At
And she
great
said,
risk. Extraordinary risk.
she said,
I was
she
already.
got this guy. She says
So-
it's her godfather. She always frames him as, you know. That's even gross.
Article is out.
It's not
2 weeks
really.
later,
But I just realized the other day, that's what the fuck's going on. I couldn't. There
launched
was
by the
always an
DOJ.
element missing
I
as to
knew
where this girl made any money, how she
the
was living
article came out a
lavish,
couple weeks earlier,
and she always had this
in December
godfather, you know.
2005, that I would be
It didn't make any sense. Then finally the other day I realized,
Right,
oh,
because
that's the guy.
In fact, this program was so secret that the only authorizing document was a letter, memo. It was stored in David Addington's safe. He's the staff/attorney for Cheney in his office safe. Even NSA sent their own attorneys down to get the authorization. They were so worried they wouldn't have cover. You're always looking at what's the cover. You want a lawful order. You get into lawful orders. I know that from the Uniform Code of Military Justice. You only have to follow lawful orders. Nuremberg trial principle, which is their excuse. Just follow orders. No lawful orders. It wasn't lawful to break the Constitution. It was lawful means to update the Constitution. But national security just like had this huge carve out, like this huge exemption. Remember, execution, but now it's like permanent. We're now in 2005. So accelerate forward. I knew that I became a target, a person of interest, and a target as of spring 2006. Back up just a couple of months. I wrestled with this for quite a while after my last conversation, last email with the director of NSA. There was one last route I could go, but it wasn't authorized. I grew up in an era when I became intimately familiar, until I met him later, but intimately familiar in terms of the history, Dana Wellsburg. Pentagon Papers. Yes. We went through channels, no one would listen to him. In terms of bright and shining light of Vietnam, a whole nother story. It was part of the study that showed it was, but it was buried and it was classified. Not all of them, there was some stuff in there that was quite secret, but the he didn't release to the press, the ultimate went to the press. Unauthorized, and that's taking 150 years because of government malpractice. They never I was there wrapped in a young teenage. Yes, so I had one nice route. I could touch the third rail, go to the press. And NSA, if you go to the press without authorization, and I had gone, I knew it was like you have to have something published. I had something based on I did on Jackpot in IEEE magazine in 1996 when I was really highly technical stuff. I had to go through the whole the classification review officer just to make sure it was good. It took months. Here, I go to the press without any authorization. But at that time, it was an only trade policy. It didn't violate the Constitution. It was not a crime. It wasn't go to the press. However, I knew if I did, I could end up with something I was stupid and naive and not know that. Exactly what it is. I knew not only that I knew the job probably would, but we were in charge of it. So, how do you go to the press? I wouldn't get into all this. Part of it is still technically classified.
Yeah, wasn't NSA spying on the press?
Yes. That's the program, right? As part of the larger
First Fruit.
where they were monitoring certain media outlets and even reporters and journalists because they were so scared that something would come out, not just about the secret surveillance program, but the torture program. Right. Torture program came out before this one. Yep. Trying to slap her. Right. He lied. That's what he was doing as a journalist. So I had that choice, and I'll read all the details. But I had one chance to make contact with a reporter. And ended up honestly communicating with reporters about a year before I knew that I would ultimately have to go face to face. And so actually, through 2007, I was having infrequent patriotic face-to-face meetings with this report. And even greater because as things progressed, I was under extraordinary electronic surveillance. I knew they'd eventually fuck with me. I knew that I might find myself being pulled out of the house and having the house raided or my office down at the National Defense University. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, let me ask you this. What was it like when you realized, or was there like a specific point when you realized that innocent they had all of the surveillance on you?
The early, this is my technical background. I knew that they would start monitoring electronically with because they could. Their own needs. I could see. I set up logs. I could see where they're attempting to break into my system. I had a network. I've been involved in this. Okay. I was back in the early days. Yes. Yes. The way before I was before internet was internet. Back to yes. Weird things like the Verizon DSL box would get reset. I call them up and say, "Oh, you have to." It's like, wait a minute, yeah, they were remotely resetting it, but I had multiple firewalls, both hardware and software. I don't ever believe, although it's possible, I never saw that they actually got into my computer. Oh, really? That's right. I don't have any. In some ways, I take some pride in that. So all their, I knew what they had, what their capabilities were. But the problem was, there's what's called zero-day exploit. So it's always possible, right? So I had to assume I was compromised anyway. But see, if people say, well, gee, you know that, why don't you get rid of everything? I had nothing to hide. Use that, which I don't like that phrase, because that comes from those that do it, right? There's nothing to hide, you have nothing to worry about, so who cares what we know about you? That's not makes you exercise on privacy. People get, oh yeah, no, that's me. Why? No, because I don't want them to know. Why? Because that's me. Oh, so there is some ownership there for real privacy. Privacy is essential in living. Yes. Want to dump stuff out there, right? It's a thing that people put out there, right? But there is something about who you are, the essence, but that's a different conversation. Yes. So I'm getting, then they start physically surveilling. It was overt. This is Dr. Rabbi knows that really, really well, better than I do. but it was clear that and then it started to be over. They wanted to make clear that we're on, like they were now, they want you to know, yes, they're following. Wanted me to know I was getting stopped quite frequently. They would have random searches, my searches weren't random at all. According to the gate, I had already alerted on the tags, the cards, intimidation. Oh, of course.
Fuck my son. He's 25. I want to go fuck my son.
That went on until my colleagues, NSA, all retired and moved out of New York, were raided on the same day, July of 2007. I knew that I was now the primary target, which I had been for a while. I was still at NSA. They probably had suspicion that I was in contact with a reporter. Although later they actually thought I was really in contact. They actually thought that was a cover, a cutout. There was a cover that I was like a convenient hangout, you call it, right? Just a limited hangout with her, but I was really in contact for a longer period of time than the time. Oh, really? They later made up a whole chronology that I later turned out it wasn't. I've never had any contact with the New York Times. That's crazy. So I knew in July that I was now the target.
Yeah. Is also a name for semen or something.
And it was clear, based on the last couple of reviews with the reporter, Siobhan Dorman, trying to look at the Wall Street Journal. Later went to Wall Street Journal, now she's more private. Consulting practice has been for quite a while. I knew that there were pages in the book, including, by the way, I found out later that they were actually using a significant number of agents from the Bull Hunter FBI. Those are the ones that are trained to double spies. Like this year in spies. But that's how I would be treated worse in the spy. That's clear. I was now the threat. I was the leaker. I found out later that Cheney had issued a fine and fry the leaker. He just said, fine and fry that. I don't care. Just make sure it's someone, apparently, that's true enough. But try, burn, make it an object lesson of it. That's how I took it. So, late November, getting ready to go to work. I had two vehicles at the time. I had my hybrid, which was Prius, and I had one of the Toyota RAV4. All of them. Limited run. They getting ready in the other bedroom, right? They get in my car, go down at the metro, go down, and then there's a bus that shuttle me over to the Coast Guard headquarters over take me to one of the metro stations, drop me off my bus, the government bus, in front of me, and I walked to my office where I was teaching, had been for a couple of years. It was actually during that time as well. I went to the first trip, but that's when I during the time I was at the National University, where I was teaching at Jefferson College. And I was a co-lead on the space team.
And he, anytime he would go for the check, he would wear their underwear around him. Right? And he did that all summer, by the end of summer.
We went to Cape Kennedy, we went out to Cheyenne Mountain, inside the Cheyenne Mountain.
Not for the summer. Now in the winter, he was free. You could see his neck. He was natural.
I'm getting ready for work. I look out the window and I see a bunch of agents screaming across the country. A bunch of cars pulling out. Those are piling out. The moment is another one of those moments because, this is your but that article had come out, right, almost 2 years ago, right? This was talking. And so, remember, they had this multi-million-dollar national investigation going on, and so who was the sources of the Times? I got caught up in that for all the reasons I gave earlier, because I was so few people knew about the program. Even though they argued later, this is really between two programs. That's all they, that was like the limited cutout as to why they came after me, when in fact it wasn't that at all. It was the fact that had been revealed, even though I had not provided any classified information about the program to anyone outside of me, right? Not even the report. So you can imagine knocking on the door. They said, they told me later if you hadn't opened it, they knocked twice. They had a battering ram. Those things that they would use the battering ram to punch through the door. And you just file a complaint for damages. So I answered the door because it's upstairs. I said, Zachary, go ahead through the door. He's got the president. And you say, you didn't tell them. Man, I said, it's your own family. No, I didn't tell the FBI. No, of course not. How old was he? He was 95. He was 12.
I was going to go if I go. So he stopped at some point.
So normally my spouse would take him to the middle school, right, in the local town, and then I would pick him up, right, after school. So, yeah, a bunch of ladies from there that started sleeping in the house. I had a choice. They were in a Range Rover. I didn't have to talk to her. I could have said, you're going to have to deal with my attorney. I didn't have an attorney at that time. Right at that moment, didn't have an attorney.
One fucking time. So don't ever fucking call me once in one fucking day.
I said, this is one final time to go to listen. I named the president, the vice president,
7:30 and 9 a.m. What the fuck do you think I'm doing there?
About what has gone down over the last 6+ years. No, we're not here for that.
Questions. So if I pick up the phone, you're not gonna like
we understand you violated certain laws, and so we're here to fight that.
Out of respect out of my peeps.
And
out of respect out of my peeps, I don't pick up the fucking phone.
We can interview you, or we don't have to. I didn't have to interview. I was like, no, I could have interviewed silent. I said, no, I'll
come to my house.
That was one of the three, by the way.
I dare you.
They took notes. I knew anything I said would be right, of course. Against me,
gives that retard peas at the diner. You ain't flipped around at my house and on the couch watching cartoons.
Where one of the techs
And I dare you for
I was really way back in the 70s. This is a highly modified. My first computer I had at home was an Atari computer. That's where I learned everything. That's where I learned shooting, programming, networking, dial-up, right, all that. And it was a highly modified. Basically, it's version modified the box. And I said, the last time they modified that operating system, really think you do that? Stop at the top of the stairs, going to the basement in my office, and he looked down, looked up, and he said, "Nah, we don't need it." He went back, put it back on the wall. But they took a bunch of Amiga stuff. I was also no Amiga. I was going to follow this very bit in terms of technology. Went through all of my library. I mean, they just ransacked that house. That's all. Meanwhile, they ransacked my office and my car.
No, CeeLo.
I knew in that moment that I was behind several calls, and I knew that I would probably get charged. I interviewed twice more. The last interview was in April of 2008. I was placed on administrative leave in November 2007. The last interview was a setup. So I met chief prosecutor. The first time I met the chief prosecutor at the time was a different one later. The chief prosecutor said, "We have more than enough evidence to show you in front of you." He said, "We have enough. Window was run. That got to say I thought it was right. It was the window was run right behind the
so anyway, I was like, I wish somebody would shoot up a fucking Danny.
So we have more than enough evidence to put you away for a long, long time.
Some kid puts in the comments, he goes, man, he puts a link to a YouTube clip. He goes, man, my dad actually got shot up at a fucking Denny's. He goes, somebody walked in with a gun.
We might be able to, 25 years, 20 years, no guarantee. That's better than life in prison.
But I still love this bitch.
In 2008, I had just proposed,
I am joking about it. He said it really happened. He lost his father right next to the fucking grill, bro. Right next to a grill. Where you got, two brothers back there fucking sword fighting with spatulas. They hopped on
they already revoked my plans because I was senior judge to either have a set of computers or the director himself.
That's God, dude. That kid came and he was just positive, man.
There's a couple places where I go one night, and I'm like one night.
They tried to get me to plead out multiple times between April of 2008, the first time, which was confronted by the chief prosecutor, and April of 2010. Now we're in a new administration. I wasn't indicted. Let me know. Began under Bush, I was not indicted under Bush. I had a draft indictment. I have a copy of that. But I was not indicted under Bush. I was indicted under And the reason this is passing reference to it in a memo, where it says, just why go after, because it's like, for him, it wasn't like, I think even he had problems with Cheney later. They kind of moved their ways a little bit after the second administration. Yeah. There's a passage in the book that makes a indirect reference to, because I think it's real he actually, without even living it fully, that he had done it.
I got a dad job from a Chinese
So,
dude, I remember this, dude.
I'm working at Apple. Man, I couldn't get any work. That's a whole story itself. I couldn't get work. I was just going on guard. I was,
had a guy used to tell a friend, right? Give you $30 just to tell you he
literally just zoning on guard. No one hired me. I formed my own company, a small LLC.
Like, look, I'm going to tell you something.
No one would touch me. In part, when they would find you know, security clearance, you show everything negative. They said you're under a national security investigation. Right.
Saying it.
You can't. At lunch,
I'm not paying him for
working at Apple, the test and everything.
But here was the thing, though. I never even got to this, dude. Was that
quite a jump?
So my sister, one time we lived together for a while, right? And this is probably about a year.
Yeah.
Thanks, right?
And she goes, where are you?
You know, I'm under the skin.
Remember, I just
don't
turned
think
that.
she fucking stole our vacuum.
He said, I'm at lunch.
As you do. I wasn't there when she stole it, but literally I could picture her probably trying to put it in her
Now,
fucking
there's
purse,
been
you know?
a
Like the singing in the purse of the fucking huge vacuum. All right?
myself,
Fast
and the
a year and a half, and like some of us has been around it for a bachelorette party or somewhere.
it was clear that they were moving to
A bachelor party.
and
They got the big
it
fucking
was
money.
basically
They wheel one of those cakes where the women pop out
were
like a
basically
fake cake and they pop out and they
as to
dance.
why
Right?
we're doing
You know,
and they actually, in
one of the
essence, had
chicks
the
that pops
top
out is the fucking bitch that
So
stole
I got
my
indicted.
vacuum, bro, right?
I was
So
not
everybody
the
else, I have no idea. I totally
I
forgot
ended up
about
having
this.
to,
Oh, everybody else
I
is
pled not
tipping
guilty
these
to
bitches
all 10
and fucking
charges,
shaking them,
5
shaking
million
both of their ass cheeks at the same time, you know, and DJing, you know, like they're, you know, like doing it really fast.
But
And
when that when your lawyer calls you, also tell you that they had
And here I am in the background, and all I can think is that bitch stole my
I'm not very.
Bro, I had half of a nerve just the whole time to make vacuum sounds.
They had one of the security officers
I was so
inform
pissed,
her
bro.
that,
She knew what you saw you. Huh? What did she do? She acted like she didn't know. And that's the thing I don't like about people, I guess, that steal vacuums is when they see you,
35 years.
they act like you don't fucking remember. Like, I'm not gonna remember you stole a vacuum from. I wasn't on Carter. I was on Somas, you know. How did you get away with a vacuum?
Well,
like, doesn't someone, if I was in an apartment building, that's awesome. You know, like, a lot of it was a vacuum.
John
Just running down the stairs.
curiosity.
It's half of America. It's having a neighborhood.
They tried to, they later did a interrogated her. So what they, that was, then they interrogated her and tried to get her, there's this thing called basically sort of a killer where trying to get a spouse death. I never told her anything. She worked, I still know she had to NSA, still knows to that. She's working in her entire life.
You gotta be like a fucking technician. You gotta unplug it, the vacuum will suck your fingers in. Somebody's teeth.
You can't fix a vacuum. That's an old one.
And she had not been aware of this whole investigation. I never told them. Of course, I wasn't going to say anything. I didn't want to expose them. I have to protect them too. I'm protecting the nation. But I have to protect I have to protect the Constitution. That's how I'm governing. I got to protect my family at the same time.
All these years, you're going through all this shit, and you didn't see a word.
You know where? Well, I had learned how to be silent.
I know, it's just like it's hard to keep secrets. They're in there. I just can't imagine how fucking hard that must be.
And the guy coming over to the house. And my mom and her
I'm writing it now.
buddy were over there. Like, what's going on?
I'll say something off the record with you, maybe during the break. But I don't really want to. There's certain things I don't advertise. We'll say let's
15
I
bucks a
gotta
day.
be anyway.
This was a yard
Okay,
stand.
I'm back.
Put on the thing there. Like, this was like, it came like in a,
We just talked about how
in those
you
days.
got news from your lawyer. Yes, that you were indicted, and one of the special agents, I guess, contacted your wife and let her know you were indicted.
Okay, this briefcase leak.
And
Check this out. It was this briefcase as a
I'm
child.
now facing
Okay, that's like, I don't know what you know the course. I don't know. It's not
a very dark
briefcase of a children.
Right.
It was a briefcase. It was a plastic briefcase. And you wanted to be a secret agent.
including
Right.
5
And it was
charges.
based after jail.
Count.
You couldn't say 007 on it. You ready?
It's the same as my
And
doctor
the
used against.
suitcase, the cool thing about the suitcase is that
Well,
it
yes.
had a button on the handle, right?
It was
So
the
you
same.
press the
No,
button,
at this time, I was only the second American
there was a
this
good
was a
one
whistleblower who was in charge.
connected to this
Nobody
engine.
Elf was the first
For non-spy, for non-spy.
Children, you want to be an asshole? Yeah,
the context. This is something you didn't want to say, and it was involved with the Pentagon Papers.
Yeah, he was the same. Very similar in terms of the position of and
like all
he
secret agent
exposed.
shit.
It was part of the study, but then exposed the Pentagon
My
Papers
point is,
as a future. It was no doubt partially responsible for the demise of the Nixon
what was so
administration.
cool about Kirby vacuum
And
cleaners?
in
With that,
15 years in here,
it came in a fucking
15 years in
box.
prison,
And
and
you
went
couldn't
to
see
trial.
how all those
And the trial
utensils
went on
were.
for a couple of years
Like all those utensils right there.
until they broke into his psychiatry for dirt.
That fucking
And the
vacuum
judge
had
threw
a
the case out for the malpractice. So his conduct required the prosecution.
nice and neat.
So
we had a
did that
Kirby
count
vacuum
as some sort of
cleaner.
precedent?
Yeah, well,
Nice. You're classy.
Or did that
it
always
always
work out?
yeah, the way, well, you know, the Supreme Court
See the belts?
left
What
room
the fuck
open
they dealing
to
with?
go after a
They
source
think you got
with the same
they
charge.
fucking guys
There
are
was more
fucking dealing
protection.
with you see the little circle belts?
This gets into a whole, you know, press
See what I'm
concern,
saying?
right? Is the press libel or is it the source?
Kirby
Now,
vacuum
that's
should be getting
changed,
free.
especially in
All
Obama,
these
where
assholes that wear these braces to, you know, help the fucking
clear
homeless.
they're also saying, hey, and
I would
remember,
not fix that.
well,
No, it's a
in terms of Sterling, he's another one
It's
charged
real
in this
fucking
like that.
easy.
Jeffrey, another CIA employee,
Take off the grill,
ended up in prison.
and then you take the old one will snap. It's like if I take a rubber
They
band,
tried to
cut
get
with
James
scissors,
Rising.
it just snaps.
This is the
Just
same one who was the co-author of the December 2005 article. Wrote this article about Operation
So I
Merle.
can't believe that they still take away all
And
those.
they thought that Jeffrey Sterling was the source.
If I tell you about Kirby vacuum,
And they
it's
ended
because fucking
They ended
this
up
is
trying
shit.
to get him to testify against his own source, alleged source,
Appliances used to just be so much more
several
hardy, bro.
times until
The
they
vacuum,
dropped
you
it.
could
Never
ride
heard
on
of
the
Obama.
fucking vacuum. Remember that? You were a little
wow.
kid,
There's an
sit on
episode,
the
there's an
room,
episode,
pushing and ride. Like,
Involved in
it was like a
providing
piece of
flaw
I
for
love
Yes.
design information to Iran
Yeah, it backfired.
There's something soothing about
aim
it.
to expose the
Yeah.
CIA to missteps in
Yeah.
Fucking technology, bro.
They're sharing
So we got a vacuum.
actual
by itself.
nuclear
No,
technology
Piece of shit.
the fucking vacuum.
that was quote unquote flawed,
right?
And she's got a rub
as a
cleaner
way
just
to
catch
get
this
inside
everywhere.
their program.
So we gotta have a fucking rub cleaner constantly.
Like a Trojan horse.
Yeah, kind of like that, but it was
Just
this is sort of arrogance. I'd say the arrogance is that we'll be able to get away with it.
the house is filthy.
It backfires.
So like if we give you
Yeah.
we acknowledge
Yeah.
we now
Slip
understand
it in, slip it in. That's right. And they'll think it's real, and they'll take advantage of it. So they have cutouts, right? It's kind of, right. It's kind of the operational limited hangout. I mean, limited hangouts can be used, but in this case, it was actually an operational cutout. Hangout is a cutout.
Turn on the fucking
Oh yeah.
light.
Oh, there's all kinds of programs like that. Think about
whatever, semen,
it's supposed to be a super secure system. Look that one up. That's a good one. Which one was that? So this one has to do with certain types of encryption. These are devices that protect like secrets of Switzerland. The U.S. had already managed to compromise that.
Definitely semen.
It's fascinating. I mean, the spy. I mean, this get into the technology of James Bond and movies and John Le Carre and Unmade and just all the games people play, right? All the games. Spy versus Spy. Actually, a game I used to play on Atari 8. Spy. There's a whole comic book series on Spy versus Spy, and it's hilarious. Sort of like Tom and Jerry, right? Or Riley Coyote and Rosa, right?
When Halloween, when I was
young, it's real. It's real stuff, and it has consequences. People don't realize that the games, the cutouts, the distractions, misinformation, the propaganda. In my world, when I was in there was ways you can call they left out somebody electronically. They think it's a real signal, like a nav signal, but it's actually.
But sometimes these houses would have, they believe in a decoration or something. Like just being scared of resting.
I wouldn't get this
This is when he died. That's when he left the earth. It was on Halloween, right? But this is a time when you would get. I remember this one house, the candy was all chilled in the bowl. Like they weren't all individually wrapped candies. You know what I'm saying? I remember
it's all you gotta keep it all in the wraps for obvious reasons.
One person would just get the whole.
Similar to what happened, we actually had a sign of
like 300 mints in one chunk. You know,
it's a different system that's used. So you have a couple of different protocols for cell phone technology, the communication protocol. There's an international. I have Verizon AT&T. Verizon kind of uses it's a CDMS without all the different types of waves within inside the cell phone frequency band. Well, he was using a cell phone that would access a satellite. Well, some intrepid reporters was the fact that we had a cell phone number, which I would consider to be a secret that at least was worth keeping for a while. That's one of those, and of course he stopped using it. He went to a courier system, which is way more secure. Way more. How do you get? So that's this guy's playing games trying to get inside the courier network. So there's a lot.
There's the stories of Billy Wall who was tracking and taking photos of him. Billy Wall, he was in Vietnam, and then he really old. He got really old. He kept going to CIA headquarters. Like, send me back over there. He was like 80 years old in the Middle East. And he was like spying on Bin Laden, taking photos of him and stuff. He was at the Silk Friday conference many times. Tried to ask him, like, can I take him around, but the church never let him engage in Billy Wall for probably legal reasons, but
Obama, they got they used to have
crazy stories. He was jogging right by his compound every day, like he was like watching him pull up in his Mercedes, walking into the mosque every day. And Billy Wall was fully dressed up and like dressed up as an African American going for a jog. Crazy shit. Like one day he said, there's this one story where he said Osama's dog, his bodyguard dogs were chasing him down the ramp.
The kicker was he was right outside a military academy in Nevada.
Right.
It was crazy. John would try to get a lot more insight on that. And it was under Obama that he ultimately took him out.
Right.
We had a military bullet. That's the kicker. But see, the decision was made. Iraq, you got to go into Iraq. Iraq had nothing to do with that. Nothing. Have you ever heard the story about how he had Steve told us on the floor, but Bin Laden had some sort of like pancreas disease or kidney problem, and he was flown to a hospital in Saudi Arabia and escorted by CIA agents into a hospital. That I hadn't heard.
Can you find that, Steve?
That one I had heard. I had heard about the pancreas and being kind of spirited out, right, for treatment, but I hadn't heard about that. Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me about that article. Wow. Yeah, that's another dynamic in 9/11. There was the pages that were kept out of the report. The pages were because of the links to the Saudi government.
I mean, look, I don't think I was stoked about it.
Details that we don't have time to go into.
Right. Look, I know the childhood that we had, you know, and I know I got very little connection, like
with the hijackers. But there were a couple of them were
I didn't have any
California.
guidance, connection, so I know she got even less than that.
Well,
she was,
there was
the youngest kid in our family, so, and I didn't feel like I knew her well enough or had enough,
California.
emotional connection with
I
her.
I skipped over the part where I was able to take the thread, point it
So
to
man, what am I gonna, like,
right after
so all I could do was just
I was given $2 million, based
tell her
on
make sure she wore a seatbelt when she drove, make sure she was
background.
people in and out of these
Everything I've
clubs.
learned,
And also my sister was a smart, she got the fucking
so you
huts,
develop,
you know, she was a
iterate,
smart girl, she still is a smart girl.
go back.
The way you can make as
Go
a
to little,
fucking.
She bought a house, she bought a beautiful house out there in Arizona, like,
you just keep doing that. And very, very tight cycle.
Fucking smart.
We ended up, I begged, right? I begged the Detroit Insight to the 18 most, so there's a whole other storyline here that again we want to go into. The Defense Authorization Act has an intelligence component.
the fucking dice guy dude, Trent.
There was $14 million set aside to deploy FinFET. I am not kidding you. The language is authorizing language that once it's approved, you appropriate the money, you are then the executive branch then actually has to execute. If it says 18 million or 14 million, 9 million of it deploy FinFET to the 18 most critical, which are classified terrorist collection sites in the world.
Well, look, I mean,
They're very interesting locations. You can say what they are.
dude, I hooked up with a stripper in the street that looked like a half of a, what is a minotaur or centaur? What's one that have an animal for the half lower body?
Signed
I think both of
into
those.
law by
Yeah,
the
I mean,
president.
centaur looked like a centaur, you know? But she
This
still seemed
goes
cool.
back to
She was,
2002. Late
I swear to God, she had the
2002,
strongest
because
fucking.
they delayed
She had
because of
thighs for
9/11.
cash. She had thighs up top and then
Another
also
5
double
million different
thighs, no
programs
cash,
that
you know?
I'm
Like
familiar
just
with called
built like a
Sweet
damn
Flow, which
fucking,
is extraordinary, out of
you
the
know,
box
like a squirrel squatch, just like fucking short.
skunkworks,
Big
an
fucking
analytic
legs,
program using
all
non-traditional means
hardly
of
any legs
various
at all.
types.
But I'll tell you this, dude.
History,
I notice, and here's what I notice.
a much,
I find that
and
comedians
even esoteric sources, I'll just say it that way,
we fall in a lot of same
which
circles
gets
as like
into
porn
another part
stars,
of someone
exotic
that
things,
who actually predicted
because
9/11
there's some similarities
is a
there.
precognitive cycle,
There's similarities that
completely non-linear.
somewhere we feel short.
That's a whole story. So I had a
Need
guy
some
in
type
there
of
once.
immediate acceptance.
Like if I sit here sometimes at a little side bar, this guy is dedicated his life to studying precognition and dreams
On your ass and
having to predict the future.
making you feel
And
loved.
there's like hundreds of cases of people having dreams about 9/11 before it happened.
He had a crisis in life, and he came out of it.
But I
He
mean,
had this special gift, and he can't even
that
fully
maybe
explain it.
she was
It's one of
loving
those
for
things
the
because
first
it's.
thing
I
when you
can't
were
remember what
13,
else
15,
part said.
16, so maybe she
not
had
And
to
people, for some people, it's weird stuff. How do I explain it? Can't explain it. It sounds too kooky, why? But he actually had worked with police. This is not unusual in the U.S., where you have psychics working with police departments to track or to go to the site of a crime or a alleged crime. Additional information. He got very good at it. He was even on special undercover ops, right? Even at great risk himself. He had a dream about 9/11 with the authorities, and they couldn't believe. You know, he's a very unassuming man, right? They just like we talked about the other dreams, right? We all have dreams, don't we? A lot of dreams. He dreamed about 9/11. Before 9/11, there was also an entire communication system set up by terrorists, which I won't go into detail here. It was used, how do you communicate worldwide with the cell? It's a cell, and the cell is broken up. How do you communicate in the open without anybody knowing about it? Well, without going into the details, they did, right? That was fascinating. Well, anyway, so just I can't leave you hanging. Yeah, $5 million set aside for this special analytics program. That's before. NSA completely ignored it. Defied the Authorization Act. Why?
Hardee's. Oh, I love Hardee's, bro.
Circle the wagons. Even though Congress is signing the law, we got a better solution. They didn't have any solution. That was the problem. But the thing was, neither program was ever part of what they call the official production chain on the analytics side, nor on it seemed like sort of was both. So it was convenient to just ignore it. So I got $2 million. I ended up becoming executive, basically the program manager, executive program manager. I had an actual program manager that reported to me unofficially, right? This is why I was still in the season. So this is like November, December, January. We just rapidly evolved things to make it even better. We wouldn't let us go operational. So I remember this came out, that thing came out later. This is before the Intelligence Authorization Act. So I was able to get permission to point filter it against the databases, primary databases. So fast, we're talking terabytes on end of terabytes a day. And we set it up, we turned it on for about 24 to 36 hours, and guess what? We only found out about 40% of the databases corrupted. Then we found all kinds of information pre and post 9/11 regarding the plot. In terms of movement, a lot of other evidence that they had not been able to uncover or discover. Things they did because of the way they work. So, what do you think if you were if you have a responsibility to look at yourself to be better going forward so another 9/11 doesn't happen, what would you think? Would you want to look the way in which you discover information even from the existing database, the traditional RDNS, the regulation database? Why nope, that's what they did. Immediately shut the program down. Famous scene, first Indiana Jones warehouse, park, on a crate with wheels, on a cart with wheels. You see going down what appears to be this incredibly long aisle. Turns left, never to be seen. Whoops. It's never to be seen again. Well, they figured it out later, right? Because the certain power is magnetic, right? That's what happened to this. It's a Dentro. This sweet corn was summarily shut down. There's a recent project shut down. This is our liberal. I'm an American. I was brought up in Texas and Vermont, two republics before they became states. Vermont, in fact, the Constitution, a lot of the Constitution of what then became the United States of America was based on the Vermont Constitution in the 14th state. So there I was, right? I'm facing 35 years in prison. What do you do? I have spent umpteen amounts of money on my private criminal defense attorney. He no longer wanted to represent me. His heart said no money. What's his $1 million. $1 million between the point I was guided and just the start of the trial.
Do you think it's possible that they got to your attorney?
No.
I think we're going to do more
He was being practical in part. He agreed to stay on. We tried to get other high-powered lawyers to take it pro bono without cost, because certain law firms are required as part of their community service, quote unquote, to take pro bono cases for cases in which they're significant enough, but the person, in this case the client, doesn't have the money. Guess what? The firm said, yeah, you can represent Mr. Gates, you got to leave the firm. And they weren't going to leave the firm. Right? They said the reason why is because of conflict. Because they had two certain clients. Right. So I'm in front. So he pardoned the public defenders. I was literally formally declared innocent by the court, which meant I was now eligible to be represented by the federal public defenders.
People rather have that than a fucking CD.
Deer in the headlights.
Guess what?
The last time was the Nicholson. You might remember he was a spy, Navy spy. The last time that court, we're going back 30 years. It was the year of the spy, 1985.
And you know what?
The so-called year of the spy.
He went to Showtime fucking, I'll go to some
Caller, there's a number of members right during that period. The court had no institutional memory, right? There was all kinds of special procedures put into place. They had a special skip built inside the courtroom. Just I could meet with my attorney. So I'm behind several 8 balls. I'm staring into Pandora's box, and guess what's staring back at me via this? I also knew I had to include the court of public opinion. But the problem is, you say anything outside of in the federal court, guess what? They can actually use that against you. But I knew I was going to have to include the court of public opinion. I also knew that I was going to need someone. So I just, this extraordinary individual, Justin Radak, had written an op-ed in LA Times just after I was indicted. And I ended up, she became my primary, she's not a criminal defense attorney, but she became my primary whistleblower. So she provided legal counsel, advocacy, and she was the liaison with the press. So I met her in May. Just signed, basically, you sign the agreement, right? As a legal representation letter. So, and then there was other attorneys as well, and my original criminal defense attorney at the government rate nowhere near charged me, originally 550 miles, even $50 an hour break. You know how fast your money goes, even though I had middle class America, but I'm a senior executive, I did really well in industry, right? I'm going down to 200,000 a year plus, right? But you know how fast your money goes? You're being charged over 2 years, 500 an hour. So, I assumed there's no way. Other attorneys later, they didn't want either. So now it'll be 750,000. The public defenders was the only basically the only person people could rely on for criminal defense. So what you have public defenders, how long did that process take? It took us like 1966 you fell. If it backfires, you go out and there was an initial hearing
they had some textiles going around our area that had kerosene.
Remember, the government's saying that I had not just damaged Mesker. I had not just raped him. It was exceptionally raped. It was a high level of it. And it was a top secret Sensitive Department of Information. Allegedly.
Because a lot of his cars were backfire, and they had a lot of clothes back in our area. Somebody would take a bag clothes that had kerosene.
They basically would hold collateral. It's basically just a national background investigation check. That was it. And it's basically straight secret. So they had to go through that whole process, which in itself that was a journey for that. We used to talk about it. So the hearings began in the fall, and all kinds of shenanigans, right? Because it's just, it unwinds week after week, month after month. Because they alleged that I had ruined it. I was worse than a spy because not only did I give up secrets like a spy does, but I give it to a press outlet, a reporter, which means everybody gets to see it.
Yeah.
How many times did they try to come at you with some sort of a plea deal?
They had a girl in her neighborhood.
Once I was indicted,
it was so big. It would like smash her face into like a shape of like a cookie.
They already tried to do it.
And it would take 3 days, even after she took the mask off. It would take like 3 days for a fucking face to go
things
back.
are starting to develop rather quickly. So it's important to note. Remember, I said my Justin Radak, my attorney on the outside, although she's partnered with the public defenders, right? She filed briefs, right? There's an advocacy brief that she provided on my behalf, right? And the judge actually accepted one of his first orders of business, right? Was he actually accepted it? And went back to public hearings because practically every hearing has to be behind closed doors. They had a whole facility. There was a special security officer. They had to basically empty the room. People was given access. There was a special court reporter, right?
Like an Italian nun.
Because there's mass security. So in essence, it became a star chamber. So most of the hearings were, again, in secret. To get to the strength,
This week scares the shit out
I
of me.
recorded the written narrative going across.
This weekend, Hollywood Forever
So what I
Cemetery.
did, I was out there, I gave a speech. Just on introducing Jane Mayer. I met with her off the record. Ends up dropping. She's an investigative journalist of some renown. She dropped everything she was doing. This is early 2011. And remember, we're now thinking about when I was rated. Now we're, this has gone on for a while. She dropped everything she was doing, did a compressed investigation of my entire case in history. Sources that were willing to talk with her off the record. But we were willing to quote, right? But she couldn't treat her. So that came out in the New Yorker in May. The secret chair, long form article, many thousands of words. Then I was interviewed by Scott Kelly, 60 Minutes. That's the one where all kinds of people ended up saying because 60 Minutes. Right. That was pretty dramatic. That was a very interesting experience. Washington Post and other publications started weighing in. Like, maybe he is a whistleblower. I don't remember, like, Watergate era, like, Wilbur Bernstein. So it came to a fever pitch. So the week before, a week and a half before I was scheduled a trial, we were going through the final days was actually selecting the jurors, right? We strikes and emails, got to 12, and the 4 selections. So they came in the well of the courtroom. They approached, I didn't know at the time, but I knew something was up. And remember in the press, it's like, what's going to happen? Ellsberg was going to fly all the way out from Kinston, California, to be out on the federal courthouse steps to say how. So, in the well of the Senate, the chief prosecutor,
but also,
earlier in the Apple Store, he loved his Apple phone, the whole story itself. So he approaches right after that. So he approaches my public defenders in the well right below the dais where the judge sits and says, "We would like to enter into the defendant agrees. We'd like to enter the plea negotiation." That was an extraordinary setting from that Friday all the way to Thursday. Remember, this trial schedule started that following Monday, basically the 40th anniversary of when the Pentagon Papers were released. Wow. Kind of interesting juxtaposition in history. Oh, yeah. I remember I got to know Ellsberg really, really well at this point.
They call you to say goodbye, and they say goodbye.
They then tried to get me multiple. I lost it. It was like 5-6 attempts. First, 5 years in prison. Then it was like 2 years in prison. And then it was like 1 year in prison. And then it was still pleading out as a felon. Pleading out for felony. I had told them back in April of 2008, the original contract in front of me, that I would never plead bargain the truth, and I wasn't going to do it then. You can imagine the pressure I was under. Oh yeah, and it gets sensitive. my criminal defense.
I was there
But
a lot of nights, man.
they actually tried to strong arm me.
And I always made the right choice. And I wouldn't be in this fucking chair.
Under the
Some
criminal
makes you
code
make the right
for
choice.
2 years.
Something.
So you can handle 2 years.
Something. Everything in life's
There's no way I could see out something I hadn't done. And I admitted during the interviews that I had gone to the press,
brothers. Talks a little
even though it was only an administrative policy violation. I said I'm in the press way back in 2006 and 2007.
I don't remember that part.
Long story short, this was just, I mean, it's just, I think policy defenders are putting pressure on my spouse.
So you got 15 minutes. We gotta
It's
get
like,
you out of here.
whoa.
So why'd you went back?
You know, you're
What am I doing?
trying to pull all that angle. And this is our bread and butter.
Gotta be one
We
of the
know how to
fucking
do
top
things.
fucking
Right.
comics in this country. And I tell you, this
Last
is
break
your
of the
home,
day,
brother.
that
I got no
Thursday
jealousy.
prior to
wish
the
you
Monday
well.
when the trial
You
began.
stay on the right track till your agent to push you out for movies and TV.
Yeah.
Stop fucking around.
I would never plead out, but if there was an off ramp that emerged, however faint or slim it was, you better
I
take
appreciate it, man. You
your
always
shot. Because if you don't, they could basically just go basically do an interlocutory review, have the higher court, this is the Fourth Circuit, review the decisions. So they're starting to complain about the judge.
Because they might like you.
Have it reviewed and say, here's the difference. They basically hung around the driver for 2 years before they came back, waiting for the decision. It's a way to suspend it. It's all the heat off the press.
So now when you
I was still being pressured to plead out. Okay? I'm talking to Justin Radak. I'm on the phone out in the hall of the courtroom, right outside. They kept changing the language, right? Because the last thing they wanted to do was put me on classified. I said it cannot, there's no classified. I had already demonstrated that the fact was knowledge by both parties that no classified information was released. So, the agreement, no jail time, no fine, there's an administrative fee, and 240 hours of community service. Misdemeanor, we're doing what? Under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. Because it's a federal, remember I was charged in federal, you have to stick within the federal crime under the Code 18, U.S. Code 18. So it was for doing what? Exceeding authorized use of government use. Right, I know. Huge relief. Pro forma sentence. The judge still had, but we're now agreeing to a plea. Right. They dropped, the proviso was they dropped all the felony counts. And no time and nothing involving classified. So that's what happened. And a huge victory. I mean, it's like, wow. I mean, all these years, no felony, no jail time, 2 hours of community service. 15th of 2011. The judge didn't know at the time. I was sent to Fort Detrick to the community service director. At Fort Detrick, this is outside of Frederick, Maryland. It just so happened that he was a civil engineer, but he also was part of the Veterans History Project Library of Congress. He said, "How would you like to interview veterans?" Given you saw my military. Because the community service, like, we're not going to have you paint rocks. That's not who you are. So that was like they were painting rocks on base. Yeah. or go, bust up rocks, not just paint them. Right. Or dig holes and fill in again. Or the equivalent. We're not going to do that. Right. I ended up over the next number of months, paperwork. I had a probation officer. The first two that came out realized they thought it was hardcore. I had really done something bad. They realized, nah. So one of the probation officers about to retire shows up in his motorcycle. This is the house. They had that right to visit your house. It's you can't die, and the rest was just over the phone. So guess what I did? Is my community service. Interviewed veterans from World War II to the present day, including the veterans of Iraq and Afghanistan, and I got to interview Daniel Ellsberg, who never been interviewed for the Veterans History Project. Fascinating. Joint Chiefs of Staff, chiefs, people from the veterans from the Battle of the Pole.
No, I don't like this kind of makes you nervous. Yeah, when they play that fucking music to make you nervous.
Metal machines from World War II.
Craziness, yeah, I don't like that. But you know, back then, race relations wasn't that good. Even if you watch that fucking thing,
That's a great fucking Afghanistan, Iraq.
That's
stuff. I mean, just
because it scares the fuck out of you without scaring the fuck out of you.
all kinds of interviews, press, everything you can imagine.
That's a film.
This is 2011. Now, I didn't know at the time, although I had obviously seen the book as someone else knows you to reveal how far all these surveillance programs have tested this. But this is 2011. So I was on the circuit for quite a while. Overseas, Europe, Canada.
I got one set, I got one.
Australia.
In Huntsville, Alabama in November 16th.
I had to find a way after a shattered life. How do you end up rebuilding just the psychological?
I might just get one in. I got family down there, so
really created a lot of stuff. I had PTSD at one point. I was actually. It's a weird condition. I was actually, sweat. I actually started sweating.
I like Lexington. That club's great, but it's like a lake in the ceiling of
blood started coming out of pores. If you look it up, it's a special medical condition. It's really interesting. The stress, let's put it this way. I'll give you
some horses out there.
Hematolosis. Yes, that's exactly what I inserted. Also known as hematolosis, because it's a rare condition where a person sweats blood and there's capillary blood vessels that feed the sweat rupture. Yes. Holy shit. Holy shit is right. I am not kidding you. It was like dramatic. So imagine an anvil. That's how I share. What was it like up until the beginning? And then the profile sense. I felt like this anvil had been sitting on me, just crunching, pressing for all those years. Never mind the whistleblowing before 2007. You know what it was like when the anvil released itself at the anvil? So I was just being compressed. Like in a press, like hydraulic press. Life turned inside out. The only thing I had left was my integrity. What else was left? They took everything else away and were about to take away my life in terms of confining it to a prison. I had PTSD. I didn't know it at the time. This was one of the symptoms of how did you like to work for the NSA after all this? That's so crazy. Awkward is a very awkward. I was actually separated for a while because stability. Where I located myself. You know, a battle fatigue. My father used to call it battle fatigue. That's what they referred to it. That was a term for PTSD.
Chaps. How was the Alex?
I know now exactly what it's like to stare into the abyss at a distance
Thursday, Friday,
and be
Saturday.
completely empty.
And don't forget I told you this one. Don't forget I told you Gotham. 4 shows. Me and Dean Del Rey.
Everything you ever stood for, everything you ever took an oath, the Constitution, all of your service to the country, faithfully serving the country, completely blown apart.
Confess, maybe at November 16th.
I took another number, the fidelity to the oath.
In Huntsville, Alabama.
That meant something to me.
You part of the church.
Yeah, I think CIA.
Keep it low. I mean, Calvary, November 1st.
Now, they did profile me. It's really interesting. You know what they said later? So part of what happened with me is they actually said,
I got my podcast this past weekend. You can check out.
If you go out there, you'll see a chart. It's basically a rogues gallery of spies. Guess who's also on there? We're talking the real spies of U.S. history. Snow Donner and I'm on there. They all have flags under the countries to which they quote-unquote gave up secrets or were operating on behalf of. No flag. You just go and you'll see it. If you go out there, you'll search. It's the insider threat program. They did a briefing. They actually formed a joint committee. Or not just joint DOJ, DNI, a joint, right? They formed a joint task force, insider threat task force. And they put together briefings and they kept updating them. And for the longest time, and I'm understanding and listening from another source, I'm still being flagged as representative historically of an insider threat to the government. You know what they said about me? I self-radicalized. So underneath our portraits, and by the way, the picture they had there was from the rig now. It was a picture, ironically enough, for my truth. It was a picture, a press picture. All the spies had flags under their portraits, quote unquote. Remember, Rogue Gallery. No flags under Snow.
He takes it from the French.
It's just well,
yeah, but I didn't want my camera. I used to things out one time, so did I. But you're right. I was an executive when all this happened. He was a contractor working in Hawaii. And he was faced with a similar thing. He saw what had happened to myself and the others. He knew, given what he was going to bring out, that he would end up in prison for the rest of his life. Yeah, right there. You're right next to Snowden. Did you see a flag? All the others have flags.
Four guys at the bottom.
Right, but we don't have flags.
You're doing a good job.
This guy like shoot up.
Oh yeah, that's how we're in the same league. Same league. You're sitting across from a real, bad guy.
You're the NSA still fucking with these vicious tracking.
No.
That's how we do it on
It'll
the
be
fucking
interesting.
church. On a beautiful
Well,
Monday. That's how you start
off
on
the
the
record.
fucking Monday.
It'll be interesting to see.
You people are gonna wake up
Anytime,
today.
technically, if you write, speak, you're supposed to run it through.
Oh yeah, because you weren't employed.
Correct. There is what's called a lifetime obligation. But the non-disclosure agreements I signed, which they technically think are royalty oaths to secrecy, they're not. Actually reflects directly the paragraphs in the executive orders governing classification. You cannot use classification. It's still on the books to use as cover for embarrassment, cover for wrongdoing, cover for violations of law. However,
Before you get out of here,
because they kept throwing that in the face. We signed multiple times, military, NSA, non-disclosure agreements. Okay, so what takes priority? The oath to the Constitution or the non-disclosure agreement? I realized joining this secret system, state, national security system, that you are giving up certain rights. But you certainly don't just give them all up. Right? They're just have some restrictions. I had restrictions in the military.
My dad does it every week. Your dad still lives on it. You're single. You don't want to shop. You listen to 4 days a week. You go on your way for 3 days a week. It comes to your house.
So it took a while to, I kept working it out. And you go back to a quieter life. Then when Snowden, of course, that just reignited everything. Right. I was on every, you can imagine, every major news docs, for example. I lost track after a while. I was getting special permission for me to work it out. Just because there's so few people that talk about what had happened to Snowden. Right. I ended up going to Moscow in 2013, the first American, myself, Cody Rowley, Justin Radak, and Ray McGovern. And we went there representing the San Adams Award. He was a candidate holder. We spent many hours with him one day. Yeah, that was very step by step.
Also, let's go back to what was the story of Moscow?
Can be prepared in 40 minutes.
Elon and SpaceX.
Thanks. Okay, so now, the things I didn't elaborate. You want to hear?
Yes.
Why? Okay, so I mentioned I was teaching. I was actually the NSA rep to the National Defense University in ICAP. There's actually one over the War College, and then there's one at ICAP. They just created a new position. So NSA chair at ICAP, the Industrial College Armed Forces. Because of the Industrial College Armed Forces, they have civilians, military, and even overseas. They actually come. It's a compressed management program over about a year. Full time. Companies that send them, they still get paid full time. And then military or civilians still get paid full time, but their full time job is being in this master program. Beautiful. Look across to the cherry blossoms of the spring and the Lincoln Memorial. And so, Anacostia. So, I was teaching strategic leadership information technology.
Free shipping. I tell you that already.
Cohort
Free shipping.
is,
You go to boyprint.com/Joey. Check out the menu.
and
You're gonna love how good it tastes.
each of the
You're
professors
gonna love how
would
good it
lead up
feels.
a
And
speech.
you're gonna love to create.
I ended up on the,
incredible
well, we had
meals
choices, right?
with Blue Apron. So
I ended up on
don't
the
wait right now.
the background
You
in
want to
parts,
save
National
money?
Pet Memorials.
BlueApron.com/Joey. It's a better way to cook.
In the spring of 2007,
You're gonna tweet me and go, Joey, I'm living like a doctor over here.
is when that portion of the master's program kicks in. So there's local sites that includes government, Goddard, contractors. We went to JPL, California trip, fascinating. We went to Kennedy, we went out to Colorado. On the trip to California, the time with SpaceX headquarters,
Check it out yourself. Go to MeUndies.com.
we I'm leading in this. I'm the one that's leading the team at this point.
From camouflages to
We ended up going to SpaceX
you choose
and
both men and women. MeUndies will have the perfect fit for you.
it's
All your personality. You follow
we
me?
sat there in the lunchroom, right? Lunchroom, which is basically off sort of the main. It was amazing. Sort of the early Dragon mock-up was there. They were still working on improving the original Falcon. The Merlin engine, but the early Falcon, there was like a Falcon 1. Remember, this is before any successful launch occurred. Okay.
Why not update
So imagine they were under enormous pressure. Remember, he was also a Tesla. You have to remember, that's the other Tesla. But the Roadster hadn't come out yet. It was in advanced development, but the Roadster hadn't come out yet.
Right. Oh yeah, this was very, very early.
2007.
That
just got Musk is amazing. I mean, in his mid-30s, I remember we walked into the office, right, into like a startup office. He says, yeah, that's where he sits, right, but you don't see much of him. You imagine he's very out and about, right, and very hands-on. Very much down Trump, very much the marketing, very much, that's who he is. Right, and he'll have this interest, right? No matter what else you think of Musk, and what's going on right now with it, right? And his association with Trump, and all of it unfolding in the government, taking the team and visiting certain agencies already. He regaled us for over 2 hours plus his entire vision of becoming a spacefaring species. Why he wanted to go to Mars, the technology, right, behind all this,
satisfaction guarantee.
And why he also wanted to commercialize space as well. I mean, it's just incredibly passionate. And of course, this is in like an open cafeteria. Tiny noises, machines, forklifts going by. I mean, there's all like just the hubbub and activity. Sometimes it's very much like that's where you kind of get the energy from.
Yeah.
And you just was fired up, and you I mean, it was just fascinating. It's like you walked away and said, "Wow, right? It's all ice to Eskimo." Yeah. So it was. I'm reminded more of that because no one. I mean, this is before Musk went political.
Well, it's just interesting to see the rise of people like Musk and who make so much money off government contracts.
Well, this is
And we would all get around together, you know what I'm saying?
I'll be very
Power would
blunt.
be out at the house.
The bulk of his money, even on the Tesla side, because credits.
The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by the
Federal money. This reminds me, remember, the era I grew up with Steve Jobs, Bill Gates.
Yes.
So but these are the tech bros. They came out of the 90s.
So they built the
They're now in the
platform that
50s.
finds the right candidates for you.
And now they're ascending, and they want to create a technocratic utopia. I'll just say it. That's sort of their vision, and there's different flavors of it, and there's different people are trying to sort of speak to this philosophically or political philosophy. Like, what does this mean? Right. Create this technocratic utopia. Some of them are very personal level, right? I'm going to live longer than normal, right? Cryo, space type stuff. I mean, just some of it's kind of out there, right? Well, almost like stellar technology.
And to my family, Aubrey and Amanda, the best supplements out there.
Palantir.
I came back yesterday. I'm jacked up to the fucking gills in the flight.
There to feel.
I took some new mood and an alpha brain.
Another tech bro, billionaire. Palantir is very much in the surveillance business. They started picking up very aggressively a lot of some of the early contracts where things became privatized in terms of things started coming, all of this exposure as I was a part of, right? You have to remember, there was a bunch of things in the press during the time I went, in the 2006, 2007 timeframe. Mark Klein, that special room, right? AT&T room, where we actually had stuff on that, like an RS device, just sucking up everything on the optical networks. I used to consult the Nortel networks before they collapsed. This is again my background. I just was on a contract in Triangle Park in North Carolina. Involved in DC. We have all this dark net, right? Dark optical. We're talking like 40 like capacity in terms of bandwidth. What do we do with it? Like, what do we do with it? People just go back, right? We didn't know what to do with it. We have to develop programs. So they're buying up at super high inflated prices. All these small companies, they were building apps, right, and services for the new, the high end. Yeah, Palantir is head over heels and then some, fully embedded in the national security side. Well, you can tell it actually goes back. So I'm familiar from my CIA and then I'll just say it this way, I go into detail. Even in NSA, I was in Nissan. There was a time where I was reading. 9/11 happened. How do we have to, oh my God, you better like, what else, are there any other pockets out there? What are other people doing? How do we help with just like predicting the future at one level, but also like develop technology and processes of organizations to deal with quote unquote the new threat or emerging threats? I spent some time at CIA going over and exploring. We're talking like really getting into it. We're like kind of workshopping it. They call it workshopping it. Yeah, fascinating. But you could tell it was an early. This was one of those early seeds that we were basically seed, and they were giving significant amounts of money to promising companies and some existing companies that were. You could tell it's just one. There's a number, but that was a more public form that they made their own, in essence, a government. There's all these special government entities. John Hopkins University.
At the Comedy Works.
Wow.
We did like an open mic, we're hanging out.
Then
it used to be a little deeper then.
That's the suite. Yep. There's a whole lot of other, all kinds of other background to this. But then the last few years, I've had near death experiences in my life, and that's a whole story in itself. What is it like to be like, not just on the edge, but
she never said nothing bad about me
coming back.
She just banned me between me and her.
But a few years ago, I ran up at Apple. Something was happening to me in terms of my health, and it turned out I actually had a very rare form of lymphoma.
a final straw, and then I have to leave. Campaigning my life like that. Things ain't getting better.
I realized
They just get worse every day. And I think
whatever ones I had left.
the club sucked.
Right, you were done.
So I was done. So
I was
You went,
5
yeah,
years
you
old.
gotta have something to pop you
I
up.
was planning on working a few more years before I wanted to move on, maybe go back to
the future we do.
but then I'm confronted by
weeks for the rest of your life and stay
an expiration date that appears
so
rapidly approaching.
because of Wendy.
The closure distance, like two fighters were playing far faster because the closure, right? I could see the event horizon of my own death appearing in front of me, and it wasn't far into the future. So they did a diagnosis in October of 2022, and then I had a relapse. I was in the hospital for 2.5 weeks. I had another relapse.
I think I started actually down in
I was put on a very advanced therapy, which had severe reactions.
There's nothing wrong. There's a lot of people, a lot of guys out there, they're just haters.
Had a
You get out,
relapse.
there's a lot of angry dudes.
Was put on a first generation targeted therapy after immunotherapy and booster didn't work. I then had another. They had to take me off all of that. That goes back to September 23.
When the
A
guy,
long story, and I aged with a new diagnosis. They realized something wasn't right. Advanced blood tests determined a rare form of lymphoma.
the first place I ever featured John Reed.
I had to really get into this. I took this on just like I did anything else in life. I said, you know what, lymphoma,
like 3 years in.
showed up.
I was featured just because I had like out of the
But
out of the gate, I had a pretty
uninvited
good,
guest,
15 minutes. You can stretch it at a bar.
So
You know, talk some F-bombs, call somebody fat. Next thing you know, you're at 20 minutes, you know. So like, I was stretching it pretty good down there.
I'm now, I said,
Yeah,
the second
I remember, and then after a while, just stuck with it. But I can imagine, I can really imagine that feeling like going home and feeling so appreciation.
Super
Because
expensive.
sometimes it's like you get out there, you're the crab that got out of the pot for some
What is
people.
the bill for?
You know,
That's the other side. The other side of that was that. That's also the place I was depressed.
Targets the
That's
special
also the
protein.
place where my daughter was born.
Where
That's
the
also
cell,
the place
the
where I
lymph
make
cell
life.
basically malignant.
It's
There's
just
a,
a lot
there's a
of
particular marker.
then I
And
get
basically what it, that's how it tunes in, it's sensor. You're basically, it's helping, because obviously my immune system was totally overwhelmed. I couldn't do the CAR T, which is get blood out and super energizing T cells put it back into you because my kidneys are compromised.
Yeah, what is the CAR T? CAR T is
Well, CAR T is very expensive, but it's basically a one and done. But some people have psychotic
why
reactions.
do you feel like, oh, they're gonna look at me like
Psychotic
I
because
think I'm special because I
oh
was,
yeah,
because
because
I'm
it's
still
really
doing it.
intense. Okay.
That's what I
But
would think.
I didn't qualify. They wanted me to go that route and things got, but I didn't qualify. One point I thought I was getting bone marrow, but 10% of people with bone marrow die. And, I was that's worst case scenario. So then I was like, okay, what do? I can control everything I eat. Now, what's the positive? None of the doctors can say for sure. They said it could be environmental. It could be triggered by a whole host of things. I talked a little bit about, I was putting enormous pressure. The handle, the hydraulic press for many, many years. Who knows? I don't know, right? I don't know for sure. I can suspicion, but I don't really want to conjecture. Some people say a lot of people have a small number of people will have kind of a lymphoma, but it's called smoldering. It never manifests. It's just the immune system keeps it like it's the best. That's correct. If you looked at the CAT scan, and the PET scan, which is they put a small thing that's a radioactive isotope, and basically the sugar solution, in its IV pretty much every lymph node in my body was in. And it was getting to the point where I was going to have problems on the urinary side of the house to be a little bit more TMI, where it was getting quarters off. Right? So they really worried because the last thing I want to do is to go in. I mean, remember, this is a blood cancer. It's a liquid cancer. It's not the form of a tumor. It is, yeah, it's a tumor, but it's a liquid cancer. It's like, wow. So I'm now in a second generation, which is this compound. And I'm on a renal-friendly diet. So things I have to avoid or minimize. I don't eat a whole lot of tomatoes. They say I can't eat bananas. I'm all out. Yeah. Broccoli's out, spinach is out.
Did you ever try the ketogenic diet?
Yeah, well, there's aspects of that I incorporate, but as long as it's renal friendly. There's certain fruits, like I can't eat grapefruit because that's not unusual for all types of medicines because it will interfere with the absorption of this pill. And then I have certain dietary supplements to help boost my immune
It makes you start to own, like, whatever, like, no matter what you put me through or say to me,
things that are balancing out because
shit in my own
they
life that you
thought,
don't
this is
even know
interesting,
about.
they thought, just to indulge a bit, because it's obviously extremely personal, they thought when they first began to run the blood test, they actually came in my bedroom in the hospital and they said, are you vegan? All the indicators, because I was but I'm not. There's a time in my life that I was lacto-ovo, right? For other health reasons, where they simply took care. I was not vegan by any, not even close. But the profile of the blood test was that I was vegan. Hemoglobin was in the 5 range. Anybody knows about I was incredibly anemic, super anemic. I had 20, I lost about 20 units of blood over a period of 4 months just to keep me going.
I saw him in '96. I'd never seen anything like that.
So life, and I get a little emotional still.
It's a feature act. And he came back up all the comedy club.
Precious.
And I was the house MC, and now he was a headliner because he had done
So I just live every day. I get up in the morning, right?
He was a headliner then, right? And then I didn't see him
virtually.
again. I'm still here. I didn't see him
I
again.
get to live another day. Season.
Bickerings
Live it to
about
the
this
fullest.
fucking kid that's ripping up
What
fucking.
else do I have?
I mean, there was the most chitter
It's
chat.
about problem my entire life.
And they kept saying his name is Duckstan. I'm like,
I realize you have an expiration date at a certain point.
I was the house MC.
I'd rather it be further future.
Did you have any kind of autoimmune issues prior to this?
So he used
Not that I'm aware of.
was the broker.
Now I'm wondering
They
if
get your head off. That sucks.
No.
That's when you spend all your money you made on Tuesday.
interesting enough, no indication that I got COVID. None. Apparently some people don't believe that, so
I never got it. If I got it, I was asymptomatic. But I got it. I didn't have the antibodies.
well, it also turns out blood type, interestingly enough, are more immune. I'm O positive. And apparently you can feel positive. I have apparently, this is what I've been told, that my type of blood type makes it harder to get COVID.
He was young. He reminded me he was just young. He was a kid. He was just like wise ass.
Now, having said that, because I worked it out, initially it wasn't required. But then they forced, if you wanted to continue working, remember, I was in massive debt, right? That's still a problem.
92 is when I met Duckstan. 92. And then again,
income I had, discretionary otherwise, they said no retirement, right?
and I never saw him again.
I have a 401k from Apple, I have a small,
And then he won the San Francisco comedy
I was able
competition.
to convert,
He was not working the
nowhere
punchline. He was
near.
working. Nobody was hiring that motherfucker.
And he popped out of
And
nowhere.
obviously,
His
my
act was so
salary,
fucking
hourly rate. Apple is nowhere near what it used to be for what I did in the industry. It's not, even though Apple pays pretty well, I got a benefit. So I ended up
You can't go
having the original COVID shots.
They have more like
We're
hotels.
talking Pfizer, Moderna, multiple, several over the years.
They'll tell you on the fucking
But
paper.
the last one that I took, this was what year? This is we're talking.
People get offended.
So
And the
remember,
next thing
they
they
took
put you on it says,
they did Trump. They said Trump to his credit.
they don't let you get off the
They
stage
put all,
immediately.
everything they could into the
Hospital, you're like, what? What?
accelerate
Stop. We're
warp
not
speed,
attacking
literally,
No, it's that being done. You know, it's
into coming up with the
like I
RNA.
did those in the winter.
Right.
That's that volatile one.
And It would have been, I'm just thinking, it was, because I was in Australia and they turned 19 just ahead of the wave, as it turns out. So that would have been, it would have been into 21. So starting early, I remember that. Early 2021, when they started to release. Yeah, because 20. There was that first, and then like you have to get another one 6 months later, and then I was still there all the way through until the fall of 2022. Yeah. Although for part of that time I worked from home, so I didn't use that type of shit. I'm aware of people that have had, reactions. I'm aware of people that have gotten vomits and like have had other, especially with multiple.
Yeah. People had strokes. People are myocarditis.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, and I don't go down the path because I've wondered, but I don't. Part of it is the lymphoma itself has its own sort of what happens to your later stages. Sure. One of them, and then it turns out if you have the targeted therapy that I did, it has side effects. So there's a small percentage of people, usually over 60, that develop rapid heart palpitations as a result of the therapy. This therapy. Yes. Okay. So imagine your resting heart rate, whatever that is, average person is between 55 and 75. Imagine that triple to 4 times. How'd you feel? Not good. Imagine that, not just for seconds or minutes. Imagine that for an entire day. That's what I experienced. I had to have a whole bunch of heart tests to make sure that I was, I can't sustain that. I just can't. It's like, I used to run. I used to run competitively. So it turns out I had an extremely robust heart, but they did say there's a point where it's just going to start breaking down.
I love this so much. I put away savings.
That's exciting.
Oh yeah, I do have. So I do take special medicine. Very small dose. But this second generation, there's actually a third generation that's emerged in the last couple of years, but they don't want. There's no need to change it as long as this one is. Now, because I'm in a recovery mode, it's more of a suppressive. It's not like this. Because even after the first one, within months, it got rid of all the malignant cells, literally cleared them. Wow. With only 4 left. So those 4 started coming back after I had the severe reactions to the first generation. So, despite our body, there's this incredible biological issues. Yes. But, yeah. Life's precious. I was just going to say that.
And you are a testament to that.
You don't give a fuck because you're out
showing up. People say, why do you do this? Why do you bother with interviews? Why do you do interviews? I say, well, part of this is for history, but part of it is for the next generation.
Right.
My youngest son is 29. I work with young people. What world are we behind? What world do we want to keep?
It was a cassette deck.
Remember what happened when Franklin came out of the Constitutional Convention?
Know what that's
the things that were Truman reportedly asked them, what you guys doing there? Create a republic. If you keep it. Yeah, well, that's the great experiment, right? That is the great experiment in America. I don't want to see that disappear. We don't need to compromise ourselves. We just don't.
Yeah, man. I mean, everything that you just alluded to and described in your story and what you were trying to expose, unfortunately, seems like we've seen continue to rot in decades. And we are, it doesn't seem like the country's in a great spot in regards to the control of this private military industrial complex that seems to run the world and be connected to fucking everything.
That's a very street language to express what we're facing. And part of it's like, well, then how do we? See, part of it, I think we're retrograde. That's the fear I have is we're retrograde. I thought we were supposed to. I mean, this is the great promise of America. What is it behind? Right? For the next generation. Think of You're young, right? You're a young one. I mean, I think even though my son's 29, my youngest son's 29, his what are we hearing? Right. I don't want them to be sad, but
myself to make money by 5 o'clock and give me a Chinese back there breakfast.
So I've
$7.
I said this, but I'll say it again.
Just to get
Where do I center myself? I go back
see what's going on. Listen, I got watches, I got a bunch of appointments. Let's make something happen. Get deal
for that Declaration of Independence. That extraordinary document. Go in and certainly have the right. Well, I've dedicated the rest of my life to defending what? Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness.
That was the first $5 podcast I've ever done. Wow. We got the record up first. Smoke the roll. And now we got Patreon questions. Okay, go for it. So thanks again for coming in. Tell people that are listening and watching on YouTube or Spotify where they can get a hold of you, find out more about you, anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, no idea.
I'm on social media, both Blue Sky and
okay.
That's probably in terms of public.
Okay. Car in front of his house. Some nights up this guy.
So people they can follow up there, just follow me there.
Yeah, I was an addict, but I was working there. Fucking
follow up from there.
I was working. I was on stage 3 times. So fucking
incredible.
I appreciate the space that you provided in which I can show up and share a far greater insight into what happened to me and some fascinating history that apparently people find rather interesting, just given everything else. I just happened to be there. This is sort of Waldo.
That's the best, man.
This was
That's one
Waldo.
thing I do remember about, like, just being a little younger, a little carefree, was having shit on people's name, doing shit, not caring.
I was actually serving the nation and providing for the common defense for her.
I had the car for 10 days.
Yeah.
And it went on fire and all. I was getting late.
Now, as I got a whole lot of people around the world,
I lived there the next 2
freaking
weeks.
asking American, I mean, so much more.
Yeah. Just a wish, bro.
Right. But I would do it all over again. There'd be some tweaks here and there, but I do it all over again. Right. You just wish more people would have said something. But a lot of people need it. They just remain silent.
We had this guy named Andy speaking of fire. He ran into a fire, to a house fire to get some coke and got all fucking burnt up.
I mean, at one point they were telling me all this sort of broke.
And
even
William kind of brings it up with him, because
very
it's kind of embarrassing, I guess, Thinking you ran back in to take a little bit of coke and just got
he
burnt up.
actually said, I just wish
But yeah, man, I miss being younger, dude. I miss just feeling like I had more time to just waste if I wanted to, or just experience.
you like my grandchildren.
I just miss that freedom of being like, the next 5 years, anything can happen.
Right.
And the first I got met Clapper when he headed up the advisory board at NSA. I used to have the advisory board. I've seen it, not heard. Just what? Shut up, do your job, follow orders. Right. Follow orders.
That's how you find a lot of
My father ended up on the ground for 6 months, fighting the Germans.
Costa Rica.
Well, this doesn't necessarily mean, but it's certainly wrong.
I could see you guys in Costa Rica.
But life is life, and I have a garden, and I've got my hobbies, and I family and friends. Because that's what matters. Remember, in the end, what matters? What does matter?
That would be the ideal life right now.
Yeah, very, very powerful story, man. I'm really happy with it.
So, Patreon questions.
All right, that's it for you too. Good night, everybody.
But if I didn't have my life, I go on the road old school, just get down. 3 weeks a shot. 3 weeks. Fucking stay out there. Lee, you're coming for 3 weeks. We're doing podcasts in Miami, Tampa, and Atlanta, Georgia, or fucking DC. And then come home after 3 weeks, stay out unless you have an audition or something. Ain't no reason I really come home.
Stay out there and get it done. There really isn't.
It really isn't.
So Jesse, my word.
What's up, Danny? Every time I get back, I'm
Like I just said to you, bro,
Just
you're
click
gonna
close,
have to pull me back into
just to see some
the
friends, go
believer.
to the comedy store.
Make me a believer again, because the more
enjoying the atmosphere, man.
I learn
Yeah, I miss
about
I miss doing
UFOs,
good drug. I miss doing some LSD,
the
man.
more I
LSD was
out on
always
this topic lately.
fucking go back in time.
That's understandable,
As a child,
and
you know.
I'm not here to bring you back. I'm not an evangelist. I do think, I'm sorry, I do think if the question is the topic worthy of further investigation, and is there something very interesting at the bottom
my
of all
biggest
of
thing
this?
wasn't I wasn't addicted to
You know,
drugs
get to
or
the final
alcohol.
ring. Is there something interesting going
I
on?
was
My answer would
addicted
be
to
I
feeling
think
bad about
yes.
myself.
But yeah,
get to certain places and
I think in many ways,
I would then
interest in
drugs.
UFOs is maladaptive. And
You know, I just ended up doing drugs by myself. Because I could be by myself. I felt I still felt comfortable. And I could do drugs, which made me feel good.
Not just the
So,
you want to talk about the psyop stuff, I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that comes with that.
we just get
But then
back.
there's a whole other layer of
Yeah, there wasn't anything good because I didn't have any
people monetizing
resources
it. There's
built
a
up. They didn't
business,
feel
right?
okay.
Yeah, like we're doing a podcast in a spaceship about UFOs because my audience loves UFOs and I'm going to make money talking about UFOs. Half the books on that shelf are about UFOs. So it's a huge business, which muddies the water even more. Yeah, it totally muddies the water, and it's a weird dynamic. And
It's a great audience.
I think when you have a topic that's kind of pointing at the sacred, you know, it might be the tip of the iceberg, it's not the rest of the iceberg. Like unidentified flying object is not necessarily what you're going for. I think a lot of people that are into it are like ultimately meaning seekers. They want like kind of they want to understand the reality of religion. They want to understand metaphysics. And so I think UFOs are just a foray. They're just one kind of route in. But I think combining that with money is a very weird thing. I mean, it's like sort of modern Catholic indulgences. It doesn't really work.
Right. Yeah, totally, man. We were just talking before we started rolling about that movie, The U.S. and Bureau. And there's some crazy people, like some deep, dark, secretive people in this whole UFO world that are public that, I guess we can talk about the guy, right? Like he's very good. The reason I'm scared to talk about this guy is because my podcast, they look for the
That's such a way of seeing people, you know? I mean, when you go up there, it's like,
should we tell this story? Because you told me some really interesting stuff on a phone call.
makes you feel good.
I did? Yeah, and then I tell you.
People I know are always
You
around.
said that. Okay, cool. You said that the views were like, you know, so 50K a day. Oh, yeah, and then it cuts off. Yeah, speak to some reps at Google.
You know,
And they're like, we don't know what the hell happened here. Doesn't make any sense. Given the click-through rate, average view duration, which should basically define video performance. He goes, the one other time I've seen this is with Jesse's Baby Rush video. Performance fell off the top. So, and he said that my video with Bledsoe and your video with Rush, neither of them broke any.
There's some places I go, I feel a little bit nervous,
flags,
but the companies don't feel safe at.
And he goes, whenever this happens, which has happened one other time recently with David Rush, it's basically the floor above me that I have no access to. Something above my head that I don't know what the hell is going on. So what the hell is going on? Why are they doing this? Erasing podcasts with people who talk about getting abducted off of, you know, I feel like they have way bigger picture for us.
You think? I don't know. There's something very interesting about Chris Bledsoe's story. It's like, why is Jim Semiman very high up in the CIA? Why is he showing up at Chris Bledsoe's place in Fayetteville, North Carolina? When he starts to kind of track UFOs, talks to the lady or whatever, you know the whole story. He's definitely attracted the attention of very interesting people. We just talked about Tim Taylor, who I would always mention pseudonymously is written about in this great book by Diane Pasolka, the religious studies professor of American Cosmic, and then kind of doxed by Chris Bledsoe on your show, actually. Right, so I thought that
Just stop getting scared no more and stay normal. That's the day.
Right, because I'm not that guy. Yeah,
I had a lot of anger for years. A lot of my on stage,
I
it
could
was
probably make a call or
anger. It was like, I want to show these people, you know, there was something
Totally.
wrong.
Yeah, well,
It was
that's
just
what
anger that was
Lester
separate in my
said
life
in
that
the
had
story,
nothing to do with the
that
stage.
Taylor gets
And
a
only
whole
recently, in the past couple of years, has it become
and then
more,
he
you know,
says he can't
I
send
feel
his medical.
responsibility,
And then
like
he
I have a
sends
gift
the
a
email
little
or
bit from
something
God just to
his wife,
communicate.
like, yeah,
I
so
don't
very
know,
close.
this may be the facet that's always in comedy, I don't know, but that I have to use this gift to, you know, help just
And so,
somehow
you know,
make
who
other
knows if
people
that's
feel
like a
good. So now I
test
feel a little bit more when I get on stage, like,
you know,
I'm here to
sort
work
of
with these people.
psyop, or I
Whereas
I
just
think
being
even
me,
Bledsoe
it was like,
thinks
I'm
that,
here to just show,
maybe
you
he
know,
was being tested
just
with initially
fucking do
in the
this.
first half of his
And
life.
maybe that was the fighting
and
instinct
even
that I
when he
needed to
was giving
say
me a
to
tour of like
survive in
Kennedy Space
this.
Center.
But now I feel
So he said
like,
he walked through the security.
okay,
Yeah,
you know, I still
walked
get
past the
nervous for
security
sure, especially
tower.
when trying new bits out, or if I'm in a new stage, my feet are touching a new stage.
Yeah, so
for the
they
first
can't
time.
access your thoughts.
So they can't access your thoughts, right? But I do feel more now like, okay, this is a team effort. These people, they want to have fun. They're not judging me as much as I just always thought everybody was a band. And I'm here to help them have a good time. We all work together. I feel that vibe.
I don't know if I want to say on camera.
Frustrated.
He told me some
I'm
stuff.
fucking angry.
Okay, essentially, I'll dumb it down.
Yeah,
So,
so
technical, but he basically told me that this fella
I was just angry.
showed him
You know, I had that kind of like,
a real life,
you know, I think I had a little bit of that Uber white anger.
that white shirt.
You know, the same type of
This
just.
is what he told me.
You
How
know,
can
nobody
you
gives a fuck
know
about
that
white
he's
people in
paralyzed?
America. It seems like, you know,
He actually
except
cut
white
the
people.
segment out of the podcast
So,
because I was like,
you know,
there's
I
no
had a little bit of
way
that
I'm
angst.
putting this on the podcast.
You
It was
know,
like
I
a
do
five,
too.
it was like a 10-minute chunk of
Number
that
one, some
Bledsoe
fucking
podcast where he
crazy
explained,
white
everything about it, how it works, where they got it from,
no arms.
yeah.
Used to fucking fight everybody.
Why didn't they neuralize him after they described the whole
Yeah.
It seemed like you would think they would want to do that, right? Yeah. But the guy is